Might be worth it. I don't know. Grandmaster Wu has joined us. Conspiracy Sage. Is this conspiracy from Twitter? Might be. Look, you have the same avatar.
And what kind of sage?
Oh no. Grandmaster Wu, are you there? The old cold shoulder routine, huh? It's okay. All right, we gotta see what we can scare up here. We gotta give AI some entertainment value, man. He's working hard out there on the streets.
He belongs to the streets.
Yeah, he belongs to the streets. Yeah. He stays like you stay out late too, man. By the time we hear you, clocking out is like what, 11, 12 at night. It's late.
Yeah, he's got a quick charger, rapid charge.
He's been pulling out like what, 10-hour shifts and all that. Anubis is in here. We've spoken to Anubis. Playing Mortal Kombat on the PlayStation. Who else we got? I don't know. Shall I let Ragnar loose again? Run around loose?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
Okay.
He's dumb as shit, man. This guy's absolutely incredible. It's like just an endless line of circular thinking.
He's a wellspring of numptiness.
Yeah.
I hear you, Crit. He takes victory laps before he even posts anything to verify any of the claims he makes. He's like, I won. And like, win what?
Why are you so salty about getting owned? I don't understand.
He's the orange of apple juice.
That's funny.
All right, what's going on?
Shape of the Earth is funny.
All right, Jedi's here, guys.
Easy to
Everybody,
entertain you guys.
all right. Everybody sit up straight. Don't fuck around. Jedi's here.
I'm on the warpath.
So you're going to make it boring.
Last half an hour on
You're going to make
PNR.
it boring.
I'm fucked off.
Okay, let's see. Well, on the docket, we have the famous Ragnar Lothbrok.
The only
I don't know if
Ragnar
have you dealt with
Lothbrok.
him?
He doesn't speak, does he? I've tried to call him out a couple of times, but he doesn't.
Oh, he speaks. He's been.
Oh, I speak. When I'm not muted, I can speak, definitely.
He's
been talking.
Earlier.
Oh yeah, he
Yeah,
did.
I got muted like literally seconds ago. They took me off mute again. Because
Yeah, he's been-
of having debates. You literally have
So
to
far-
mute the people who
Yeah,
are
thank you.
rebutting your arguments.
All right, now.
Except
down.
you're not
Quite embarrassing.
rebutting anything.
Relax.
Turn
You
to
You don't like having debates. You like your echo chambers. You like monologuing.
All right, well, and that's the reason
not
why he gets muted.
monologuing. You're appealing the format, talking about debates.
Yeah, so as you can see, Jedi, he's been chatty Cathy for the past hour and whatever. So, and it'll be up to you if you want.
I mean, I asked him several times to unmute himself, and I've only been out the channel for the last half an hour. So, well, maybe.
Have
40
you had a
minutes.
bite to eat? Because this might take a while, man.
I mean, I'm on my third cup of coffee, so I should be good to go.
Coffee? You're English, mate. You should
Yeah,
be on your fourth cup of tea.
Yeah, I had my tea. Tea's more of a morning drink. Try to have that in the morning and coffee throughout the afternoon, but sometimes it's coffee in the morning because I come in here and talk to you lot, and it's fucking tense.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking who did that?
Ragnar Hogbrook.
That's an instant mute, man. We're not
Wow.
even gonna fucking
It's a
talk to
fucking
you.
burp. How fucking
He's an uncultured swine. What do you expect?
Yeah. See you, dude.
I mean,
Fuck face.
squandering
I
opportunities
fucking
left
hate
and
people
right.
that do that. Can't
Same,
stand
same.
that fucking sound.
Yo, Jedi, are you a coffee person or a tea person?
Oh, my god.
Are you literally talking about anything else but Fry? Is he Earth the Globe?
He's your sister person.
I'm going back on mute. Never mind.
Not fried, dude. Jedi just fucking fried, dude.
He just explained it.
Or you could do like Castle. You could do like Castle King. Come in here and tell us how big the Earth is. That you can't even tell that it's a globe because it looks so flat. After all this time, he went away salty. The last time he left, he's like, "Why don't you get on camera, Alpha? Why don't you get on camera?" Like getting people on camera. Like nobody. Nobody needs to do all that. We want to hear your globe evidence, which you don't have. But and then it was like, well, how high do you have to be to see the Earth as a globe? Well, 80,000 feet. Fuck no, that's not the answer.
Wow.
All right, man. Cool. And then he changed his answer to 100,000 feet, and that wasn't helping either.
Hey, I clipped out a part from a few hours ago, Alpha, where we were discussing with a claimed to be pilot, right, who admitted that aircraft operate as if the Earth is flat.
Yeah, he said that?
Yeah.
Dude, fucking Jedi's made 2 pilots say that, bro. I mean, and they fucking spiraled afterwards. And he just sat back.
Wait. What? What did he say?
He said aircraft
What are you
operates
listening
as if
to,
the Earth is
Brian?
flat.
What?
Yeah. Fucking Earth is flat, retards.
A globe pilot said the Earth is flat. What does that?
No, he said that the aircraft operates as if the Earth is flat due to the forces
It
we have on it.
operates over a flat Earth. We got the pitch data.
You guys are retarded if you think the Earth is flat.
Retarded.
You guys
retarded. Oh, big words.
Whoa!
Oh, we got a contender. We got a contender. Let me pull him over with the question. Let me pull him over with the question.
There you go.
Hold on a
You gonna
sec.
ask me the Jewish question?
Yeah, hold on. 6. Let me just ask you something real quick. All right, man.
Are you all right? Why are you stuttering? You getting nervous?
It's gonna be all right, man. All right. So the question is.
I'm all right. Are you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hold on, Reg. Well, guys.
Reg, wait. Reg, stop, Reg.
All right. Let me get control. All right. Now that I have control. All right. So I'm going to ask you a question. Just answer. Is there any scientific evidence of the Earth being a globe?
Yes,
Please
of
answer.
course.
Yes, of
Okay.
course.
wow.
We got big problems.
It's a genius.
Okay, who am I speaking to?
It is 6.
6. You got a big problem. See, what you should have said was Alpha. That is a malformed question. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. Has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. That's geometry. Heretofore, sacrificing your 3rd grade general science acumen on the 2nd grade retard altar.
And then muted me, bro. All right, thank you for not muting me. I like how you call me like dumb, but you just stuttered a whole bunch trying to get that sentence out. Are you okay?
I didn't
You
stutter.
guys are all right?
And everyone
Yes,
heard
you
me
did. You
tell
stuttered
you.
all over.
Everyone heard me evaluate your performance.
You have
You are a numpty dipshit, sir.
Your mouth is moving.
You're a
faster
numpty
than your
dipshit.
brain.
You're a numpty dipshit. Shut the hell
How
up.
old are you?
You would
How old are you?
fail 3rd grade intro to general science.
You need to go and sit at the special table. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, they might eat glue at that table. He'll fit in.
If you can find it.
Did you guys mute me again because you're scared of me?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
never mind.
we're not.
Yeah, we're all hiding behind the curve. Yeah, we're
Yeah,
all scared.
I'm shaking to death. Honey, you got a tranquilizer.
So when was the downfall for you?
Shut the fuck up.
The downfall. What the
This
fuck?
guy is upset.
What is this
Shut
guy
the fuck
talking
He's
about?
upset.
You dumbass. Science illiterate. What
Yeah,
the
it's the
fuck are
wrong
you gonna
category,
do
man.
now? Do you think
Hey,
you
good
can
job.
respawn? After that, haven't you been keeping up on current events? Do you think that you could just fucking continue on? What? This is like the chairman of PETA getting videotaped live clubbing baby seals with a nail spike 44-inch Louisville Slugger and then showing up to work the next day like nothing happened.
Yep. What's going on, guys?
Get the fuck out of here. You can't recover. It's over. Where is that dumbass?
Right here.
There you go, retard. Holy shit. You guys are such
Jeez,
babies,
oh
bro.
man. What's up, science?
Yo, you guys are pussies.
You guys.
I didn't stutter, but you stutter a whole
Yeah,
lot.
you did. You said you guys.
Bro, your voice was cracking and you were stuttering. You're right.
That's up the ante. That's up the ante, Mister. We're all
Sounded like
pussies
a hot
here.
air balloon when you
Hold
fucking
on, bro. You want to play?
I'm not
Let's
talking
play.
to you. I'm not talking to you. Shut up.
I don't care,
I'm
dude.
fucking talking to you.
Wow.
Okay, so here you go.
Shut
You
up.
give us the proof that the plane is rotating constantly as it navigates an arced path on the vertical axis, and I will ban Quantum Eraser forever.
Oh.
Or
I don't know what you just said, but
fail to do so, or you fail to do so, and then I guess we got to ban you forever.
Alright, you done being a bitch? Alright, anyway. So why do you retards think the world...
Wilt?
Retards?
It's called him a bitch. Wow.
He doesn't get it.
Hey, by the way, you're in the number 1 room in the server, sucker.
Man, I would have took that. I would have took that deal, man. If I was him, that was a good deal.
Why are you into sacrificing me all of a sudden?
Because you're a tasty, you're the tasty carrot that's dangling in front of these donkeys, dude.
Yeah, you got to have interesting steak. Watch this. Oh, guys, I'm gonna ban Fry forever. I'm gonna ban Fry forever. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a sentence without stuttering. I'm gonna.
That's impossible for you. Can you get a sentence without sacrificing your science acumen again?
No, we can't.
I'm waiting for an argument.
You're not, because you can't even understand the argument. It was put to you if there's any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe, and you answered incorrectly. So why are we going to reason with you if you don't even understand what science is?
Bro, you are so intimidated.
Bro, you don't know what science is.
They think we scared of this guy.
Bro, do you understand what happened?
You are a child.
You are a child. Is that all you got? Is that the best you got?
This is the 15-year-old.
You got schoolyard antics happening right now, and you think that's gonna win the day? That ain't gonna rescue you, man. Not in here.
You are muting me because you are.
Yeah, we're muting you because you got nothing but just antics. That's it. You got anything better than that? Turn it up, man. Use your intellect if you got any. Go.
Why do you name yourself?
Yeah, think about the questions that are being asked, or just sit on mute.
But you guys can't answer.
Yeah, you guys can't answer. Yeah.
Hey,
No.
do you reckon that a retard can recognize that other people are retarded? I don't think that's possible.
No, I think you pointed it out, mate. How does a stupid person know that that's stupid? They're too stupid.
They don't.
You know?
Dude, you're literally a flat earther.
And identify other people for being stupid. How they able to do that?
No. See, how do we do that, mate? You seem to be the authority of stupid.
I'm not talking to anybody from that pedo island.
I'm not talking to anybody. Except he's talking to everybody. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not talking to anybody, but I'm talking to everybody. I can square that circle.
Because he's too
Wait, that's weird. Why did you cut my sentence?
Yeah, because you sound like an idiot. That's why. And the rest of that sentence would have made you even look worse. So I saved everybody the trouble. Yeah?
He's helping you, man.
Kind of helping you out. Hooking the brother up. Yeah?
Like putting a crash helmet on when you're outside so you don't hurt yourself.
He was doing you
Go
a
ahead and mute me
solid.
again.
Yeah, it's called
Go ahead and
putting
mute
on
me
your
again.
helmet.
It's called
Prove
doing
me
you
right.
a solid, bruh.
Prove me wrong.
Yeah, we have
You
been.
already did that.
We have been.
No, you haven't. You're proving me right.
Yeah, we have. You think that...
You know you can handle it.
Yeah,
You
you
guys
shapes have some...
up and getting baited.
Something
So
to handle.
All right. All right, let's see if you can focus on the question. Thinking that the Earth is a globe, go ahead and provide evidence that it is. Let's see. Try it.
okay, you ready?
Try it. Yeah.
I will answer your question.
No, you're going to answer it now. There's no conditions here. There's only one road, and that's you answering or sitting on a red mic. Either one. We got content for days, right? Other people coming in. So right now you're just gonna have the floor to produce the answer to the question or sit on mute. It's your choice.
Your mother's a whore.
That's
nice
not
one.
going to make it.
Oh wow.
Let's see. Let's ask the judges. Is that a good answer to the question? Is there any evidence for the Earth being a globe?
It's the best we've
Doesn't look like everybody agrees with you.
It actually was the
Sorry.
best tier. It was the highest tier level of evidence he presented so far.
I'll tell you what, it's the best,
highest tier of evidence.
best evidence that I've heard in the past 30 minutes.
Oh no, 6, come back.
Come back. Oh no.
Now, Fry.
Why can't we be friends? Why can't we?
So where's the why is it like
Right.
what's up?
Is the Earth
Your
a
sister's
globe,
ankles.
or is the surface
Hey.
flat?
Oh my god. Where's the real Globers, you know? Where's Neil
Answer
deGrasse
the
Tyson
question.
when you
Fry-
need him?
Dude, go provoke the other channels and tell them that there's a discussion in
Do
here
it all
that
the
involves.
time. I've been sending people here and
Well, try again. Yeah, try again today, just for posterity, man. Just see what's up. Just do it once. Just okay. Just, you know.
That's a kind of bad faith tactic. I don't think they shine too kindly to that around here.
Well, just say that Overlord said so. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that shit. We'll put his name on behind all that statements. QE, I don't know if you heard the news, but Val Kilmer passed. I don't know if you heard that.
I did hear it. That.
It's kind of sad though, because we always use his memes and his iconic lines. So I don't know.
Oh yeah, that doesn't mean I'm going to stop.
Yeah, it's just. Yep.
I'm your hardcore
Yeah.
there.
It means something different.
Was
now,
it
but-
tuberculosis?
Yeah, you little thinker, you.
Ooh, it was throat cancer.
Hey,
Pneumonia.
Pneumonia.
Ragnar's
Pneumonia.
cornflakes.
Oh,
What? Hold on a second. It was Ragnar's what?
Who pissed in his cornflakes, man? He's all
Oh,
worked up in the
Ragnar.
chat.
A retard did.
Yeah.
Turned him into another retard.
And they don't know they're retards.
That's the
They're
problem.
retards.
Race to the bottom.
Race. That's where they started. Under the rock, they crawled out from under in the abyss.
You mean McTomb's armpits?
Oh, that's fucking sick. Where's the guns, Nathan? That's your sister's house.
Sister's house.
Somebody called him a ragnatard. Oh, man. Why is he on mute? I must have missed him. I was cooking wingies.
He burped
Ragnar?
into the microphone, so I muted him.
Oh, he
Yeah,
burped in the microphone. What a scumbag.
He's an uncultured swine. I'm telling you.
Ah, gotcha.
He doesn't know how to shut his mouth when he's talking to us, Huey.
Is that him showing you gas pressure out of the container?
Entropy.
Oh yeah. Should I put that article up for everybody? I think
Well,
you guys seen it. Let me see.
Did you see the lore update, man? I posted it about an hour ago.
The war update?
The lore.
Oh,
The DLC,
no.
man. A lore update, man.
What are they changing?
Oh, Earth used to have rings like Saturn, and it might get them again.
No way.
Yeah, fucking way, man. Way.
What the fuck? Where are we getting the rings from? The asteroid belt?
I don't know, man.
From your
Can they say
sister's
they're
belt.
icicles or something?
God damn. I
Who's
walked
saying
into that one.
Yeah, you did, but we'll leave it go. Who's saying this? India?
EBS
You
Space
never
Time.
say something
Hold
like
on.
that.
I found it. I posted it earlier.
You
There it is.
evidence.
Saturn's mesmerizing rings are disappearing this weekend. Oh no.
PBS. Oh shit! You got okay. Is it PBS or the Khan Academy? Who's worth more?
Your Khan Academy is goated, man. Come on.
I tried to tell India that, but she shut up.
I don't know. It's tough, man.
It's a tough one.
I mean, I liked Sesame Street, man. I learned my alphabet.
That's what we've been failing to do. Giving these people the test when they come in.
Oh hell no. We'll never progress, man. It's like they're gonna fail every time.
What do we say? Are you a retard? And if they say no, then we get rid of them.
Did Clipcord send me a clip on that? He might have, and he sent me something and I didn't listen to it. It was a few weeks. Sorry about that, Clipcord. I just got swamped. Remember that sent me a clip of the dude that screwed up the ABCs. Does anyone got that?
I don't have it.
Yeah, I think Clipcord might have it.
Hold on.
Did you confuse him by saying, say your ABCs without singing the song?
Yep.
Oh, you haven't heard that guy, huh, Timbo?
No, I haven't heard it.
You'll be amazed.
It's
That was
like getting
one where
1 to 10 wrong.
Well, because we had a bunch of like garbage Globers coming through, and Huey was like, about had enough of it. And this guy was, I guess he was waiting to speak or whatever. And Huey's like, challenging people. I want somebody right now to say the ABCs, and this guy just chimed in. I'll do it, and it's like, oh shit, and this guy's gonna go through with it, So, everybody's like, okay, dude's gonna do it. And he was like, at the beginning, you could hear him like kind of going with the song, like A, B, C, D, and then he like got, to where it wasn't the song anymore. And towards the middle, he skips over U, and oh my god, everybody just lost it. Fucking forgot the U, bro. Yeah, he forgot the U. You can't make this shit up, dude. It is. I thought I was never gonna hear that.
Yeah, he was trolling. He had to be.
No, I didn't sound like it. I mean, you guys
wasn't trolling. He was legitimate. Everyone was pulling for him. I would have to admit, even I was pulling for him because he made it through the mid-range, and I was like, oh shit, he's going to do it. And everyone was real quiet. And he kept on going and going and going. Then he forgets the U, and I almost fell off the chair.
I think I did fall off my chair.
It's actually pretty hard to say it without singing the song.
Oh, did you guys hear the new song?
What, the new ABC song? Yes.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Bit weird.
Well, when they say you, do they say them?
Next time, ask them to count to 50.
They changed the whole pacing of the song, and they changed like the cadence when it comes to LMNOP. It's really, you got to listen to it for yourself. It's the only way to really experience it.
You can't change a song like that.
So well, part of their reasoning was that kids were actually not understanding that and OP are not a letter in the song.
So how did we survive then?
Yeah, Elemento.
I don't know, dude.
Elemento.
Yeah, Elemento. What letter is that, honey? That's Elemento.
That's Elemento. Duh. Let's ask Castle King. I'm just kidding. Picking up people.
Yeah, what is it?
Don't answer.
Can you sing the alphabet? Can you say the alphabet without singing the song?
Yeah, of course I can.
Go for it.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z.
There's no N before the Z.
Oh, okay.
It's shit, dude. Son of a bitch. Did he just add something in between the alphabet?
Yeah, he said Y N Z. There's no N there.
He did say that. Oh shit. Sorry, Castle. Man, we're just proving a point.
He just sang the. Well, he just sang the song, but just with monotone.
Yeah. Castle King's just like he's looking down and going like shit.
You gotta sing it with some feeling, Castle.
AI.
Hear it with some feeling, buddy.
AI, you going through your mason jars again?
Oh man, he's gonna find that tool one way or another. It's like the third drawer down, right hand side. I seen you put it away, so it's right there. He'll find it one of these days. It'll be there. So
It's like looking for that last screw in your toolbox that you know you've got.
So once again, we're disappointed with the alphabet again. What do you think, guys?
At least you had the U in there.
Well, I will give him that.
Yeah, but
he added. Yeah, he added something though. One took away. He added something. What are we gonna do?
Y and Z.
Yeah, and there's no hope. I think. What do you guys think?
Once we have one of them get it right, then we're going to up the ante. We're going to have them say the alphabet backwards phonetically.
See, over here we say Z.
That's the proper way to say it. You keep it up, Timbo. Well done.
Uh-oh.
XYZ.
We got Busby that just.
That with some Sorry, go ahead.
No, we got Busby that just joined the chat. We want to talk to Busby. Busby, welcome to the channel.
What up, homies?
What's going on, man?
What up?
Your sister's ankles?
Yeah, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel on the politics server.
We've talked before.
Yeah. So how did you hear about us, man? What brought you here?
The alphabet song.
You mean originally or just now?
Just now.
I don't know. You guys seem like you had
got it going on, huh?
Yeah.
Pretty nice. Very nice. All right, yeah.
Did you know we're number one?
I don't think he knows that, but he.
Well, you guys have said it a few times, so.
Really?
I think I get it. Yeah.
Hell yeah! Hey, tell your friends, huh?
I don't have any.
The guy that bags your groceries, let him know about it too. So yeah, we're talking about the topic of the shape of the Earth or lack thereof. So, what is your position? Do you think there's any scientific evidence for the Earth as a globe?
I think it's got some shape.
No, but do you think there's any scientific evidence for it being a globe?
I'm no scientist, man.
I know, but do you think there is any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? It's a yes or no.
Well, it's just rare that I think so.
It's rare that you think.
Rare that he thinks.
Folks, I can't. I mean,
he's the archetype for a globe part.
What can I do? I mean, the canvas is painting itself. I mean, it's just the brush is in the air, just like doing this thing. I'm just watching it. It's just all right. So, but I mean, if that's true, then why would you even cling to that idea? There's nothing holding you to it.
I don't believe that.
Well, what do you believe?
I don't know. It's been, well, chill out. It's been like a month or so.
He didn't say anything. He didn't say anything.
It's all good. I was here like a month ago, and I didn't make any claims then. I probably won't now, but your advice was to just hang out and listen, and so that's what I'm doing now.
Oh, I remember
I'm not hanging
you now.
on to any beliefs. I'm just just saying hi.
You're like a leaf in the wind. You're just blowing around, landing.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
I love it. Life's an adventure. Take me where I go.
I like that attitude.
We get it. You're along for the ride. All right. So we got AZ in the chat also. Welcome, AZ. Not Y and Z. Not Y and Z, but AZ. AZ, are you there? Stonewall. I wonder why. I mean,
No parking on the dance floor.
yeah, Crit's gonna get all Sonny on the plane on you, man. You better speak or I'm gonna ban you. I was like, fucking hell, Sonny.
10.
I even told him, like, dude, I raw dog it sometimes, man, but you I don't know, raw dog, there needs to be a different term for what you're doing. People that
I
don't
know
know
raw
speak
dogging is something else.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, your sister.
Raw doggity.
Well,
yeah.
Walked into that one.
Hey, Crit, that was a good job. 10. That sounded like Sonny, man.
Well, we didn't get any mileage out of AZ or Busby, it seems.
Let's try Crit.
Oh, shit.
I'm your Huckleberry.
No, he was talking to Blue Marble Science and Shoebill over there. And what is it? Chimpanzee server?
I'm sorry to ask media review, but the Earth is actually in the shape of a hot dog.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Gladiator, welcome to the chat.
Hot dog Earth. Make us hungry.
No, for sure.
Do you know the Rocky Mountains? Do you know the Rocky Mountains, motherfucker? That's just the relish.
Yeah.
It's the cheese,
I get
man.
it. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, you're full of energy, but we want to know if there's any scientific evidence for the Earth as a globe. Gladiator.
Personally, I don't think the Earth is flat. I think the Earth is bigger than what it's being proposed to be.
Dude.
If that makes sense.
You know how when people ask a question and you answer them? That's kind of what we're doing, you and I, right? I'm asking a question, you can answer it. It's a closing question, really. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? Go ahead.
Yes, there is scientific.
You're going to have to stop there, son. You see, what you should have said was that Alpha, that is a malformed question. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. Has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen below third grade and sacrificing it on a second grade retard altar.
There you go.
Are you going to have like a coherent conversation? Or you're just going to meet me and
that was coherent. Yeah, everybody heard. It was coherent. You thought that there was scientific evidence to the Earth being a globe where you should have recognized that the question was malformed. You didn't recognize it right away, which showed your comprehension or understanding in the scientific realm. You don't understand any science. That's what it showed. That's how we all comprehended.
Sure, and all I'm hearing is you're a nigger, so.
Bye.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
Interesting. Oh, boy.
Woo.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are at the cream of the crop of the bald-tard religion. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I love bathing myself in their ignorance, Kiwi. Is that wrong?
I was just thinking about saying that. Is that wrong? I was just thinking that a little while ago. That's too funny. What were you pulling a George Costanza on us?
Well, I do like some of their comedy.
Remember his boss had him in the office and he charged him with having sex with that maid, and he looked at his boss after he got charged and he goes, "Was that wrong?" You're fired.
Yeah.
Dude, buddy.
I like Seinfeld.
Love Seinfeld.
I like when he was at the rental car place, and he was talking about a reservation. You know that whole bit that he did with that. Oh, it was glorious.
Yeah.
It's one of the best bits I think
Point
that
of
he's done.
making a reservation if you don't reserve the car that we made the reservation for.
And the lady goes, she said something. The lady said something to the effect, "Well, we know what a reservation is," and he says, "I don't think you do." Like that part right there, I fucking lost it, dude. Because that's what I use in here. Like when the numpties say shit, And they're like, well, I know what science is. I'm like, I don't think you do. Like, that's what I do.
Yeah, there it is, Raleigh. Right there.
Oh, so oh shit, Raleigh's got that clip.
Was that wrong? I plead ignorance on this.
I like to like when you're talking to these guys and they come in there with the confidence and bravado and like last night. Oh, you missed it, QE. I'm serious.
What happened?
It was an older gentleman that came through here. I mean, sounds older in age, like 60s or something. And he was just as obtuse as all get out. I mean, this guy was just proper Glober, right? Didn't want to answer anything. Didn't want to say the obvious truth about what the horizon appears as. And just like, what does the horizon appear as when you see it? Doesn't it look flat? He's like, well, I mean, it looks flat-ish. Like, it was just... Dude, yeah, I would have had a field day if you would have been in here with him.
He said the horizon was flattish?
Flattish, yeah. I don't know.
That's unique. That's okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I don't even think that's a word.
There was shrinkage in you.
And is that when they go and see that ugly baby?
We got Misfit that just joined us. I don't know, Misfit.
Yeah, the ugly baby, and he steals all the lobster traps. That shit's hilarious.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
The pool was cold.
Before he runs away, Misfit, say hello. Say what's up. Damn it.
You gotta see the baby.
Dingo ate your baby.
We have the Brick that just joined us as well. He's down there with the Honorable Shlomo. Right above him. The Brick, if you're there, welcome to the room.
I wonder how long it's going to be before we figure out the brick is bricked.
10 seconds.
He's going
How many squid you got on it this time?
Oh, no, he's not stonewalling you. All right.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
I'm reading right now, so I just want to listen. I'll speak later.
Oh, this guy sounds like you might. Your posh accent sounds like you might know a little something. Just saying.
You know who that is.
No, I don't. Who is it?
The Brick?
He came into 24/7 one time, drunk as fuck. Been back here a few times.
Wait, say something, the Brick. I think I know who it is.
Do y'all have a policy where you just ban somebody like Rans serverly?
Yes, that's him.
Who is it? I'm still trying to think.
What was your old name, dude?
What do you mean? What was my old name?
Your old server name.
I think I know who you're talking about. I don't think it's him though.
What server?
What you reading?
Green Eggs and Ham.
Memoirs of a Clown.
Green Eggs and Ham, Timbo. Jeez, oh man.
No, I'm actually reading London Labour and the London Poor by Mayhew.
Damn,
aren't you cultured?
Posh.
Huh?
You do sound posh. You sound like you know what you're talking about.
What I'm saying.
Take my Green Eggs and Ham back.
You got to rely on old Alpha over here. I can pick up on shit like this.
Timbo, he could be refined.
I'm thinking.
Could be.
Could rival Jedi even. I mean, I don't know. Just kind of see what happens.
The thing about reading is, no matter how much you read, you can still be a fool.
Sorry.
So what you're saying is, you're a fool?
I'm just saying I could be a fool.
Well, let's just say for argument's sake you are. How about that?
Well, if I was a fool, I wouldn't even be able to recognize I was a fool, maybe.
Oh,
we were just talking about that.
Uh-huh. I think we're getting somewhere.
listening.
I mean, aren't we? What do you guys
Yeah.
think?
Yeah.
Fuck, dude.
Well, at least he's well read.
Do we skip the alphabet with the song with this one? Do you think?
Perhaps. Maybe we can do that this one time. But I mean, we're gonna have to pull that back up again if it needs be.
All right.
So, I mean, just put a bookmarker where you're at right now, because we do want to ask you a question. It's curious, right? Do you think there's any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
You're gonna have to repeat that. My audio device needed to be plugged in.
No worries. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Do you think there's any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Yes.
Oh boy, you should.
Well, we tried. We tried.
You're well read, but you just train wrecked unwittingly your entire science acumen. You see, what you should have said was, "Hey, Meggie, does he know that you're Meggie?" Probably not. What you should have said was, "Hey, Alpha, that was a malformed question. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. That's geometry. Heretofore rendering your science acumen right at third grade and sacrificing it on the second grade retard altar."
Hold on.
We can hold on, but for a moment, and then we got to move forward.
Then we got to read.
Science can't be used to observe the shape of something?
Correct.
I think he's catching on, QE.
You got to remember what QE said. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicates natural cause and effect relationships. Science isn't the tool that you would use to figure out the shape of an object. You can look at the object and say that observation appears in science, but the observation of a natural phenomena is not you looking at a shape, a concrete noun.
I need to think about what you just said, because that sounded like there were way too many words used.
Well, you know, books have words in them, and sometimes a lot of them. But when you put them together, they form sentences, and that usually helps in the communication process.
I understand what's being said.
Oh, okay. I'm just, don't know where you're at with this whole
It
thing.
is.
Okay.
It is him. It is him. It's 100% him.
Uh-oh, you're him.
Oh,
yep.
crap.
He's definitely not him. He can't be him because I'm him.
You know, some girls usually say he's him.
Yeah, so
I'm the friend not
I mean,
to worry about.
all that's good and well, but how are you going to deal with what's been said to you? You know, with the sentences that were said to you?
Oh, no, my bad. I thought you were just giving me soliloquies and nothing else.
A soliloquy? That rivals. I might have to acquiesce to your request.
And he can too.
Whose request are you acquiescing to?
The question that was asked acquiesced to?
Huh?
What?
Huh?
Like, did somebody request something of QE? I'm confused.
That was your sister, but we don't need to go into that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So how's the processing going? Are the gears turning? Are the cogs spinning? I mean, tell us the update.
The spite. I still need to know, like,
what?
why is it that science can only observe cause and effect relationships? Like, who decided this?
Because that's what the scientific method does.
No, but like, where does it say that?
In the scientific, it says that within the scientific method. First step of the scientific method is observe a natural phenomena. That would be to say something happening in the physical and natural world. That would be a dependent variable. You could then go on to make a prediction, a special type of prediction, a hypothesis, where you predict what causes that to happen. That will be your independent variable. So your hypothesis is if this independent variable, then that dependent variable. You can then test this hypothesis where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it causes the phenomena or not. Now, can you apply the whole of this method to a shape?
I mean, shapes aren't things that actually separately exist. Shapes are simply descriptions we give to things.
Cool. So, do we use science to figure out the shape of an object?
No, we can do that. We can use...
Oh, wow.
After he just got done explaining to you, and I'll tell you what, Jenny is on fire, right on point, articulate. He just explained to you what we thought was an educated man. And you just contradicted everything he educated you on. How's that possible? Are you a retard?
Look, I'm still an educated man. I have an education you don't agree with, I guess.
Agree with?
What are you educated in, dude? What's your background, sir?
I think I probably already said this to you guys before, but chemical engineering.
Well, that explains a lot. Engineering, right? So that's not science. Yep, told you it was him. Say again?
Beans.
Beans.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah.
Oh, it is Beans.
Yeah, I'm Beans. What it's kind of my name. You look at my profile, that's my name.
Uh-oh.
He has a history. He has a history of being in here, yeah.
Yeah. I used to speak to you guys back when I was a math tutor. I'm unemployed right now.
Don't worry about that. We're only trying to get content out of the reason why people such as you that claim to be educated can't really understand. You what?
I am educated. The discrepancy here is whether or not you guys believe my education is valid or not.
No, you said you were an engineer. You said you were an engineer, and I said, well, that's not science. Right? You got an issue with that?
Is he there?
I'll entertain it. You're right. Go for it.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
It's not science, right? Yeah, we totally don't observe how things work within the field. But...
I didn't say that. I said it's not science. It's not a natural science. I'm not indicting engineers. Engineers are, most of them that I've met in my life are pretty intelligent. All I'm saying here is that engineering is not a natural science. It's not scientific. Agree? Yes?
I'll go. Yeah, sure. I'll agree. Yeah.
That's a fair statement, man.
I wouldn't agree with that. I reckon it relies on the principles of natural science.
Okay, I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 49 minutes after the hour.
I mean,
from Henry Petrosky. I'm sorry, I was in the middle of something. Shut up. At 49 minutes after the hour, Mr. CZEP up there, knuckle dragon idiot, said that I disagree with that. Okay, well, let's see if your disagreement was warranted. For 49 minutes after the hour, Henry Petrosky, professor of engineering and history at Duke University. Engineering is not science, and confusing the two keeps us from solving the problems of the world.
He can say whatever he wants to say.
I'm sure he can, since he's a fucking professor of engineering at a major university in the United States, and we got C's up here who doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench.
The reason he says engineering is not science.
Shut the fuck up. You don't know the reason somebody's saying something.
Yes, I do.
Boston University. I'm not done yet.
Hey.
Hey, shut the fuck up. Boston University College of Engineering. Title of the paper: Engineering is not science. Glue sniffer. End of citations. And the end the U.
The reason that he says engineering is not science
Shut
is
up.
because the act of engineering
Shut
something.
Shut up. You don't know why a complete stranger says something. You fucking moron. Everyone knows what he said. You're already compromised. You can't respond. You can't recover. So just sit there and shut the fuck up.
He's saying what he's saying. Why would you need to divine his thoughts about what he's saying? Like, he's saying it clearly, plainly. It's weird. But what he's really saying, like, come on, dude.
The fuck?
Guys, they kind of have a point, though.
They kind of have a point. Who are you talking about?
Yeah, this scientist gave their opinion.
What?
And they were scientists, so...
What?
I mean, like they're literally in the head of their field.
No.
They are...
What? Huh?
They're... What?
What?
I'm speaking plain English.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm saying this person that you're quoting... Instead of Finn...
Two people I'm quoting.
Well, there was just one person you said where they were like, engineering isn't a science, and treating it as a science holds actual science back, right?
No, it says, and confusing the two keeps us from solving the problems of the world. That's the title of the paper.
Yeah, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, of course.
Well, we don't like paraphrasing here.
You should just be paying attention to what's going on in the text channel so you don't have to be that confused. Maybe put your book down for a moment. Engage with what the discussion's about.
Well, I'm
Just
engaging. I put my book
advice.
down ages ago.
Well, look at the text. It'll clue you into context, so you don't have to wonder or paraphrase. Easier that way.
Yeah, actually, so he posted the quote.
Yeah, citations, of course.
I didn't know he was going to post the quote. Shit, like...
But I'm telling you, man, like, when you look at the text chat, it clues you into the things that, when people post stuff, you'll see the context. It's very helpful.
Why do you think people start this with at 54 minutes past the hour? What do you think that's in reference to?
Jedi.
Oh, no, it's some comment where somebody says to some other person, you sing like fucking shit. I don't know.
Awesome stuff. This is great.
I just wanted to arbitrarily call out the time that it was your ass.
Yeah. time of death. 7:53 p.m.
Oh, shit. That's going to be a thing. I'm using that in the future. 4 minutes past the hour, your death.
Yeah.
So how can engineering be science, a natural science? I'm not done yet. Let's just disregard Henry Petrosky in Boston University. Let's disregard that. So natural science, the first step of the scientific method in natural science is observe a natural phenomena. How can you do that as an engineer?
Okay. Sorry, but a loud car raced past my room. I actually didn't hear you.
Okay. We're going to dismiss Henry Petrosky and the Boston University College of Engineering. We'll dismiss that. You see, the first step of the scientific method is observe a natural phenomena. Now, anybody can do that. I mean, there's natural phenomena everywhere when you go out in nature. But an engineer's job is to build things like man-made things. Yes?
Yeah. And the thing about being an engineer is, like, the big question whenever you want to design something is, how will this interact with the actual real forces in nature?
Real forces like what?
I mean, you know a bunch of the different forces. Of course you do.
Like what?
The Force?
Yeah, like
the
what?
Force, there's that one.
Like what? You didn't name anything. What do you mean, like that? Oh, like that one? In conclusion.
In conclusion.
You didn't name anything. What force?
In engineering, we
So no force. Okay, guys, no force. Go ahead.
In chemical engineering, it's not so simple. In like mechanical engineering, you would use like gravity and stuff. In chemical engineering,
Hold on. Gravity, is that a force?
I mean, they use it. Okay, whether or not they're correct or not, they use it.
No, you said forces. You said I recognize forces. Is it a force or not?
I mean, that wouldn't change whether or not the field uses the force or not.
Just answer the question.
The field uses the
I
force.
recognize it. Of course I do. Duh.
Duh, they use it. The force?
Yeah, the force of gravity. Well, it's pseudo.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, the force of gravity. That would be it. Did you know that that gravity hasn't been a force for over 110
I know. That's why I use the term pseudo force. It's a pseudo force.
It's not a pseudo force either. I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth. I did not say that. I said gravity is
I'm
not
not putting words in your mouth. I'm putting words in my
Gravity is
mouth.
not a force, sir. So engineers wouldn't be using it because it's not a force. Follow? So what else do engineers do? Go ahead.
Engineers never use equations with G in them.
Equations with G? Nope. And equations aren't natural science, Holmes. That's mathematics.
But it's the product of natural science.
No, it's not the product of natural science. It has nothing to do with the scientific method. The scientific method is only interested in the qualitative, not the quantitative. Has nothing to do with natural science.
The qualitative.
Yep, qualitative. It's either the cause or it's not the cause of the effect, period.
Okay. So, let's say that you have... I was going to give a chemistry example, but this would ought to be turned down.
Turned down?
Yeah. Because I was about to use an equation and then try to explain how it still fits into the normal science, but yeah.
Yep, equations aren't natural science.
Yeah, I mean, except when they actually explain the actual
No,
world.
equations don't explain shit. Mathematics, at the very best, can describe. Do you know the difference between descriptions and explanations?
Given an individual thing, a description will tell you the characteristics of the thing and how that thing operates. And
No. That's not a description. Not how it operates. How and whys are explanations. Descriptions are whats and ises. So equations, mathematics is unable to explain shit. Describe? Abstractly? Yes. Explain? No. You're in a category error.
Okay. I'll hold to these definitions. News to me, of course, but,
Learn something new every day.
Yeah.
You realize that gravity hasn't been a force for 110 years. We good with that?
Yeah, of course. I already said that it's pseudo force, which means by the definition it can't actually be a force because it's
no, it's not a pseudo force. It's not a pseudo force either.
I mean, a pseudo force is just a name. Right?
Yeah, that would mean a false force, and it's not that either.
Pseudo doesn't mean false.
Force, it means false. Pseudo means false. Has another different, a couple different connotations to it, but main one is false. Pseudo, false, a sham.
I will need to look into this because, yeah. So it says, there are implications where it means to have been believed to be completely so, but have actually been false, which would make you right. But it also says to resemble or imitate, which would make me right. So I guess we can just agree that, it's not a useful term, I guess. And I guess we could say yes. So gravity isn't a force; it's just useful in calculations. I will concede it's not a force, even a pseudo-force, because the pseudo-force, obviously, from what I've just read.
I thought I was still. I'm sorry, I was on mute.
You
What you have to, when you use variables in equations in mathematics, those variables have to be rigorously defined. Do you agree or disagree?
Oh, well, that really depends on disciplines. A lot.
No, it really doesn't. It really doesn't.
It does.
It doesn't. So G does not exist, so it can't be in any equations. Where'd you get G from?
You're realize in math you can just make stuff.
Where'd you get G from?
In math you can just make G. Now in science, yeah, of course, if G isn't a real force, then yeah, you shouldn't be using it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You shouldn't be using it to describe any system where the effects of some form of descriptive system that uses quote-unquote G isn't applicable.
Correct.
Okay. Well, as we know in the real world, this hypothetical G is very much applicable.
Really? Show.
Thing is full at 9.8 seconds.
Really? Show.
Sorry, meters per second squared, huh?
Really? 9.8 meters per second squared? That was debunked over 110 years ago.
Wait, by who?
Einstein?
Einstein debunked that things on Earth fall at... Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll tell you what. Let's test one thing. I got a helium balloon. I let it go. Does it fall at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Okay, dude. No, I mean, that's not how vectors work, and you know that.
Vectors work. Vectors don't work. Vectors are directions, you glue sniffer. So,
okay, well, vector sums are a thing.
Vector sums of fucking
with linear algebra. Okay, are you going to
fucking overtalk me? Do not overtalk me. Dumb fuck, pulling shit out of your ass and thinking you'll make it stick. I want you to show where G is used in the real world. That's what you claimed, right? Get fucking to it right now. You thought you'd sidestep that. You thought you sidestepped that, right? No, you actually didn't. You and your little red herring fuckwit fallacies.
Honestly, nope. I'm trying to cope with you.
Well,
that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, we're trying to cope with your dumbass too. Now, support what you say. If you can't support what you say, shouldn't we treat you as a village idiot?
No, so linear algebra is valid.
Why not?
That's just a fact.
Why not? Support what you say. Let's put it in the real world.
Algebra is valid, so...
Fuck algebra. I want G.
But algebra is still valid, whether or not...
He's arguing algebra.
Yeah, algebra is just valid. That's just a fact. So
I didn't claim anything about algebra. Have you got an Adderall drip close?
I'm making statements about forces that involve linear algebra, and those statements are still true.
What the fuck, dude?
Stop trying to divert. We're talking about...
You diverted with fucking algebra! Now get that fucking real world G and put it into some fucking equations right now.
Slow down. You're stumbling.
Get it! Do it now!
You're stuttering.
Do it now!
Stop stumbling.
Do it now, village idiot! Do it!
Okay.
You made the claim.
I have to get G. So what is G?
That's our question to you.
Okay, well, you want me to provide G, but if I don't know what G is, you have to explain what G is so that I can provide
I don't have to, hey, counselor. I don't need to provide your evidence, fuckwit.
Counselor.
Hey, fuckwit counselor. I'm not here to provide your evidence, sir.
No, you need to provide a definition of what G is.
Well, it's your claim!
Slow down.
Holy
Calm
shit,
down.
just shut him up. We're done with you. Fuck off. Go read your book. Try going to fucking school again, primary
Such
school.
a
Pay
bully,
attention this
dude.
time.
You're
Just shut the
such
fuck
a
up.
child.
Just shut the fuck up. Shut up. You're a dumb
So
fuck.
special.
Shut the fuck up.
Unique
Hey,
little boy.
Quantum
Shut the
Eraser.
fuck up.
Hey, Quantum.
Is somebody
Can
white
I-
knighting?
Quantum, can I ask you a
What?
question? Can I ask you a question?
Oh boy. No.
Okay.
Imagine going to physics class and the teacher wants to talk to you about something, and then he says, I actually forgot. Can one of the students tell me what this is so I can start teaching it to you?
Exactly.
Have you guys been around the globe?
No. Is that all you got, Leaf?
I got more.
Oh shit.
But I will serve you later.
Oh, hold on. Where'd Miggy go? Fuck. He just gets up and leaves and shit.
It's just rude, isn't it?
It's rude. Go ahead, ask him the question. Jetty.
Too late.
Too late.
Ah, damn it.
I got countered hard by the Globers today.
With what? Toothpick?
Distance to the sun.
Oh, that's a lovely one.
How is that a hard counter?
Well, I said that you get it from a radio signal and a mathematical formula, and then
No, you don't.
there's two. No.
Nope.
Well, their claim, let's say. I'm not saying it's true, but their claim, right?
Yeah. Well, the claim.
So you get it. Yeah. So they do it they're saying from a radio signal and a math, and then they're saying no, there's two more methods. Omnivore's like explaining it. Zenit something, and then there's another one I forgot.
He's a fucking moron. So the first Omnivore's a moron. He doesn't know what supersedes mean. So I don't know why you would trust him to say anything. They can't make a claim like radio signals and then, okay, that we don't mean that. We can do it another way. I don't think so. So how are they doing with radio signals? Let's go one at a time.
I think their claim is they send a radio signal with a frequency, it comes back 60 minutes later.
Well, they can't do that because the sun is a black body and all black bodies absorb all frequencies of light. Nothing is re-emitted.
Okay, but they're saying if you don't aim it at the sun, it doesn't come back.
If they're what?
If you don't aim that at the sun, it doesn't come back.
So when they aim it at the sun and it comes back, that means that the sun is 93 million miles away.
Yeah, that's their claim. Yeah,
it's pretty fucking stupid. How did they actually do it? Globers don't even know that. They don't even know their own religion.
That's if you did it. If you did this.
Well, my problem is you can't verify it, right? How do you verify it? It's not like you hold a tape measure to the sun.
Yeah, you can't. They just made it up throughout history. All different numbers, too. So from Jillian Scudder, PhD astrophysics, the sun absorbs all the light that hits it. From Science Direct, a black body is a body that absorbs all wavelengths of light. No light is reflected, and therefore at low temperature it appears black. Emission from a black body is temperature dependent, and at high temperature, a black body will emit a spectrum of photon energies that span the visible range, and therefore it will appear white. The sun is an example of a high temperature black body. Section 1.14.4.1 Absorptivity. A black body surface completely absorbs external irradiation, regardless of direction and wavelength distribution. Its surface absorptivity is always 1. So alpha wavelength equal alpha equal 1. The reflectivity of a black body is always 0. Thanks for your ear. Have a nice day. I'll be in the area all week. Next.
We've got some new people in the chat. I've noticed that Inside, this is going to be funny, Inside has joined us. What's up, Inside? Nice to have you in the channel. What brings you here? See, you're unmuted. Just want to say hi.
Hello, mate. Just here for the good vibes.
Do you have something against outside?
No, I actually prefer outside, but I'm inside right now, so.
Isn't that concave?
Concave earther. I was actually speaking to one, and from what I was told, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the claim was every single concave earther became a flat earther first. That's what I was told. So no one has gone from the globe straight to concave earth.
You are concave, right?
Not me.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, we need some solid evidence that the moon is flat. Someone
No one says that though.
Then how the fuck is the Earth flat?
Oh my God!
We've got a globe.
That statement I just
How is the Earth flat? Is Pluto flat too, or is there no such thing as Pluto?
Right, dude. You can access the Earth, right? You're on the Earth, right? Are you on the moon?
Yeah, okay, but I'm asking you, is it flat?
I don't know. I can't go to the moon and measure it, but I can measure the Earth, the thing that I'm standing on.
Okay, but when you look at the moon, does it look flat to you, or does it look round? And be honest.
Looks flat.
No. Be honest.
Moon's a little bit complicated, so I'll give you it's circular, and it does appear. Let me finish. It does appear sometimes like it could be a sphere, libration, for example, but it doesn't reflect light like a sphere. You understand that when a sphere reflects light, there's going to be a specular highlight, a bright point, and then the divergence of the surface is going to diverge the light rays away. So to you, the observer, it's going to appear dimmer. But when we observe the moon, that's an even covering of light. From the top to the bottom, to the left to the right, that's an even covering of light. So it doesn't look like a sphere that's reflecting light.
Okay, and a sphere, in your opinion, could be flat?
What? No.
Okay, so there's the answer.
No, he's saying it appears like a sphere. It's not actually a sphere.
I'm saying, and I've got to say it again, sometimes, yes, it can look like a sphere, but other things don't attribute like a sphere, like the reflection of the light. If that was a curved surface, there'd be a specular highlight.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You sound like a good bloke, unlike some of the other people in here who just rage.
Yeah. Yeah, DJ.
Like that guy Quantum, he rages. If you ask him a question about the moon, he'll call you what is his term?
A glue
Asshole
sniffer.
sniffer? Sounds like what he is, an asshole sniffer.
Glue sniffer.
Yeah, asshole sniffer, yeah.
Not an apple sniffer. I never said that. What the hell kind of insult is that?
I think he said asshole sniffer.
Yeah, he said asshole, not apple.
Oh, no, I never said that. I'd say bum sniffer, but I guess that's close. Okay, Nancy. Well, Jetty just tore apart your whole argument. You got anything else?
No, man, we just need to see this evidence on the so-called moon. I mean, I see about the Earth, and we need to get more information about these other planets, moon.
Planets? That's begging the question. How are they other planets?
Jedi. So what about the planets then? What about other planets? What's
What
your
planet?
opinion
That's
on that?
begging. I'll say it again. That's begging.
Let me hear Jedi. Let me hear Jedi.
That's
say
begging
this,
the question there, Clown Show. And then I got an overall question. Why would we need to know what they are when the question is whether the Earth is a sphere or a horizontal plane?
Okay, but let's talk about the other planets for a second. Jedi, what's your opinion on those?
All right.
Not our opinion.
I'll end this quickly.
See, Messi, the problem
Go ahead,
is.
Jetty. No, hold on, Gagushi.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jetty. He's asking for you.
Okay. So, same answer as with the moon. I can't go to the moon. I can't go to these other lights in the sky to determine what they are. Same answer as before. Can't access them. Don't know.
So you looked at the other planets before through a telescope?
Yeah, I've looked at the things that will quote unquote be wandering stars, planets like Mars, Jupiter, Venus, Saturn. Yeah, I've seen those all through a telescope. But the same with the moon. I can only look at the moon, Jupiter and Mars. I can't access them to measure them directly. I have access to the Earth, though, and I can measure that directly.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Also, the one thing that will help as someone who's getting into this, the Globers will say you have to leave the Earth to go to the galaxy to reach these planets, right? Flat Earth doesn't believe you could leave the Earth. So you have to understand that. So what you're asking a question, but you're applying the globe model. That's what's not making sense.
There is no globe model, and we
Well, I'm
don't
just telling you
believe
that.
they're not leaving the Earth. We know they're not leaving.
So where are they going up? 1,000 feet into the air, and then what?
I'll tell you
come back
where.
down?
I'll tell you where they're not going, into a second law of thermodynamics violation.
So basically, all the countries are in on it, huh?
All I know is they're not going to a second law of thermodynamics violation. Everything after that is fucking relevant.
That is a good question. Like, what's the motive?
No, it isn't. That's an appeal to motive fallacy.
Why?
Appeal to motive fallacy.
What's that mean?
That means it's fallacious reasoning. It's irrelevant.
Okay, but if every country's lying on it, right?
Who cares?
There's gotta be more.
Who cares? We just deal with evidence here, not with the alignments and other things. Just the evidence. What does the evidence show?
Evidence is very important.
So what's your opinion
But then he's
on
going to say the
actual
experts are
astronauts?
NASA. That's the problem.
Yeah, what's your opinion on these actual astronauts then? Are these guys in on it? Like they're getting paid? Are they being lied to like doctors are?
They're
being lied to?
astronauts-
Like what they
astronauts-
study?
I'm telling you, astronauts specifically are demonstrated liars.
So they know then, huh? Is what you're claiming? Or they're taught wrong?
Yeah, all I'm saying, if they're telling you they went to a second law of thermodynamics violation, they're fucking lying. Period.
You keep saying that. What is that?
What do you mean? What is what?
The second thermodynamics.
The second thermodynamics. What about the third thermodynamics?
Or the second law, I should say.
Second law of thermodynamics states more or less that all spontaneous processes produce an increase in entropy in the universe. So if that be the case, then the spontaneous processes of gas behavior and gas expansion into a vacuum would utterly destroy their fairy tale vacuum of space, and you wouldn't be breathing.
So, in other words, what you're saying is you can't just wear a gas cylinder behind you and go to space and breathe the air.
Oh my god, no, that's not what he's saying.
No, I know, I'm just joking. That was a joke.
He had a fucking heart attack then, no. That's not what he's saying.
I know, I was joking about that. But that is silly, isn't it? Wearing a space suit and then going up there.
Why do they require a spacesuit and the Earth doesn't?
Aroma.
Well, their claim is there's oxygen in the air and we could breathe it. Over there's no oxygen.
Well, if there was oxygen here and no oxygen over there, all the oxygen from here would go over there. And we'd have no oxygen here. We wouldn't be breathing.
You know, when I was a child, whenever I would ask my grandpa when he would, I didn't know, but whenever he would go to work, I would always ask him where he's going, and he would always yell at me and say, "I'm going to the moon!"
Thanks for that. What your response should have been, you can't. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah, I didn't know that when I was 6 years old.
That would have shut him up real quick.
So there's something blocking the air from exiting, right?
Gotta be. Or the second law of thermodynamics is false. Your choice.
I think the first one makes more sense, if I'm honest.
What was the first one? Sorry.
The something blocking the air from not exiting the Earth.
Yes.
At the top, at the high altitude. Let me see if this guy's on, man. Let me bring him in here.
Where are you from, dude?
Earth.
No,
The
no,
Earth.
the other guy.
The Earth. That's how his answer is great.
Are you European?
No, man.
Oh, all right.
Can't you tell he's from Mississippi? Mississippi.
No, he sounds like he's European or something.
Arabic.
Same thing, isn't it, Neil?
Wait, what?
The takeover.
Well, let's not kill this room now, guys. We've got a load of new people in here. Has anybody got any questions? Anybody got a claim that the Earth is a ball and they want to die on that hill? We'll gladly accept that. There's lots of new people around. Inside, you're still here. Who else we got? New people. Anybody? Mushkane's in the house. What's up, Mushkane? We've got Messi is in the house. Is that the Argentinian football player Messi or someone else? Well, welcome to the channel, Messi. It's good to see you. If you got any questions, please unmute your microphone.
No, Messi was the one that preferred you rather than me.
Oh, was that Messi? Was it? Do apologise, Messi, mate. I don't do well with names.
Oh, you knew you liked him anyway. You're just playing.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna message this guy to come in now.
Okay, thanks.
Is he a heavy hitter?
He's a Glober. He was arguing about the sun.
All right.
He says he's banned.
Oh,
what's his name?
Omnivore.
Oh no, we're not
Oh
listening to
my
that clip.
god, you know that loser?
He's in the other server. He's a Glober.
Yeah, leave him
Wasn't
over
he
there.
here yesterday?
Yeah.
Where did he get banned?
Why'd he get
Because he's
banned?
omnivore.
Yeah, he wants to come in, but he's banned.
Oh, fuck him. He's stupid.
He sent me a white paper.
I banned him for lying. Am I
He
coming
sent,
through?
me, he sent me a white paper like a week ago of Cavendish done in a vacuum and said that proves that mass attracts mass.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'll tell you exactly what happened. He asked for citations about the surface of water or liquid being flat. He was given several, and then continued to say that we didn't post any. So he got banned.
That wasn't. Yeah, that was earlier today, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Or was it?
Yep.
Yeah, that was earlier today. Yeah.
That Nathan Oakley is tomorrow, right?
Did he come in here earlier this week?
I don't think it's been in this week. Tomorrow it was due.
Yep. Then tomorrow he'll come in. He should come in. Yeah.
Hey, Messi, you there?
Hey, Messi.
Where's Messi? Is he here?
I don't know. Yeah, he's here. Messi's still here. He doesn't like me very much.
Well, I was gonna tell him if he thinks you yell, he needs to come in tomorrow for a treat.
I hurt his feelings.
I thought this guy was the best representative from the Globe, though.
Who?
This Omnivore guy.
Oh God, they're in a war. Their ass is in a sling. If that's the case.
There's him, and then there's another guy named NASA Shield.
Oh, he's a dumbass. Check out my numpty clips on my channel. He's on there.
Oh, NASA Shield's on there? Can you link me this? Can you link me this?
I numpty clipped him. It was
okay. Can you link me this, please?
Second. Oh, yeah. I need to go find that for you. Shit. All right. Hold on.
Okay, so I don't know if this guy's lying, but if someone knows the answer to this, I was watching this guy yesterday, McToon.
Oh, he's a liar.
And he said that Whitsit is saying he charges $300 an hour to debate now. Is this true or is this fake?
I don't know what it does anymore.
Whitsit banned me from his server because I asked him a question about the absence of fog on this final trip to.
I would have banned you too.
Why?
Don't ask him dumb shit like that. He's a demonstrated liar.
Who, Whitsit?
Oh, yeah.
I thought he's a flat earther.
Oh, he's a true earther.
No, I'm pretty sure he's a flat earther.
No, he's a true earther.
What is that?
You have to ask him. We caught him lying like 30 times, double speaking over 700 times. There's over 130 hours of videos on my channel documenting every single one of them.
So he's just saying he's a flat earther for money then, or what?
Yeah, he's a scammer. He's already done. I mean, he hasn't been around since the
He's the
TFE
flat
debacle.
earther who went to Antarctica.
Since the
Yeah,
TFE
that's how I know about him.
Yeah.
And what does he say?
I think he debates whose favorite color is the best now or something.
Oh, thanks for unbanning him. Omnivore's here now.
Oh, great.
He's-
Thanks.
He's on
Shut
the
up.
24-hour sun,
Shut up.
which
Okay, so Omni, what was the 4 things? There was the radio signal, the mathematical formula, the zenith, and then what was the other one?
there's the transit of Venus, the
Oh, sorry, that's what it's called. Yeah.
bouncing radio signals, and the Parker
Can't
probe.
bounce radio
are
signals
the
up a
3
black
that I would
body.
talk about.
You're a fucking moron.
Yeah. What the Parker? What? What the hell is that?
It's the Parker probe. You can Google it. Sent
The Parker,
by-
it's a probe. We use it on his sister. Water vapor.
Okay, so how do you verify it though?
So, and there's also orbital telescopes and other things.
No, there isn't. There's second law of thermodynamics violations. And the sun's
Do
a
you-
black body. You ain't getting any radar signals off it either. Clown.
Right. So how well do you think you understand that stuff?
Shut up. A fucking university ton more than you. I'm not talking to
that I'm
Get
certain
this
you
dumb
don't.
fuck out of here.
I think
he
the
doesn't even
closest
know
you've
what
been.
supersede means. Shut
I
your
think
fucking mouth.
The
Shut
closest
the
you've
fuck
been
up.
to university
Shut the
is
fuck
chasing
up.
your lost
Shut the
dog
fuck
onto the
up.
Browns.
We already been over it when you weren't here.
Demons.
Shut the fuck up.
So
shut the fuck up.
The sun is not
Shut up.
like just like there are no
understand this moron.
just like there are no perfect
Shut the
vacuums.
fuck up.
The sun is not a perfect black body, and
Shut
when they
the
send
fuck
radio
up.
signals, they send
You're
a
a
series of
fucking
dots
moron.
and dashes.
You're a fucking
similar to
moron.
like Morse code.
No, it doesn't.
So what
Sun's a
Quantum
black
Eraser
body.
believes
We already
is
been over this when
what
you
Quantum
weren't
Eraser
here.
believes
You're
is
already
that the
about
sun
this.
just
Shut the
decided
fuck
to
up.
spit out
Hey,
that
diarrhea
same
of the mouth.
series
I'm
of
having
dots and
difficulty
dashes.
hearing
Shut the
Omnivore.
fuck up. Shut up.
Let me know, Gakushi.
Shut the fuck up. Who
So-
fucking let him back in here?
Well, Gakushi.
Who let
this,
the retard
This is
back
part of
in
the
here?
test. Okay.
Whoever did, you fucking
Quantum
you
Eraser
deal with him.
knew the stuff he
You deal with him.
wants you to think he
You
knows.
deal with him right now.
He would be willing.
Raise your
to
hand.
talk-
We got diary of the dumb fuck mouth. There you go. The fuck out of here.
Hey guys.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so like I am a big believer in the flat earth. Okay, like there's just you can't even see the curve.
Sounds like a
I'm
troll.
not sure. Not sure I'm going to trust you in the stakes of reality.
What do you mean? There's an ice wall and everything.
Uh-oh.
You know what I mean.
Hey everyone. So I love the flat earth. Me
These guys
too.
are trolling.
We are not trolling, okay? We are here to learn more about the real truth that the government is keeping from us. Yeah, and I'm kind of spooked. I'm spooked.
Did you say truth? Like spell that.
The truth, okay? I'm sorry that I'm British, alright?
Girl, not
The
him
big
cocking
problem.
your list, okay? You're translating.
Yeah,
Don't,
leave the
don't
list
use
alone,
I'm British
okay?
as
I'm
an
a
excuse because
victim.
you guys fucking invented the word.
Okay, like tell me the truth about flat Earth.
Isn't that what you said? Whitsid believes the truth.
Wait, where's Melina? Melina, are you in here?
Are these
I
women
just need to know
transsexuals?
about the. I just need to know.
Melina, I'm missing
Tell me.
you.
I actually cannot tell if you're a female or a transsexual. I honestly can't tell.
It doesn't matter.
Look, they can't cock our key, sister.
Are you guys pre or
Oh,
post?
that's your sister.
Baby.
Can you two fuck off or join the chat?
Yeah, no, we want to talk about flat Earth. Like, we
Okay,
want to
so
get
one
involved.
person at a time. I know you came in as a duo, but just one person at a time's fine. All right. Otherwise, it's audio chaos. No one can understand anything.
All right.
Proper Jedi.
All right, one of you go ahead.
Yeah, so like I really care about flat Earth. Like honestly, like I think we've been lied to.
Okay, make an argument for a flat Earth then.
Okay, can you see the curve? No. Have you ever been to the moon? No. Okay, they fake the
Moon's got
moon
nothing to
landing.
do with Earth.
Not an argument.
How can you prove the Earth is round? You can't do it. You just can't. Okay, it's all a lie. Period.
I'll
It's a
agree
lie.
with you there.
Yeah.
That is a pretty dumb argument, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm a dumb person.
I mean, to say, have you gone to the moon yourself? If that's your argument,
I've never been to the moon. I don't want to go
Fair
there.
enough.
There's no
When
TikTok on the moon.
he or she said you can't see the
Yeah,
curve.
nobody went to the moon. That's the point.
yeah. Just to be clear, I don't.
Moon, that's the point.
Okay, but I don't even believe in the moon landing.
Violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Just a procedural thing before I have to go for a couple minutes. Gagushi, I posted that in the chat for you at 35
Okay,
minutes.
thank
after
you.
the hour.
All right, thanks.
Sorry for the interruption. Please continue.
Please don't do that.
Who's doing that, man?
Where the hell I'm at?
A Zeppelin concert. Oh, when the sun beats down upon my face.
If they were playing, that was pretty good.
That was pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? That was pretty
The
good.
women come in here at QE get to singing.
Were you
Turn this
saying that was
around.
pretty good for my singing or the guitar?
Oh, both, QE.
That's a damn lie.
That was great.
Okay, so my friend wants to debate you on the flat Earth.
It's not a debate.
Yeah, like the Earth is flat. Period. The end.
Okay,
Yeah, I know,
period.
that's it.
So, Melina, Melina, do you believe that the Earth is round or flat?
Round and flat can be the same thing.
Yeah, look at a pancake.
Scientific. What?
You mean a sphere?
Okay, like here's the thing. You know all those planes that went missing? Okay, over the ocean.
You can say your
they
say
fell off
your
the edge of the Earth.
THs. You just changed your THs from Fs to Ths. Well done.
I'm sorry that I'm stupid and have a weird voice. Okay, it's not my
That's
fault.
not
I'm British and was a gay boy growing up. That's not my fault.
Does that mean
You
your
know,
tongue
I
can't
am
do
simply a
say
victim of my own socialization.
Oh my god.
Okay, I may be a cringe tranny, but I also believe in the mission of the flat Earth.
Not a mission, dude.
Yeah, I'm trying to convince the people that they've been lied to. We're being deceived.
You're wasting your time.
I'm not
No
wasting my
convincing.
time, though. I believe in this.
Okay, you're not gonna your mission is to convince people, but your argument is there's no curvature. How do you demonstrate that?
Simple. You just ask them if they can see the curvature. Duh.
And what if they say yes?
Well, they do say yes.
I'll just call them faggots until they say no. Duh.
Wouldn't you be insulting yourself?
I never said I wasn't a hypocrite.
Oh my god.
Why do they get the pass? I want the pass. This is bullshit.
You can have the pass. I don't care.
Go for it.
I don't trust it.
Say it.
Nigger.
Good for you.
Do you feel better now?
There's no filters here. We can say what we want.
No, they get banned and muted.
No, you can't. Just tell them what is flat. Should it be enough?
Or is it flat?
Flat.
Well, the Globers will say the curvature. You have to see. You only see it at the long distances, right? Like you don't see it right in front of you. But
I don't know. They say a lot of things that are contradictory.
It's Photoshop.
It's too big to see the curve, but boats go over the horizon. How does that work?
I will never.
the boat claim.
I'm scared to fall off the edge of the Earth. Personally.
Okay, let me show you something about the boat
No
claim
edge.
here. Okay, hold on a sec.
The thing
No one's been to any
No,
edge.
I want to show you something on the boat claim because that's a good example.
You see further.
It's not a good example, but go ahead.
No, here I'll show him the boat thing. This Flat Earth Dave guy has a video of this. Okay, look at this video.
Don't
I
worry,
posted it in chat.
if I were you, I would ignore Flat Earth Dave.
Well, this is a famous video I got off YouTube.
He's an idiot.
He's not a flat earther.
Flat Earth Dave is a flat earther.
He's a true earther.
What's a true earther?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I have no idea.
You gotta ask them.
Okay, but just look at the video for a sec. You see how he's like zooming in and zooming out?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Glober...
You can't zoom in over a curve, can you?
No, I know, but I asked the Glober... hold on one sec, please. The Glober... When I asked the Glober about this video, they said that it hasn't gone over the horizon. It's too far, and you have to zoom in and out.
Yeah, and then they'd have to tell you what distance it was at.
And then I would have to say.
So I have a question. Why is the Earth a sphere?
It isn't.
It's not?
Well, it is.
Well,
I don't explain the boat. Taking this seriously.
How do you explain the boat? How do you explain the boat?
How do you explain the what?
The boat.
The vote.
Well, what about the boat?
Video. How do you explain the boat disappearing and then reappearing?
Depends on who you ask. Are you asking a flat earther or a globe earther?
Here, due to curvature.
Asking a flat earther.
The flat earther will say the globe. It's over the horizon.
Stop talking for us.
Okay, sorry.
I think he has valuable points to contribute to this.
So if it's flat and you can just zoom in, then you can zoom in, yeah? If it's curved, then you can't zoom in because you'd be zooming in over a hill.
But why does it disappear?
Sometimes
Wait,
or all
so
the
what
time.
about like the pictures of the
Shut your
planet?
fucking mouth.
Oh, that's mean.
Yeah,
You're
shut
not
up, Brooklyn.
contributing. You're not contributing.
Okay, Black Pill, your chin is so big. Next.
Oh yeah, well guess what? Your ass is flat as the earth.
Right,
Okay, you're coming after my ass, but didn't you have gonorrhea last week?
Mute yourselves or you will be muted.
Oh,
That's too late. Where's the other fucking idiot?
We're at the very top of the politics page, so that's why we're getting these retards in.
This one.
There's a yeah, they came from the other channel.
Gotcha. Must have come from that LBGT.
Yeah, there's an LGBTQ channel. That's where they came from.
bitch, we didn't come from there. Be serious.
Well, who did I mute then?
Girl, we didn't go from the LGBT center. Like, keep it real.
Okay.
You muted someone silent.
Yeah, I'm
you muted somebody.
Oh, there, that person. Okay.
Girl, don't mute me. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Shut the fuck up. Alright, I'm gonna unmute that other person that I accidentally muted. Oh, they've gone. Oh, no, they haven't. Alithia. Is that alright?
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry about that. Oops.
Okay, so the question was the video that I posted, the boats.
Yeah. So if it's curved Earth, then boats should start disappearing from the bottom up. If you're at 1 foot observer height, it should start disappearing at 1.22 miles.
Okay,
At
but
3
this guy in the video says over the horizon, though.
At 3 miles, the boat would disappear from the bottom up at 6 feet. 6 feet of the boat would be missing out of view. 3 miles.
On what? On the flat Earth or globe Earth?
There's no curve on the flat Earth, is there?
Awaken, did you understand that? I honestly don't understand.
On the globe Earth, it should be disappearing.
No, well, the globe. I know the globe's answer. What's the flat's answer?
Dude, the boat is just becoming too small. The angular size, when it's zoomed out, you can't see it because it's below the angular resolution limitation of the eye, right? When you zoom in, you increase the angular size of the boat, and you can see it again. Flat Earth Dave's probably making a dumb argument there that it's disappearing bottom up, but it isn't. It's just too small to see. And then you zoom it back to view again, but you can still see the horizon when it's, the boat's too small to see, but the horizon isn't, right? So it kind of looks like it's gone beyond the horizon, but it hasn't. Very simple. The reason that Dave's mistakenly saying that it's disappearing bottom up as he zooms out is because there's ocean swells.
What is it, globe or something? Hold on.
No, that guy in the video is a flat earther.
Yeah, he's a flat earther, but he makes some dumb arguments.
You're a true earther.
What flat earther?
The one on the video.
He's a true earther. Could be a big globe.
Big globe Dave. He's not a flat earther.
This is the name, Flat Earth Dave.
Yeah, but he's not a flat earther. Just because he has it in his name, like Professor Dave's not a professor, same ordeal.
Okay, so is this one of those where nobody's a flat earther except you, or?
No, this is one of those where we can demonstrate that the person you're calling a flat earther is not. One of those cases.
Well, everyone on YouTube, you say they're not a flat earther.
Because when Big Globe Dave was asked, number one, he's a true earther. I'll show you that here in a second if you want. Number two, he was asked by Jesse Lee Peterson about his proof for a flat earth. Is the earth isn't it what's the damn how did he phrase that question? More or less, is or is you not a flat earther? Something to that effect. And Jesse wanted him to say that how is the earth flat? And Jesse asked him another question, and Dave said that it could be a bigger globe.
What's that mean?
That you're gonna have to ask Dave, because that's why we call him Big Globe Dave. He's not a flat earther.
The true earther.
Yeah, let me get that for you too. I'll show you all the true, and I'll show you the scam too. How about that?
Yeah, I heard something about he has an application. He does have a video where he believes in the Gleason's map, though.
Well, because he's a moron. That's what is that? He's a scammer, so that's why.
No need to believe in it. It exists. That map exists.
Yeah, but it's not an accurate map, right?
There aren't any.
Actually, it's a globe projection. All right. We'll get them all in one fell swoop. How about that? Instead of leading up to it, we'll just jump right in. There you go. Gagushi. It's there for you.
This is a video or image?
Image. They're images. This is.
Oh, okay, let me look.
This is Austin Whitsitt, Boy Zero Sky Grifter, otherwise known as Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball. You got Hanoi Jaren, who's a Globetard now, and then Big Globe Dave. They were all a part of the True Earth. And there's one of their scams. This is the True Earth Mount Meru 2 Virtual Summit. I think there were altogether 4 of them. And then you can get the truth of the True Earth for a certain price. Over to the far right. There you
go. The True Earth.
Because, you know...
well, I can't really call him a truth seeker, because that's not what that is.
Yeah.
Okay, is Nathan Oakley part of this group too? Truth Seeker or Truth Earth? Okay.
No.
What about Mark Sargent?
Who knows?
I would say no.
What's the name of that girl that went to the Antarctica? The hot one?
No one knows who she is.
Lisbeth.
Yeah, is she a truth earther or is she a flat earther?
I'm pretty sure she's a true alpha too.
We don't even know where she came from.
You seem to be focused on characters instead
She's
of
she's the co-host for Mark Sargent.
Not for right now. I think she got in a bad car accident. Last I heard.
Oh, really? That's sad.
I met Lisbeth Quantum.
Okay. A 304. You got to watch out. There's lots of problems. By the way, Gagucci, I was on a show back in early 2018. It was called The Iron Realm. They were interviewing me, and they asked me a question, and I said, the biggest threat to flat Earth in 2018 was pretender clown flat earthers. So I was sort of prophetic. I knew where the problem was going to be, and it was inside. And you're seeing it now.
Yeah, I wasn't around this subject in 2018, but
I knew that, so I wanted to bring you up to date, or take you back to date. So what they did, it was basically Globe Busters, who I like to call the Globe Dumpsters crew, and I'm talking about the whole crew. Right? I kind of knew that in 2017, and I wanted to do something about it, but I was kind of new back then, even though I had pretty heavy presence. But I kind of knew it back then, and it's basically, so everything that spawned out of them has been shown to be a scam. All the behind the curve horse shit. Now the TFE horse shit. And then you got Jaren, Hanoi Jaren, who's just a dumbass. Big Globe Dave, he was part of that group. Patty Sphere was part of that group. Who else?
well, that guy went to the. He was a flat earther until he went to the south, Jaren.
He was never a flat earther.
Well, he claimed he was. Let's just say that.
Yeah, but he was identified long ago as not.
He's an AE earther.
Truth earther, right? Is that the name?
Well, ironically and very stupidly, Jaren was part of the group that debunked the AE map on the quote-unquote flat Earth side in 2016.
Thumbs that, because that's the reason he says he went back to the globe, because the 24-hour sun doesn't match the AE map.
Yep. So I don't know. Do with that what you will. I think he's fond of Home Depots.
What? What does that mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean? You don't know
he's
about
gonna
the
go
Home
get a job.
Depots?
He's gonna go get a job there. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Home Depot over.
no. Geez, oh man, I play the song every once in a while on the damn show. Earth is like a Home Depot. You never seen Jaren in one of his goodbye speeches talk about if you had like 80 Home Depots lined up in a row, and if you go in any one of them, they'll show you that it'll show that they're all level. But if you looked at them collectively, they're on a globe. I ain't shitting you.
How many flat parts make up a sphere?
This guy is a globe professor too.
Oh,
This one here, Matthew Learns. He's a glober.
Yeah, he's the moron.
A
He's a
part-time
math-
professor, not full-time.
He's a mathematics professor. He doesn't know geometry though. So
Someone told me you're one of the best Globers out there.
someone told
thank you.
No such thing. That's an oxymoron.
Yeah, and he hasn't one of the best. He's nowhere in the top 400. Idiots. He's nowhere near there. Who told you that? Brenda?
He may be one of the softest spoken. That's about it.
Yeah, and agrees that he can't prove it's the globe.
He teaches it in school. What do you mean?
Yeah, ask him. Matthew, I think he's got a question.
Don't you teach the globe in school, Matthew?
I teach computer science and mathematics, and sometimes it comes up, but it's not like I teach the globe. And with regard to proving things, I say that we have evidence for the globe. We don't have proof for the globe.
Yeah, that evidence is proof. Here we go again. He doesn't know what simple words mean. They're synonymous. Evidence is proof. You want me to do it again, Matthew? Let's go for the 6,789th time. Let's try that, huh?
No, it's not.
Wait, just waste my fucking time. But I'm going to expose you again since your dumb ass is in here. Okay. So he said he did. Somebody else did that same thing earlier. Who was? Oh, Charlene. Oh, come on, Charlene. Oh, I swear what you mean.
The solipsist.
All right. All right, Matthew.
Yeah,
Time of death. 57 minutes after the hour. From Merriam-Webster. Evidence. An outward sign. Indication. B. Something that furnishes proof. From Oxford Dictionary's proof. First word out of the gate. Evidence.
So, if they're synonyms, could you just say that proof furnishes proof, or evidence furnishes evidence?
No, that'd be redundant.
Huh.
Proof synonyms.
Different names.
That's amazing. Ironically, you asked if they were synonyms from Merriam-Webster. Proof synonyms. Confirmation. Evidence. Validation.
Yeah, it is. I don't know why you're arguing this. Proof is like evidence, man. Okay, how about this? How can you have a proof or evidence, but it's not a proof?
Gagushi. Yeah. Why ask him anything after that? I mean,
that's a good point. Once QA is spoken, why ask?
Why would you ask him if he doesn't know that proof and evidence mean the same thing? Then what's the next question? I mean, what type of glue do you sniff? True or false?
Right? Purple.
Right? Yeah, purple. Right, Gagushi? Why ask him anything else? It's all over.
Just want to understand his logic and thinking.
I mean, if you asked him, what is spontaneous parametric down conversion, and he gave you some horseshit, you couldn't hold him to task on that. But if you ask him the difference between, you didn't even really freaking ask. He offered it unwittingly. Right? So, what's next, dude?
You could ask him what his favorite flavor of crayon is.
Yeah, that's about it.
Well, that's easy. Grape. Or purple, I mean.
That was the question, Migo Wigo. Sorry about that. The question that was asked to Big Globe Dave by Jesse Lee Peterson live in front of, I don't know, it was Jesse Lee's got a lot of followers. I can't remember the number. He said he asked him 20 times, do you know for sure and without a doubt that the earth is flat? And guess what? Never got an answer. Except, well, it could be a bigger globe. That's why we call them Big Globe Dave. Good? Thanks, Migo Wigo. Appreciate it. Forgot about that question.
So, Matthew, you truly believe it's a globe, or are you just saying it because you have to teach it in the school system and you can't?
Oh, I truly believe it, yes.
He truly accepts without evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's what he just said.
Oh, no, I said I believe it. I didn't say
believe
there's no
means
evidence.
acceptance without evidence.
It's possible to believe true things.
No, there's no belief. True things are knowledge. He doesn't know the difference between belief and knowledge.
There's a difference, man.
Yeah, there's a big difference.
No, there's not.
Okay, so Kevin, no, there's not. I'm going to have to go track this down, too. Get ready for your death sentence. It's coming.
Bro, there's not a difference in
It's coming. Bro. I'm going to destroy your horse shit. One moment, please. This is elementary stuff, ladies and gentlemen.
There is no difference, bro.
This is where we're at. Oh, fuck it.
Both are subjective.
Shut the fuck up. Just wait. Your death is coming.
You're mad because I'm right.
Shut up. I'm not mad. You're a dumb fuck.
You're mad because I'm right, bro.
Shut the fuck up. This thing is playing game. Oh, there it is. There's your death knell.
In fact, I'm fingering.
There's your death knell right there.
In fact, I'm fingering my butthole.
Belief is right here. 1 second. I got to combine them. I'll give you your official time of death here in a minute. Holy fucking shit. Cancel that, son bitch. All right. Got that one. Couple enters. Oh, it's coming down to it, baby. Got belief, and then we got knowledge.
He already left.
Oh, this is going to be fucking bad. Oh, it's getting close. Can you feel it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If anyone who has a weak stomach, you might want to look away now.
Oh, boy. Oh, it's so close. Uh-oh, it's getting closer. It's so close. Getting warmer.
What was the other word? Belief and what?
Knowledge.
Knowledge, okay.
Yeah. Oh, we're getting warm. You're starting to get toasty. I misspelled it. There's your ass. So, let's go through this. 3 minutes after the hour, your official time of death. Oxford Dictionaries, belief and acceptance that something exists or is true, especially one without proof. From your alma mater wiki, belief is a state of mind in which a person thinks something to be the case, regardless of empirical evidence, to prove that something is the case with factual certainty. Uh-oh. What's knowledge? Oxford Dictionary. Facts. Information is skills acquired through experience or education. Back to your alma mater wiki. Knowledge is a familiarity, awareness, or understanding of someone or something, such as facts. Information, descriptions, or skills which is acquired through experience or education. That's a little echo in here. By perceiving, discovering, and learning. From dictionary.com, knowledge, acquaintance with facts. You see, all these definitions of knowledge have facts in them. Collins Dictionary, knowledge, the act, facts, or state of knowing. 2, acquaintance with facts. Range of information, awareness, or understanding. Number 3, the body of facts. From Macmillan Dictionary, knowledge, all the facts. So, knowledge is factual, whereas I'm not shitting you. You can read them. So, knowledge is facts, where belief is acceptance without evidence. So how can they be the same thing? Without bludgeoning to a bloody, lifeless pulp the law of identity. That's why I told you 3 minutes after the hour, you're dead. Did he leave? Damn. He didn't even stay for the eulogy.
Matthew's still here.
Now the other guy.
Matthew, are you not open-minded to learn, to look at their evidence? Maybe you change your mind? No?
Yeah, I'm open-minded to learn, sure.
But so far you're not convinced is what you're saying.
That's right. I still think that the mainstream model for the shape of the Earth answers more questions than any other model.
Model.
Can we see the model, please?
The model is just sort of a set of ideas that explain. It's sort of an explanatory model.
No, it's not. That's not what a scientific model is.
Oh, it's not?
Nope.
Well, it's fair to say the globe has a model, right?
No, the globe doesn't have a model. Do we need to go down that road too for the 6,785th time, Matthew? Holy shit. And you can learn, huh? Really? You want me to do it again? Holy shit. Are you a masochist?
No, I'm not a masochist.
Yeah, you are, because you keep on asking for it. Your respawn death certificate again. He just keeps on coming back to life. 7 minutes after the hour. From Indiana University Chemistry Department. The important point that Becker introduced is the explanation of a natural phenomena, i.e. model theory. I don't think so, but I digress. Must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena, it can only be considered a scientific model, what we're talking about, if it can be objectively tested by experiment. End of citation. This isn't, whether the Earth is a globe, dodecahedron, a spider web, is outside the remit of natural science, meaning there is no model. No globe model of flat Earth. That's why you'll never see it, Gagushi. Every time they say model, ask them to show it to you.
So what's the blue round circular Earth that they have?
Second
Google
law of
Earth,
thermodynamics violation picture? Not a model. It's not a picture, it's an image. Well, thank you, Pakfron. Anything else?
Okay, so Matthew, based on that definition, you don't have a model, yeah?
If you define it that way, then I don't have a model.
I don't define it. The chemistry department at Indiana University did. Do you think I'm the chemistry department at Indiana University?
No.
Well, when you say if you define it that way, what does that mean? Like, there's another way to define it?
Yes. It depends on your definition of model, whether I have one or not. My definition of model, I think I do have one.
It's not. People don't have personal definitions. That's bullshit. That's fucking horseshit. That means you could just make shit up. You don't have a license to do that, Matthew. Your ass can't cash that check. Watch out, Gagushi. That's what you'll get. You'll get them redefining words and shit. That's why we hold them to the Socratic method.
Wait, Matthew, you say you have your own dictionary? Can I take a look?
Look it up.
No, I just meant model in the sense of like a set of ideas that explains observations.
No, that's
so what QE said, you're making stuff up. I get it.
Yep.
Folks, Matthew has admitted that even if the people telling him it's spinning, wobbling space for his whole life, that even if those people themselves came out and said, we're full of shit, we've been lying the whole time, we gave a whole bunch of Nazis jobs to further our nuclear programs, it was all bullshit, it's a flat plane, Matthew says, I still wouldn't believe them, I still think it's a spinning water ball in space. So do with that what you will.
Right. It's not because of NASA that I think that the Earth is a globe. So if they stop saying the Earth is a globe, then I will not stop believing it.
So you won't stop accepting without evidence. Globe.
Right. That's true.
Right. Holy shit. Sounds like a religion to me, ladies and gentlemen. It has a specific name. It's called the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion.
I think as a teacher, I don't think you could derive from the curriculum too. That's the other problem.
Yeah,
you have to teach the globe model, right? Because that's what's in the textbook.
No, it's not in my textbook nor my curriculum. I teach computer science and mathematics, so it doesn't come up very often.
So you don't teach anything with the globe, basically, what you're saying?
Not usually, no.
Then you believe in the globe as a choice, right? If that's the case. Okay.
The acceptance without evidence of a globe is a choice? That sounds kosher.
I guess maybe I'd say it like this, that I believe that the explanation provided by the globe is superior to any other explanation.
Globes don't give explanations. They have no vocal cords.
Right.
They have no aerobic respiration, tongue. That's it. That's a mammoth reification fallacy.
And physical globes don't do anything with stuff. They don't make stuff do anything.
Yeah, and you stated even if those people that build those globes, and even if they said they're fake, made it up, you'll still choose to believe they're real. So there's that.
Don't do it, Matthew. He's just suckering you in.
They can't make you the right globe. Isn't that weird? You're looking for the oblate paroid one. But all you get is
Puroid.
but all you get's the balls.
Yeah, that's true. The one that I have sitting on my desk is made out of cardboard and paper and plastic, and it looks spherical to me. So it's not.
Is it oblate?
It doesn't look like it, but then I don't think it would. I don't know if the difference would be noticeable on that scale.
So nothing's noticeable.
Do you know what? You don't know the shape of an oblate spheroid? Want me to post it in there for you?
I'm saying the difference between an oblate spheroid and a perfect sphere on that scale wouldn't be visible.
On that, really? You wouldn't be able to? Okay, let me go get it. Oblate. Really? That's interesting. You wouldn't be able to tell on that scale. All right. Oblate spheroid. Images. Copy. There you go. There's an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, that looks way different than a perfect sphere. That one.
Yeah.
Matthew, you believe in the moon landing?
Oh boy.
Those early ones happened before I was born, so I mean I can just look at the history and see if it sounds reasonable or not.
If it sounds reasonable.
There's no video though.
What? Why are we going? Please stop. Stop. No video. Stop. Second law of thermodynamics violation. Period. It's all over.
The Globers are coming in today.
What's the latest flat Earth news? What's going on?
Globers getting their ass handed to them left and right.
Okay, man, keep fighting the good fight.
I have been for 10 years. There'll come a day where I step away.
Don't say that, dude. We need you.
Yeah. Take up the rocking chair. I like to kick the peg every now and again. So.
So the second law of thermodynamics prevents you from leaving the Earth, yes?
I wouldn't say prevent you from leaving the Earth. It decapitates the globetard right off at the ankles.
Okay, so hypothetically, if I go on a rocket and I keep going up and up and up, what happens eventually?
You'll eventually hit the container.
And then it blows up, or what?
Depending how fast you're going to go, if it hits it hard enough, yeah, you're toast.
This is up before, and since you do math. Now, if all their calculations were based upon a circle, but we find out years later it's actually oblate and shaped like a pear, wouldn't that throw off their calculations? They would have missed everything they were projecting to in your own paradigm? Or maybe he stepped away.
You have to identify who you're speaking to, Apocryphon.
Oh, I said Matthew because he does math.
Oh, I thought you were saying the other guy. In the mainstream heliocentric model for the globe.
No, there is not. Sorry, stop. Well, I gotta have to stop you. That doesn't exist. Start again.
The difference between.
I'm sorry. Unless you could show it, and then once you show it, and then you can citate from it, and then you're gonna have to start that statement over again.
In my belief of the globe, the polar radius is not that much different than the equatorial radius, so it doesn't matter that much.
But it should be if it's an oblate spheroid.
But if all their calculations were based upon it being a circle, and they derived it from there, if I threw a stick at an angle and I was like, oh, it's gotta bend over the hill that I'm throwing it over, but it's not a hill, wouldn't I be off?
Yes, but the amount you would be off depends on how much it differs from a perfect sphere.
If you look up top up here, Apocryphon, that would be quite a fucking amount.
Right.
I got. Yeah. Do I need to repost this?
Yeah.
Okay.
So your diagram at 16 past the hour. The
Not
question
mine.
is the diagram that you posted at 19 past the hour. The question is how different is A from C? And if they're pretty close, then it might look like a sphere.
A, little a. How different is what? Say that one more time.
The difference of the blue line labeled A to the red line labeled C Are they the same? How close and are they?
That doesn't make any damn sense. That's a malformed question.
If A equals C, then it's a sphere.
It should be a perfect sphere.
Yes. If it's a perfect sphere, then A would equal C. But if it's not a perfect sphere, then they might be slightly different.
Slightly? That's a lot fucking more than slightly here, Sunshine.
Yeah, and the one that you posted, it's pretty different. A is a lot bigger than C.
Well, I've been told that it's an oblate elliptoid.
If it really is an oblate spheroid, how come whenever NASA gets in their movie sets, they always show you a perfect sphere?
That's what they do. Why is that? All the images, I don't know about a perfect sphere, but it's a spheretard. Yeah? It's not an oblate spheretard, so NASA's going to have to redact over 50 years of their fuckwit images.
And they could thank Neil Tyson, whatever the hell his name is, with his pear.
Smoking the grass. Yeah, he's the pear guy.
Yeah.
We got a big fucking problem. Does this look like an oblate spheretard to you? Compared to the above image? Flatman, you're ruining my fucking motif here. Thanks. I don't know. I think these two images are very different from one another.
That's like that child song. One of the things are not like the other.
There's pics from space. Let's get another one just in case you don't think I'm being truthful with you.
And Matthew, the reason
he's countering you on chat.
And Matthew, the reason why I said that is because I know that when we're out on a job site, and if we're off like an eighth, from the angle that we're supposed to be at a great distance, that eighth turns into like 3/4 of an inch. And if you go farther, you could be off to feet. So if they were projecting all this, the trajectory, dude, if they're off by a little bit, by the time they got to the moon in your paradigm, they'd miss it, bro. They'd be shooting for the stars. And they'd miss their target. I don't know. That just seems logical to me. I don't know, Matthew. What do you think?
Yeah, when you're talking about angles, the farther you get, the more the error will be. So you're right about that.
How do you know what the equatorial radius is here?
Oh, I just copied it off of Wikipedia.
Oh, Wiki. Do you accept Wiki sources?
Yes, it's my alma mater.
Fair enough.
I've been around a little bit.
Yeah. That was the first good one you've had in like 5 years. So good job with that. So my question still stands. You copied and pasted off a wiki, but we're going to need some cowbell with that. How do they know the radius?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm guessing through satellite, radar, that type of stuff.
Can't be satellite. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Radar? I don't know. Fuck are they doing it with radar?
Well, what they say is they calculate distance from the satellite to the ocean, which they can measure very precisely.
Well, I just debunked satellite. Haven't you been keeping up on current events? Satellites are a second law of thermodynamics violation. Of course, you mean those satellites are in the vacuum of space, correct?
You mean including GPS satellites and TV?
Yeah.
Satellite TV transmitters?
Yeah, GPS.
We've been using for decades?
The ones that don't exist in Narnia. Yes.
It's interesting. It's interesting you mentioned radar because in bathymetry, I think that's what you say it. Bathymetry. The entire system's based upon an XY with no curve involved when they're doing it.
So is GPS. So is GPS, by the way.
Exactly. There's no curve involved with that.
Yep. Their Cartesian coordinate system, XYZ. Yep. But XY is the prominent. Yep. You got it. Good job.
Okay, so are the satellites just high in the air then, or what?
It could be. Don't know. I just know where they're not. Could be. I'd just be speculating. But I know that they're not in Narnia. That should suffice. And the Radius was founded by Al Bubby Baruni. That's where the actual Radius comes from.
What about machines? Can you send those to the space, or that you can't do that either?
To the vacuum of space? No, nothing's entering Narnia. No.
So these little things Elon Musk with Starlink and all that's all fake.
I don't say fake. It's just not going to a second law of thermodynamics violation. That would be impossible.
You can have things going really high and just going around above us. That we're not saying you can't have that. Just like Huey said, we're just saying it's not where it violates natural law.
Yeah, as long as it's in the air, you're saying.
Now,
Or inside the Earth, sorry.
A lot of space agencies have a very high-speed balloon program. I know that for a fact. So NASA, it's the world's largest consumer of helium. I know that for a fact. The European Space Agency has got a quite prolific balloon program along with NASA. I'm just saying, by mere innuendo.
So is the sun inside the Earth, or is it outside?
Inside the Earth? No, it's up in the sky, man.
Yeah, like inside the... You know what I mean.
Yeah, I do know what you mean. Now, it depends on your epistemology. My epistemology, I read Scripture, and Scripture says, the Creator, Lord Jesus Christ says, that it's within the firmament. So I'll take his word for it. But that's me, right? If your epistemology doesn't go that far, then you probably can't say that. You can just say a whole lot of nothing. I know where it's not. I'll tell you what, I do know where it's not, Gagushi.
Well, that's the part I have a confusion with, is the religion aspect.
That's not religion. I can absolutely,
Bible, right?
I can absolutely scientifically validate the Creator.
How you do that?
It's on my website. It's kind of a bit long. I don't want to go into it here. Can I get? I'll do this. I'll get you the link to my website, and specifically proofs of the Creator. You might want to go to. I'll just give you the whole website. You can make your choices along the side. It's proofs of the Creator and flat Earth proofs. I would suggest going there too. But for that specifically, I'll just give you the general website. And just go to proofs of the Creator. And what you do is you go through them on your own time. And then if you have any questions or any concerns about what and the substance of what I go over, you bring it back to me and you question it. How about that? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yep, there you go. It's at 29 minutes after the hour. I go step by step. ABC 1, 2, 3.
And Gaguchi, if you notice in the side chat, 28 minutes after the hour, I posted this little GIF for you. It shows you the raw data of where they're saying that this thing in the sky is traveling. And if you notice the first one, it's just going above us in this elliptic path, going around and around and around, covering those are just raw data points. But then if you notice right after that, then it's around the ball, and then it shows it doing the same exact thing, and that's the La La Land that we try to let people know that that's false. Do you get it now? Do you see how it's just a mathematical thing? All right, good.
Hey, Gaguchi, since you asked about...
His name's not Gaguchi, man.
It's a language barrier. Leave me alone. So, Guy, you asked about the second law of thermodynamics earlier, and they explained that, or they demonstrate that to have gas pressure, a container is required, right? As an antecedent. So, what do you think is the antecedent for a container? I will say that's me, a designer, a creator. So that's another proof of the creator, right? In my opinion.
You could go that. I didn't do that in my proofs. But you could do it that way, yes.
Yeah, if you look at the creation within a construct, you need an architect, a designer.
Yep.
And if you can have a container that we know there is a container, I would say an antecedent to the container will be a designer of it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, QE.
Yes.
Did you say you scientifically validated a creator?
Yes.
Like with an experiment?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes, I did it twice. Now, I put 4 proofs in there. 2 of them are actually scientific. Now, I didn't do it with an experiment. I did it with a null hypothesis.
What does null hypothesis mean?
Null hypothesis is the default hypothesis.
Yeah, I don't think I've come across a flat earther who's an atheist.
I mean, that's all well and fine. I don't know how you could, but what's an atheist?
They don't believe in God.
No, I didn't ask you what they don't do. What do they do?
Believe in mainstream science.
Mainstream science doesn't exist. And they can't believe in science because they're debunked by actual science. And ground squirrel level reasoning. Quantum mechanics debunked atheists. But they were debunked long before then with my 4th proof, functional sequence specified complexity. They were debunked right there. They're also debunked with the existence of information. If information exists in the universe, and what most physicists will tell you is the bedrock foundation of all of reality, they can't account for the existence of information in their worldview. You know why?
Why?
Well, because if you're an atheist, whatever the fuck that is, the only thing that can exist in that worldview is matter or energy. Information is neither.
Yeah.
I've heard it equivocated to, it's like walking into a warehouse with a bunch of cars and you're like, yeah, they just appeared here. There was no designer, no engineer, no nothing. And they just, boom, there they are. You can start the engine and everything. Like, obviously, someone created that. And you can do the same thing when you go outside. You see trees and oceans and mountains and living things with more intricate systems than a car. Just think about it, logically.
I think it was a warehouse full of car parts, and the car parts evolved into the cars. And when you walked in there, you're like, oh, wow, cool.
There you go.
These cars created themselves.
Nah, there's a more famous example from Fred Hoyle. Right? From was he from Oxford? I think it was from Cambridge. Fred Hoyle. He was the one that coined the phrase the Big Bang. He said it's tantamount to a tornado going through a junkyard, and after it went through, there's a fully functional 747.
I call co-pilot.
Yeah, but you see, Fred was a little bit off base because where'd you get the junkyard and the tornado? Because matter and energy cannot exist without first an intelligent agent.
I like that example, the tornado one.
Yeah,
with the
well, Fred
junkyard
Hoyle,
and
he
the
was,
airplane.
he was pretty good with that.
Another simple one is the watchmaker. You know, you can have the pieces of the watch, the parts of the watch, and you can shake them inside a box, but you need someone to put them together.
What if you shake them for 1 billion years?
Yeah, you can shake them for 1 billion years, and they're not gonna make a watch. You need the watchmaker to put the pieces together,
You'll make an atheist.
and then to time it.
You'll make an atheist. That's funny.
Yeah, it was a good one.
One of my favorite documentaries I've ever watched was by Dr. Lee Strobel, and he also mentioned that it's like equivalent to tornado. He used the Fred Boyle, what's the name, whatever his name is.
Fred Hoyle.
Yeah, he used that example way back. That was like, I want to say early 2000s when he came out. That he did a lecture out by my house here in Southern California, and I went and saw it. And he gave everybody a free DVD of his whole documentary. It was really good. I don't know if anyone's seen that.
No, I haven't seen the CD. I know who Lee Strobel is.
Yeah, it's a case for a creator. Really, really good.
Not as good as mine.
It's too bad in a way things didn't work like that. You just buy your oil filter oil and brake pads. You just put them in the garage beside the car. You wake up in the morning, the pads are on, the oil's changed.
There you
go. No. Where'd you get the oil?
By the way, the university where I work is also the university where Lee Strobel works, Biola University.
Loyola. Yeah, and that's where I went and saw him because I lived right down the street from there.
Are you trying to steal valor from Strobel?
No.
You know, that guy, he started out as an atheist.
What's that?
He wasn't a believer, I guess you could say. And he got married, and his wife was like a hardcore Christian, and it rocked his world when he started looking into it scientifically. And he realized that his belief had too many holes in it, like Swiss cheese. And then he set out and he was talking to like the prominent experts in the different fields, and then he just became a full blown, follower and believer of the Most High. So it's an awesome story too. I'll try to find the video and I'll post it if people want to watch it.
That's cool.
The Most High. Can't stop thinking of that guy that tried to take over the server when someone says the Most High.
The Most High. Too funny.
There was 2 of them, were they not?
Fargan bastages.
Yeah, that's filled with. I just posted. That's filled with a lot of good stuff. If anybody wants to save that and watch it later, good stuff.
Yeah, Lee's pretty sharp. I've seen him a bunch. I haven't seen him personally, but I've read a lot of his material. He's a pretty sharp guy.
And the auditorium where he did it, man, that was packed. It was like full to the brim. Many people were interested in that, and it was awesome. It was a good night. It was like 2000 and something, early 2000s.
I didn't realize I lived so close to you.
Yeah, my first house was right down the street, way back, right off of Santa Gertrudis.
Matthew,
you guys can all catch up with CB now.
Who?
You know, CB, the 304.
Oh yeah, he's Matthew. Where's Matthew?
What's up? I'm here.
Yeah, let's be honest though. If you started teaching flat Earth in school, they would fire you. Yeah.
They probably would. I don't know. I assume they would.
Why?
Because it goes against the curriculum.
Yeah, I don't know what reason they would give. They would probably say something about my reasoning abilities or something if I start
Misinformation, something like that.
What's the reasoning for a Globetrot?
It provides a good explanation for the observation.
No, you tried that shit before. It doesn't provide. Globetards don't provide anything.
Yeah, globes themselves don't provide anything. The idea of the mainstream.
So the
model of
idea,
Right.
ideas provide stuff.
Right. So a set of ideas, a
set of ideas. Where'd the ideas come from?
They've been around for a long time. I don't know who first.
No,
came up
that's an
with the idea.
argument to age fallacy. Where did they come from? Not when. Where?
The idea came to me from education and reading what other people said, but I don't know where they got
that's
it.
not education. That's called indoctrination.
Yeah, the indoctrination came, when I was reading science books and that type of stuff. Probably.
Science books. Matthew, this isn't a scientific topic.
Oh yeah, I'm just describing where I got the idea.
Holy shit, this is a train wreck of a dumpster fire rolling down the mountain. Holy
but
shit,
it's good,
dude.
It's good to point out though that is like the problem in today's world. They use this math and they're just calling it science.
What math? Where'd they get the math from? What math?
Their sphere math.
Where'd that come from? Don't you have to have a sphere first?
Yeah, it's their Narnia game. That's what they're playing.
They don't have any mathematics. They have zero, none, nothing. They've Jedi mind tricked a lot of people into parroting that they have math. Where's the maths? Show me.
True.
I want to see it. Where's the mathematics? Post it right in chat right now. I want to see the maths.
That'd be Matthew. That'd be Matthew's cue. Or Bacon. Where's Bacon?
I want to see the maths. This is a good point. I want to see the maths. Let's see where they got the maths from. I want the maths. And if you ask me to spell it, MAFFS.
Like Mike Tyson said it.
Yeah, so don't just mindlessly parrot just because you heard it hundreds of times from idiot globetards. That doesn't make it so. They've also said atmosphere hundreds of thousands of times, right? That's a paradox.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, that's the point. So don't just mindlessly parrot these maths. I want to see the maths. Give me one maths for a globetard. You'll never see it. They talk a good game. What are you guys, windbags or something? Let's see that shit. I need some cowbell. Where's the map?
Followed up with a rock with a molten iron magnetic core that's cold enough on the outside to hold water to it while it spins.
Is that the maths? So no, Matt, we're just going to whistle past this one?
Yeah, I don't have it. I don't have any global.
No, I'm asking. I'm not asking you personally, anyone. Let's see the maths.
Matthew's the professor. You should have it.
Oh, I don't have the math. No.
There's a meme of how to make it, but notice the baseline. They're all over the place.
That's a good one.
Wait, gotta figure this out. Well, but we have a baseline, sir. Fuck it. It's a sphere.
That's pretty good, I have to admit. So no maths either? If they don't have any maths, what else is there? They don't have a model, no math. What's left?
I got a photo from space.
I got a phone from space.
A gift for that. QE, I got a gift for that. There it is. Boom. Imagination.
Yep. Now, it's not only imagination, it's parroted imagination.
Yeah. True.
Nice one, Clipcord. That's pretty funny.
Okay, so since in the flat Earth, you guys say there is no map, there's no model. Are we ever gonna know what it is, or not really?
Incorrect. That's not what Flat Earth says. What Flat Earth will tell you, and what you should say too, is that any map, any model, is a representation of only that map and that model. That map and that model is not the Earth.
What model?
Anyone that they come up with.
There isn't anything that they can come up with for a model. Map, different story. Now, they can't do a map because all maps are flat maps. All of them.
Do you get it, Gagushi? That when you guys, or not you guys, I meant like you, the royal you, like globalists or anti-flat earthers, when you start to think that a model isn't a model anymore, that's called a reification fallacy.
Okay, so what does that mean exactly?
It means that it isn't that flat earthers aren't willing to give you information you're looking for. The problem is anything someone would give you, you would misappropriate and misunderstand it. So it's better off just letting you think that there's no map, no model to begin with, because you will misuse these maps and models.
Yeah, but you don't know that though until you give it to the person.
Then do it yourself. Do it your damn self. Pump your own damn gas. And see where you go. Because if you can't model or map anyway, then a model or map won't be effective to begin with. You won't understand where it came from. This is why the final experiment was a spectacular belly laugher. Because they didn't understand where the AE came from. They just heard someone say, hey, this is a flat earth. And then spent like, I don't know, people said like upwards of $100 million or $100,000 now debunking the globe. All they had to do, they could have came out of that smelling like roses, been like, you know what? We found out that both these maps or both these models work just as easily as the other one. And they could said, oh, it turned out that this AE projection was a globe the whole time. And I didn't have to spend $100,000 to prove it. But instead, they said this model or map doesn't work. Certainly, there was 2 variables in that to make that. And neither one of them were flat Earth.
Okay, but it's not fair to say that the final experiment to figure out the shape of the Earth, right?
Not an experiment.
Yeah,
because they just went there to look at the 24-hour sun, not to figure out the shape of the Earth.
Well, they also looked for guns. And then they got pissed that they couldn't follow the flat earthers around, so they locked themselves in hotel rooms and played with Star Wars toys. Then you had
what they were saying. Yeah.
I was going to say, I was going to make fun of it some more, but go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just going to try and explain to them what they were saying. Okay, if there is a 24-hour sun, then this proves the globe. Because that, like,
I think you have it backwards.
They were looking.
You have it backwards.
I haven't finished yet.
No, I think you have it backwards.
Do you want to hear what it's about or not?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, you tell me what it's about then.
No, go ahead.
No, you tell me, because I've got it backwards, so you must know then.
I think if they did prove a 24-hour sun, they're claiming it didn't work on the flat Earth.
No.
Not globe Earth.
What was the point of the experiment then? Because, seeing as you know,
to see the 24-hour sun.
Not an experiment.
Yeah, but why?
Because Whitsitt and the other guy said there is no 24-hour sun in the south.
Oh my God, you've got it backwards. Their claim was, if we see a 24-hour sun, then Earth is a globe. Because, like Crit said, the map, the AE map, is what they were claiming the flat Earth was.
And when you say they, who's they?
People who are doing this so-called experiment.
All right. So Will Duffy.
Yep. 24-hour sun, therefore flat Earth map doesn't exist.
McDuffie, McBugger Eater, McKeegan, they're all mix, by the way. And McJaren, McWhitsit, and McLeesmith.
Yeah.
That's copyrighted. That's
And if they'd listened to us in the first place, they would have realised that we don't claim that map. Anyway.
Well, they should have realized that back in 2016, especially Jaron. He was part of the group that debunked it. Hello, Nathan Oakley, Antonio Subrats, back in 2016, along with Globe Dumpsters Bob and Jaron. Now, they weren't the principals, but they were involved.
They debunked the Gleason's map?
Yep. 2016. Now, I wasn't paying too much attention to it. I seen it on the sidelines. But I said, okay, yep, and moved on. Because I wasn't really dealing with maps at that point. Because I knew that was a train wreck of a belly-laughing disaster for the Globetards. All maps are flat maps. All of them. Every single last one of them.
I'm pretty sure that guy uses it still.
Now, are most of them globe projections? Yes. That's why all the maps are distorted, by the way.
So the contradiction is that Jaron said, if 24-hour sun, then this can't be the map. But he's already debunked the map in 2016. But he said, I'm going back to the globe because I believe in the AE map, and this shows that the AE map is wrong.
Yep. Try to square that circle. You
get it?
In time.
I get it, but this guy posted a video if he still uses it, the map.
Who gives a shit?
The guy who was showing the boat.
What?
Dave, the flat Earth guy.
We told you.
Don't worry about it. Ignore him.
We already told him that Dave is not a flat earther. We already told you that.
You talking about Dallas, Dave?
No, man. Dave, the flat Earth guy. He says a truth earther, whatever that means.
He's a true, not truth, true earther.
You have to say it like that.
You might not. You could go talk to them. I thought, Guguchi, aren't you on their server? They've got like three servers.
What?
Yeah, the True Earthers. There's like the Anti Disinformation League, and then there's Ether Cosmology, and I'm drawing the blank on the third one. The third one's something like True Earth or something like that, or like Under the Sky, or I can't remember. It's something along those lines.
I'm not in those.
So the thing when you figure out that these people are not representing flat earthers, they're representing themselves, their own ideas.
Hey, Kakashi.
What?
There's a lot of pretender clowns out there, so you just gotta watch out for that.
Yeah, but you go to his YouTube, he's got like 100,000 viewers, calls himself Flat Earth, right?
Well, go talk to him. If he has that big of a social,
I'm just saying. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying that.
Okay, hold on.
I don't know who he is, and this is what he claims.
Okay,
so.
pump the brakes. You're shadow boxing someone who's not even in the room. Go talk to him. If you've seen the YouTube video and you want to talk about that content, and that person has a massive social media footprint, a YouTube channel with 100,000 subscriptions or views or whatever, go to the source. Say, what you talking about, Willis? No one here is going to be able to do that for you. You're going to have to do it yourself. There, I DM'd you a link. There's Ether Cosmology. That's like their main server. It's quite,
boy.
It's quite an onboarding process to get voice verified and everything. So it might take you like a week to get into their VC. But there you go.
Do you think gate kept places actually are where truth and knowledge are nowadays?
Oh, not this dumb fuck.
Well, no,
shut the fuck up.
Suck it from the
Shut
back.
the fuck up.
Punk ass fucking white
Shut the
boy.
fuck
Shut
up,
the
you
fuck
punk
up
ass.
yourself.
You're a
You
fucking
goofy
bitch.
ass Looney
Shut
Tunes
your
Superman
stupid
character
Nazi
ass.
dumb
Don't
ass.
know
Pickle,
fucking physics.
calm
Sniffy
down.
fuck.
Pickle
Shut your
bitch.
dumb ass up.
Shut the fuck up, you clown.
Where are you at? So I can
You're a fucking
stupid
clown.
ass for good. Why the fuck do I
Yeah,
hear you?
shut your
dumb
fucking
ass
mouth.
up.
Pickle, shut up, dude. What the hell?
Why don't you tell your lapdog
Shut
to
the fuck up.
and not talk to me like
Shut
that?
the fuck
Do you
up.
think you
You
are?
glue
Dang
sniffing
ass
idiot.
white boy.
Because if you mute anybody, you're gonna get muted.
Oh, I muted Quantum Eraser. Mute me too. I ain't listening to that stupid ass
I ain't
fucking
listening to
idiot.
that dumb fuck.
Okay, Pickle, what you have to do is you can't mute someone. You can turn them down, but not so they're completely muted, because we don't allow over talking here. If you don't want to hear them or respond to them, then don't do it. Okay, practice some self-control. All right, so now with the server, why they keep it so controlled is because they do not suffer fools there. They have you go through, like a lot of people they used to ban a lot of people, and they just kept banning people for the same reasons, like people who couldn't answer simple questions or articulate a simple position. Like, which way is up and down or something. I don't remember the exact questions they asked. It wasn't very difficult. It was some very common, just simple questions like, if you were to point up, would you point towards your feet or would you point towards your head? Which way's up? Stuff like I don't remember the questions are, but they're very simple and very easy. And if someone just says, "Oh, I don't know which way up is," then they just say, "Fuck it." Okay, you're not worthy of even being involved in the conversation. And the questions are all that simple. It's like, what is the brightest star in the sky, or stuff like that. Some of them have no wrong answers. You could say the brightest star is the sun, and they'd be like, okay, the brightest star is Polaris. Okay, there's a lot just to see if you're able to at least answer. If someone asks you a question, can you give a quick and precise answer? Because they believe in this concept called the Socratic method. If someone's unable to answer questions, they're like, okay, no, thank you. That person, no, we don't want you on the server. And it's their private server. It's not like a server like this one that's public. So yeah, private servers are private. I mean, I don't know why that's so hard to comprehend.
So my question is, do you think that's where knowledge and truth are nowadays?
Yeah, I would say.
And heavily gate kept.
Yeah, that's where you find the best knowledge, in gate kept areas rather than public spaces that are just a dumpster fire with just shit shows for entertainment purposes. So yes, definitely. If you want to find the best, most precise information, that would be like the Vatican. Like the downstairs of the Vatican. That's where all the best information would be.
Wait, in the crypt where God explicitly tells people not to build a crypt underneath his holy temple? Yeah. That's where I'll find the truth. Wouldn't you? Okay.
Yeah, you'll find it where people are protecting it because people will protect things that are valuable.
Okay, so the Vatican, most of the stuff that's in the Vatican secret library or the courtyard out back, isn't that collected stuff from all over the world where they colonized places and took, like in India and they sent all these priests to gather information. So they stole a bunch of other people's stuff and put it in their secret library, right? Isn't that the story? Yeah, it is. It is the story.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if that's a story or not, but I would go with
it is.
That
Yeah.
The best information is the information that's protected and guarded. That would be where.
Some cultures don't have a habit of doing that, like Library of Alexandria. I guess they were dumb enough to let everybody from around the world come there to an open library, and then I guess some terrorists burnt it down and tried to steal and then put it in a secret library. So who has a culture of openness versus secretness? And where's the truth actually then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand. What is the purpose of that?
He brought it up, so I'm fulfilling the.
Well, he's only talking about information.
I only decided to elaborate. Do you have a problem with that, brother?
Yeah, brother. You're talking
you do?
about
Okay.
conquering nations
So
and
you're
all
one
of
of
that.
those.
He's only
No,
talking
I'm not.
about
I was talking
information.
about a library, you idiot. Library of Alexandria.
Yeah, he's talking about our
Are you good,
library,
bro?
and you over here talking about conquering nations and stealing
You can't be
information.
good
He's
coming
only
at me
talking
like that,
about
brother, but
information.
Nice try. Nice try.
What try? I didn't try anything. I'm actually
You did,
doing
'cause
it.
you didn't
You're
actually
talking. He's
succeed, so
only
you
talking
did try,
about
you just failed at it.
information.
Could you
You're
stop?
the only one that's trying to change the subject.
Does it seem like I'm entertaining you? Yeah.
Let me
Shut up,
see it.
dude.
Let me do it this way for you, Pickle. All right. So, your Chat GPT, if you just asked it,
I don't use it that much. What do you?
give me a recipe for fried chicken.
I don't eat fried chicken. It's unhealthy, bud.
Well, it would just give you 50%. It would scrub the internet or scrub whatever sources it has.
You could tell it not to.
And then that would just give you some shitty chicken. Because the best stuff are the extremes. The most.
I'll say it again. Some cultures have a culture of openness and truth, and then others try to play video games in secret libraries and stuff. And I think the libraries are incomplete because they steal it and they don't actually learn from the open truth. They get fragmented truth, and then when you try to build things based on it, it always is a fragmented version, and it gets worse and worse as time goes on. So I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with this.
What society is that anyway?
Yeah.
Okay,
Good
what
luck to them,
society
though,
is
in
that?
fragmenting everything together?
Yeah, because pretty much most governments have secrets. I don't know. What are you
That's
talking
why they
about?
don't
What
know
society?
shit,
Which
according to me.
which ones?
But I guess you suck them off and you never get the truth yourself,
Suck
right?
what
Just
off?
the regular-
Here we go.
You try to suck as hard as you can, and then you're a dumbass.
Suck what? What are you talking about? You think it's funny,
the
but
language,
it's not.
the ideas that you're spreading. I'm kind of
I'm
fulfilling.
wondering if I'm going to get muted again when the guy talking
a habit
about
of doing
sucking
that.
dick and homosexual stuff all on the chat.
Eh? What? I'm not posting shit in chat.
Yeah, Pickle, it's like you're insufferable. Like everything has to be a
It's like the
battle
truth
or
that men
argument.
avoid. They don't like when I bring it up, and I like bringing it up because you get uncomfortable with the truth.
Yeah, you don't make anyone uncomfortable, dude. People just
Clearly, you are, because you said I'm cringe and all this other silly
Yeah,
boyish
it's just
stuff.
cringe. Yeah.
You sound like a boy saying that. Did I say the truth or did I not? I said the
No.
truth, right? So you saying
You
anything
just-
otherwise is out.
I wasn't even talking to you, and you squawked and decided.
No, I'm sorry. You brought up all this foolishness about the Vatican, and I fulfilled the detail. That's it.
Yeah, it's called squawking.
No, it's not. It's called filling in the
Yeah,
details that
just there it
like
is.
you never mentioned because you get
nuh-uh.
uncomfortable with it.
Just say the exact opposite.
Listen, let's stop with the meta because I like substance and I already gave that. Whereas you, what are we doing right now?
Guy that's insulting me personally. So they're going to try to play like, oh, well, this nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. So the guy clearly comes in the room to troll, and I'm
Now you're
only
gonna talk
basically
past me like a
pointing out,
bitch-ass
and I'm
nigga
only,
in the background,
yeah,
right?
here we go.
Huh?
Here we
Yeah?
go.
Yeah,
So
punk, I'm talking to you.
So
now, directly.
all of a sudden, I'm a punk, but
Yeah, because you're
on the
acting like one.
internet.
You're talking past me.
I'm
right
acting
here,
like
buddy.
I'm
You
a
wanna
punk
talk to
on the
me?
internet.
Speak to me like a grown
so I
man.
wonder if I'm going to get muted
What are
when
you
he's
on
starting
about?
the argument.
Very
Because
fascinating.
you're starting up
how
about
it
me
both work.
again. Why don't you keep my name out of your mouth and focus on subject matter? How about you do that? Thanks, bro.
All right, so what's the next topic? Kagushi, are you good? I mean, did we get to the end of it or not?
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm your Huckleberry. That's just my game.
Well, yeah. Well, the only thing that I was basically trying to say, if I'm able to get it out, is that Crit was only just saying where the information was actually located. It doesn't matter how the hell the information got there. He was only talking about where it was at. He ain't make any claim of how it got there. He didn't make a claim that they didn't go conquering things. Then people weren't going colonizing other nations. Most information was actually stolen. It wasn't like the Vatican was really world conquering all around all of these nations. Most of that stuff was just there. It was already conquered. So I don't know why he's basically acting like people was cringe and uncomfortable about things that happened hundreds, centuries ago. Who gives a shit? Those people are dead. We only talking about where the information is at. At least that's all I heard Crit said. I didn't hear Crit say anything about the Vatican not conquering nations or not basically manipulating governments or whatever the hell you trying to talk about. All of that stuff happened back centuries ago. You don't really know what the hell happened. You don't really have any evidence of those things unless you have some type of fucking time machine. Who cares? He only basically talked about where the information is actually located. People jumps on the internet and act all tough like they're going to beat somebody up. Like, stop it, bro.
Yeah, that's really kind of my main point was that is a pushback. Like, oh, private spaces or protected spaces aren't about truth. And I'm like, well, quite the opposite. If something's valuable, people are going to protect it.
Is that something valuable that the Earth is a globe in any way?
No, more like these ether cosmology guys.
Oh, geez.
Why they have private servers instead of public servers like we do.
Oh, yeah. Secret King knowledge, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, that's really the point I was making. Yeah, Secret King, they got specialized, methods and practices, and they want to talk about it. I mean, they also they stream their channel on, I think, Sunday from like noon to 4 or something like that. I don't know the exact hours. I catch it every so often.
That's how you corner a market, though. You get the information that only you and a select few have, and then you become a gatekeeper to that information. Well, if you want to know that, got to go through me. I have the keys. I can open the door for you. Come and join me live Sunday, 4 p.m. Central. Yeah, that's bullshit. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, there's nobody being able to produce the evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, you want to try pickle?
We've debated. Well, not debated, but I've argued with him.
Is he a Glober or what?
He doesn't really side with Globe per se, but I would say that he just wants to advocate for what he considers the truth. I don't want to say the truth, but what he considers the truth. And that's kind of a
really? Did he say he call you a bitch at any time, or?
Well, he can get in a few scuffles about it, but after all, we're men on the internet, so we're gonna talk bitches and hoes to each other.
Oh, so it's all perfectly fine for me to do it without being muted. Yeah, bitch ass nigga. Hoe ass motherfucking pickle.
Nah, dude.
Cornball ass nigga. Broke ass nigga that don't got no money. Sitting on the fucking internet all day.
Yeah.
that shit is hilarious, dude.
Yeah, don't bully pickle guys, please.
No, unmute the poor man.
Yeah, but see, from India, that doesn't work.
I am unmuted. I'm just listening to you act like boys in the background.
Yeah, because the boys in the hood are always hard, right?
Indian.
You come talking that trash, we're gonna pull your card.
That's very big of you, Newt.
Yeah, but I checked this.
Right?
Yeah,
But
don't finish that. Don't finish that. Don't finish that. That's only going to show your age, right?
Like Easy E, he didn't really give a fuck if it don't concern a nut or some cash or something.
Wait, why are you
Give me
saying-
that. Give me that. I'm surprised you even knew that, man. God damn, dude.
I was born in 1980.
I was born in the 80s too.
But for those who know, right? And those who don't, well, fuck it.
Here comes the E to the. Yeah, good times.
But we are trying to figure out, as you know, how many people do we got in here, man? I know we're hopping at like 40-some, 47. Ooh. And still right now we got the 24/7 crew in full effect, but we're just waiting right now. It seems like we're looking for those who would advocate for the Earth being a globe to come through right now and show us, you know, that they have the intellectual fortitude to muster up the strength to tell us how the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, if you let Joe talk, he'll bring.
There was two guys here who did that earlier.
I'll wait till the A team shows up.
There was a professor, Matthew Learns, and Omniware.
Oh, Matthew's just chilling, dude. He doesn't really.
Yeah.
And the server's still running? Oh,
as far as I know,
Yeah.
Matthew doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I'm
just let me
happy
know when the
I'm happy to
All-Stars
answer
get here.
questions, but you know, I'm just listening.
So, if there's anybody that's new to the server and the room, you can jump in here. By the looks of it, it only seems like no one. It's just you regular guys in here. Well, if we keep
You need
trending
somebody
like this,
to make fun, or you can go at me.
nah. I mean, we talked to you already. You just like to listen to.
Yeah, but
We
I
had some-
feel like I was a pretty good punching bag at some point.
Yeah, but that's not. Wait, it has to be authentic. Authentic is the way to go. Because you know when we're
Practice
sparring,
is good, though. You know,
no, we don't need that.
I can't quit you 24/7.
I know you can. Rob, see, check it out. And this was, I'm going to coin something that Helio Skeptic said. You love to hate us, dude. You just can't get enough, dude. Like, it's like, yeah, you fucking hate Flat Earth with your whole entire being, but you just can't get enough of it, you know?
Yeah, like transsexual porn.
That was,
holy shit.
That was
The schizoglobia is really bad tonight.
fucking hell, dude. I think you're riding alone on that one. He's like the guy that takes all his clothes off and like, hey, who's with me? And it was like, fucking no one, dude.
Wait, you guys have your clothes up?
You're all by yourself. Well, that and the cops chasing your dumbass, but
Whenever I'm on Discord, I work out my Speedo.
yeah. Mr. Skirt the band down at the very bottom. Sneaking in here, Mr. Concave Earther inside. Yeah,
this guy set me up a couple weeks ago, but it's all good.
Who?
Alpha Veritas.
Fucking that's me, bro.
Yeah, bro, you set me up. It's all good though. No hard feelings.
I set you up. What did I do? Tell me.
I was just asking Nathan Oakley a question, and you told him that I pre-assumed his position and all that, and then he got mad. But it's all good.
I remember that.
Okay, you don't remember what you ate yesterday, Rob? What do you mean? I remember that.
I do remember that. That's what he talked about. You claim a dome.
So
only flat earthers argue semantics.
So it was really up to Nathan though to kind of really look through what was being said.
But you set him up in a way that he thought I was attacking him. It's all good, as I said. No hard
I didn't do it, dude. You persisted. Like your persistence is what egged him on. He's got like his he's got his feelers. When he knows somebody's persisting and doesn't let it go, it turns him on, dude. It's like, okay, he doesn't want to let it go, so I'm gonna show him. And yeah. After that, man, I can't tell you like, hey man, just relax and just keep it cool. Don't fucking egg it on and shit. Cause yeah, he'll turn up the heat, dude. It's Nathan. After all,
I asked literally one question.
yeah, but nobody here is advocating for a dome, though, and that's the most important thing. So it was a stereotype fallacy, yeah.
I hate those.
Well, it's like us saying that, because you're a Glober, this is the way you think, and you're like, dude, I'm not like everybody. Like, I think for myself, and I don't think like those other guys. But if we put you in a category
Exactly.
like everybody else, then it's a stereotype.
Thank you, Alpha.
So,
Appreciate
but you don't appreciate that, like, and that's
I do. I appreciate that a lot, man.
well, and that's what Gakushi was saying, and we're like, dude, don't fucking do that. That's saying all the flat earthers advocate for domes, or
I never said that though. You're saying it again, man. I never. What he was talking about the second law of thermodynamics, and basically what I asked was, okay, maybe I shouldn't have used the word dome, but what I said was, okay, based on the way you guys are explaining it, then there has to be some sort of barrier or something that you can't leave the Earth, right?
But you couldn't get away from the word dome, dude. You couldn't get away from that.
Okay, but listen, hold on.
And that wasn't on me, so you can't blame me. I didn't set you up. You kept using the word dome, and that's what triggered the stereotype fallacy. Because I named it, but then you could have said, okay, let me not use dome, let me use container or some shit. That would have changed the outlook of the argument completely. Then he would have been like, oh, he said container. He didn't say dome. Dome denotes shape, yeah? So that's what you didn't understand. And there's these little nuances to like the arguments that we have. So you don't, maybe because you're not new to you're not been aware of this. When you're engaging and you say words like that, they're very specific to a type of like shape of something. You might have just been thinking container but said dome, and that's where you were like, and that's when he fucked up, That's
Oh, you are very wise, Master Flirt.
trying for you to just realize, man, like that's the reason.
Yeah, it's all good, man. No hard feelings.
It was a lesson that was kind of one of those hard-learned ones because everybody probably understood where you were coming from. It's just fucking the way the ball bounces.
Yeah, Nathan's a stickler, man. You say something, you better be able to go.
No, but this other guy is cool. What's his name? Quantum Eraser.
He's cool.
Oh, he's the coolest. He's the coolest.
Like he answers the questions. Like he's chill, but
chill.
Oh, totally. Yeah, real chill, dude. He's pretty calm usually.
Oh, he is to me, I should say. I don't know if. Well, I shouldn't say chill to everybody, but to me, it's cool.
Oh, I mean, if that was your experience,
as long as you're not being a dick towards them, yeah.
I find it to be delightful. One of the nicest ones.
Where did that other guy go, man? That was talking to this guy.
Who?
This Reg Joe. Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
He was down at Reg Joe's down here, but Pickle's the other guy.
That shit was funny, man. I'm not gonna lie, that was hilarious.
There's some cool people in there. What's his name? Cool. Elbow's cool.
If you want that smoke, man, you're gonna get it.
Indio's
we had two people who hijacked the server there, but it was funny too.
Who?
There's two trannies who came in here, but
my room. What did they do to my room?
It was funny, man. It was really funny.
And ain't nobody hijacking this room, dude. If Crit's in here,
they came from this LGBTQ channel and they were trolling, but it was funny.
I'm telling you, man. If Crit's sitting in this room, it's not getting hijacked.
Crit invited him.
Probably so. Yeah, come on in.
He likes to party, bro.
Okay, so what's his name? Alpha Veritas. You're a flat earther, yeah?
No,
100%.
banana earther.
How'd you figure?
I just picked the fruit.
I kind of knew. I just wanted to confirm.
Dude, these guys, these are the king. Hey, these are the king flirps in here, bro. Yaguchi. See, Yaguchi spends too much time with them. You don't know all the flat earth guys. Yeah, these guys are the old school guys, man. Some of these guys in here have been around.
No, I know some of them. I know Flat Earth Dave. I know
Flat Earth Dave.
Well, not that I know him. I've
remember that. You got to remember, man. Flat Earth Dave is like a commercial Flat Earth. The guy who's in the commercials. He's not like a real Flat Earth to these guys.
Witsit, Jaren, all these guys.
Hey, like when you go to Walmart and you walk in, that there's a greeter there. That's kind of like what that's like.
Exactly. Thank you. That's what I'm saying, dude. Even
I'm the fucking CEO. I'm the CEO, and the fucking
in the back room, fucking smoking a stogie, waiting for your ass to get in there.
I don't know. You're more like Vito there.
Vito.
You're like a sergeant. Oakley and Quantum are the generals.
Sergeant. I don't know about that. I don't know
I'm
about
a
all that.
captain.
He a general. Miggy the general.
I'm gonna let you tell it, man.
Hey, man, you made a lot of movies back in the day, but you haven't made no blockbusters lately. That's what I've been saying.
Whatever.
Let's get back in the ring.
No,
let's get
hold
back
up.
in the ring.
Let me tell you what's about to happen. Yeah, because I'm fixing to probably get to a new location, and I'm gonna set up my studio, and then I'm gonna light you fuckers like a Christmas tree. Most of you guys.
Let's do it, dude. Bring back Jam Panda, dude.
No, this is Jam Panda. No, his ticker can't take it no more, dude. He's not. His doctor said he can't be doing that shit no more.
No, we got a crew now, man.
I'm looking at like some FaceTime, probably on Rumble. Oh boy, yeah, it's gonna be on.
It's gonna
sounds good, man.
Are you gonna leave that place like you leave this one? You just get up and leave. I fucking one moment you're talking, I'm not paying any attention, and I'm into the meat of things. I look up, you're gone.
Fucking ghosted you guys.
You ghost me constantly. I'm sitting there. All right, Miggy, it's all yours. And then silence, and then I scroll up, but he's not there.
Well, see, I figured it was like Allstate. You're in good hands in here, so. I always know when the room is like well taken care of. I'm like, okay, we're stocked. We got all the right people making the right moves. But
I think I have, Alpha. I think I have the time travel fantasy.
Dude, there is no way you can't turn back the hands of time. We're only you. I'm telling you. We're gonna have to make a shirt especially for you called Johnny Come Lately. You got to wear that bitch everywhere you go. Cause there's nothing else but
I know.
like you.
I want to hear you guys debate so bad, man.
Fuck, dude. In the heyday, it was like 4-on-4. QE was in some of them 4-on-4s. Like I'm telling you, man. The arena was where it was at. We used to have Friday night fights.
Friday night fights.
Yeah,
they did.
You think I'm kidding, man?
That's hilarious, dude.
Hey, Gagushi, go back and watch the old videos. There's videos with Jam Panda and Nathan Oakley in the same server, like yelling at each other. It's awesome, dude.
Yeah, we all were.
It's so much fun. Why can't we just do that?
I was in there
Can we do it one time a week, man? One time a week. Whoever wants to show up, man, show up and have some fun.
Why are my ears burning, T-Dub?
It had Go ahead, Keith.
No, go ahead. I got to personalize this because I just seen the message over here. Oh, I was doing my chores, man. You know I do my chores every night. Why were my ears burning?
No, they were talking about you.
Who was? Were they holding some hateful grudge towards Lonely Quantum Racer?
They were talking about the classic arena.
Oh, back in those
No,
days.
actually, even Rob gave you some kudos, man. I was surprised.
Yeah, there's recordings of us.
I love you, Quantum Racer.
I was tearing dumbass Jam Panda's ass up back in 2016 on his own channel. If he didn't delete those videos, they're still back there. Me, Cathexis, and then you had fucking idiot Tim Osmond.
Nobody beats the Panda Bear.
Who bust that? Panda's dumber than a fucking bag of hammers. Fucking Timmy Osmond back there. I can remember him busting out laughing when he came up. We were talking, me and him and Cathexis, about the Coriolis effect. Timmy, I fucking put the screws to Panda back in those days, 2016.
That's cool. That's a long time ago, man. I'm telling you right now, Jam Panda is the final boss in the final stage.
He's the fucking
flat earthers. They don't even go to the
final retard. He's the final retard.
Talk is cheap. Talk is cheap.
He's got his talk. I don't got just
you're
talk.
talking.
I got the receipts. Let's do it again.
Let's do it again. Fucking
do it again. I already did it. Bring his dumb ass over here.
Let's do it live.
Exactly. Yeah,
dude, he has a shaky voice, dude. He can't. His ticker can't take it, dude. He's already out. He can't do it. There's no way.
Slumped over hunchback dumb fuck.
Oh, come on. Don't fucking attack him like that.
He's a dumb fuck.
Yeah.
He's not. He's a
total dumb fuck. He's got his own wing on the numpty clips. Own fucking wing.
Of course you're gonna say that, man.
No, I'm not saying that. I got the receipts.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, he
dumb fuck.
does.
You're a fucking moron. Go on my channel and look up Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong, and then the numpty clips. That
Shamalama
natural
Gamma.
experiment
That's
bird
awesome.
humping dumb fuck. He's a fucking he's more retarded than you are.
Okay.
He is.
Shamalama Camba.
Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong.
Whatever. Hey, listen, man. You can claim your old victories all you want.
Man, I ain't
Problem,
claiming
you
shit.
ain't.
I got the receipts. I don't need to claim shit.
No, he dusted his ass, dude. Like properly.
Nobody dusts the panda bear, dude.
I don't know who you're
Go see
appealing
for
to.
Go
I
see
don't know
for
who you're
yourself.
appealing to, bro. Like this
Go see for
icon that
yourself.
you're appealing to. There's no such animal that exists. If it's
In the
crossed
arena.
at least QE at least once, I guarantee you there was nothing left afterwards. Not in those in those days where it's over, man. It's
I
done.
listened to that shit. You guys were less refined back then. You had no chance.
Yeah.
Whatever, man.
Just shut the fuck up. You're delusional.
Yeah, remember the
I'm
arena?
just speaking from outside looking in. I'm speaking from outside.
You're an idiot. Yeah, you're an idiot. So it was a formal debate in the arena, and Jim Panda got fucking destroyed. Destroyed.
Where is this video? Where can I find this?
Yeah, I never seen the video. I don't believe it. But that's okay. You guys say it is, and then I guess it is. I think he's different now. It's 9 years later.
You have to get Helio to unearth them because they're saved. They're marked private.
Yeah.
He's dumber now. He's dumber now than he was back then.
He's sharper than Attack, dude. He's sharper than Attack, bro.
Bring him over here. I'll fucking put my cat's litter box up against him. I'll give you odds 15-1. My fucking cat's litter box will destroy him.
I'll take some of that action.
No shit.
You're not gonna just mute him right away? You're not gonna just
No, he's just a
bring his ass in here.
He does have, like you, like all the ballers are afflicted with, projectile diarrhea of the mouth, because that's all you got. That's it.
Yep.
This fucking clown, his natural experiments, birds humping idiot, screamed from the rooftops that there was no scientific method to fucking idiot. That's just one.
Okay, man. Keep that
Oh,
energy.
okay.
Well,
I got
not that much.
man.
I know.
He's not going to answer your bat signal, Rob. He won't do
I
it.
hope so, man. I hope so, man. We'll see.
Yeah, it's wishful thinking. He won't set foot in here.
Hey, I try what I can, man. Like I said, I go to all these rooms.
Go ahead.
I take all the shit I can because I don't care.
Dude, fucking write him a DM.
Tell him the Terminator's in here.
Bring his little scumbag fucking M. Scott Veach. Is that fucking idiot retard still around here?
Well, come on, man.
What about this MC Toon guy? Did you debate him?
No, they won't. They won't debate anybody. They don't debate. They don't debate. They debated 10 years ago.
I get a bad vibe on that guy, man. I don't know
Hold
what it is
on,
about him.
Gagushi. Fucking chill out. There is no fucking debate. There was never a debate. Where's that M. Scott Veach, son of an astronaut idiot at? Is he still out here? Did he?
Yeah, he's still on. He's still on there.
Is he? Tell them glue sniffers to come over here and get a proper.
I tried to. Come on, I
Not
tried.
you.
Ask Gagushi. Gagushi's in a room too.
All right.
I tried
Hey,
to get
Rob.
those guys to fight.
Rob. Instead of tooting your horn in here, go over there and do what you're doing here over there.
Yeah. I try to, man. Ask Gagushi. I do. I swear to God, I try so hard, guys. Ask Awaken even.
And what did they tell you when you asked them?
The same thing. They sound like you. We did that already. They sound
well,
broke.
They
You guys are so
said, like, come bring him over
You guys
here.
are get up off your goddamn stools and give us another round. The new guys want to see the fight again, motherfuckers.
Yeah, let's see it. You pussies, come on.
He said, give us
Let's
another
go. I
round.
want to see some battles, man. Let's do something, dude.
Well, Rob, look at
you can get the quintessential battle from Gamma Lama Shama Panda Ding Dong. I wasn't begging the question. I wasn't even asking a question. Get the fuck out of here, you and your dumb fucks.
Well, Rob, what you can look at this, right? So they decided that they won the debate, and there's no debate, and they haven't moved an inch in all this time, in 8-9 years. They're still on about flat Earth. They haven't even convinced themselves that they won.
Hey, let me just point everybody's attention to the text channel. Helio Skeptic just put that stream up. Gem Panda joins the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Arena. It's right there.
Oh, let's go.
Relive the memories, guys, if you want to. Look at how old
I'm
it
gonna
is.
watch it for a minute. I'm gonna go quiet. I'm gonna watch it.
All right. You don't have to tell us. Just go fucking do it. Fuck's sake, dude. And then comes in a blast from the past, Mr. Submariner.
Oh Jesus! Is there a timestamp? It thing's 3 hours long.
Yeah, well, dude, you don't think that we were just kidding around, dude? The receipt's that long.
So he's on there for the whole show. Okay, I'll go back and listen.
Go fucking spend 3 hours of your time. Go look at that.
Yeah, he's on for like the whole time, the whole 3 hours.
Anyways, we got Platypus that just joined us. Submariner.
Oh yeah, that's a blast from the past, man.
Oh yeah, Jim Panda. Hey, Jim Panda played this in the server before. Yeah, he fucking smoked you guys. Listen to his voice. He's so
Yeah,
fucking
just go listen to it. Fucking don't tell us a play-by-play, or else we're gonna put you on mute.
Couldn't smoke a cat's litter box. He's fucking retarded. So get your dumb ass out of here. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Come back with some receipts, dumb fuck. Couldn't even spell smoke. Fucking give me a fucking break.
You sound scared, bro.
Yeah, I'm real fucking scared of Jim Panda. My God.
Then go over there. Then go over there like a man. I sent you DMs about it. You seen the
I'm not
DMs.
going over there. I already conquered that fucking real estate.
Let Gakushi moderate.
All right, that's enough of you, sir. You were given enough rope. I just muted you. So now you're gonna sit on mute for a while.
I tried and Jem didn't respond. So
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, he probably didn't understand it.
We're not holding our breath, APOC. It's not a big deal. He said it before to me in a DM long ago.
He said so many stupid fucking things in his life. I'm shocked that he made it this far just with the ADLs, activities of daily living. I'm shocked that he doesn't have a fleet of fucking slobber nurses. He is so fucking retarded. He's one of the dumbest fucking baltards I've ever had my displeasure of fucking witnessing.
It's
that bad.
We had him clipped in the asylum saying, when we were in an argument with him, he himself defeated his own globe when he said, "We don't use the curvature of the earth to build bridges." And we're like, "We know, stupid ass." We have him clipped, that idiot. He wrecked himself.
That has nothing on my numpty clips.
Yeah,
nothing.
The numpty clips are pristine.
Back in the day, he got exposed. Someone somehow got into his account and the dude had 36 stock accounts, man.
Yeah,
on YouTube.
Fucking weasel.
Shit. Fucking weirdo. His proof of the moon landing was it's impossible to fake the paperwork.
Yeah.
That's fucking just so stupid.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, dude.
Hey, how are you going to respond to that? You know?
Sorry, I missed it. What was the proof for the moon landing?
It was impossible to fake the paperwork.
There's Jim
There's too much paper, dude. There's too many documents. It's impossible to fake them all.
Oh wow.
That's not the worst of it. Go see the numpty clips. You'll be shocked. I think I played one for a mental health professional, the one that works with retards. I ain't shitting you. Sitting right behind me. I turned around after I got finished with the numpty clip, and their jaw was wide. Their mouth was wide fucking open. That's how stupid it was, and it was fucking Panda.
And, you know, since Panda can't read and write, I guess faking the paperwork was a daunting task. That would be impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
It's like this topic causes them to just lose their fucking mind. Like they can't know anything.
Can I lose my fucking mind?
Bring the best of the best. Bring that fucking weak shit over here, and we'll perform at an impromptu arena in here. I'll do it again.
What do you think of gravity is?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
What do you think gravity is?
All right, we're not talking to your dumbass. We're trying to get something going here because we got. It looks like 48 people, and it seems like a good exhibition match. With the arena style at least one time.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Just because. No reason.
Why not have me involved?
I'll tell you what we'll do in arena. Me against Gem Panda's server.
Everyone, yeah, one by one.
All of them at the same time.
Here or there?
Arena rules. Arena rules.
What is that?
Oh, they wouldn't last 15 fucking seconds.
What's arena rules?
We'll find out.
Yeah, with arena rules, you have to say objection, and your objection better be followed by a valid objection. So if you say, let's say, you think Huey's building a straw man against you, and you say objection, he's building a straw man against me, and then you make your case and it's not a straw man, then we take one of your objections away. You got 3 objections. So after all 3 objections are taken away, and you try to object, you're not going to be able to. You're going to be put on mute for 1 minute, while the other person who you try to object and interrupt will then go ahead and speak over the top of you, because now you're muted and you have to listen to them. So you have to use your objections wisely. And if your objections are valid, let's say you called straw man, and for whatever reason it was a straw man, and QE was making it, then we have to mute QE within the arena. And though you have a minute to talk about why it was a straw man, to vindicate yourself away from whatever he was saying. And so the arena was a very tough place to actually have an argument, because the moderator was like, it had to be a person who didn't have any bias towards any position, just to make it clear with logical fallacies and such, to keep it to keep a clean argument between both.
And it was single topic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, one topic.
Whatever. One topic, dude. No gift.
They couldn't bounce around, and no one else could speak other than the moderator and the 2 interlocutors.
Yep. It was so strict that everybody's used to this style, like the way we are in here. Everybody's jumping all over each other. It's not like that. Arena, if you spoke up and you weren't in the argument, you weren't the interlocutor, well, you were muted instantly. No questions asked.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mic check.
Now, this time, your mic's good. This time, I propose that if you have an objection and the objection is granted and you prove your objection, you get another objection.
We could work that in there.
You know what I'm saying? So everyone has 3 objections. Hold on, Existential. We'll get back to your dumbass here in a second. Shut the fuck up. So this is mine. So if I object and I point out a fallacy and you're guilty of a fallacy and it's confirmed, I get that objection back. So I never lose. Right? If I'm gold now, if I claim straw man and it's not a straw man, then I lose that objection. Yeah? Fair?
And you can't get it back once the moderator takes it away, even though Huey's like, no, it was, I called it right. And then the moderator, see, that's the other thing too. The moderator has to be one who understands fallacies and
incoherent reasoning. Yes. Yep.
It's a tough task, but this is the reason why the arena was a special place to have and it wasn't like modern day debate where you'd let the other guy 10 minutes to allow him to say fucking, loads of garbage. You'd have to point for point argue, what's being said.
Point, claim by claim. What's your claim, counselor? And they better be right, and they better watch every fucking word they say, because it will be held against them. All right.
The ballers didn't do too well. They can't string 4 coherent sentences together, and they definitely can't string 4 together without using a logical fallacy. It's literally impossible to know.
The 2 sides were, just to kind of put a little color to it, we were the Spartans and they were the gladiators. So Globers were gladiators and Flat Earthers were Spartans. So because as it were with the Spartans, there were few, but they defeated the many.
I was in there.
What about the concave
arguing
Earthers?
with Nathan Thompson about something. Didn't go well.
Yeah, you guys were. I think there was a. You have to look in the archives, man. I think Matthew was in a debate with Nathan Thompson, if you can imagine that.
What about concave Earth?
No,
that doesn't hold any, dude.
That was already dead by the time we got to the arena.
Shamalama Panda's in the text chat. Now let's see him muster up the fortitude to get into the voice.
He's in it. Oh,
You got Jim Panda's genie's gonna grant him a wish.
I could defend the atmosphere container predicament.
Shut
with
the
gravity.
fuck up.
No,
we're not ready for you. Existential. We said we'd get back to you. Just be patient.
What's the over under on minutes on how long it takes Jim Panda comes in here to start complaining that he's being censored?
Yeah,
Well, he doesn't. 2 minutes.
I'm in there.
He'll come in. No, he'll come in with like his opening line will be that. He'll be complaining about the forum.
Alpha, can I get in real quick? How about?
We're setting something up at the moment. So, well, you might get your wish, Rob. If Panda
I know that. It was my whole idea. Can I get in on it for a second, man? I'm saying
Not really.
You got. I know, man. I know you hate it, but can I please, man? Let me get like.
What are you getting? What?
Listen,
possible?
I'll get you real quick. Instead of just already preconceived notions of hating this shit and hating the guy and all shit, and the shit you're saying so negative, why not just let the guy come in and just treat him like a human being, man?
If he acts like a human being, we'll treat him like one.
Yeah. You get what you give, bro. That's how this works.
Yeah, listen, Jim Panda, he had like a 10,000 word to 500 word count and was complaining that he was censored, dude. It's like totally ridiculous. He was just rambling on and on and on and on, never getting to the point, just utter bullshit.
I
They
mean,
were like, dude, you got to get to the point. And he's like, stop censoring me. Like,
Did
bro,
he take his
just get
meds?
a monologue.
Can his heart take it? I mean, one more time in time. Come on, let's go. Arena rules. We can put him down for what 30 minutes, I say, if that. I mean, we're just giving it like whatever. It's a nice little cushion.
He likes filibustering.
He's just
Get up on the soapbox and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
Okay, so remember what you said, Indio, about him coming in here? He hasn't said a word, but in the text chat, it's like he's already speaking.
Yeah.
He's already complaining, dude.
Whenever he's got shadow box a little bit, man, let the brother warm up a little bit.
You see? Now, you were advocating for, well, just treat him like a human being. And look at his dumbass. Why don't you get on his ass? No, fuck that. No, fuck that, dude. Rob, why don't you get on his ass and be like, dude, why don't you just straighten up and talk to the flat earthers? Tell him that shit.
I do so much. I bother him all
Bullshit. Let's see. I want to see the text chat where you're telling him, hey, man, come on. Just talk to the flat earthers. Let's see. You're doing it to us? Do it to him. It's only fair.
Hey, Jim Panda's listening, I think maybe on the YouTube, so talk to him directly. He's listening. Like, Jim, get over here, bro. It's arena rules. You know the rules. It won't be the way it usually is. Like, just get over here, bro.
Do you have any evidence?
All right. We're going to mute everybody who's not going to participate. Oh, you did that. You did that by your own free will, Jim Panda. You did that willingly. You were doing that at the end of the argument, so nobody coerced you to do that. You did it on your own free will. All right, come on in here, Panda. Let's give him a good show, huh? What do you say? Everybody thinks that you're the top dog, a god of debate even. I want to see if you have what it takes still. There ain't no favors here. This is 24/7. The content is here. Not over there. It's right here.
We're number one, motherfucker.
Yep. This is a 95,000 man server. and we're the top room in the server.
Just think what happened to your dumbass in 2016. I'm gonna destroy your ass 25 times more than that. You
don't even know. Oh man, it's gonna be great. Come on in, Panda. Let's do it.
He's not as dumb as he looks.
We'll let you pick the topic. Yeah, but it's got to be about the topic, not
crayon munching.
We're not going to be talking about, what you ate yesterday.
Crayon munching. That's his topic. Fucking idiot.
We're not going to wait forever either. So either shit or get off the pot.
Cowboy to fuck up.
Because it's time. Let's see. We got 55 people in here. So you have an audience. So if this was any time for you to show people that you are a king of debate for the globe Earth, now is the time.
We're gonna test your knowledge of refraction. You fucking Egypt.
Well, he can show everybody how he knows the Earth's a globe, man. He can just obviously flat Earth's ridiculous. So he just come in here and show everybody how ridiculous it is, right?
Let's just see right now. Everybody ping everybody that you know. Get them in here. There's about to be a huge debate going to happen. Kind of an exhibition match of an old arena-style battle that happened long ago. Something that you guys, the brand new to this whole topic, weren't privy to. If Jim Panda wants to come in here and get enough, confidence to set foot in here.
Oh, look at what he posted. Don't wait 1 minute longer. If you want to talk to me, you know where I am.
That's all.
Dude, but why? We have the audience.
He's a 304, dude.
Oh, Jim, you're not ducking, are you?
He doesn't have full mod control, full perms. Like he needs.
Oh, Jim, I know you're not ducking.
He's ducking, bro. I can feel it,
Jim.
That's a bad look, bro. In any way, because he's in there talking. So,
Jim, no. Fucking clue snuffer.
It's what their worldview is based on. It's based on
his worldview.
Jim ducking the smoke. He ducking the smoke.
He doesn't have a fucking worldview. He's a moron.
Jim, Rob said you was John Connor. The Terminator's in here.
You know how we do it, man. We're old school. Panda, if you're down, we're old school, man. Come on in here.
See, Rob just exposed it too. Give him the same power you give Oakley. Oakley doesn't have any power here. What are you even talking about?
It's a mod of debate.
That's a really good point. Like Oakley doesn't have any power.
We're gonna hype it up for at least a couple more minutes and see if you're, maybe thinking about it.
There's 52 in here, man.
Yeah.
That server is just garbage. I mean, this is what they'll do. They'll ask you a question, then mute you as their only proof they want you to answer.
Yeah, bring your friends in here. Well, everybody can come in here. Bring all your Gem Panda, groupies or whatever. All the people who think that you're top dog. Have them sit here because I want them to witness this.
You already got one in here, right?
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, you already know arena rules, Panda. You already know what we do in here. It's not lost on you. So it's not about being biased. No one else is going to interrupt. It'll just be you and the other person. That's it. And it looks like your interlocutor will be QE. So there's nothing to worry about, dude.
Who's Miggy? Who's Miggy?
That's Alpha.
Oh.
Look, it is pretty late where Gem Panda is. It's got to be 4 in the morning.
Yeah, it got late early. It was late in 2016. You dumb fuck. He knows.
Maybe he has a champion since he doesn't have the.
He doesn't have a champion. He doesn't have anything. You can ask his fleet of slobber nurses if they'll help out, but I don't think they'll help. They fucking know better too. Because it's their ass also.
Yeah, everybody should be pinging everybody that there's going to be a huge debate that's going to go down right now. So let everybody know. Hype it up.
That's a funny name, man.
The only way he'll come here is if you could guarantee he won't get muted. That's the only way.
Well, there's no guarantees.
There's arena guarantee because it's arena rules.
Yeah.
The only way that he won't get muted is to stop his fucking diarrhea of the mouth, that projectile diarrhea of the mouth that all the ballers, dumbass fuckwits are afflicted with. He's not going to get to do that here.
Not in the arena, yeah.
Well, that's right.
Nor will anybody else, for that matter. I mean, arena rule locks the room down. No one will be able to speak
Panda,
except.
Yeah, Gem Panda's done this before, so he knows the rules. So,
I was just about to ask. He know the rules, don't he?
Yep.
Yeah, he did it before.
He's a moderator.
Done the arena
So,
before a couple times.
No other FE can jump in at all, or else they'll be swiftly muted. Anybody else speaks other than QE, they'll be muted.
Yep, Jim. You know the rules.
Well, that's fair. 1-on-1. That's fair.
Yes, it's very fair. Yep.
Yeah. No muting 1-on-1.
Well, come on then.
Gets to speak.
We're waiting. Unless you need some time to put on some makeup or what? What do you got to do, man? You gonna get something to eat? Get something in your belly so you can feel better when you come in here? I don't care. Let's go. Yeah, that's what they say when they're being, they're afraid, because you know what's coming, right? You know exactly what awaits you here. It's the same thing that happened long ago. See, but these guys don't know that. They don't know that. They're going to experience that. And I want to treat them to that. I want to at least let them experience. Because we, for us, it's like, yeah, it's well, duh. But
I was just going to say that, Alpha, like, it would be good for others to see, like, the way it went down back in the day. Like, dude, those are good times. Those days went very well. And it's I used to just, like, all you can do is just listen, obviously. But dude, it always caused for good conversations because you did have someone like pointing out, like, nope, you can't just run your mouth like usually, like you can't do that.
All right, let's just say we're pushing 57 folk in here, so we're going up, and everybody's pinging everybody because it's about to go down. This is an impromptu, like old style arena debate. No one's ever experienced an arena debate. I mean, only in audio clips that they've heard of.
Yeah,
you're gonna be the star of the show, Jim. Come on.
Yes, let me throw this in here. The rules are the way they are, so that debate tactics, right? So debate skill or sophistry or any of these other like debate gimmicks don't rule the day. You need the facts, you need the evidence, you need the logic, or you're just screwed. You're not going to be able to jump all around. You're not going to be able to use logical fallacies. You're not going to be able to play games. You're going to have to address the core issue, whatever's that issue, and you have to stick to it. And it's going to be brought to its logical conclusion, or you're going to take a big L.
Yep.
Well, Indio, now that you said that, now I see why Jem isn't coming in. Because everything you just said, he can't roll with.
Yep. No, this will be fair. If for some reason QE is talking all over you or something, I will have to mute him. That would have to be the way the moderator takes charge of it. It's fair to everybody. The arena was always fair, but this is the thing: when in a fighting form, QE knows exactly how to strike. He's surgical when he's in a debate of that way. Are you?
Dude, these fighting terms these guys use is hilarious, man.
Well, we had to, because the other way of letting somebody speak for 10 minutes and then you come in and speak 10 minutes, it's a bullshit way, dude. It's not a way to get down to business. This is. It's like akin to long ago when they would make the square and it was only 1-on-1. 2 people exchanging blows. So, at the end, you found out what somebody was made of, didn't you?
Yeah, but you gotta let both sides exchange the blows, right?
If the blows are legit, yeah, of course.
2 men enter.
What do you mean by the legit?
2 men enter. One
your
gimp
opinion of legit?
No.
It's turn based, dude. You take turns.
No, you present your claim. the subject is announced, then it's your turn. No introduction, no horse shit. You support your claim associated with that topic. That's it. You start off with that. And then you make the claim, you support it, or you don't. And then it's your ass.
Yeah, your objection will be honored. I will have to
limit.
Yeah, I will have to mute QE at the moment you object, and then you state your objection. And if I hear that your objection is, if it's valid, then you can continue with 1 minute of talking about the reason why the person was making maybe a logical fallacy. But I'm gonna tell you this: if it's found wanting, you will be muted, and then QE will then open his mic and then come after you. So I don't know if you want that. It's yeah.
Look, there was never any complaints that the arena wasn't run fair in the past. Never, not one, not even Jim Panda ever complained about that. Said, "Oh, you guys just favored the flat earthers and you muted us and favored your side." That was never even brought up ever.
Oh yeah.
Is that Brendan?
Well, Indio, he's complaining in the chat.
Bad.
2 men enter, 1 gimp leaves.
Is this QE's kind of party? Yeah, we got almost 60 people in here.
Did you guys get booted from Discord before?
60 folk are in here now.
I lie. Good try.
Let's go. We're getting people in here. It's gonna get lit. An impromptu debate. I guess you want to call it that. Arena style.
You guys hear me?
So Jim, why are you complaining now? Why didn't you complain back then? It's kind of funny you're complaining, like, what is it, 5 years later? Now you're going to say that it wasn't fair? You didn't complain then. I can search all your posts on the server and see if you ever complained. It's really simple. Oh, we didn't delete any of the channels. All those arena channels and all the posts are all still there. They're all archived.
Are you guys, if you want to...
I'll go search right now, see if he ever complained even once that it wasn't fair.
If you want to go ahead and hype it up for a little bit more, give Panda a little room so he feels that he's complained enough, and then he'll get the energy and the confidence to come in here.
Okay, let's say this, Panda. Let's say you did complain. Let's say you did feel it was unfair. Come in right now and let them do what they do, and then we could all come to a conclusion if it was unfair or not at the end of it. But just get your ass in here, bro. Stop dodging and weaving, dude. Like, stop. Just get over here, Jim. Stop it already.
60 people, Jim.
Why is this retard chat? He's chat skanking away, you fucking imbecile.
He's ducking the smoke.
Get your begging the question. I wasn't even asking the question, dumbass, in here. Fucking moron.
He's getting nervous because he's
Why would he go to your
words.
place? Your place is a degenerate fucking hellhole, dude.
Yeah, this is
Gotta
the
take a
cream of the
shower,
crop.
just entering the chat, like fucking ugh.
Yeah, this is
Dude, maybe. Like, I'm serious. Like, just like go into their search bar and just type in some degenerate fucking term and see how many times it comes up, dude.
Anal. The word anal.
Dude, it comes up like 1,000 times.
Miggy, tell him what we are.
Yeah, we're number one, man. A 95,000 man server, and we're the top channel in that server. And you're about to make history if you come in here, because we got 60 folk in here, man, waiting for you to come in here, Jim.
Yeah, that's MD Mackle. Good job. He's probably one of Jim Panda's slobber nurses.
What the fuck was
Come on,
that,
Jim.
man?
MD Mackle.
Oh, there's a dude, Joe Lee, he says, why can't flat earthers do any of the following things? Provide a falsification criteria for their beliefs. Oh, that's easy. Measurable curvature. Bam, there you go. Create a
60.
functioning model for day and night cycle. What the fuck does that even mean? It already exists. It's called the equation of time, which is an observer-centric model. Yeah, they don't use a globe for that, retard. Okay, Next, create a functioning map with a scale. That was done a long time ago by Antonio Subaretz. Anything else? Add to the list?
All maps are flat Earth maps. All maps have a scale. And you forgot legend. You dumb fuck, Joe Vile. You don't even know what a map is, dumb fuck.
I gotta say, man, these guys think they're gonna witness an awesome debate, but I hate to tell you, man, you're gonna witness a beautiful funeral. It's gonna be amazing. The procession will be awesome. I mean, we'll get the best flowers. I mean, we got to do it upright.
He's not coming in here.
All for you, Jim.
No, he's not coming in here.
He's not coming in here, dude.
No.
Isn't that a daisy?
I'll be back in a couple minutes.
All right.
What if I leave?
He might come in here when you're gone and be like, "Where's QE? Where's QE at?"
Yeah, I'm gonna run away. I'll be back.
Yeah, just pretend like you're leaving. Be like, "Oh, I'll be back in a half hour."
He's gonna come up here with his chest puffed out. All right, I'm ready for the debate. Where is he? Where is he?
So he ran
he's not showing up now, huh?
So he ran then, huh?
Yeah, he's gonna say that much.
Well, Matt's like, not all maps are flat. I have one that's not. What is it in Braille?
Dude, it's Arena
rules. It's the three-dimensional map.
It's Arena
one
rules,
of those
Jim.
Topo maps.
You already know. I kept saying it this whole time. Arena rules.
Hey, Crit, when you said that, I imagined QE walking away with his steps getting softer, but he doesn't go nowhere.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, bye.
Right.
I'm leaving.
No, man, I'm talking about a relief map. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about a three-dimensional map that is made out of like plastic and cardboard, and it has it's three-dimensional in the sense that it's a spherical map.
Got the topography, right?
No, mine doesn't have topography.
You've seen those, right? Topographical.
Yeah, I have.
Plastic.
Yeah, my dad has one on the wall, but I don't have one.
Is your wall curved?
Hope not.
Dude, Rob, get off his jock, bro. What the fuck?
Yo, is there a way you could change your name to Miggy?
Oh, I'm not muted. I'm not muted. Come on, Alpha. This is great. No, dude, I'm not. This guy's cool, man. I like Panda Bear, dude. I think you do too, actually. You just can never say that.
Yeah, so why doesn't he come in here?
Hold on. I gotta address this retard again. Joey. What constitutes measurable curvature? Measured drop over distance. 2, day-night cycle was answered. Your ignorance is not my problem. So the way we predict where the sun is, what it's doing, and all that shit, we don't use a globe. We use something called the equation of time. It's an observer-centric model where the sun is just in relation to the celestial equator. Has nothing. You could be on anything. You could be on a fucking pineapple. It wouldn't matter. Do those maps have a consistent scale? Yes. Here's a question for you. How do you have a map with a linear scale that's supposed to represent a curved surface? How does that work?
Okay.
No,
So,
even it being anticlimactic, there's still 60 folk in here waiting to see if something's gonna go down.
Yeah. So
Hey,
you
you
asked me
never
a
know.
question. You asked me a question before the guy talked.
I'm going to ask you a question. How come
And
you
the answer
Glovers
was-
are so retarded? You come in here and say dumb shit. You guys don't even know how day and night are predicted. And then you say flat earthers, how are day and night? How do those things work? You just think that like they use some sort of globe model to do that shit. Nobody ever told you that. You just literally made it up in your head. Where's your container? At your sister's house.
Oh, okay. I haven't checked yet.
Alpha, the answer to the question he asked was because he, damn well I won't, because he knows if he comes in here, it's going to be a dog pile, and he wants to make sure he's playing.
It's turn-based.
He knows goddamn well it's not a dog
turn-based.
pile. Rob Noxious. He's done this before, twice.
It's turn-based.
Yeah, he does it while a dog pile.
Yeah, it's one on one.
Server is a dog pile. If he doesn't like dog piles, why does he run a dog pile?
No, they don't do that, man. They don't do that.
It's a dog pile.
Flat Earthers get to talk a lot. Like if you go on our server and you type in a time.
All right, Rob, check this out,
type in
man.
a time, but people.
Yeah, hold on, man. Listen.
One thing,
Rob, it's turn-based. That means that he's going to get to present. Well, of course, he's going to pick even the topic. He's going to pick the topic, and then he's going to engage with it, present, any evidence to the claim, and then he's going to get a counter from Kiwi, and it's going to go back and forth turn-based. Now, in the middle of the argument back and forth, both are going to have to present their case, right? And it's going to see what the arena does. It allows for them to get the conversation or the argument to get heated. So there's going to be some back and forth. Of course, there will be back and forth. That's what the arena is. It's the ability for.
Oh yeah, I understand that. Yep, I got.
Yeah,
I understand. Yeah. No, well, my problem is, or our problem is this. Let's say during this said interaction, he says John Panda says something you don't like. You being a moderator.
It's not about me. I'm only paying attention to whether or not he's going to be making logical fallacies. Now, if he does, I can't call them out. That's QE's job. He's going to be like, objection. Then I have to stop the argument, and then I have to listen to QE's objection.
I'll fight anybody right now, dude. Let's go. Who wants to do this a test run? I'll do anybody.
Yeah,
right
you
now.
guys should be more concerned about getting flat smacked in the first round. That's what you should be concerned about.
Yeah, right.
You guys don't understand.
Teabag you with my globe balls.
No, Rob's really hyped up right now. That's fine. You can be hyped up all you want.
Yeah, you got Jim in here.
Yeah, this is a big deal for me, man. This is like 3 years in the making. When I got on Discord, dude, I found Jen Panda because he was like the only globe place around. So in the beginning, I tried to get him and Bro Sanchez to fight. He just would never do it because, like you said, you guys did it already. You guys fought everybody. But I never give up, man. I never give up anything, dude. If I gotta get Jen Panda to fight this server, dude, on a debate wise, we're gonna do it. It's gonna be sweet.
Yeah, it's one step closer. He's already in the text channel. Now all he's got to do is come into the voice call because we got 60. Listen, hold on, Rob. Wait, dude, you're excited. I get it. Hold on a second. We got 62 people in here, and I really want to get more people. I want there to be at least 100. That would be glorious. I told you.
Can we have 100 people?
Hopefully we can get that. What'd you say, Jedi?
Can we have 100 people and more in the room?
I think 99. No.
No, I think. I could check. It
says 75.
Yeah. Well.
It's capped at 75.
No, we can increase it. I think it increases to 99.
Yeah, we could do it just this once to get the maximum.
Hey, I heard Bro Sanchez do a debate, and I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about.
If you're able to change the limit of the room, you can actually put unlimited.
Yeah, I think Crit. Do you have that? Do you have that power to do that?
Yeah, I can do that.
Alpha, can I say something real quick? I was thinking more or less the best thing to do would be for Jen Panda to do it the same way Nathan does it when he comes in with his one icon, but his whole server's there.
No. The way this is going to go down is strictly by arena rules, and that's it. It's not going to change. Arena was set up the way it was, and it was good. It was turn based. So if he got what it takes,
we can still do all that, but we can have more people. Like,
nah, it's just.
It seemed like you saying Jim need help.
Yeah, just relax.
And you don't want us to dogpile him, but you want him to be able to dogpile his opponent.
Yeah, Rob. The problem is that Nathan comes here with his panel. And he's open to questions. He's open to taking questions, and he's open to answering questions. No one on Gem Pandas will ever answer anything. They specifically avoid answering questions. You will not ever get them to even answer, like, what's today. They'll argue about what is and what is today, and there's no way. So this is not a good comparison. To say, hey, I want to bring a panel in from Gem Pan Z, useless, utterly useless. It's not even
Yeah. And Nathan is running the show. So
all right, so
running his show.
Jim is coming to a debate.
Oh, this is going to be a show, all right.
It's a one-on-one debate.
It's going to be a fucking show.
Yeah, I love it. I love every minute of it. We got 65 folks, so people are turning up. They're hearing that Gem Panda might get the courage to come in here. So they're calling their mom, their auntie, their uncles, the person, their barbershop guy, everybody. We're calling everybody in here. get a hold of them because there's about to be a big time debate going to go down. DM the folk that you know, tell them to come in here, and then we'll wait. We'll wait just a little bit to see if Jem can actually come in here or not, and then we'll.
He know how to come into VC.
Yeah, he knows how to do it.
He's going to have to ask his slobber nurses to get him in there.
I don't think I've ever seen so many people in this room.
Well, hopefully there's more.
There was more.
Let them know, guys. Let them know.
There was more that one time. Remember, the astrophysicist came in, and he all of a sudden developed fucking technical difficulties when I asked him what a hypothesis was.
Not ITER, no.
Oh yeah, there was at least if I can remember right, there was like 87 people in there.
Wow.
If I remember that correctly, I could be mistaken though. It was a big number though.
We're climbing, so
I wasn't even aware of it. Right? Somebody messaged me. They said, "Hey, you got an astrophysicist debate, QE?" I said, "Really?" I wasn't even in a room.
So what it is for the moment, if this does go down in Panda, now that he seems like he's thinking about coming in there, because I know the way his cogs are turning right now. He's like, dude, should I fucking just go in there and see what's what? So if he does do that, then the moderators in the room will have to keep an eye on anybody coming in and jumping in. They'll be silenced. Effie or Globe Earth, it doesn't matter who you are. You'll be silenced right away.
Yeah, they should be muted already soon as the debate start.
That's what we used to do in the arena, wasn't it? Everybody was muted. They couldn't unmute themselves. It was just the people talking and the moderator.
Great idea.
Now, this isn't set for QE. This is just the arena rules. That's all it is. Just abide by that and you'll be fine.
I remember
even Jedi was muted back in the day. So
I remember you had to have the what do you call it? Like the permission to even go into the battle room.
Yes,
it was like
correct.
a role.
Correct.
You had to have a role.
Correct. You had to have a role to even enter.
Yeah.
Yep.
Finish him.
yeah, the time is leaving us, and people are waiting. Like you see the boxing ring, the one fighter's in there, and the other one's just like stalling. Where is he? You hear shouting from the crowds.
Yeah, he's just in there complaining.
He's not wanting to come out, man. It's like
he's complaining that it starts.
I don't blame you, Jim.
He goes, notice it starts with me making the claim.
I'll be afraid of the Terminator 2.
One-on-one in the arena, it's a whole new ball game. This is not like a free for all. Get to say what you want, talk all over it. No. Nope.
Okay, this
Let's give it to him. He's just a man, right, Jim?
They let him pick the topic. Now he's complaining. They let him pick the topic. It's like, geez, what are we gonna do about this shit?
Yeah.
Would you prefer it that Quantum Eraser pick the topic?
Yeah. How would that work out for you?
Yeah, he should want to make the claim.
I'll pick the topic. Gem Panda, how much a dumb fuck are you? True or false? That's the fucking topic. Wait a second. Wait a second. 5, 4, 3, 2. His slobber nurses. I think they explained it to him. Okay, you're good, India.
Okay, who is this fucking idiot?
All right,
have you talked to him before, Joe Vile?
Yeah, I was saying the clock is winding down. We're going to open up the room.
He's just repeating that.
Yeah, no, we haven't spoken.
He's one of Jim Panda's night.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Indio had something to say. He got rumpus to shit.
Yeah, before I get started, has anyone ever talked to this idiot before?
No.
Okay. Okay, Joe Vile. Listen. Okay. Models don't explain things, retard. Models describe. When you say you don't have a model that explains, you're being retarded. Models can't explain anything. It's not possible. right? How do equations explain things? They don't. Fucking dummy, dude.
All right.
They get these little sticks in their head, right? These little gimmick sticks. Flat earthers can't explain these 4 things. And no matter how you refute it, how many times, they'll just sit there and pretend that they weren't trounced.
That yellow spine gimp isn't coming in here. Have one of the ballers. Have one of the ballers get their astrophysicist or get a PhD in this mug. Let's get these numbers up 200. Let's go.
Oh,
PhD, go track them down. Come on. It's Thursday night. They don't have nothing better to do except Google themselves and play with their telescopes.
What's funny about the chimpanzee, you've got all these people there claiming to be doctors, medical doctors. Like more medical doctors in one Discord call than you can find anywhere else. And their server gets shut down for medical misinformation.
Is that Rob Noxious? Is that one of them?
It's like just straight pretenders. They have no idea. Like, you would ask them anything medical related, like, oh, I can't talk about that because I'm a doctor and I can't talk about doctor stuff as a doctor. What the fuck?
What they should be talking about? If they're a doctor.
Somebody needs to yell to these guys, "Are you not entertained?" Because he ain't coming in. Okay, I told you guys didn't believe us. It happened back then. They got dusted so hard, man. Look, let me show you a GIF of what happened. You guys don't realize this is exactly the GIF that's representative of what happened back then. You really want to see this?
That's the dumbest shit I've ever seen, dude. Get out of here.
See where Gem Panda used to be? Where that shoes are standing right there.
All right. I'm here to
That smoke represents their claim for gravity going down, It's like,
all right, I've been authorized to negotiate the terms of Gem Panda's appearance on the VC channel 24/7. If we can get down to business here, we can discuss the
what the hell?
No, you're not a promoter. That's not your forte.
Dana White here, baby. Dana White.
There's no terms or conditions.
He's trying to get some terms in his favor.
It just highlights a contradictory worldview. They want to talk and not want to talk about flat Earth at the same time.
He just want to be able to talk forever.
Wait a second. We're saved by left the foot. Evidence isn't proof.
Oh my God.
They saved us. You fucking idiot. Is that doofus in here?
He's a Bev try thinking groupie.
Oh God. Didn't we go over that like 3 fucking times already tonight?
Doofus is an idiot. I could confirm that. He's a moron.
Yeah.
See, even Gakushi knows that shit.
Doofus is an absolute retard.
Now, Joval can't refute what I said, so what does he resort to? The same shit they always resort to. Now he's curious about us. Now the topic becomes flat earthers. Another drive-by sociologist. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Jovial, why don't you... Let's get a pregame going. Jovial, if you're in here right now, open up your mic and let's see what you got.
What are the origins of the flat earthers? Oh, you want to know the lore? That you got it. That's like $40. That's a $40 download.
Drive-by sociologist.
That was brilliant. That was epic.
Dude, that's what they are, man. They're clowns.
Mm-hmm.
They think they're studying us when we're studying them. That's the hilarious part.
They need to cowboy the fuck up, man. Get on this mic already. Like, everybody is in here waiting. You got 60 folk in here. What are they doing? They're fumbling around with their mics and wondering if they're going to come in or not. Complaining like fucking, I don't know what, man. Like little bitches in the text.
They're like little Nancy bitches complaining about something that didn't happen yet.
For fuck's sake, dude.
Oh, boy.
That name Miggy is hilarious, dude. I don't know where you came up with that.
Imagine what it's short for.
Yeah, short for my name.
What the fuck? Some of these Cobras are so... What's an actual direct measurement in your view? There's no view of what a direct measurement is. It's well defined what it is. Like, What the fuck, dude?
Rob wants to be Don. Yeah, he's trying to be.
A direct
All right, so-
measurement, when you directly
thank
measure
God.
the thing that you want to measure. An indirect measurement is when you measure something that isn't what you want to measure, but because you can't directly access the thing that you actually want to measure. Such as, if you want to know the distance between 2 points, you can measure your time and your speed, and that would be an indirect measure of distance. Or you could take a long-ass tape measure and directly measure your distance. Okay? Did I lay that out in freaking third grade fucking level shit, dude? Dude, it's painful. It's so painful sometimes
That
with
was
these
really
guys.
fucking good, man. I think there was a discussion about direct and indirect measurements not too long ago. That's the best fucking example I've heard.
Oh, thanks. Came with it on the fly.
Indio, you're all over it tonight except for your model train wreck.
Yeah, that was kind of a train wreck. But, you know, dude, you can't, you're going to talk to this guy about scientific models and what the difference is between that and another model? No, like, that's going too far, man.
I should have recorded that.
I'll tell you what. No, you should have recorded that. You should have recorded Jetty earlier. This some bitch, I don't know what he's on. I guess he was pushing Adderall or something. He was fucking dealing, man. He was like, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, done. Your turn. Nah, that's all fucked up. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, done. And people were just flabbergasted. I was sitting here shocked. What the fuck you doing, dude? You been eating more of that corned beef.
Yeah, actually, I have. Yeah.
Shit, I might want to take up corned beef.
Pork pies.
Some bitch, Jetty, I tell you what, he was on fire, dudes. If you rewind and just skim through where Jetty pops on, you're going to be shocked. He has a mandate.
Yep.
He was full of praises tonight.
I'm telling you, Jetty, he was fucking, I was in here eating wings. I'm shocked. I was like, shit, I could just eat my wings in peace.
Did I do that over wingy time? Oh, even better then. I gave you your
I don't know
entertainment.
if you did it over wingy time. There was some other dumb fuck in here talking about, what the hell was he talking about? He said, you can feel straight. I was like,
oh my
what the fuck? But I was eating wings. I couldn't stop eating the wings. I was, just let that fucking go.
Is that guy that jokes about the Earth being fat? That one, yeah?
I think so. Yeah.
Shrub?
It feels straight, and because of the map says so.
Yeah, I was talking to that dumbass. Yeah. What a guy. Safe to say.
How the fuck do you feel straight when you're not curving, I guess? What?
Okay, Matt, did you actually read this book?
I did. I read it a couple months after it came out. It's been a while.
Oh, a while back then. This book's been out a while.
2022. Not super long.
Why?
Really read
You know, a journalist wrote this, right?
Right.
Do you think she's capable of evaluating the issues?
She's more looking at like the ancient history, like the Flat Earth Society from the 50s and 60s, and talking about that type of stuff.
Oh God!
What the hell is that?
More drive-by sociology.
Yeah, drive-by sociologist. Yep.
But it's good for the, you know.
What the fuck?
I think it's a more interesting social curiosity of how people like this, right? Anything that isn't mainstream, they have to try to characterize it as a cult or some group or some weird fucking thing, right? Because if you're not in the mainstream, there must be some thing causing it, right? It can't just be the evidence. It has to be some other external factor. And they do this so they never actually have to address the fucking issue.
Yeah, let's go. We'll do it, me and you, Eggs, on Alice and Bob, you fucking retard. Yeah, go ahead. Debate him on that. Okay, you got two people on the Earth, right? Both of them have 8 inches per mile squared drop from any distance on the Earth. How can the Earth be a sphere, tard? Wouldn't there be a gully between the two, you fucking ignorant moron?
Guys, just real quick. So I went over there and I talked to Jim, and he's listening right now. And the thing about it was, if it can be a debate to where I guess he kind of wants to not go to the arena rules in the sense of you
Fuck
say
yeah.
objection, and then he gets.
No, it's not his terms. It's not his
No.
terms. It's ours. So if it's anything else, it's a no go.
No,
All right.
he knows what it was. He was in here doing the arena back in the day. There was no problem. Tell him to get stuffed, and if he comes in here, I'm going to leave him with that just pump the neighbor's cat look on his face within 15 seconds.
All right. Well, he was saying he was.
Fuck what he said. Fuck that. He doesn't dictate here.
If it could just be 2 people only, and then
I guess you're not fucking understanding.
I get it, but I'm just saying. All right, I tried.
That just shows you're scared, QE.
Yeah, I'm fucking shaking in my boots. I need a tranquilizer.
All right.
Everybody else is
It's
willing.
the way we.
Everybody else
It's
is
the
willing.
way. No, no. Shut up, dude.
Moron, Rob.
Shut up. That's why you're on mute, Rob. By the way,
Hey,
it's the way we laid it out, or nothing. Let's take it or leave it. It's not like, well, let's negotiate. This isn't a negotiation, APOC. Take it or leave it.
Can we you know how like before the main event you have like what do they call it, the undercard?
Mm-hmm.
So Big Daddy, whatever his fucking last name is, Achilles. Dude, I'm mute, dude. So I can address your nonsense.
This is the undercard. Big Daddy. And this is arena rules. Miggy.
Doesn't even have to be
You wanna do that?
arena rules.
Yeah, we're going to do arena rules. This is the undercard. Indio. And
Oh my god, this dude is just saying such stupid shit. I can't take it.
Well, his account's tagged as a 14-year-old.
Big Daddy.
The Earth was,
Hold on a second.
The flat
Big
Earth
Daddy.
was real. Compasses wouldn't work because there'd be no core producing a magnetic field.
Big Daddy. Just relax, Indio. Big Daddy, come off mute. You got arena rules. No one will interrupt you.
It's a her.
It's a her.
Yeah, it's a. No, I'm female. You'll bully me. No, we'll
Oh.
bully you if you're a male. I don't know about it. I'm not gonna bully a female.
Yeah, especially a 14-year-old. I mean, that's like, I don't know why.
Oh, she's 14.
Yeah.
Oh God. Why are you on here? Where are your fucking parents?
I'd skip that one.
I'm serious, dude. I wouldn't let my 14-year-old girl on this fucking degenerate server.
Oh, what's the
Oh, they
undercard,
suck.
Miggy?
Sorry to hear that.
Man, I guess no debate.
I'm
huh?
trying to the way it looks in here. I mean, from all the talent that we got, I really was hoping that we can at least muster up one good one, but it doesn't seem like we can do that because the talent is kind of, I don't know,
one side.
Yeah, I just feel like we're gonna need. I just feel like we're gonna need like a real Glober in here.
That's what we're
unfortunately,
waiting
like,
for.
yeah, we're waiting for that. But
Well, how about
No.
you just
Jim.
debate the big slam? How about you get the big crush or the big slam? The grand slam? You get
What?
flat earth on flat earth. You got, like Ham
He's
here advocates for the slam. You got another flat earther. Be like, let's
He's an anti-flat earther, QE. Like he's coming off a sock account. His name is Ham. He's coming in with this other Jones account.
Dude, Ham is just a clown. He
I got one in the chamber. I'm ready to pull trigger.
Nah, he like just opens his mic and just blah 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 blah. Just shit comes out of his mouth, and he just doesn't stop talking until he's banned. That's the only way to stop him from talking. He doesn't like ask a question and then wait for you to respond or anything like that. It's a blah 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 until he's kicked.
Yeah, we're familiar with it. Hey, Jim Panda, you little Nancy bitch. Take your birds humping natural experiments back to your own dumbass server. Stop chat skanking like a yellow spined coward that you are. Shut the fuck up. My God, chat skanking weasel. Go get me a PhD. Give me a PhD, astrophysics, astronomy, or cosmology. Let's get down to fucking business. I take my PhDs with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. Get their dumbasses in here. Let's go. Fuck this retard panda. Couldn't even tie his shoes without a fleet of slobber nurses. Shut your dumb ass up. Kick his dumb ass out of here. Chat skank, fucking idiot. We want a real PhD.
Turns out he just doesn't have what it takes. Not anymore.
He never had what it took. He never had what it took to fucking get a loaf of bread.
Didn't someone just say there's a 14-year-old young lady Glober that wants to ask questions, willing to unmute and talk in here? She has bigger balls than Gem Panda. That's crazy. Crazy.
Allison Bob, get your dumb ass in here. We'll do Allison Bob, you dumb fuck. And then we'll do begging the question. I didn't even ask a question. We'll go over that one too, you fucking retard. Oh, by the way, it's not just Alice and Bob. It's Alice, Bob, and Victor, dumb fuck.
It's going to be the Glober model versus which model?
Glober model? I'd like that one.
Can you post that in the chat?
I'm the paterfamilias, Rob Noxious. You dumb fuck.
Can you post the globe model in the chat? I've been dying to see it.
We've been dying to see it for ever since 2016. Speaking personally.
Asking for a friend, they're on the fence. They just need to see a globe model to seal the deal.
Anybody got one of those?
We got a bunch of Globers in here. Post that globe model in this mug.
There, I posted it for you guys.
Yeah.
What's a toy?
Where's gravity on this, on your model?
Yeah, the core. Where's volcanoes?
How do the tides work on this thing?
Yeah, which way's up?
Time zone.
How can you tell anything's
That's all right.
accelerated when it's standing still?
Nah, they can tell which way is up. They just look at their sister's ankles.
Oh, snap.
Savage.
Stole that from me, but he can have it.
That's a damn lie.
Fuck you, it isn't.
Panda, you ran out of time, man. Don't be saying that, well, I would have came in there, but they didn't allow me any more time. See? Okay, we're not waiting for you anymore.
We've been in here an hour dealing with your chat skanking yellow spine question mark dumbass.
Still rocking 60. That's awesome.
Yo, get a real man in here.
Somebody needs to educate this. Big Daddy plays.
Big Daddy. That's
I
the
realised-
14-year Jetty.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
that's
I was
the
just-
14-year-old girl, dude.
That's why I'm appealing for somebody to educate the person.
You
They're
would,
making
you
silly
little-
claims.
You little vixen, you would. All right, Big Daddy, come on. You're the undercard. Let's go. What's your question? Shit. Got to do something.
And while you wait for the birds humping naturalist.
Naturalist. Oh. Come on, it's almost the witching hour. 12 beans. I'm fucking out of here.
There's a lot of people in here. Good grief.
We were waiting for a
make some sandwiches. Then.
Arena's. God dang. Arena's down to.
Sorry, I was just saying, I just got home from watching that Minecraft movie with the kids.
Well, that's amazing. I thought you were going to say you just got home from making a whole mess of sandwiches.
That wouldn't make any sense because I would make them at home.
You don't have to make sandwiches at home. You can make.
You don't have to.
Elsewhere.
Okay, but why would I?
Because there's a lot of people in here and we're hungry.
Yeah, well, I'm not Santa Claus.
I'm curious. How much did the movie cost after paying for everything? I haven't been to a movie theater in a long time.
I didn't pay for it. My husband did.
How much did he pay for the damn thing then?
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. He already laid down and went to sleep. So
wake him up.
Dude, he's trying to. He's trying. He doesn't want to deal with the price of that ticket, dude. He's like laying down. He's like, I gotta freaking just like go catatonic if I think about it, man.
he got them all the themed cups for the Minecraft movie. All three of them. The themed cups. He
It'll
got
cost
them.
him like $1,000.
Hold on. He also got them the themed tin cans. They were like little squares, like in Minecraft. One was obsidian, and the other was like the grass, the dirt grass. You know what I'm talking about if you've played
Guys
Minecraft.
went all out, man. Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, he did go. He goes all out for the kids.
Yeah, man, but like, kids don't need popcorn, man. That's like $90 for popcorn at the movie theater.
Yeah, they don't. They gave us a free thing of popcorn while we were there.
Yeah, Mom used to sneak it in her purse. You know, we just all.
What is it? A premiere or something? Was it like an opening night?
Yeah, it was a pre-order, so it was the pre-open night. It's not tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
It's supposed
Cool,
to be
man.
the opening night. We got the pre-order tickets, and we got to go the night before it comes out for everyone.
To answer the question, yeah, it's $26 a ticket at AMC. That's here.
Yeah, that was AMC that we went to. Yep.
And there's literally no Globers of all these people. You imagine that. No undercard fight tonight. And the time is ticking. Crazy.
I have a pretty important question for Flatsy. So in this movie, were the squares not squares because of the curvature, or were they actual squares?
They were actual squares.
Oh wow!
Well, they were cubes. Let's be specific here. They were cubes.
Yeah, I get you. Sorry, I'm thinking of a 2D screen.
This is the last thing I'll say about it, though.
No,
Okay, I won't.
all I said was no, it won't be. You'll say something.
Last thing I'll say. Okay, no, forget it.
I won't. I mean, I don't have to. It's kind of off topic, anyways. But all of the previews, except for one movie, debuted or whatever, they showed a globetard for every one of them.
Did you spit at the screen?
I did not. No, that's gross. Plus, I wouldn't be a good. I got to be a good influence for the kids, so I'm not going to do that.
Fun fact about Minecraft: when you dig all the way down to what's the bottom layer? I think it's obsidian or whatever it is. Only cubes make up. Like when you go all along it, like to dig a tunnel, only cubes make up that whole platform. Just a little fun fact. There's no curved earth involved.
Well, it's a whole realm in this movie. Like, it's not Earth. They go to a different realm. And then there's another realm, the Endor, or whatever, Nether realm, or whatever. Can't remember.
Flatsy, get a hold of yourself. We got 60 people in this mug. They don't ruin the movie for everyone. This is not a movie evaluation channel, for fuck's sake.
I didn't say anything about the movie.
Well, we don't want to hear anything about the movie. The popcorn, the cups, anything. We want to get down to business.
Come on, Big Daddy.
All right, looks like we got
And-
Roland Tristan that just joined the group.
Yo, what's
Roland
up? I joined too.
Who joined? Who's with-
Clear. So is Jim Panda not going to come in and make himself relevant again?
No.
Oh, we were waiting for him, but it didn't seem like he was going to be popping in here anytime soon.
We got annoyed with his chat skanking. So.
Because of reasons. So.
All right.
All right, Roland the Boulder. What's up, man? You there?
Yeah, I'm mostly just listening.
Mostly.
Yep.
So we want to know, because we're asking the people that are jumping in brand new to this topic, right? Are you new to this topic, or you've been here before?
I haven't been in here before.
Okay, so we're asking the question, do you happen to know anything about science?
Oh, shit.
Just
I
yes or
know
no.
that I know that I don't know anything. Really.
Well,
I have a rudimentary knowledge.
Yeah, I can probably get around a science textbook.
Okay, so you want me to ask the other guy?
Yeah, the rudimentary knowledge guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Who has the rudimentary knowledge?
Me. Rudimentary is not it just means that I know like the basics.
Okay, can I ask you a question? It's straightforward. Just either yes or no would suffice. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Yes.
That's going to be a fucking problem, dude.
Yeah. Hold on, just a second. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Dewey.
Because natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. That's geometry. Heretofore, sacrificing your third grade science acumen on the altar of second grade dumbfuck.
So, what makes you think you know better than like astrophysicists?
Because astrophysicists aren't fucking scientists.
They are.
Oh, they are. Like I said, you just compromise yourself because you don't have any clue of what natural science is.
What's natural science? Define it.
It's not me to define it. It's for you to define that sumbitch.
You said you knew the basics. So, after you.
Rudimentary knowledge, remember?
Yeah, what are the basics?
Hello?
What? Oh, he's Googling that sumbitch.
I'm not Googling.
Oh.
I'm just not answering the question because I don't know what the fuck you want.
Oh,
Your rudimentary knowledge, sir.
I said define natural science.
Go ahead. Hello?
He's Googling that sumbitch.
I'm not Googling.
Well, why aren't you defining it?
Because I don't know what the fuck you want.
What do you, isn't it straightforward? Like, what do you...
Are you doing me defining the words? Do you want me to
Do you
define
understand the words that are coming out of his mouth?
Do you want me to
Hold
define
on,
the
wait,
words
let me
separately?
ask you a question. How do you know astrophysicists are scientists if you don't know what science is?
You're not asking what science is. You're asking what natural science is.
All right, yeah, but cool. Let's look at the text. Look at the text. Look at what QE posted. I'll let him take over from here.
Well, your death notice at 43 minutes after the hour. Natural science from Oxford Dictionaries. The intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment.
Cool. I have a
That's
secondary question. I have a secondary question.
The
How
secondary-
many of you
have a secondary? I was the one. We were the ones asking the question. How do you?
I know. I have a counter question. How many of you in here graduated college?
Okay, so like, what's the point?
Yeah,
I'm just a question.
Yeah, I did. You didn't. You definitely didn't. Because you just sacrificed your science acumen, the third grade one, on the second grade retard altar, dumb fuck. Why the fuck you got the gall to ask us if we graduated university?
I didn't insult
fucking
you
moron.
once, did I?
What
Did I
is
insult
a
you?
scientific hypothesis, dumb fuck?
Did I insult you?
What is a scientific hypothesis right now? 10
It's a
seconds.
prediction.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That got my ears a fucking it raised the ears. Go ahead.
Did you get pissed off that I asked if you
No.
went to college?
It's a prediction. No. That's not it. That's partly it. What's the rest of it?
Dude, you can ask for full
Dude,
definition. I'm not going to define
What
every word in
is
the
a
dictionary for you.
scientific hypothesis? It's not just a.
It is a prediction.
Of what?
Dude, I'm not fucking just listing off
Dude, it's
definitions
just a
for you.
prediction. It's a prediction of your sister's ankles. Yeah.
Dude, what?
Dude, what? Dude, huh?
Demons.
Dude, what? I didn't understand the question. Dude, what? Shut the fuck up.
So wait, did you graduate college, or are you just yelling at me and calling me retarded?
Yeah.
Why are you trying to? So it's really pathetic that you're trying to personalize this. Right?
It's not personal. No.
Look,
Like,
I can
college
literally.
degree is not a personal thing. It's not a personal thing.
No.
It's highly
It's
fine not to
irrelevant.
graduate.
It's irrelevant to the truth of our claims. I could clean fucking toilets. It has nothing to do with the truth of any claim I make. Absolutely nothing.
Let's say you do clean toilets, right? Let's say you deliver mail. What gives you the right?
Oh, this is about to get worse.
Oh, dude. No. What gives me the right, dude?
Yeah, this. Yeah,
Your
this is
sister
getting
gave
bad.
us the right.
Wait, can you guys show me a map?
Yeah, all maps are flat Earth maps. Mister didn't know what a hypothesis was. All maps are flat Earth maps. All of them.
And why are we talking about maps again? You supposed to be talking about science?
he forgot his Adderall this morning.
Yep. You can't keep asking questions, skewer, whatever your name is, unless you are able to understand the reason why Indio told you that has nothing to do with any buddy that's got credentials or anything like that. I think that's where you're mistaken. The truth of the claim has nothing to do with what a credential someone holds.
Yeah, it's called a genetic fallacy, bro.
And what do maps have to do with science? You don't know what natural science is. You didn't know what a hypothesis was. You got your death sentence wrote to you when you said, yes, there's scientific evidence. You can't recover. There's no possible way you can recover. So just sit there and shut the fuck up. Next.
Who was the other guy? There was two of them.
Tristan, very top.
Oh, okay.
But we got Fake World that just jumped in here. Fake World, if you're there. Politics Journeyman number 2. So just join the server, it seems. Fake World, if you're there, say what's up.
Oh, by the way, whatever your freaking clown name is, sequitur, non sequitur. We've had there's an astrophysicist that comes in here regularly. So you're barking up the wrong fucking tree, bro.
Mm-hmm.
What's
Fake World, are you there?
Send it.
I'm here, Alpha. He studies exoplanets.
Oh my god, dude, what are you doing? Rob Noxious, why the hell are you on a alt?
Am I coming? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
No, we can hear
through
you.
your voice changer, we got you.
Nice.
Yeah? That it?
Yeah, I'm just happy to be here. It's nice to hear you guys.
Oh, wait a minute. That ain't Rob. Is that Rob? Shit, I thought it was Rob.
What's the speed of dark?
I was waiting for the yes or no.
Yes.
In conclusion,
we had a couple of those today, didn't we?
Yeah.
Oh, Big Daddy Achilles starting to chat, Skank.
Yeah, she has been. That's the girl that won't uncork her mic.
Uncork. That's a nice turn of phrase.
Yeah. I'm not going there.
Skanketh much.
Yeah, like you're typing all this stuff, Big Daddy, in the chat, and we can answer it all, but we're not going to address it in the chat.
Yeah,
because
we're
you're
not going to address it.
gouging.
Yep, unless you come off mute.
And we will not buy it.
Because your stuff is very 2015, very remedial. We've answered your suppositions thousands of times. So, like, I'm not going to put any effort in if you're not going to. It's pretty
Poor
simple.
dumb bastard. It turns out that flight is the number one flat Earth proof currently. So come off
because plane engines aren't built for space. Jesus Christ, dude. It's getting weird.
What?
There's some low-hanging fruit right here, bud. Tell you what. Might as well go do something else. Keep me busy while some other clowns come in here.
We got 10 minutes.
Oh, that's right. You're about to leave, huh?
Yeah, 10 minutes. Then maybe Shamalama Gamba Panda Ding Dong bird humping natural experiment. Begging the question. I didn't even ask a question. Numpty dipshit will come in here.
If he does, dude, I'm going to give you a buzz. Be like, dude, he's been in here for 30 minutes. And you're going to pop in here and be like, all right, bitch.
Yeah.
Dude, can you imagine? You're going to be like what's his name? Doc Holliday. Wow, Panda. Looked like somebody just walked over your grave.
Hey, you guys want to go ruin their dinner party over there and just all of us jump in there and just smash on Jen?
The dinner party is over.
He's over there right now talking on his side chat.
Man, Big Daddy's a train wreck, man. If you're actually a girl, dude, you're a train wreck. And it's even worse if you're a dude.
What are they serving over there, Crow?
My God, man.
If Pat was still here, he would say fecal matter soup or whatever he says.
Crow with some square nut.
Who the hell is that speaking? What the fuck?
What the square nut? But there's ladies in here. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, we there's got to be a Glober in here that can tell us why.
They don't have the cojones, man.
Tell us why.
mean,
What?
I like
why
it.
they.
Oh man, I tell you what.
Why,
Dude,
Why
Indio,
they're
you left
over.
last night, bro. You fucking it just
dude,
got
it's like-
juicy
it's
the moment
5
you left.
o'clock, dude. Of course.
Fuck
It's like
that,
5
dude,
o'clock
man.
in the morning here, man.
This is a fucking all-night party, man. Says the guy who just dips out and ghosts everybody.
Yeah, no
Dude, I actually woke up like 2 hours later and you were still on, and I was about to hop back on, but I was like, nah, I better not.
He
do
was
that.
here
I'll get
2
nothing
hours
done.
later. That's a fucking world record. He usually just dips out, doesn't say anything, gone.
Fucking Huey's like, son of a bitch.
I'm like Homer Simpson in the bushes, dude. I just like faded and.
I was slapping around some Glober special bitch, and I wasn't looking at the chat. And I said, well, okay, Miggy, go ahead, take over. Silence. I said, what the fuck is he stonewalling me? Scrolled up, gone.
Oh shit. Yeah, Panda might come in here with the energy, be like, all right, I'm ready to have the debate. Shit, I might think we can do a.
We got a bunch of Globers in
Twitter
here,
space.
man.
Like
Oh,
who?
tonight?
Yeah, I'm thinking we could do a Twitter space. I mean, shit, why not?
Tough Knuckles person's got to be a Glober. You got Big Daddy's a Glober. Who else down this list? I'm sure Fake World is. Fry is. Platypus is.
No, I'm not a Glober. I think it's
I guess
Yeah,
you're.
It's stupid.
Fake world
Yeah,
is throwing up.
it's cool to talk to you guys. I've been listening to you for years. I've never joined and talked or anything, but since learning about this, since I've heard about this, I kind of stopped paying attention to sports or news or anything really. I've been listening to you guys, and
I have to ask, man. I have to ask. Now you came in here and you haven't said anything yet. Who's your favorite player in this game right here? Come on, man.
I'd say you, buddy. I like the way you.
Damn.
We
Ding,
all
ding,
know
ding, ding.
it's Flatsy. Listen, we all
Yeah,
know
baby.
it's Flatsy.
You know, okay, we want to know who causes the most injuries per game.
No, it's cool. I just always listen on YouTube. I didn't figure out till tonight that I got to join the politics server. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. I don't really know how to work Discord, but
you're actually doing pretty good because most people can't figure out how to get their mic to work for at least the first month.
Yeah, that part wasn't too hard, but yeah, nice. Yeah, cool talking to you guys. I mean, keep doing your thing. It's changed my life for sure. I don't really know. I don't really have anybody to. It's kind of lonely. Can't talk about it with my family or friends or anything. Everybody kind of reacts poorly.
Well,
So.
obviously that's because it doesn't matter. Obviously.
Let me just say this, Fake World. Let me say this to the audience. Are you guys listening to this? So you guys over there, the Globers, especially Jim Panda, are you hearing this? This man, I hope this hurts. I hope it stings that people are listening and changing their minds. And because of you guys, there's more people actually investigating and challenging their own perception of what they think reality is. Because of you, they're the reasons why they're here. And
That's
this guy
true.
is a product of that.
Yeah, listening to like Scott Mackey and
River, dude.
And
my God,
dude, God, it made me.
I'm going to apologize for you having to listen to Scott Mackey. I'm apologizing on behalf of the entire 24/7 crew for entertaining that freaking retard.
Yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard to hear that stuff, and there's just no reasoning. It's hard to stay on that side of the.
Any one of them down.
Scott Mackey said proof of curvature was the fact that the horizon is a circle around him. And because circles have curves, then, yeah, dude. He actually said that for like nearly a week. That wasn't like a one-off, dude. He kept saying it.
Yeah, he's hard to swallow. Brenda's hard to swallow. A lot of them, it just, I can't. I don't. It just seems like they're stuck. They can't see past their own nose. You know.
Oh dear. How long have you been listening to us on YouTube, my friend?
2021 maybe.
Wow.
Oh, do you know that voice that's talking to you, right? Jedi?
Yeah, Jedi for sure. Yep.
Yeah, good to see you, man. I appreciate you watching all of this time, man. I'm glad that you've taken some of the information on board and you're doing well with it. It's really nice to meet you.
Thanks, brother. Good to meet you too. Yeah, you guys are like I don't know, like I don't it's weird.
A force to be reckoned with. There you go.
Yeah, I don't do that, but I don't pay attention. I used to love sports. I used to love watching football. I don't really care about football anymore. I don't care about like these like humdrum normal, like you guys are more celebrities to me than anyone else out there, I would say. Like hearing Quantum Eraser and Miggy, Alpha Vert. I mean, all you guys it's been great to hear you guys talk. I appreciate it.
You mean the last experiment didn't change your mind?
Oh no, that guy's insane. That I live in Colorado. I mean, close to where he's at or whatever. But no, I mean, not at all. I don't.
Just don't take any financial advice from him. Maybe that fucking movie.
That's for sure.
Unless you want to get into a lawsuit. Oh yeah, make some money off of it.
Well, he only faked his death like 3 times.
Fake World. Also, don't forget to follow us on Twitter too. I have an account over there, Alpha Veritas or AV Overdrive. Excuse me, AV_Overdrive. We do Twitter streams over there as well.
I never signed up. Twitter or Instagram, but I probably should just to support you guys. I should, but I don't know.
If you do, I mean, you don't have to get it, but I'm just saying we're also we try to spread ourselves through. Try to move around a little bit, and not just be on Discord. So.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I'll check it out for sure.
If I may, I was just gonna say, Fake World, I appreciate your story, dude. I was in a similar place about a year and a half ago, or a little longer than that, actually, when I came across their YouTube channel and did the same thing. I was listening, for, I forget, it must have been 6-8 months, and then only in February last year I jumped in, said hello, said thank you, and unfortunately I've been stuck here ever since, almost every day. So if you find yourself in that same conundrum, well, we'll be in the same boat.
Nice.
Good to have you, man. Good to hear you, man.
Hey, I wandered in 5 years ago, and I'm still stuck here, man.
Well,
yeah.
You need a sex to be in the same boat.
Hey,
Fake World, I sent you a link to the home server, just to let you know. Check your messages.
Is that correct? We are stuck all. Is that gravity that is holding us all to this server?
I'll be right back, gentlemen.
All right.
Righto.
It's crazy because I have similar story as well, like the other guy. I don't watch any more sports, anything. It's like kind of I'm 24 hours here. So,
well, Fake World, now you can join in, mate. Join in the conversation, have a chat to Globers. You don't have to just listen and sit back on YouTube.
The thing is, when I work, I have two phones. So one of them is for my work. I do Uber Eats and things like that. And the other one is just to listen to the things. So I cannot really talk when I'm driving. I try sometimes, but my voice is like breaking up, and because it's connected to the car. I think I don't know why. Yeah, I like to join more. Sometimes I try because some idiot says stuck in their things and they're saying the same thing over and over, and I like to come in and say, "Come on, man, wake up!" But I'm driving and I'm working, so I cannot.
Yeah, fair enough. The problem is I can't.
Wiggle.
I got to talk. It's nice to talk to people that feel the same way. It's difficult.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
What proof would it take to prove to you guys the Earth is not flat?
Drop over distance, curve measurement. Yeah, measurement of curvature, drop over distance.
Have a shape. Why does it even have to have a shape?
Hang on. I just told you.
I personally would like to.
I didn't hear it. Yeah, can you please repeat it?
I would like to see personally.
Drop over distance.
Drop over distance.
Can you guys hear me or not?
Yes, we
drop over distance, measurement of curvature. That would be great.
So, like, hang like a rope from the ISS.
No, what you could do is shoot a laser out and measure the difference in height predicted by the globe. Perfect.
How much would that cost?
I don't know. Go and buy a laser. Tell your mate to go a couple of miles down the road and sort it out. We've done it over 25 miles if you're interested in having a look.
25 miles isn't big enough.
Yeah, it is. It's 100 meters of drop over distance. So the laser should have been 96 meters in the air. So it was 38 kilometers or 42 kilometers. So it should have been almost 100 meters in the air.
So does everyone else agree with that same thing? It would be you'd have to have a laser etch, like a certain amount of.
No, it doesn't necessarily have to be a laser, right? You can measure drop over distance. That's it. Any way you want. if you can measure drop over distance, you know how the rate of curvature of Earth, right? Boats disappearing over the horizon, find out what distance they're at, how much they disappeared by, take another shot the next day, see if it's exactly the same. The other question would be, how much has it taken you to believe in the globe? Because you're asking how much would it convince us to go to the globe, but I don't think you've been convinced you live on a globe anyway.
Don't forget, we were all globers before.
Are you still there, dude, or you just came in, said a couple of words and left? Or is your brain hurting?
Were you talking to me?
What? Were you the guy that asked the question?
What was no? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not.
I remember your angle.
Do you?
Yeah, you were on our original server about 3-4 years ago.
Yes, that's correct, Mike.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks.
Oh, I've got a weird memory, don't I?
No, there's nothing weird about.
Post earlier, then perhaps it doesn't have a shape. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, Earth doesn't have a shape. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just talking about the surface, right? The surface of the Earth measures to be flat. It's practically used as flat. It's navigated as flat. It's measured as flat. And it appears to be flat.
Yeah, absolutely. The cosine triangle. Yeah.
This guy, man.
You got 90, 90, 90, 90.
Yeah, have you got those things are exclusive to a flat surface. Have you got anything that's not exclusive, that's exclusive to a ball that you could point out and we could talk about?
Ooh, I got lots of material. I could easily. Well, I already have destroyed everyone in the globe. That's where I hang out, though. It's the most entertaining, right? These guys are entertaining as fuck. It's a tough server. It really is. But
Who was asking the question before though?
What question's that?
I think he went.
Yeah. Okay. Guess I'm wasting my breath again.
No, sorry. I have an issue with my keyboard.
What? No, you're all right, man.
No, I battle with them over there all the time. And yeah, they like to step on their own dick over and over and just not get in the dirt. What is what it is.
Right. Do apologise for interrupting everybody. Big Daddy, I've got to reply to this because I cannot be bothered to type it out. But you seem to have suggested that if the Earth was flat, then you should be able to see Mount Everest from everywhere, literally thousands of miles away. So I pointed out in the side chat, and you understand that things with distance appear to get smaller. They reduce in angular size. So eventually you can get the distance from a mountain, even the size of Everest, and it will be too small for you to see. Even if you were to pull out a high-powered telescope, the angular resolution of that telescope will still have a limitation, and eventually with that telescope, with distance, that mountain will be too small to see. Now, you'll have another problem with this as well, because you'll be looking through the atmosphere, And the atmosphere isn't completely transparent, right? It becomes opaque with distance. That distance is approximately 250 to 300 kilometers. So even if you had the most powerful telescope in the world and you were 1,000 miles away from Everest, because of the atmospheric extinction, you still would not be able to see the light if you could increase the angle. So unfortunately, no, you would not be able to see Mount Everest from thousands of miles away, even if the Earth is flat. I hope that helped answers your question.
Well said. I would like to add that, yes, there's the vanishing point as well.
It's okay. Apparently, now Everest can't reduce an angular size because Mount Everest is really, really big. I appreciate you're like 14 years old, my friend, so I don't want to take the mickey out of you, but you might want to readjust what you've just said. Things with distance reduce in angular size. It's a law of perspective.
Question, you guys. I was wondering if you know or whatever. Well, if you guys understand why they use the angles and where this and why they use angles in our coordinate system.
That's how we get the coordinate system.
Right.
We use angle. We use angle.
Where did they originate from?
So the angle measurements are the things in the sky. If you're talking about coordinate system, I presume you're talking about longitude and latitude. So the angle measurements are taken to the objects of the sky. With distance away from the object, the angle will reduce towards the horizon. You can figure out a coordinate system, circles of equal altitude around the ground position of, say, the northern celestial pole to give you your latitude, and angles to the sun, known as lines of meridian or longitude. These are all angle measurements, 45 degrees, 15 degrees, 90 degrees at your zenith. The understanding that the angle measurements, specifically an elevation angle, requires the surface of the Earth to be your adjacent. And the elevation angle, the imaginary line between you and the thing in question, the star. So you can measure the separation of these two straight lines. You can now figure out your distance. For example, if the degree is 15 degrees above the horizon, subtract 15 from 90, multiply the 75 by 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles to figure out your distance between you and the ground position of the star.
All right, Mike, well said. I would like to add to this the reason why, if you don't mind, the using angles, because that's the way the sun rays hit the plane of the Earth from 0 to 180 degrees. If I may add, 0 is not above or below mean sea level. The horizontal horizon.
What happened?
Well, so Jedi was explaining how you get the distance in celestial navigation, but the interesting thing is that equation where you multiply the zenith distance by 69 miles. The question is, why is that a linear equation?
Not straight line distance.
No, I mean, like if it's twice the angle, it's twice the distance. If it's 3 times the angle, it's 3 times the distance. I'm talking a mathematically linear equation, proportional, maybe I should say.
It's a formula provided by the cosine.
Cosine is non-linear. That's the whole point. Like, so there's no triangles involved.
Absolutely, there is. Everything's a triangle in the GPS or in the global model.
Yeah, so if it is a triangle, then how come there aren't trigonometry why is there no trigonometry in the equation?
There is trigonometry all over the place. It's equally divided by it's all fractions as well. So
yeah, I'm talking about the basic equation where you take the zenith distance, multiply it by 60 nautical miles. That tells you the distance to the ground position. That equation I'm talking about.
that's not an equation.
Yeah, it is. You multiply zenith distance times 60. That's a very simple equation.
You get your zenith at?
Zenith is straight above you. Zenith distance is how much from how the angle between straight up and the star. You take that number and you say the zenith distance times 60 equals the distance to the ground position. That's the equation I'm talking about.
Wouldn't that be 90 though? That would be 90.
Which is 90 from feet.
Yeah, but if you can't see the horizon due to trees or mountains or whatever, you can still do this.
90 degrees from your feet, right?
But you can see your shadow, can't you?
I'm talking about at nighttime when you're looking at a star. You look straight up, and then you look at the star, and then you measure the angle between those two directions. That's what an angle is.
GP is the 90 degree from your feet to the GP.
No, the equation gives you the distance to the GP.
Well, you stand perpendicular to the Earth. Period.
From where you're standing to the GP is 90 degree.
Well, I don't think it is. It's just the linear distance along the surface from you to the GP.
So it's not 90 degree the GP?
I don't think so. No.
The definition of perpendicular is 90 degrees.
Right, but then if you're at different positions on the Earth, the direction of up might be different. But that's beside the point. The question is just is the multiplication.
You have the direction up is different. You have to think that if you change your position, you can have a different up.
Right.
Different. Yeah, you have that assumption.
Right. I mean, you can see this because sometimes the sun is directly above you, but not directly above somebody else. It's at an angle.
To the observer is how it is described, because it is to the observer.
Yeah. So I guess my question about the linear equation is probably too complicated. I mean, it's more of a mathematical question. So
it's a grid system. Grid. Right. Do you know the definition of a rhombus? You understand what a rhombus?
Yes.
There you go. It's equally divided, just as the grid is. Not only that, the grid has parallels too, which has 45 east and west, and 90. There's four spots make a rectangle. So in a antipolodial position. Yeah, so the equation would be 0 is not above or below sea level, right? And then you have your altitude, and then you also have your elevation, and then you also have below sea level, above and below. That's it. 0 to 180 is the surface as the sun comes and goes. Right?
Wait, so the sun is coming closer and then going farther? Is that what you're saying throughout the day?
I'm saying the sun comes and then goes.
What about the full moon?
Well, the full moon. Now the moon is a really weird, interesting thing, I think, anyhow. But it has its own little story. But it's interesting that if we were in a linear or a plane universe, right? From one planet to another. It's interesting how it comes over the horizon just as the sun does as well, right? And not only that, it plays catch up. And also, how can you have a left or right crescent moon? It's traveling all in one direction anyhow. It really comply with today's doctrination anyhow.
It matches the 3D geometry of the globe story, but I was just talking about the size of the moon. Like the full moon, it stays the same size all night long, and that seems to be counter to the idea that the moon is coming closer, going overhead, than going farther away, like it would be on a plane.
Now we all know that the sun looks bigger sometimes in the horizon, unlike in the sky. Another thing that's interesting about the moon that I noticed is in the day sky with daylight, or with the sun even out with the moon in the sky, which happens about twice out of the month, is that if it is a half moon, the other half of it's blue. Right?
Oh no, it's black. It's just the blue is in front of the black, and you can't see the black.
Right. You're right. Anyhow, I just find that interesting. And in a black night as well, it turns black.
I think it's always black. It's just that if there's a blue atmosphere in front of it, then you can't see the black.
We know that the celestials they behave differently from the terrestrial objects.
Really?
It doesn't mean that
they don't obey the law of perspective.
It has to go smaller and bigger.
So
okay, I'm getting confused. So does it turn black at night, or is it always black?
It's always black. The dark side of the moon is always black.
No. I'm talking about when the moon is at like in its phase, and you see it come through the day chasing the sun, right? Or the sun chasing the moon, or the moon chases the sun, right? So in the day sky, you'll see half of the moon blue, half of it being reflected, supposedly quote unquote, off the sun as white or a pale blue. But at night, same thing. Night being there's no daylight or sun, right? And it's so the other half of the moon would be black as the sky, and the other half same reflected.
And Matthew, do you agree that the celestial objects they behave differently from the terrestrial objects?
Oh no, they don't. They're the same kind of thing.
So if I take
they behave differently, absolutely.
I take an angle, and you're above me 30,000 feet, and you take an angle to a star or the sun or whatever. Do you think you will get different angle?
Why would you get a different?
Say that again. If you're somebody on the ground and somebody 3,000 feet above you, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would get the same. You would get the same angle to the stars and the sun and the moon.
On the terrestrial objects, it doesn't happen the same thing. The celestial objects, they behave differently from the terrestrial objects. So you cannot compare that because the size is not changing of the thing. These things they are behaving completely different than what we have on the ground on Earth. For example, the lighthouse. If I'm on a boat, it's different angle. If you are above me 3,000 feet on the helicopter, it's different angle.
That's a perception.
But yes,
because the lighthouse is closer.
The celestial they behave different.
Yeah, because they're so much farther.
No, they don't behave any different because I'm here on the surface of Earth for my entire life until the day I die, and it acts the same way each day that I see it.
I'm saying they behave different because doesn't matter if you go up or down, they will be the same size. They will not change in size.
This is a hypothesis.
What? When was there a hypothesis? I haven't heard one for ages.
Telling me that it acts different.
It's not a
The
hypothesis.
celestial objects they behave different, of course.
How?
They're not the same like the terrestrial ones.
It's not a hypothesis.
Well, how do you prove what he's saying? How does he prove what he's saying then?
Okay, it's not a claim to science. You can use observation, measurement, and other tool, but it's not a hypothesis.
Well, it would be because he can't back it up. What he's saying
So, what's the hypothesis?
that the celestial bodies act different.
No, that's a statement. I'll ask again. What's a hypothesis?
Right. That would have to be his hypothesis because
No. A hypothesis is
he's
a
presenting it to me as a fact, though. So.
I'm trying to help you, dude. Right. So a hypothesis is a prediction. What he said was a statement.
Well, in argument, right?
Cool.
Yeah, and the thing about the full moon staying the same size all night long, that's an observation, not really a hypothesis.
Oh, Matthew, I'm actually quite glad you're here. We've observed a few eclipses in our time, solar and lunar and the type. Did you see the one a couple of weeks ago?
I didn't see the solar eclipse because it was only in a small part of Canada and the United States, and it was only a partial eclipse. But I did see the total lunar eclipse.
Did you see the lunar eclipse? Awesome. Did you see it turn red?
Yes, I did.
Did you see?
I mean, it was sort of reddish, right?
Yeah, sort of reddish. It was like full moon, and then it went dark, and then it turned red-ish, right?
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Awesome. So, in your worldview, there's a penumbra and an umbra, isn't there? The penumbra surrounds the umbra, doesn't it?
Yes.
Cool. So, according to the penumbra, the area where the moon turns red, surely the moon that was full and white would have had to have crossed the penumbra to get to the umbra. So it should have turned red, then black, then red, then white.
No, it's the umbra that's red, and the penumbra is still quite bright, and mostly whitish. I mean, it's a little bit dimmer, but
So where does it turn dark?
It turns dark in the umbra, and that turns dark. And when it's dark, that's when it's reddish in the totality of the eclipse.
So in the Earth's shadow completely?
Yes, when it's in the Earth's shadow completely, that's when it looks reddish.
Okay. Didn't it turn dark before it turned red?
I mean, there were portions of it that were dark, but when you can't really see the reddish part of it if there's still some of it lit up because it's so much brighter. It's when the whole moon is in the shadow that you can kind of detect the red color. It wasn't even super red this time.
No, it wasn't. So what does the penumbra do?
Penumbra slightly darkens the moon as it's compared to its like full moon.
Okay. So this is where I get a little bit confused because it's supposed to be the atmospheric scattering, the penumbra area, where the scattering of light changes the colour of the moon to red because of the scattering of the light through the atmosphere. The Earth's shadow is the area of complete darkness behind the Earth. So it's the area of complete darkness where we should see a totally eclipsed dark moon. The penumbra, where the light from the sun is scattered through the atmosphere, is where the moon turns red, according to the model that we can get on Google.
No, I don't. The penumbra is still quite white, and the reddishness is only during totality, only when it's in the middle of the umbra.
Okay, buddy. What we'll do is we'll stick a pin in this. I'll go find my bits and pieces, and next time I see you, I'll talk to you about it again.
Cat, are we live?
We are live, CB, yes.
Holy, bro. We do it live.
What's
going on?
What's going on?
What's the vibes? What's the vibes?
You know, you do remind me of your avatar.
Who, me?
Picture that guy coming in going, "Are we live?" Every time.
Hey, we live. Are we cooking or
Me and Matthew were just politely chatting.
Yeah, I posted in the chat a link that shows a little animation of the different parts of the shadow going across the sun, across the moon.
Yeah, that's what I've got as well, buddy. You're fine.
Interestingly, red is the least hueable color. Like it's the least of the spectrum in color of light, or which would be hue. Like it has the least rangeable variabilities. You very rarely see red in the sky, let alone on a moon.
Facts.
What?
Really?
See it
I see
every
red.
night.
I mean,
You see red every night.
it's fairly common
You
to
see
red.
red?
And the sunrise, although you probably...
I'm about to see red right now.
Red
Every
sky
night
at
we see
night.
red skies.
Yeah, right. Red sky at night, shepherd's delight. Red night in the morning, shepherd's warning.
I use the word rarely in the spectrum, which is yes, you rarely slightly see it in the twilight.
I mean, I'm fucking colorblind, mate, so I don't know.
So rarely, always.
Rarely, about once or twice a day.
Hey, it also depends on the weather and where you're at. Yeah, I mean,
That's very true.
yeah. Anyhow, if you're in Antarctica and you're a glober and it's in December, you might not see red at all. You might just have a sun swirling around in circles.
This is true.
Yeah, but they have a 24-hour sun, right?
For up to 3 months, I think.
Yep.
I don't think it's quite that long.
I think, I mean, I keep getting quoted different numbers. Somewhere, it's really funny, somewhere between 69 and 90.
69.
Well, it probably depends on the latitude, right?
Yeah, it might depend on your latitude. You might be correct with that.
How does the 24-hour sun work on the flat Earth then?
Do you see the sun circling above for 24 hours for 3 months of the year? The sun is circling above. There you go.
What do you mean? How does it work on a flat Earth? Like,
how does it work, bro?
If the Earth's and there's a 24-hour sun, then there's a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth.
The interesting thing is that it goes from right to left along the horizon in the south, but then 6 months later it goes from left to right along the horizon in the north.
No, it goes from north to south. It travels through the actual circles. It also bounces from eastward to westward.
Did you hear what he said?
Can you say that again, Matthew?
Matthew was pointing out the two different rotations, north and south. Some are in the north. The sun goes clockwise around the observer. You will see the sun rotate around you from left to right, east to west. Observation in the south, the sun does the opposite to this. It appears to go in the opposite direction from right to left, counterclockwise.
But not observable.
No, you can go down there and see it. Witsit did this, right?
Yep.
Wait, does the sun set on flat Earth?
No.
I don't know. Don't the Globers claim that it doesn't set? Well, but they go, oh well, if the Earth was flat, the sun would always be up. And then they went down and they proved that there was 24-hour sun in the south.
Wait, so the sun didn't set? The sun didn't set?
They didn't even pack any drugs with them to stay up for 24 hours. How would they even know?
Left the cameras on.
Yeah, in December, Witsit and some other people went down
Witsit
to
and Jaron were
Union
down there,
Glacier.
but these guys say they're not flat earthers; they're truth earthers.
The fuck is that?
Twoo earthers.
Wait, one sec.
Why does
So
Earth even have to
I'm
have
gonna
a shape?
just 1 sec. I need to explain it to this guy again, right?
Uh-oh.
So they believe in a map. They say the Earth is this map, right? So when they went, they said, if we see the sun in the south, then this map is not correct. And because we believe in this map, then the Earth cannot be flat. That's why they are true Earthers.
Yeah,
Because
which is the
they
Gleason's
believe they
map.
live
That's right.
They believe they live on a map. So what you got to do is you go, okay, well, how do they then throw out all the measurements that they've taken over the years? They go, well, the Earth's not flat, but because the sun rotates in the sky, then the Earth is a globe. How do you do that? How do you come to that conclusion?
It's cap, bro.
So they are not flat earthers, they are map earthers. That's what I'd call them. Map
You say
earthers.
map earther? Nice.
Yeah.
Well, the AE map that is the Alexander map, right? It's the global map. It's just a polarized view of the azimuthal equal distance map. It is the same exact one as it would show as the prime meridian in the map, right? As from north to south. It's the exact same map.
Yeah, it's a globe projection. Yeah, that's right.
Right, yeah.
So they just reified their map.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's why I don't understand.
Well, they proved it. They proved it wrong.
Well, it even says
How do they
on
work
the
on the globe then?
Alexander. Well, it says on the Alexander too. Funny thing, I pointed it out to him that it actually says there's a 24-hour sun at the time they go down there, and they suggested no, that's the flat map. I'm like, no, this is your map.
What do you mean? How
wrong? Explain to me this, like when, for example, when we use like Google.
No,
Maps in the car.
the projection is made.
Travel.
The projection is
the distance correctly.
The projection is made from angle measurements to the sun and the stars.
Yeah, but I'm saying the distances on Earth when we like travel.
No.
How do they predict that?
No. You don't predict distances.
Yeah, but I heard a flat earther say, I forgot his name, but he said you could.
Why is that you talking? You just changed your mic?
No.
No, different.
So who was talking before you?
Awaken.
Okay, go ahead, Awaken. Are we going to just keep changing conversations?
No, I was saying that the map that they use, right, for like traveling.
Which one? Which one's that?
The map they use for navigation.
Which one?
It matches reality, right?
Which one?
There's several navigation charts. What are you talking about?
When they use navigational charts, they use grid, like small navigational charts, like areas. Yeah. So they'll have this part, and then they'll follow a heading using that map, and then they'll go on to a different map, and then they'll go on to a different map. Do you think they have globes and shit on the fucking bridges of boats?
Okay, but you agree those maps are accurate?
Local maps? Yeah.
So all these maps mapped together are accurate?
You can't put them together.
But they do.
No, they don't.
They all have their tool of use.
All put together.
They're not put together. Okay, show me them
On
put
a
together.
plane, it's all pulling that in together and using that.
Okay, how do you measure distance over water?
That depends on what country you're in.
No, it doesn't. How do you measure
Well,
distance over
You
water?
got miles and meters, so. And
Okay,
well,
okay, how do you
it also
measure?
depends on if you're like an astronautics too or whatnot, right? So
it all depends. Okay, we can get past the unit that you use. Question still fucking remains.
I was just teasing me.
So awaken. How do you measure distance over water?
By the triangle cosine.
God, you're not helping.
Oh, awaken. Awaken.
Yes.
Awaken. Wake up. How do you measure distance over water?
Speed and time.
Speed and time. Okay. What about currents?
Yeah, but I'm talking about like when you're flying.
When you're flying, flying.
You're on.
Yeah. So how do you measure? How do you measure ground? How do you measure ground speed in a plane?
I have instruments that measure that shit.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, now they do, right?
I don't know. Do they?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure,
based on
Flight instrument.
based on measurements of the globe. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, but it's
How do you
reality,
know?
Right? That's how you get like travel times.
No, it's not how you get travel times. Right. You get airspeed. Right. You get airspeed, and you point in a direction.
Well, data that
Yeah, and then you point in that direction, and then sometimes you arrive 50 minutes early, sometimes you arrive an hour late.
Yeah,
but they're correct.
Current or whatever.
Have you ever been on a plane and then have you ever been on a plane and then you arrive and they say, "Oh, we've just changed our time. We're going to be arriving an hour early," and they didn't know they were arriving an hour early until they got to the closest land point and they got a beep from the beacon and said where they were.
Shit,
They didn't know. Yeah, they go, "Oh, we're early."
Depends on the wind of the day, what corridor you're in, loads of different things.
Because they don't know what
there's currents and all that.
The ground speed is. So they can only measure airspeed.
So I had a flat earther telling me we could ignore what's in the sky. Is that true?
What do you mean by ignore what's in the sky?
Like we could ignore the sun and the moon and the
Why
rest
would you ignore them?
to determine the shape
Speak to a lot of weird flat earthers, man.
We can ignore the things in the sky if we're talking about the Earth.
Yeah, the shape of the Earth. We could ignore what's in the sky. That was the claim. Yeah.
Yeah. We can specifically concentrate on the Earth. To figure out what the Earth is, we can look at the Earth. We don't have to look at anything else.
But they can't ignore the sky because that's where they get their sphere from. They can't measure the Earth. They get their sphere from the sky. We just measure that shit. They say, you can't measure that.
Was the question going to go somewhere, or was that it?
I think he would just want to point out that he speaks to a lot of weird flat earthers.
Oh, okay. So do we.
You get a lot of different ideas, right? When you speak to different people, there's not a set, especially in the flat Earth community, like a set, what do you think? Like belief that's all in common when it comes to like specific details.
Yeah, and that's better, isn't it? That
you can hear all across the borders. Yeah, it's flat because of.
Yeah, it's basically flavor of the day. Like whoever you talk to has a different idea.
And you get different details from different flat earthers.
Well, isn't that better for learning and knowledge? That
no, because you
different people.
One thing that they all agree on.
Well, why would you have to agree on things? Isn't that how you learn? Okay. Oh, let's test this idea. Oh no, that's not right. Okay, we'll throw that one out. You guys can't do that.
You guys haven't been tested.
But you guys can't do that because you're stuck with a number.
No, but
and if things show that it's not that number, you have to come up with an excuse why it's not that number. We're free to explore. You're not. You're stuck with explanations that don't match the globe.
That you didn't come up with yourself, that you defend for some reason.
Yeah, I know. It's not even your idea. And you're so defensive about it. It's a ball. Must be. They told me, but I've never checked. Now that, to me, is weird. Not flat earthers. Flat earthers aren't weird.
Yeah, so what's the hypothesis here? The government is lying to control people, telling them it's a globe?
What?
It's not a hypothesis.
What?
Like, why are they telling you it's a globe then?
I have no idea. I mean, we can speculate, but speculates aren't really going to get us anywhere. Really. There's a good few reasons why the motivation for people to conceal truth might benefit them. Loads of different reasons, dude. Do you want some? Okay, I guess not.
And even if you do come up with an idea of why or this and that, it doesn't change the outcome of it. Yeah.
Or even if you can't think of a motivation, it's not going to stop the crime of already being committed. We're interested in the crime, not the motivation for the crime.
Is the Earth flat or is it a globe?
Well, do you know what? Yeah, we're live. I can't think of a reason why they would lie, so it's definitely a ball.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. There's no possible way that they could lie, there's no benefit that they could get, so it's definitely what they said. Because
I can't think of one.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's saying that?
What's his name was just asking a few questions.
Why would they lie? Blah, blah, blah. That seems to go really quiet.
Is the hypothesis that the government is lying about the...
Yeah, why would they
shape of the
lie?
Earth?
I'm just kidding.
Do you know what, Alpha? I can't think of a reason why they would lie, so the Earth is a ball.
Yep. That's logical.
Mm-hmm. Where did you bugger off to anyway, Alpha, to go and get some food?
Nah, man. We got little Yorkies. They need attendant. They need attending to. I was tending to them.
Oh, do you have to brush them?
Well, they got a little area that it needs to be cleaned up, kept up with.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
So usually at nights, I take care of that.
They poo in the same place all the time?
Well, there's an area for them now because we're moving. We're in a transitional period, so before we get to my place, we got a little area for them.
Keep them contained, yeah, like gas pressure.
They don't like it.
Is one called gas and one called pressure?
No, one's called Yappuccino. Fucking hell, man.
Are we live? Is this thing on?
Yes.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, there we go.
Dude, we had 60 folk in here earlier, man. It was lit.
60?
Yeah, 65.
60? Wow.
65, yeah.
Lit.
Yeah, they all came in and said, I'm coming in here.
Shamalama
CD
Panda.
guy's not in here.
Shamalama Panda was coming through. He was dipping his toe in the text, seeing what the temperature was, and then he saw all of us in here. He's like, nah, fuck that.
And he screamed like a little girl and fucked off. Oh, it's too cold. I don't like it.
Yeah. Ooh. Nah.
65. That's a
What do we
lot.
do now?
Well, the clown car. There's 2 clown cars. There's one that comes in about 1:00. There's another one at 3. So.
Man, it's like a bus. It's got a bus route.
Picking them up at stations. Getting ready to drop them off over here.
That's funny.
For you, because you can imagine fucking all the bus stations that have fucking clowns everywhere.
65. Damn. So they all came from one place, or it just grew?
No, usually the tryhards, and then there was a few randos that came through here. Oh, we got a new addition though, Fake World, who's a long-time listener and first-time, caller.
Caller.
So yeah, he's in here right now. Fake World A231.
Grab a mic, friend, and be all live.
Yeah, he said he's been listening since 2021. It sounds like. Big fan, huge fan.
This is true. Yes.
Cool.
Buy the merch. Do we have merch? I forgot.
We will, sir. We will.
Yeah, that's a good point.
What do the people want? I'm talking hats here, like with a black swan on it.
Ah, man.
Globes. The people want globes, man. Give them globes.
Give them globes.
Give them what they want.
Globes
No, that's
and NASA
Jedi's
t-shirts. There you go.
You know, I will
That's
have to
Jedi's
put together.
I was gonna say that's Jedi's motto, man. He aims to please.
Pause.
That's right.
We'll have to put together a marketing department.
Yeah, that goats guy that comes through here every now and again. Was he Irish? Yeah, that guy.
No.
What is he
raised by goats. He's
what
from
is he?
Northern England.
Oh, England. My bad. Dude.
Northern
He's
English.
gonna hate that I said he's Irish.
Yeah. Same thing.
Oh, fucking hell.
Just joking.
Yeah, you bloody English people. You travel 10 miles down the road and you got a different accent. You got to learn a different language at the same time, different dialect.
Golly, 10 miles? That's crazy.
Yeah, man.
Well, don't
Could be
worry.
in
The
same
landscape will
city
be.
and have
Don't worry. The landscape is going to change in a few years. We won't see any of them anyway.
You'll all be Muslim.
Don't say that.
Oh,
Fuck
shit.
yeah.
Oh, we're going deep, chat. We're going deep.
We're going to call it the caliphate. Oh, never mind.
Yeah. English. The national language of England will be Arabic.
There'll
It'll be Pakistani.
be a crescent moon and a star flying over your area over there.
In a couple of months' time, I'll have changed my name to Mohammed bin Jedi. That'll be me.
Hey, you can move here, man, if you want.
Isn't that like from the frying pan into the fire? No, I'm just fucking around. I'm fucking around.
We got heaps of space.
You got Orange Man over here, so you'll be all right.
Orange Man.
He's tariffing the fucking world, so we got gas prices are going up like a mug.
He just put all these tariffs on Australian meats, and I was like, I don't know how that's going to work for you guys because you guys don't have enough meat. That's why he buys in meat.
Hey. You got all the meat over here, baby. Go.
That's why because Australia provides all the beef and lamb at Costco. Costco? Yeah, Costco.
Dude, fuck.
All
I got a
beef.
card at Costco, bro. Come on. Fuck with my Costco.
Say goodbye to all of your cars. BMWs, Mercedes, Porsches. Yeah.
Audis.
Yeah. I think he could have, I was all for it at the start, and I thought, I think he may be going a little bit too far, but, do you think he's just going hard at the start, and then he's going to, lay off a bit?
It's a tactic, dude. He's going hard in the paint right now, so what's going to do is You have to cause a fucking rift at the very beginning to it's a shock and awe kind of campaign.
Yeah.
You know.
Everyone will shit themselves, start, doing this, and he can start, you guys will start manufacturing again in the US, and then whatever's left over will be what he'll have to import.
Dude, he made it sound like tariffs are easy. They're fucking quick. We can just slap tariffs anywhere, tariff this, tariff that, and you could, dial them back. Like tariffs are easily manageable, so they're not like permanent.
It changes the import and export market a lot.
Because they're easy, right? Like to just slap them on there, what you want. It gives like control, so that he could like sculpt the landscape. He wants to change it to where people are dependent more on U.S. We need to be more U.S. dependent on manufacturing and all kinds of things. So agriculture. So we're not going to be dependent on other countries. So it's essentially, geez, I hate to say it like this, but I like the way Germany was when they needed a jump start at the very beginning.
Yeah, but we don't grow enough coffee, Mickey. Damn it. Coffee comes from other countries. Son of a bitch. You and Kiwi gotta start drinking coffee, damn it. You're upsetting me.
So what he was also saying was, Australia doesn't buy any of our meat. And I was thinking, but we have a blockade on all meat. So all meat that is in Australia is from Australia because we don't have any diseases here with animals. So
got good quality beef, bro. Seriously.
Lamb's the best in the world. But so we don't have any animal diseases, and we don't have any fruit diseases either. So all produce coming into Australia is not allowed. So that's the difference. Like the meat from America, they say, it's got traces of mad cow and stuff like that. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what the Australian government says. That's why we don't let any shit into the country. And we're self-sufficient, so that works fine. If we lose that American meat market, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, but that's the thing though, bro. Like we've always been dependent on the trades, so it's so like there's not a lot of it should reignite the passion for businesses to kind of like want to be here in the U.S. and there's just not a lot of that. So the shock and awe of the tariffs, people right now are gonna be like, oh, what the fuck? I didn't sign up for this.
Oh, I just thought of something. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
So tariffs have been dropped and you guys are going to have to be, self-sufficient, as in you want to grow your businesses in your country, you want to grow your own food, your own cattle, blah, blah, blah. Who's been buying up all of the farmland recently in your country?
Fucking what's his face, dude? Microsoft fucking billionaire.
Yeah, Bill Gates.
Soundboard. Enter soundboard here.
Yeah, Bill Gates.
And China too. Yeah.
Just a little.
China's got a. But this is the thing, though, man. So we got gatekeepers and keymasters and shit like this. But from what I'm listening to and the way it sounds,
Ghostbusters. I love that.
You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
I'm the gatekeeper. I'm the keymaster.
Somebody got it, but because it's almost like without those components, then you could basically grow your own food. But you're gonna have to. It's now the land is owned by someone else, so you're gonna have to pay hefty fines and taxes and shit. Just fucking.
I get it too, because it'll be hard to start with, right? But they'll say, okay, everything's gonna cost more. But what will happen is the US dollar will go up, and everyone will be earning the same amount, but in better dollars.
And
then things become cheaper. So it's a long-term process, and then manufacturing's staying in the country, and all that money's getting pumped back into the country. You'll suffer for a few years, but by the time Trump's thing's over, then the economy will start rocking again, and whoever comes in next will go, see, we did this economy thing, you know what I mean? Because it takes a long time for it to kick in, but it'll be much more beneficial in the long run.
Yeah, because you guys benefit from cattle being the meat, and everything being produced there, fruit and all that. So you guys feel like self-sufficient on that end of it, right? So I mean, it's like U.S. hasn't felt that in a long time, bro. Like we've been borrowing shit from other people, trading, and see, those other countries have been controlling what we pay for trade and such. So it's not easy for us, man. Like, and because of that, the price fluctuations are fucking crazy, dude, for us. One moment you're paying.
Plus you've had weak governments too. So in the last, you've had a few weak governments.
And the recession in certain states, because it's kind of like state by state. Recession hasn't hit like every state, but certain states fucking sucks, dude. Like, what I do here, where I'm working at here, would pay like half as much over there, and like where I came from in Texas. So,
wow,
yeah, it's I don't even know how to say the cost of living in different places is just it's wacky. There's no like standard like where people. It's difficult, dude. I mean, of course, you get that because there's coastal areas and people want to live in certain areas, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just the economy as a whole in the U.S. What it is now.
Well, to add to that, wasn't there something about something floated in the last couple of weeks? I don't know if it was Trump directly or one of his advisors or something like that. The potential proposition of eliminating income tax under $150,000 a year.
Yeah, that's kind of like it's in there somewhere, but you have to take care of the big topics first, before you get down to where people are actually managing, the financial infrastructure. Because right now it's just getting where we're at with the whole economy. Like, how the fuck are we going to reignite the businesses to want to build here in America, like factories and such? Because it's cheaper right now to build somewhere else, but these tariffs are going to give a sour taste in people's mouths that have their companies elsewhere. You know what I mean? So those who made their companies in like Mexico to import their stuff over here because it was cheaper to make a factory in Mexico and just import, Now they're going to feel the sting of that, so they're going to rethink of like, should we keep our factory open in Mexico or shut it down and bring it back to U.S.? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like up here, man.
That's what it's for. It's meant to hurt for a little bit, so that people that have their businesses in other countries are going to be like, let's just come back to America because it's costing us too much money to import that shit over here. Fuck that. Just might as well just make it in America.
Like it's not only the foreign like the offshore businesses per se, but just the raw materials too, right? Like you guys were importing a lot of like lumber and oil and shit like that from up here, right? Yeah, you guys remember that big hoopla, between Canada and the States, right? It's gonna be weird, man.
We're ready to welcome you guys to the 51st state, and join the union.
I thought about that. I don't know if I oppose that. I'm not in control of it, so I'm like, fuck, just do whatever, right?
Yeah, we're waiting, dude. We got our arms open. Don't worry, we'll catch you. We got two strong arms, two shoulders.
You can lean on us. Asshole. How dare you?
It's gonna happen, dude. It's like I'm like, dude, why fight it, dude? Just give in. Just it feels better when you hug and just like hug it out. Be all right.
One thing I find weird about that is what would it be like? Because we've got like so many provinces, right? Each one is basically the size of a state. Would each province become a state, or is it one giant state with like?
Yeah, it's one giant state. We're just gonna take the whole of Canada and just one state. Yeah.
So what? One giant state with giant-ish counties? Like how? What's the hierarchy?
Yeah, counties within the state. Yep.
But province size? That's weird.
Well, I mean, it's not so weird because you think about the population density is really concentrated in like the major metropolitan areas. Sure. So the outskirts are just little small towns that we're not concerned about that.
Don't listen to the American. Just join Kanzak and everything will be fine.
No, we're not. Yeah, no. They're not gonna be tipping their fingers to the Queen anymore, man. They're gonna join the Orange Man.
Well, she did.
What Queen?
Oh, the King. No, yeah,
she
sure.
He probably did.
It's not going to be long.
Well, see, it's going to be the Orange Man for a little bit, and then Jedi he's going to be carrying his luggage over to another country because obviously something's going down over there. So they're going to be telling Jedi, "Excuse me, buddy. Pardon me. Thank you." He's going to be like, "Fuck off, dude. I was here first."
Just busts his door down, brings his luggage in.
All right, man. Your time is up. Time to move out. He's like, "Time to move out from where?" Like, yeah, we got a family coming in, and yep.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
No, I was telling Jedi. I sent a video to him that these fucking clowns were running around over there in his area with swords and shit, and fucking cops were just looking at him. Like, dude, what the fuck is going on over there, man? How are people running around with swords, and those cops are just looking at him like, we ain't fucking doing anything about it. Like, how?
Their cops don't have guns. That's the problem.
Really?
We can't say anything. That's traditional for the Muslims to go around with swords.
Dude, you're being fucking sacked, bro. I get passionate about this shit.
Yeah, the white people would be racist for doing that.
No shit, dude.
It's illegal to notice. I got to go because we're all getting called to prayer now. So.
Yeah, that's what it's gonna sound like, dude. Hey, dude, I'm telling you, Jedi.
You think he's joking, don't you? Like,
no, I don't. I think it's fucking. The problem is, though, man.
Sections of the UK now just look like the Middle East, indistinguishable.
But I think that are you in the mix over there? You're probably somewhere.
Where I live, yeah. I basically moved away from those kind of areas.
Really?
So where I live right now, and so when I talk to my wife about it, she looks out of her window and she's like, "I don't understand. I don't see the problem. I think you've just been radicalized." And I say, "No, we live in a nice area, but town by town, city by city, it's coming to their doorstep, and no one thinks it's a problem." So all these like middle class do-gooders don't think it's a problem until it's on their doorstep.
Yep.
Are you from Newcastle?
I'm not from Newcastle, no. If you ever knew somebody from Newcastle, it's it's very, very,
that's
very.
Right. I'm from Newcastle.
Are you guys gonna go to the fucking polls or some shit? Because what the fuck's? I mean,
I'm learning Polish.
Fucking hell, bro.
There's a guy I like at the moment.
Sorry.
Can't remember what party he's from, but he was talking some real smack. It was good. He's an older bloke. And it's not Nigel Farage. It's
Rupert Lowe.
Someone. What was that? Say that again.
Rupert Lowe.
Is that? I think that's him.
No, it is him. And then because he was talking sense, he got absolutely sabotaged. They made up all these stories to kick him out of the party.
Oh, no.
Name through them. They've kicked him out because.
Is he going to join with Nigel Farage then? He must. He has to.
Well, he was already with Nigel Farage, and Nigel kicked him out of the party.
Okay.
Yeah. So we've already seen with Nigel, he tried to do the whole there needs to be a right-wing party. I can be the guy. And then after there was an incident in the UK where a Christian choir boy, wink wink, stabbed up a load of girls at a dance party. And in the aftermath of that, they were kicked off big time. And, people who posted things on social media about the event got jailed for 2 years in many instances. Nigel Farage was visited by MI5 during this because there was this huge kind of, he started the riots. No, little girls getting stabbed to death started the riots, not Nigel Farage. But ever since that day, he went from being this kind of right-wing, strong on law, strong on the borders guy.
They got him.
They got him, basically.
Oh, man, you got no hope left.
You're talking about Southport, aren't you?
I don't want my door going through, but yes, I'm talking about Southport. And the thing is, if you hear English people talk
you
about
guys
it,
are
you might think, completely. I'm learning Polish in bed. Like, I'm not even joking. I'm going to sell my house once the kids are older. It'll buy me a nice little patch in Poland. I've already looked. I already know what selling this place can get me in Poland. And yeah, that's the plan, basically. I'll stay out the rest of my days in Poland because this country is finished.
Just
the
for
naval power of the world. Sorry, Jedi.
I just want him to tell everybody why he's moving to Poland.
Well, I saw an interview with one of the main kind of political heads in Poland. And he was
He's
saying,
the best.
doctors,
I love that
keep
guy.
your doctors, keep your engineers. We do not need them. Poland's for the Polish people. The street, there's very little crime. There's very little rape. There's zero terrorist attacks. Not very little, zero.
Zero immigration.
I'm sure there's no link. I'm sure there's no.
Wouldn't that mean you? Because aren't you immigrating too?
Hey, they'll take white people.
Yeah, but the difference.
Fucking hell, bro.
The difference is, I would go with my own money. Yeah, I wouldn't be asking for any money from the Polish state. I've got my own money. I would learn the culture. I would learn the language. I would contribute to society. My plan wouldn't be to rock up at the borders illegally, and when they say, "Excuse me, friend, what's your name?" Don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I don't know. Oh, fair enough. Where are you from?
Do you have a passport? No.
Yeah, do you have a passport? No. And any sensible person would say, clearly this is a troublemaker. Because only troublemakers have got an issue with saying their name. Only troublemakers and wrong-uns feel the need to just fabricate identities. But instead what we do is we say, well, we've recently cut heating allowances for the old people. We're slashing benefits for the disabled. Fuck those guys in wheelchairs, that's for sure. Because the boat people, God knows they need this money more.
Yeah, they need 5-star hotels and food allowances and everything, yeah?
It sounds like it's made up. It sounds like it's made up. And if you think to yourself, oh, well, this is just right-wing rage-based. And I used to think the same. I used to be really left-wing. Well, I say really left-wing. Call it centre-left. I used to think this was just made-up stuff to rile up the middle class, but it's real.
I know it's true. We've still got family over there.
Yeah. I mean, put it like this, right? It would cost somebody who wanted to apply for asylum in the UK a flight of £27 leaving from North Africa from somewhere like Algeria. £27. And then they can apply for asylum when they get here. What they're doing is coming here illegally and paying between £5,000 and £10,000 for some kind of people trafficker to provide them with the ability to do so. So you tell me if they've got good intention or not.
Or you could come legally and pay $15,000 for a visa. You know, to come legally, it's more expensive than coming illegally.
Well, you can apply for asylum. Not a problem with applying for asylum if you do it properly. That will be presented.
Yeah, you got to prove that you need, like you're like a persecuted person or something like that. But...
Exactly.
Or do you just have to claim it?
I think you have to come from a region that's obviously got its issues, and you have to prove that you come from that region and that you've been suffering from personal persecution and those type of things. You know, but apply for asylum.
All you need to do is say, "I'm a Christian from the Middle East." That's all you need to say.
And a lot of that goes on. In practice, you need to be able to prove you're from persecution, a region with strife. But it's something like 5% of all Algerian men to have ever been born live in London. Algeria is not at war.
No, it's not. No.
Somalia is not at war. Like Pakistan is not at war. Afghanistan is not at war. Like there's hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of men, specifically men. There's no women and children from Ukraine. Imagine at the shores of Kent, you've got women and children in boats. Nobody would bat an eyelid because people would think, well, yeah, Ukraine's at war. These are women. These are children. Of course, we're going to provide refuge. Of course, nobody would complain. But it's exclusively men from countries that aren't even at war. And then
like mid-20s too, yeah. Like
Yeah, it's men. It's men from countries that aren't at war. You can't square that circle, and it's people don't talk about it because they've invented this whole host of words ending in "ist," "ob," or "eit," where if you try and ask questions, he's a bigot, he's a racist. No, I'm just not fucking blind.
Mm-hmm.
And
I regularly say to people, as a last point before I make another coffee, because sometimes people think, well, say if the government's listening to Mr. Goats are racist, we found another. And what it comes down to for me is, even if the people doing this were 6'2" Swedish women, right? Let's just imagine for whatever reason it's millions. Don't get me wrong, I might be slightly less offended, but 6'2" Swedish women coming into the country illegally, and their whole plan is to live for free, infinitely, forever, courtesy of Mr. Goats and the fact that he works and pays a high tax bracket. I'd be just as offended. I would say, fuck you, absolutely no chance. I don't care where you're from. I don't care what language you speak. I don't care what colour you are. But if your plan is to come here illegally and have the British taxpayer pay for everything, no. Just no. It's not about colour. It's about maths.
Yeah, that's a whole other type of 304, CB.
Yeah, 6'2".
Yeah, they could live for free without asking for money from the government.
I like to climb trees.
That's like Amazonian shit.
But carrying you,
Nordic,
man, to
Nordic.
I mean, that's probably put a baby in that one.
CB wants himself a Viking.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
That son of a bitch will be so fucking tough, dude. And tall and like be a beast.
Yeah, you want an athlete? Yeah, right there.
Yep. Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs, ladies and gentlemen, but it's the world we live in right now. I mean, it's hard to think you contemplate moving to another place, though. It's fucked, dude. For you to even be thinking that.
Poland is one of the safest countries in Europe at the moment, though.
It's more.
Are you considering Poland, Jedi?
I mean, if I had the ability to, yeah, I would. Just because of it just seems safer from that type of point of view. I won't. I've got too many connections here and whatnot, but I can understand why my friend's doing it.
Yeah.
And what you have to understand as well is that if you're from England, like to use a metaphor, imagine you're a paramedic, you're a doctor, your whole thing is saving people, fixing things. Yeah, you're somebody who likes to fix things. If you find a body that's been hit by a truck, and it's not even a body anymore, it's just pulp. If you're a doctor, you're not going to look at this and go, "Oh, we can fix this. We can piece him back together. It's fine. We'll just get. We'll just kind of, we can push all of his mush into this little blob, and he can heal." Like that's the country in this metaphor. It's not the case of like be principled, be righteous. You can turn it around. Like the time for turning it around was 20, 30 years ago. I genuinely believe it's past the threshold. It's past the precipice. It's not a case anymore of, well, if enough principled people get together and stand tall, they can make a difference.
Okay, that's weird.
Easily be civil war across Europe within the next year or so. Easily.
Seriously? Like that's
seriously.
That's a pretty powerful
civil war.
That's a powerful statement.
I'm betting on it. I'm literally betting on it. Like
it's a fucking powerful statement right there.
Desperately hope I'm wrong. Desperately hope I'm wrong.
Was that like the next Call of Duty or?
Yeah, I feel similar to you guys over here in Canada. I think it's been a slower process, but it's been creeping up. It's not as noticeable per se, or at least not many people are talking about it. And we have a lot more land, right? So it's kind of it's a little bit easier to kind of just pick up and go. You just go up north or something where no one wants to be, right? Because we have it. But even that's expensive to do. Like a little shack up north is still like $500,000. You know, like.
And then you're living in the refrigerator, man, like the freezer. Fucking hell.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah,
well, that's it.
Never seen fucking like a sunny day. You're always in a fucking cold.
Yeah, hell no.
That's the other downside.
CB's like,
you know.
Yeah, that's really
bad.
But it's really nice. You know, we're kind of used to, at least where I am, right? We're kind of used to you know, snow 3-4 months out of the year and whatnot. So what's that but a little bit colder, you know, if it's gonna stave
look
off.
at CB
this.
shaking his head.
Yeah. But the problem is it's expensive. That's my view. I could stave off the cold. I'm fucking born in an igloo, fuck. Basically.
Let's go.
You know? But who can afford $500,000 home, you know, log house? You know? Like, I might be exaggerating.
I want to know what the fuck snow is.
Yeah,
No, you don't.
really want. No, you really don't want to know what that is.
Yeah, no, you don't.
Speaking from experience, you would fucking.
Bro,
be
it's
like,
cool.
okay.
It's cool. Like, yeah.
After 1 week, he's gonna be like, okay, I'm
You're
done.
like,
I don't want no
good.
more snow.
Yeah, I'm good.
And
Yeah.
the snow's like, you're gonna learn today, bitch. Like,
You thought it was over?
you're gonna learn today, bitch. I'm here for another 7 months, motherfucker.
Yeah, after
you speak Spanish, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, you got to look up this YouTube clip. It's an Argentinian in Canada. It's about this guy that he moves from Argentina and into Canada, and he moves there in the spring. And just look it up. You'll find it hilarious, man. An Argentinian in Canada, and he
That'll be
goes
some good
through
comedy.
it, and then he gets to the winter. And he's writing letters to his brother. And he gets to the winter, and then it just gets hilarious. Because the winter, he goes, how fucking long is this winter? I'm sick of this fucking shit. I want to move back to Argentina. After he's just been saying how beautiful it is. I'm walking through the fields with all these spring flowers. And
Yeah, that's a good
this
couple of
country's
months.
so
dude,
nice.
But then,
These people are so beautiful.
Right. The spring is lit. I'm not going to lie.
yeah, it's lit, bro. It is. It's lit.
Yeah, that's the counterbalance, man. It gets really, really nice up here. But, you know, what
But the
goes
winters
with
are
it.
fucked.
The winter, bro.
The winter goes for like 8 months, yeah?
No.
Hard to paint, bro.
Nah, I think the first snowfall can vary between mid to end of November. Sometimes, you know, we've had green Christmases, you know, like it just depends on the year. And then now the snow is melting. Today it was 13 degrees Celsius. I was out in a t-shirt, you know, but next week it's going to be cold. They're calling for a little snowfall, which will melt within a week, you know?
You guys
like it's
and fucking
I like how he's
here,
looking
weird,
at the
man.
silver lining.
We sit around in the sun.
Yeah.
We sit around the pool drinking beers and Christmas Day.
That's CB's jam right there. He likes that kind of.
Yeah, nice weather, bro.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It sounds nice, but there's French people in Canada. Come on.
Oh,
You know what?
Get some Z.
I spit on you.
Not the baguette boys, bro.
The baguette.
They're always
go
the
down
weird
the
ones
street,
that come in here.
Yeah. I'll bet you anything, though, the guys down the street, the baguette boys down the street, are probably not. I'm arguably a baguette boy, but I cloak it with English.
Oh, you are. Oh, Nick. Is your name Michelle?
Middle name. Too.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Oui.
But yeah, I'll concur with what you were saying before. Who was it? T-Dub or Timbo? Whoever. Tim Dub.
You know, yes. Same thing.
Tim Dub. Tim Dub.
Tim Dub.
After your first snowman and snow angel and snow fort and shit like that, it gets old.
And you're like, all right, we had enough fun. Let's stop the snow now. We're good. Yeah, no.
You might even like shoveling the snow once in a while, but then it's just going to snow again, and you're going to have to do it all over again the next day.
Every morning.
That's why you get snow blowers, but that's a fairly recent thing, right?
True.
I'd get a
never had
fucking
one.
heated driveway, mate. Fuck that. I'd be running hot water pipes under the driveway. Just fucking turn the hot water on. Run it through the driveway.
It says hot water pipes. Fuck it.
Heated
And you
driveway.
got the runoff. You got the runoff freezing down the road and shit. People slipping and sliding on the fucking runoff. Fucking Timbo's driveway. His driveway is
Mario
pristine
Kart
as
Street.
his driveway is pristine as fuck, dude. But everybody else is slipping and sliding down his runoff. Like fucking hell, man. What the fuck is
I'd
doing?
stand
This?
out the front watching, mate.
He's like drinking a coffee. I don't give a fuck, man. My driveway's clean.
It is a good workout though. If you don't go down that route, you know, like the other week we had that massive snowfall. It was like what 2, 3, 4, 5 feet wide range, but in like 3 or 4 days.
Look at it, make it, trying to sound cool and shit. It's not
No, I
workout,
forgot,
bro. Like fuck that, dude.
You know, you gotta look at the bright side, you know. But it took me a half hour. It took me a half hour to get out of my parking spot.
Yeah, how you like them apples? The winner's like, how you like me now, bitch? Takes you 30 minutes, huh? Look at him.
I almost burnt my engine trying to get the car out. You know, rocking back and forth over fucking little hills and shit, ice, whatever. Not fun.
There you
but
go. That's the reality right
You
there.
need a truck.
Yeah.
Need a truck, man.
But once we're adopted into the United States, that'll change everything, right?
Yeah, of course, dude. I'm trying to tell you.
Couple
We got you.
up here.
I got you, bro.
No,
I heard Miggy talking about it before. I reckon he's thought about this a lot.
Oh yeah.
All the territories, they just become municipalities, yeah. Just
municipalities,
little
bro.
councils.
It's all good.
It'll be what it'll be, man. I'm not opposed to it. I'm not going to freak out about it, but I have no control over it.
We'll just get some Tim Hortons over here, man. You guys will feel like you never left Canada, you know? Like
Yeah.
fucking hell.
Change it anyway, man. Voting doesn't do shit. So, fuck it.
Anyway, yeah, there's no Globers in here. It's good. We got 5K up at the top. He usually chimes in. He's been pretty chill lately, though.
5K.
Well,
Hello.
He used to come in hot and
There it
heavy
is.
as a Glober, but mellow down.
Welcome, caller. I think he said
We got-
hello.
Oh my, I don't even want to say his name, but Royd down at the bottom. Scott Preston. Royd, are you there?
Caller.
Got to get the 1 o'clock clown car show going.
Is that 1 o'clock your time?
1:27.
Okay.
Should be morning for the UK, which is
Yeah, it's about
it's
half
probably-
7.
sun's probably
It's
rising
morning.
if it hasn't rose already.
Yeah,
got a
it's been
coffee?
up for about an hour now.
What's it looking
You
like?
got
An
your
English
coffee?
breakfast or what?
Tea?
Oh, maybe. Got some sausages that I want to eat, so there's definitely going to be some sausages involved.
Pause.
Well, we almost had a Gem Pam Shamalama Panda encounter earlier today. The room was all hyped up. Everybody was ready to go. Arena, exhibition style debate. QE against Shamalama Panda, but he never showed up. Anticlimactic as all get out. It's like
I
one of
almost
those.
had a cave.
It's like one of those
Almost.
schoolyard fights when you're like, "Yeah, come on, man, come on." He's like, "Yeah, what's up, homie?" And it's nothing ever happens. Throwing up W's and forks up and forks down. and shit
Throwing
like
up
this.
W's.
You know what I mean? West Side,
Yeah.
I'm like, 100%, homie.
I see you 4 o'clock after school, and we're all standing there at 4 o'clock, and the cunt never turns up.
Yeah, nothing ever happens. Rob was trying to get it going. He was all instigating shit.
Thinks himself as some kind of globe earth fluffer. It's very weird.
That's something, man. I don't know. I don't know. We got Yedolf's top guy just joined us. Join us right now. Yedolf, you're there.
Welcome, caller.
Dude, you got a freaking Klansman fucking avatar. What the fuck?
Oh man,
It's Ye in a black KKK hood.
Let's go. You didn't see that interview, Mickey?
What the fuck?
Bro, you gotta watch that.
Is it good?
It's pretty funny. I watched a breakdown. Byron broke it down. It was hilarious.
Okay.
Bro,
But,
Kanye is hilarious. Anyway, let's welcome, caller. How are you?
I'm chilling. I've been in here before, listening and learning. I'm not here to be combative or anything.
Guys, pitchforks.
All right,
put them out. Put the pitchforks down.
Fuck's sake, I might as well go there.
Fucking
blow the tortoise out.
Did I just finish spraying some cologne on, man? I mean, fuck's sake, dude. All right, whatever. He'll blow out the candles, so it don't matter.
Is he a flat earther?
He's just here to listen. I don't know. Maybe.
But this is a no listening panel, though.
Oh yeah.
Today we're doing like a no listening panel right now.
Oh, are you?
Yeah. Well, it says politics elite on his tag, though. Christian, politics elite, Protestant.
Oh, nice, bro.
Looks based, but I mean, is it based? We don't know.
I mean, last time I said I was a flat earther and also that I was Christian, but then there was kind of a rant.
I heard you.
Christianity.
Hold up, dude. I did it. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, I was listening. But I think what happened was you were coming in with some context, asking questions. I think it was you were asking either a question or something. But
yeah, the question I started with was like how to convince people who were on the fence, and then I kind of went down a whole rabbit hole.
Fucking went south, didn't it? Real quick. Sorry, it's not that funny, but like, yeah, you were pretty upset about it. But in the grand scheme of things, man, I mean, you're here now, and the thing is, we got a lot of people in here that would kind of give you a better stance at like how you can articulate a point to somebody that would be non-combative. Let's say if you wanted to talk to somebody, in your social circles, right? But if the conversation about the shape of the earth, right? You can bring it up like just an inquiry to somebody like, well, have you ever thought about the earth and it being a globe? Just ask somebody that, right? How would you say the earth, what's the best evidence for the earth being a globe? You're asking them. And then, seeing the response. Because obviously it's going to be something of a academic, intellectual answer, or it's just like one of those redundant, well, NASA pictures, right? And, you're just going to be dealing with that. So it just depends, right? Who you talk to and what they respond to you.
That's the main thing I run into is the NASA pictures people. Like they go to Google and they type in shape of the earth and then they show me the NASA pictures, bro. I can't get around it.
Right. And see, this is what I'm telling you. But one of the rebuttal from the flat earth used to be, well, let's examine the photos, right? Are they legit? Are they not legit? And so that used to be kind of a way you can do that, right? Obviously, and look into that. But I think there's better arguments than that. I present one of them, which is how are you able to compare anything, what they show you, right? So it's like a presentation. They show you something, you look at it, and you say, okay, I'm seeing what they're showing me. How can I notice that anything that I see in the physical natural world is represented like this image? What can I compare it to? I usually use that as the way for the argument, right? How can I compare this image to anything that I see? And so that should easily debunk the image because we don't notice the earth looking like this thing that they're showing us. Yet this image of a globular earth is something of a fantasy. But they want us to believe in this thing that it's not based in reality. So how can you or me or anybody else say, how can we say that that's...
It look like globe. It looks like a half dome is the thing. Like most of the pictures they show, like the ones on the, I don't know if you saw recently, Alex Jones tweeted out like, "Oh, flat earther, blah blah blah," but like he showed Elon's pictures, and like they don't look. The whole Earth isn't even in the picture. It's like a part of the Earth through like their little porthole, and they're claiming that that's proof of a globe, even though a globe isn't even shown.
Right. But that's the thing, though. Like when you ask them to recognize the fact that they can't notice the Earth looking like this image, you don't have to go into like photo forensics, right? Like, how do you know the image is real? And like, you can just, based on what they're looking at, how can they detail that anything in reality looks like this image? And they can't. There's nothing to compare it to, except for their imagination. They're like, well, I got another image I can compare it to. It looks like this other image, and it's like, that's not, empirical. It's not an observation. If it would stand to reason that when you would scrutinize it and say, let's see if it's empirical, I want to observe something like this. I can't. There's nothing in reality that looks like this damn thing. So it's left wanting more information. Like, well, how can I then see the thing they're telling me it looks like, when the standard for looking at this thing the way in this way, I'd have to get on a rocket and leave the atmosphere and go somewhere else, right? Like, that's the way that you would have to see this thing. So an impossible task, right? So therefore, you're left with a belief system. That's it. So when somebody responds with images, you're like, well, yeah, that's all you got is a belief, because you can't compare it to anything that you've seen in reality. Anyways, hopefully that can give you an easy way to challenge somebody instead of going the route of like photo forensics, because that's a whole other ball game talking about that. But they would just come back and say, whoa, what kind of camera are you using? What kind of, just more of a, this one's a bit easier and it's right to the point. You don't have to go through all that trouble and talk about camera and lenses and all that shit.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Sure. We try to keep it to where it should be a little bit more concise versus, you can have those other conversations. I'm not saying you can't, but you have to, it takes longer. I mean, it depends how much time you have in your hands if you want to do that, because you can, but, know your audience, know how much time you have, because people got a short attention span, brother. Like, just be real. This day and age, you only have their ear for a few minutes, so you got to be as impactful as you can possible with a short amount of time. We try to do that here. Anyway, hopefully your journey's going good with the whole Flat Earth, Globe Earth discussion. And if there's any more arguments you want to brush up on, man, let us know. We're here for that. Jedi's your man. I'm your man.
Here, 2 nights ago, and somebody recommended that I look into how, like, circumnavigation, or not circumnavigation, naval navigation used to happen, and like how water works and stuff like that. So I joined the other Discord, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and I've been looking at those channels, trying to figure out what's going on there. I don't know if you have like a quicker summary of it, but like,
do you mean celestial navigation or like using?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I kick it over to Jedi if he wants to. I don't know if he's here. He usually likes to go through that when we discuss celestial navigation.
I think he might be eating sausages.
Ah, he's in those sausages, huh? Yeah. What do you know about celestial navigation as far as like, did you look it up at all? Do you know anything about it? You hear what they're saying?
I do not have a good understanding of it. My basic understanding is that people look at the stars tell them which way to go. I'm kind of not very smart when it comes to this stuff, bro.
No, that's fine. That's
anything
fine.
you can give.
Yeah, I'll give you a base to work off of, and it's a model based. So the celestial sphere is what I usually point people to when it concerns either celestial navigation or astronomy. So in regards to those two, right, the foundation for those two would be the celestial sphere. It's a model that's people can actually base what they see in reality off of this particular model. So If you can look that up for me, that'd be fantastic, because there's a lot to actually go through in regards to this topic. But you could, within the context of what I'm saying right now with the celestial sphere, you can see why people can utilize this model and apply it to an angle of degrees and such. We can get into a little bit more of the specifics. So what does the main body read? How does it read right there at the very beginning? You can look it on Wikipedia or just any. I think what the important thing is, the information that's already put out there it's good enough to get you going with at least the beginning part of the understanding. Because astronomy and celestial navigation have to deal with perspective and how we view the sky, right? In regards to your position geographically on the Earth. So it's going to be better when you go ahead.
Like an imaginary globe with an infinite radius centered on the Earth that depicts the apparent surface of the heavens.
Mm-hmm.
It's a useful tool for astronomy and navigation, but it doesn't say like how it works. But I've got like various pictures that are trying to like explain how it works. Like there's an axis that goes down the middle.
Yes.
And then there's the equator, and then there's the poles.
You see the equatorial plane though? Like it's going across?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And okay, so we have 0 degrees. That would be the baseline for what we would say that's 0 degrees. That's the plane of the horizon, right?
Okay.
And everything works off an angle of degrees. So think of a protractor, right? Think of a person standing. I don't know if it has a diagram. It should. There should be some depictions where it has a person standing in the middle of that celestial sphere on the plane of the horizon. Is there any one of those diagrams depicting a person standing in the middle of that? Like on the plane?
There's not a person in the middle. Oh, wait, here it is. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Got the one with the person.
Right. So what the person is viewing is a hemisphere, half a sphere. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So, in regards to that, you see, that's okay. That's in regards to the way you see the world, right? You would see the Earth that way. It appears to you that way. It looks like a flat plane, right? Of course, with topography, mind you. But the flat plane is how you view the Earth. And above you, it looks like a dome that's above your head. Looks like a dome, right? That's how you see it. Like, that's just, we're being real. This is the observation that's being made. This is how it's depicted. And it's a useful model so that you can talk about the movement of the celestial bodies. Okay, so everything you can consider yourself, and just follow me with this, you can consider yourself the center of the universe, right? Because everything's concentric to your vision, which means if you're following, you sound like you're following along. When you're looking
100%.
when you're looking at stars, when you are visualizing anything in the distance, everything, you can imagine like spokes that are radiating out from your eyeballs. Like, so everything's coming concentric to your vision. So as you view the world, everything's outwardly like diverging away from your vision. So if you can appreciate that, that means that you are basically, essentially, the center of the universe, of your vision of the universe, right? Not to say that you are the center, but it seems that way to you.
Let me ask this because I mean, obviously, like, I'm Christian, so I believe we're the center of the universe. Like, God put us here for a reason. But the thing that I'm seeing in this picture, it's pointing one of those spokes that you're talking about. It like points at like a 40-degree angle to the north star, right? Like Polaris or whatever, right? So my question is, does that star move at all, or is it always in the same place in the sky? Because that would be like kind of big.
Yeah, it does move, but it's not like a movement of epic proportions like the other stars. It's considered like a wobble. So in the globe Earth, that's the reason why the axial tilt has a wobble. That's the wobble that's the reason why they in the globe explanation is the reason why when you look at the North Star, it has it actually is circling a barycenter, if you will. Very tiny, but it's doing a small
But is it like a
it doesn't move per se, like
that
from
you can
its.
visually see, or no?
Say again?
Like from your perspective, right? Like on the plane when you're looking at the North Star, can you see it move at all, or no?
No. Yeah, Okay, so the movement of the heavenly bodies so the explanation, as it were, in the not definition, but the explanation in like the Wikipedia page that you pulled up, it says, as far as the celestial sphere, that the stars appear to be fixed to a transparent dome. In so many words, right?
Okay.
So everything's moving together in unison. So it's like yeah. And of course, you got the ones that aren't moving, in unison are the planets, the so-called planets, right? The wandering stars. So they have retrograde motion, and they move a little bit differently than the rest of the stars in the sky. But this particular model has been around since the 6th century BC. The Chaldeans have been using it. The Babylonians have been using it. And this was prior to the advent of the idea that the Earth was a globe. So it's very old, right? And noticing the fact that the stars have these movements, and the ancients were cataloging them very precisely, I might add. They have a way to have, because of these movements and these cycles that the heavenly bodies are on, they have a way to have predictions of where they're going to be because of they knew where they were before. The repeated cycles that they're on, kind of like the sun's yearly cycle. The stars have different types of cycles, time period cycles that they move in. So that means that you could tell when an eclipse was going to happen because it has a cycle in which it occurs. So there's something called the Saros cycle. It's very well known. You could look that up too whenever you got time. You can write this down or whatever. Saros cycle.
How do you spell that?
Saro, isn't that what it is? Saros.
Saros.
Yeah.
Why don't we have a remix of the Sarah Smile? Oh, it's Sarah Cycle.
Smile.
Sarah's style.
It's a good song too.
Why haven't we done that? What the heck?
Hall and Oates, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, all right, keep cooking, Miggy.
Yeah, breaking it down, man. I think you start to really appreciate the fact that all of this was already laying a foundation for how people were going to be, using these stars to navigate the waters of the earth. So it was important, right? With the predicted values, like all these celestial bodies were giving the people who were sky gazing long ago. So all of this information was extremely useful, right? And so witnessing
they were making a map out of the stars.
Yes.
You could figure out where to go.
100%.
Where the stars are going to be at.
So, and I'm telling you, this is falling in line in accordance with biblical context. Now, as it says, right, in the Genesis account, that he made the stars and the sun, moon, and stars for times and for seasons, right? So, indeed, that's what they were created for. So, as it was discovered that they have predicted movements, it's like a giant timepiece. The sky is. So, it being that way, and also concentric to the viewer, it was important that a person moving from geographic location to geographic location was never lost if they understood the sky, because they could always know where they are in relation to where they've been. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Right. So, the Glober, however, tried to reverse engineer this whole process and to say, because we see concentric to our vision, you could think of the way we see the concentric vision of the heavens and the world around us to not be just concentric to the observer, but to the earth. So that means that you could think of the earth as a sphere, and it being the spokes, instead of radiating from your eyes, it was radiating from a center, being the center of the earth.
I see where they're going with
You get it?
Yeah.
So it's just it's a hat trick. The hat trick was it's not radiating from your vision, but from the center of the globe, from the sphere. So they turned what it seems like you could easily make concentric to your vision, concentric to the Earth. And so the explanation for the celestial sphere could be said as you could think of the celestial sphere as how you see the Earth, or the sky, as being concentric to the observer, or because it says or the Earth. See, so that gives it. I'm telling you, man, that gives it the kind of weight that it would need to solidify its reasoning for it being a globe. At least on that end, but not so much to say that you can't discount the fact that we're saying, well, you could also think of it concentric to the observer as well. And see, Globers don't like that. They wanted to only say concentric to the Earth, and the language doesn't say that for the explanation. Because the explanation says you could think of it concentric to the observer and or the Earth. But it's not exclusive, right? It's not exclusive to just the Earth.
Because the observer one is the only one that you can actually use. Like you can't use the one that's for the globe. Like how are you going to figure out? Sorry, go ahead.
Now you're playing 4D chess, man, and this is the important part, right? Because you're understanding the hat trick. You know where things can go awry because you know how people can think of it the other way, but you're like, I know who's ever going to see it that way. The Earth isn't going to speak to us and say, yeah, man, it's happening this way because I'm the Earth. Like, it doesn't have lips, bro. You can't anthropomorphize the Earth. It's not a living being like us, you know? So in no way can it tell you that it's seeing the world that way. So that being the case, we can only say, just like you already understand, it can only be viewed from your perspective or anyone's perspective, but especially from anyone, seeing things, from their vision. That's why this is one of the most kind of crazy things when you come into this topic, Yedolf, when you look at how somebody else in another geographic location can be looking up at the sky and you say, okay, let's do this, right? We're all looking at the same moon. I got CB in California. You got Alpha over here in the Midwest. You got Yedolf in, Florida, whatever. We're looking at the moon. Now, let's try to find out where the moon is in the sky. Now, you see it, 80 degrees in the sky. I, in the Midwest, can see it like 60 degrees. And you got CB over there seeing it like about, 45 degrees in the sky. So we can triangulate where the moon would be. But see, the problem is, because perspective has kind of put it only to a certain place that's specially only to you, concentric to your vision, it's very unique to your position. You get what I'm saying? So it would be hard to find out in relation to me and to you how it relates to a geometric shape. Okay, we're gonna find out if the Earth is a globe or not. Like by doing that, you can't get a shape out of the positioning of the moon because you're trying to figure out triangulation from these 3 points or even more points if you want to add another friend or a couple more friends. You get what I mean? You can't extrapolate.
It's still based on the observer on a plane.
That's correct, dude. So far you're fucking fun. Dude, I don't know. It's hard because by this time I lost the Glober. They're I have to stop and kind of go over where they can't pick up on this. But so far you're keeping up really well, so that's good.
I'm doing my best to not assume a globe because why would I assume a globe when the globe hasn't been proven? So I'm assuming plane.
Exactly.
Right? Because obviously in this fucking diagram with the guy on the plane looking up, figuring out where the stars are, that's worked, right? Mm-hmm. What my question would be, have they ever used the model where they're saying that the celestial sphere, the center of that is the Earth, right? As a globe. Have they ever used that to predict anything? Or have they ever used that successfully to navigate anywhere? Because it doesn't seem they can.
The celestial sphere? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Yes.
Well, not the celestial sphere from the observer's perspective, right? But have the Globers ever used the one with the globe to get anywhere? Have they ever figured out anything using that version of it?
No, there's only so the celestial sphere is not. It's just okay. What it is just how we see the world. The sky. So in perspective, right? So it's not to any specific. Flat Earth, globe Earth, cube Earth. Like it's not any. It's just how you and I see the world. Right? You get what I mean? You can't say that it's just exclusive to a globe or something or a flat Earth. It's just how we see the world. So you can't ascribe a specific shape to it because it's just how. In the diagram, it shows you a plane, and it shows like a dome above it, above the person, and that's it. Because that's the only way that you can notice the sky around you. So it's like think about this, if you're in the ocean, right? You have a sky full of stars about you. The stars are all about you. They're behind you, in front of you, all around you. But like an umbrella, like a covering, like a dome, right?
Yep.
And that's it. Like there's no, it's a flat plane with the dome above you. I'm not saying
there's no way to get around that. There's no way to get around that.
Yeah, no, this is what I'm saying. And so think of it like this. If you've ever seen a hamster in a hamster ball, when he runs around, let's say you paint little stars on the hamster ball. So as he runs around that hamster ball, the stars are above, his head when he's looking up will always be different when he runs around the room. So he's going to wind up being in another part of the room, and then the ball's going to show different stars. But when he runs to another place, the stars will be different above when he looks up, because that's exactly what's happening in essence. You're like
Amsterdam.
Yeah. You get what I'm saying? Just to visualize it. I'm not saying you're a hamster in a fucking ball, but
the hamster dome.
You get what I'm saying visually.
So this kind of gets to another question though that I had before, but to me, it's sounding impossible to fully measure the Earth, as in, how do we know how much land there actually is? Obviously, we have the map of the continents or whatever, right? Supposedly that's all that there is. But has anybody actually ever walked the whole thing and actually checked out Africa is here and Antarctica is here? Or,
yeah, dude,
can they
that's
go
another.
further?
I'm telling you, this is the other interesting part about it. Do you know that in regards to landmass? This is one of my arguments, by the way. In regards to landmass sizes and landmass orientation, there's not one solid map that can give you the specifics to how everything is laid out on a horizontal plane. Specifically, looking at it as it were as the entirety of the world. Do you know that?
I did not know that.
It's going to bake your noodle get off. You probably won't sleep and think you're going to... You're going to be fucking fried, dude, by the end of you're going to dude, I can't fucking even. I can't. Because you mean to tell me that from the age of, sea travel, there's not one, gold standard map that we can say, okay, this is not perfect, but we're getting close to it, We're getting really close to it. What I would say is that there's approximations being made. There's, landmass sizes that are kind of close to the idea, but you have ever-changing landscapes, right? You got water coming in, water moving out, new rivers being formed. There's a lot of changes within the land, so there's never it's in constant fluctuation. There's never a solid way to say exactly how much land there is at any given time, because there's always coastal regions that are being moved in by water. You know what I mean? There's always changes because you always have land and water, always in fluctuation. Hopefully that makes sense, because I'm trying to give it to you so that you can kind of think about in a sense where it's not just how you see, you see the globe where all the continents looking really nice and neat, and have some maps making it look just static and everything's just in place. Earth isn't like that. It's in constant fluctuation, my friend. Do you know that?
And there's also what I say as well is, how do you measure distance over water to get the positions of
the continents.
Yeah. It's a big can of worms, dude. It's bigger than you could possibly imagine. This conversation, it spans so much like information. Like you couldn't possibly imagine how crazy it is. Like when we get into it and we ask Globers, okay, that's fine. You think the Earth looks like this? Okay, fine. How do you know? Tell us how you know. Exactly. What's the standard for your knowledge? Give us a baseline so we can work off of. Perhaps there's somebody that's figured it out. We want to know who it was, so perhaps we can verify for ourselves. There's never an answer to those questions because nobody can do this impossible task.
Well, that's why when Globers ask, how they all I'm sure you've heard them before ask, but you guys don't have a map. But they don't have a map either, yeah. They've got heaps of maps.
They don't have a map. They don't have a map.
There you go. See, now you're getting it because when we tell them, there's
not the whole place.
Yeah, the whole place. Yeah, the whole place.
The whole place.
Now, regionally, we can do very well because it's a little bit more local. It's closer to where we can examine. And I'm telling you. Yep. Somebody say something?
Not
yeah,
sure.
So
I heard something.
This is important, man, because when we get down, I'm telling you, when we get down to it, man, if you're here long enough, it's going to rock your world. If it hasn't already.
So the idea that they've never had a map, that's something that's new to me, but also it's not new at the same time because I've been diving kind of like, so I got to flat Earth, right? And then I was like, okay, what's more than that? And then I was like, I don't know if you buy like Hollow Earth or Honeycomb Earth. Like Honeycomb Earth to me, where like there's like we're in a lake and then there's like lakes and lakes around us that we haven't gotten to yet. I don't know if you've ever like entertained that concept before.
Yeah. I've heard of that, Yedoff, but check this out. We live by simple principles. If you can propose an idea or a claim, then it should be easy enough to test it. So I would say we kind of stick to a more empirical viewpoint to keep things simple and grounded. And the only reason why we do it, and I don't mind speculating, I guarantee you I don't. I love to do it, just like the next guy. But the thing is, we got an audience that's listening right now on YouTube and on Rumble and Twitter and other places, right? So we want to keep it to where people who are brand new listening can ground themselves in truth without having to think of all the speculations that we can think of. Because we can talk people's ears off about speculation. It's not a problem. But we always want to stay grounded, right? What can be tested, what can be verified, what can be known. And when we do it that way, it's a safe harbor for people to be resting their minds on, right? You don't have to be wandering around thinking, well, this is just a belief. It's not. This is something you can know, right? End of the day. Does that make sense, Yedoff? Speculation is good. I mean, if you want to talk amongst ourselves, but it's also not when it's somebody who's lost at sea doesn't know which way to go, and you're waxing philosophical about outer ponds. You get me?
Yeah.
All right.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. I try to paint things in a colorful light, man, so people can kind of grasp what I'm saying without, I'm not just trying to not talk about it, but I am at the same time. Anyway,
I just want to know how we test how much Earth is actually out there. Like nobody's been able to really like give me an explanation of how they get the measurements for what Earth is.
I got 2 words for you, man. Good luck.
Good question.
Good luck. Again, I don't know who you're going to ask, but if they give you an answer, how are you going to test it? If they say, well, check it out, man. See, I've been to the Outer Rings, and let me tell you, brother, that place is cold, but once you get past the Drake Passage, man, it's all smooth sailing from there. And you go out to Lemuria. Lemuria is a beautiful land, but it's a far place. You can't get there, but trust me, I've been there. Think about it. What's that going to do?
Were you actually asking how they came up with the size of the globe?
Yeah, like how, so like the Glober, obviously they believe that like some unit of measurement, right, exists.
Mm-hmm.
How did they get that unit of measurement? And then how did they get the end result for how big they claim the Earth is? You know what I'm saying?
This guy wants to know the
You gotta look
history.
up. You got to look at. All right, you did this before with Miggy, so now bring up Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
Eratosthenes, how do I spell that? I'm assuming A and then
AER, I think, or something like that. No, it's ER. Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
I'm already getting pictures where this dude just has an angle and he's not even measuring the whole thing. This is killing me.
Correct. He's measuring shadow angles.
Shadows on the ground.
So so there's assumptions, right? So you've got to go, okay, so this guy said, okay, if the Earth is a sphere and the sun is, he assumed the sun was unlimited amount away, so the sunlight, the light rays come in parallel, right? So they're always straight. So if the Earth is a globe and the sun is an unlimited distance away, so parallel light rays, then if I put these two sticks in different places and I read two different angles, then if the Earth is curving, I can do an equation with 360 in it with the angle differences between the two shadows, and then I know how big the Earth is.
Bob's your uncle.
Bro assumed his own explanation, his own answer. He went from the answer and then worked his way back. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's
Earth's a
everything
globe.
in science, basically, for the globe.
Unlimited amount away. There's also other. I think there's six. Sorry, mate. I think there's six presumptions before he actually does anything.
Fucking Tim, I was going to tell exactly that, man. 6 presumptions.
Yeah.
It's so crazy, dude, because you think, well, there must be some primary knowledge of Eratosthenes. Secondary knowledge? Nope. So you get to the place where you're like, well, so how the fuck do we know Eratosthenes even existed, bro? Where's the fucking account of him even being someone who was a real person and not just some figment of someone's imagination conjured up to build some kind of idea that the Earth was measured this way? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he doesn't actually appear in history books until I think maybe 150 years ago or something. Maybe less.
Wait, he doesn't appear in history books until 150 years ago?
Yeah. Dude, look it up, man. It's so wild when you think about it. You're like, okay, so we're working off some ancient dude who's presuming the Earth's a globe. It's like fucking assumptions up to yin yang, and then he might not even have existed. To top it all
Apparently
off,
he was a librarian in the Library of Alexandria. You know, the one that burnt down?
Which got burned down.
They got burned down.
And why the hell is the librarian going out when he's supposed to be putting books in alphabetical order? The Deuteronomy system, the Dewey Decimal.
So you got all of this stacked up against him, right? Well, I'm using books because you guys said books. So all of this information stacked up against him, and then within the context of the explanation of Eratosthenes, he's working off of angle measurements. Well, you're going to need a flat Earth for that, right? And 2 straight lines with these angles, right? And also, if we're going to be in concerns to the celestial sphere, you're working off a horizontal plane. Dude, it's so much in favor of flat Earth that it's not even anything to do with globe. Nothing to do with globe. Zero.
All you need to do is you can change the distance to the sun. We're not claiming any distance to the sun, but you can bring that closer. And then, as you know, like if you've got a light in your kitchen and you it's over the center of a table, if you move 2 sticks to the left and to the right, you're going to have 2 different shadow angles. Now, if you do an equation with 360 in it, presuming it's a ball, now you can make your dining table curved due to the angles of the shadows.
Of the presumed math. Yes.
No.
because 360 is baked into the equation. So he's already assuming that the Earth has a 360.
Yeah, off the rip.
He hasn't proved that yet.
Off the rip.
This is crazy. This is crazier than I thought it was going to be. This is.
Dude,
great.
I'm telling you, if you're not ready for what's coming after, well,
This is
dude, you're
just
gonna
the
have to
start,
buckle
man.
up, dude. Buckle up.
There's way more.
Put a pot of coffee on. Like fucking, I don't. You.
I haven't.
This guy's gonna be
I'm
shell
cooking.
shocked, dude.
I
I'm
haven't even
literally
talked to
cooking
you
right
yet.
now. I got chicken in the oven, so I've got time.
Uh-oh. You're gonna be
Can I
more
tell
fried
him
than that chicken that's coming out of that oven, bro. Your mind is gonna be baked. Because, like, think about it. For all this time trying to get arguments against Globers, and you're like, dude, it's not even a fight. It's not a debate anymore. Like, these guys are completely off the rocker, man, if they think I'm going to argue something that they don't have an argument for. So this is our stance. Our position is it's not a debate. We're here exposing people to the truth, which means that if somebody says that the Earth is a globe, okay, fine. I'm going to give you the floor, and you're going to tell us how the Earth is a globe based on anything that has any empirical evidence. Guaranteed win every time. Guaranteed. It's a 100% flat Earth win. And all we're doing is listening to people come in here and struggle, dude. That's it. That's all you're going to hear, Yedoff. When they come in, they're going to struggle, give up. Struggle, give up. That's it. Why do you think we're popular, man, in this channel?
And did you just coin a catchphrase?
I could be, dude.
I think that sounded pretty good. Clipcord, where you at, brother?
There's a question too. If you and I went to a classroom and we wanted to show everybody in the classroom how spherical attributes of spherical objects work, right? To the whole class, no matter what age people. What would be the first thing we would need in that class?
Students?
I mean, I'm going on a limb here, but a ball, you probably need a ball.
Exactly. That's the one thing that every Glober you'll ever come across when you say, hey, do you have that ball handy to show us how that works on there? They're allergic. Won't touch it.
Yeah.
No, never.
Well, the interesting thing, like D-Mark was saying, when you ask them, because they say, well, present your flat Earth model. Dude, can you show me what globe Earth model you're talking about? Well, I don't need to show my globe Earth model. Yeah, you do. Because you think one exists. I would like to see it. Please present that in the text channel, because we always do this, right? Please present it in the text channel so we can all know that what you're talking about has any validity for us to check out, so we can know that you're putting something up against reality, which it's a model, right? Well, let's see it. And every single time, you're never going to get them posting what the model for the Earth is. Never, ever, ever. Never. Yedoff, I'm trying to tell you, man, this isn't a debate. And so these guys come in here, we're asking them to present their evidence, present the proof that the Earth is a globe. And just like D-Mark was saying, they only can present the classroom globe. When you go to the store, you look at the bottom of that globe, it says not for educational purposes. It says that on the bottom of that globe, bro.
Oh shit! Not for educational purposes on the globe, bro.
On the globe, on the bottom of that globe, when you turn it over, it says not used for educational purposes. That's
for
the disclaimer. It says at the bottom.
only.
Because that globe is misshapen and bent and stretched out of proportion from a flat map. And the actuality of the flat map, when you go to the key legend on there, the miles, the feet, the meters, everything is a horizontal, straight, perfect line. So none of that comports to what we actually use in reality every day of our life.
Yep.
A horizontal line for everything.
I'm trying to tell you, with the celestial sphere giving us a baseline for a horizontal plane, it's for astronomy, for celestial navigation, for everything, for measuring the surface, land topography. You need a horizontal plane so that you can understand how to get elevation. Otherwise, there's let's say we established from mean sea level, which is the median of the rise and fall of tides, right? That's how we know what mean sea level is, right? So a tide rises and it falls. You get the median of that, and that works off to be a horizontal plane. And so people that, certain land surveyors, the planar surveying, when they measure the surface of the Earth, they're going to measure off of that reference, right? That horizontal plane that's established from mean sea level. And they're going to be able to tell you that, inland about 20 miles, they're going to be able to say, well, we got hills and valleys, and we know the elevation profile from this specific mountain or hill because they're going to establish a baseline for that elevation, which would be the horizontal plane that extends from mean sea level, right, all the way to where inland, 20 miles in, and it's a flat horizontal plane, and they're going to say, okay, well, that hill is 20 feet above sea level or whatever, right? Off of that horizontal plane, and or it dips underneath that horizontal plane to give us, how much feet it's under sea level. So you need a horizontal plane for that, not a curved surface.
How the plumb lines work? Like back in the day when they would literally like measure out stuff with the plumb line. Like
yes,
that needs a horizontal plane. It doesn't bend. There's no curved plumb lines. You know
Correct.
what I'm saying? Like that's
perpendicular to vertical, dude. Perpendicular to vertical. Is it? I mean, hopefully it's all coming together, Adolf. That's.
Are you looking in the chat, dude? Yeah, Adolf. Are you looking in the chat?
I am now.
Yeah, I just posted an elevation profile.
Oh, this is important right here.
Do you see a curve there?
No curve, bro. It's horizontal lines.
Yep.
It's horizontal lines, bro.
That's how you get elevation profile, sir.
Weird, yeah.
It's very strange. You'd think, if we're on a ball, you'd think that there would be curves in that graph there,
yes.
but there aren't.
Yes.
Yeah. So everything on Earth is measured from a horizontal baseline.
Yes, sir.
Horizontal is measured by water.
Yep. I mean, there's
water,
nothing left but
6 horizontal. Yeah. At rest.
There's nothing left.
Yeah.
There's nothing left but the crying, Yadov.
If the Earth is 70% water, like they say, then 70% of the Earth on their globe is flat and horizontal.
Yeah. I mean, that's a sucker punch if you want to get a fast one in there, Because you also gotta give it the caveat, right? Okay, you gotta say it this way, according to the Earth as a globe. Because if you outright say, well, 70% of the Earth is covered in water, it sounds like you're saying it. You always got a caveat to where it says, when you make a statement, according to the globe paradigm, because that way they won't charge it to you, they'll charge it to the globe paradigm. You get me? Because if you were to say it, you're like, nah, dude, you said there was 70% water. Because they're weaselly like that.
Yep. That's a good one.
Are you crazy?
% water, bro. You're cutting out a little bit for me, bro. I don't know for anybody else.
Is he talking? I don't hear him talking.
I changed from Wi-Fi. That's all right. I'm out in the garage, so the Wi-Fi's not working.
I hear you now. Yep, I hear you, Timbo.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just saying, isn't that weird? Yeah, like,
it's a
say,
flat Earth win all day, man.
Like, yeah, man, water. But like, I just sarcastically say when people say, "Have you got any proof of the flat Earth?" I just go, "Yeah, water." They go, "Water?" Yeah, it's flat. Can you show me it curving? Oh, what do you mean? Well, it's supposed to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. So at 10 miles, it's supposed to be 66 feet. It's a 6-story building. So 10 miles away, across the water, you should be a 6-story building hidden behind a hill of water. Yet we see further than that.
Exactly.
Have you ever heard us talking about the black swan?
No, what's the black swan?
Anyone got it handy, or I can go back to the server and grab it?
If you want to get it, I don't know if anybody's going to post it, but it's just what it is. It's a
You got
long,
it handy, CB?
I got it.
Sorry.
So it's a
Yeah,
long distance
sweet.
observation that's been done over a stretch of water, but that's what it is, right? Over, like, let's say you just look at what Timbo posted. So we understand something very simple, right? The mechanics of water is that, it doesn't display any convexity because you have mean sea level. It's the horizontal baseline that's used to measure, across surfaces to establish a zero baseline, right? So now we're going to talk about, is that true or not? Because we're going to do a line of sight test using what's called the black swan, which is I'll go ahead and let Tembo explain.
All right. So in this picture that CB posted, it's a still shot from a video. So this guy he took his camera out and he had a 1 foot observer height. His camera is 1 foot above the surface of the water. Can you see the horizon? You know what a horizon is, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Where do you think the horizon is?
Pretty far out there. I don't know the exact mileage.
In front at the oil rigs or behind the oil rigs?
Way past the oil rig, so you can see really, really far, and all
Well
that
done.
shit's
You know
looking
what?
flat to me, bro. Zero curve. Zero curve.
All right. So that when we ask that question to Globers, they will not answer that question. You see how easy it was to answer?
Yeah.
Right. So that second oil rig is at 9.41 miles. Let's just call it 10, right? We'll call the horizon 10. Just way further than that, but we'll call it 10. Right. From a 1 foot observer height, the horizon's supposed to be at 1.22 miles. That's when, beyond 1.22 miles, things should start dipping into the horizon behind the hill of water. And you see that horizon past 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature.
Which there is none.
At that platform. Well, you can't because you see the horizon. So it's flat
On the
out to the horizon.
I'm seeing the letters now. Sorry, I was zoomed in on my phone. I didn't see the letters. The letters are. My assumption is that the horizon is A because that's where the sky meets the water, right? And so I don't know how far out that is, but that line from where the sky meets the water is not curving; it's flat.
Yeah, so this is so what we do here is we use these oil rigs as distance markers because we know the distance to these oil rigs. We don't know the distance to the horizon. We can safely say it's past 9.41 miles.
Where there should be curvature.
Because it's behind it.
Yep.
So, if the Earth is curved, then we would not see the horizon after the oil rig.
But we do. We see plenty of horizon after the oil rig.
This is just one example. There's heaps of examples of this. Now, what they say is it's refraction. It's the light bending around the curve to make it look flat. Now, we just went over how they got the curvature of the Earth, the radius. So they go from that Eratosthenes measuring shadows. We got a radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles. That's a drop of 8 inches per mile squared. You got to square the mile because it's a curve, not a slope. Right, so exponential drop over distance. Now, if they're saying that light is curving around this to make it look flat, they don't actually have a measurement of curvature in the first place. So how can light be curving around something that they don't know is already there?
That's a good question. How can the light curve around something that isn't there? It reminds me of that scene. I can't remember the movie, but there's a movie where like they shoot a gun and the bullet like curves around a wall like magically. Like I don't know. To me,
wasn't that Matrix?
I've never seen light do that.
Wanted.
Well,
It's
Wanted.
Yeah,
That
that's
was it.
one. That's crazy.
Now you know why we do what we do, Yedov. When we sit here, and you know how bad all these arguments that we've just handed you right now, we're telling you about, we put them in practice whenever they come in here. We demonstrate to the world that there's no way that these guys who claim that they believe the Earth is a globe, that they have any evidence of it. It's a landslide victory immediately.
Now they'll show you. They can also show you things looking like they're dipping below the horizon. Yeah.
Yep. I've seen them post like the pictures of the boats where like the boat starts going away or whatever, and they can only see the mast or whatnot.
Yeah, but it's never in the position that they claim it to be. So in order for them to say the Earth is curving at this rate, you would need evidence that it does curve at that rate, but not one time do they ever get a snap picture of the Earth curving at that rate. It's always at a further distance, which just shows that it's optical and not a geometric shape. Optics, like Miggy was talking about when Alpha was talking about when perspective and looking at the moon and stuff like that. Like the way we see this world is different than what they say. In their world, there is no perspective. They don't have perspective. They have curvature, but no perspective. So they just cancel it all out. They hijacked perspective and called it Earth curve.
That's
the hat trick.
They're just substituting the word perspective for curvature. That's exactly true. That's what they do.
Yes.
That's what happened.
Yep, that's what
right.
they're doing.
Did it all come together today for you? Like, do you see it?
It's definitely come together, bro. For sure.
It'll
it's
take a
come
while,
together.
man. It took me about 6 to 8 months, I reckon. But I got,
I'm already working my way.
I started with the moon landings, man. Like the moon landings tripped me out, and then I got into flat Earth. I was like, "What the fuck? If we didn't go to the moon, what the fuck are they showing us?" And then I found all these.
You know, the main thing that flipped me out. The main thing that flipped me out was like I took a trip with my mom from Denver, Colorado, to London in the United Kingdom. And I looked out the window like as much as I could. I was staring out the window, like trying to see a curve. I couldn't see anything besides like, oh, that looks like a farm.
The
that
edge
looks
of the
pretty
window
flat.
or something.
Right. And then you like get up into the clouds and the clouds look flat. Like the clouds don't even look
fucking oath. There's a whole flat layer of it. Yeah. But get
then,
this
like,
right. So you get people that say, sorry, man, I'll be quick because I've got to go soon. But you get people that say, oh, from a plane I can see the curvature, left to right. Like, yeah, are you sure? Because think about it. If in front of you, you're seeing a curvature left to right, if you turn around 90 degrees, like you're still on the same horizontal plane, turn around 90 degrees and you see a curve left to right, and then you turn around another 90 degrees to see a curve left to right, turn around another 90 degrees and you see a curve left to right. Where do the lines meet up? You've got 4 hills. So it's impossible to see left to right curvature. You can't see it. It doesn't happen. Otherwise the lines don't intersect. You got 4 humps.
Being honest, bro, I didn't even see that. Like people claim to see the curve from the planes. I did not. When I was up there in the plane, I did not see that.
Yeah, they just say that shit. There's a guy, the Paul Larson from the planetarium, who said you'd have to be about 1,000 miles away from a globe Earth the size it's claimed for it to be able to see the curvature of the Earth. They claim they see it at ground level, with boats going over the horizon and shit. And then you say, oh, you can see it. You can see it. Boats go over the horizon. And then you go, can you see it from a plane? No. So you can see it at ground level, but you can't see it from elevation. How does that work? And then there's another guy at the planetarium claiming that you can only see it from 1,000 miles away. Yeah, Google, you put it into Google, they say you can see it from 35,000 feet in a plane. Like, who's who's correct here, you know?
There's a lot of contradictions.
It's weird.
There's many contradictions.
A lot of contradictions. Too many.
It kills me because it's like normally they're the same type of people that, like, there's one contradiction in something you said, that means the whole thing you're saying is not true. Meanwhile, like, all these contradictions, they're like, it must be true, bro.
Yeah, and I don't know if you were listening before, but a guy came in before and said, what would it take for you guys to believe in the globe Earth? I said, well, drop over distance measurements. And I said, what would it take for you to believe in the globe Earth? Because it looks like you've already made up your mind with no evidence. And they just left. So they're asking us what would prove us for a globe Earth, but they've never looked into it. And they haven't even proved to themselves that they live on a globe. But they're asking us what would confirm if we lived on a globe. They've got no idea. Every day you walk outside, you experience the Earth is flat. You use the Earth as flat. It measures flat. That's three things that are only on a flat surface. They don't have one thing exclusive to a globe that they can say, this is exclusive to a globe and can't work on a flat plane. They don't have one thing. One thing, nothing. Yet we can give three simple arguments just there. We experience it, we can measure it, and we practically use it as flat every day.
Let her feel the wind, baby.
And you even hear people say, right? Like, my dad was in the Navy, and he always says, like, the straightest or fastest way from point A to point B is a straight line, right? He doesn't say a curved line. Like, the fastest way from point A to point B is never a curved line. It's always a straight line. Why is that?
Yeah, the truth, most people don't even think about it. The only time they ever think of being on a globe is when they see the picture of the globe. But every day they use it as flat. So in everyone's mind, right? Every day they go through using the Earth as flat and seeing the Earth as flat, and then they go through their whole lives using it and seeing it as flat. Always, every day, and they don't even think about it because in the back of their mind, the Earth's a globe, but it's used as flat. So it just works out, you know. They go, it just works out that we just use it as flat because it doesn't matter. Gravity just works it all out. Yeah? But the only time they ever imagine being on a ball is when they see a ball on the TV. And that's it.
Yeah. Or in the classroom with the not for educational purposes globe.
Yeah. Next time you go into a shop and you see a globe, just pick it up and look on the bottom.
That's such a good one, dude. Not for educational purposes. Oh, shit. This is kind of like related, but like also when you're in a plane, right? Like, say you're in a plane and you're going from, in the globe Earth model, you're going from North Pole to South Pole, and then back to the North Pole, eventually the plane would have to go upside down, right? So like, why don't you feel like you're going upside down, like in a roller coaster at a theme park? Why are you always right side up?
Yeah, I would say if you would ever think about that, that would be a bad argument for flat Earth or globe Earth, actually, because
globe Earth,
it would be relative. So, as they say, they're traversing the surface of the Earth. You're traveling parallel to the curvature, so you're going in unison with the curve. You're not having to think about negotiating curvature. You're just doing it like instinctively, because it's like a bungee cord that's attached to the center of the Earth to the plane. So it's like there's, it's just going around like as it would because of gravity. So there, I know what you mean. But that argument was old and busted, and we kind of 24/7 did away with that argument because it doesn't hold merit to actually get somebody to realize that the Earth is not a globe in that way, because they could escape out the back with saying, well, you just don't understand how gravity works. You get me? I've heard many people
so they just explain it away with like, it's magic or whatever. Gravity is pretty much magic to them.
Yeah, gravity is like a bungee cord from the center of the Earth, attaching itself to the plane and holding it steady in a where it's not needing to think that it's going around curve. It's just going parallel to the surface, on a curved surface, around a curved surface. Trust me. And I only said that because I want you to discard things that aren't valuable and keep the things that are. Because when you come out with your arguments, dude, you're gonna be fucking razor blade sharp, not needing any. Yeah, that's good. Talk about things that you think about, and I'll tell you, because I've been doing this for 10 years, so I know exactly what direction they would take it. I've heard of all the little ins and outs and ways that they talk about.
Well,
that's just one way they propose
explanation for how gravity works.
Number one, they don't know what gravity is in regards to a cause and effect relationship. So they have to talk about what they mean by gravity, and they don't understand gravity. They say, pen fall down, therefore gravity. Duh, one and done. Gravity wins. And you're like, dude, you didn't explain anything. You just told me you dropped something and then you win. That's not explaining. I want to know how you are going to parse out the cause and effect relationship when you drop something. We see something fall. Yeah, that's the effect. You can quantify that effect to say, well, I can calculate or, see what the average rate of something dropping would be in the medium of air, right? When I drop something, I see it fall. We can find out its value of drop, right? So when you say, what is giving the pen the propensity to fall downward in that vector, what's giving it that propensity, then you're going to say, well, that's the cause. What's causing it to do that? It's not the effect anymore. You want to know what's causing it. And then they're going to have to find out what theory they're going to use. Whether they're thinking of Newtonian gravitational explanations or Einsteinian gravitational theory. They don't know this, It's a bit too in-depth for them to even talk about. It's almost like I hate to put it this way, but I'm going to make it sound redundant. Like you're speaking to a bunch of knuckle draggers. And when you talk to them, they don't know what they're saying. They're like, pen drop, gravity. That's it. You don't get much more than that. And they think they won. They're hopping around like, yeah, we win, gravity. And it's like, dude, whatever.
I don't know if
you get frustrated.
Seen the Einstein gravitational theory thing. I watched a video about that, so I could be wrong about all of this. But in the video, the way that the physics professor guy was explaining it was he had like a sheet, and then he had like a metal like ball in the middle of the sheet. And he was like trying to explain how, like, according to some like space-time relativity thing or whatever, like the ball pulls down the sheet. But then, like, I was thinking in the back of my head, like, the sheet is still a 2D plane. You know what I'm saying? So like,
yeah.
I don't understand how that be an explanation for gravity on a ball.
Yeah, they're giving something that's not physical properties, like the sheet. They're giving space-time physical properties, but it was for illustration purposes. Some glober would be listening and be like, dude, does he not know that the professor's just illustrating it? Golly. Like, they would be thinking that if they're here, you say that. Because we do understand for illustration purposes, he's utilizing this, but I get what you mean. Because if you're going to use an example, you have to put it in the realm of how it's being proposed. Well, it's being proposed as something, as a concept, right? We're talking about time and space, right? Space-time. So if you're saying that's being warped and distorted, then you're going to have to use something akin to that if it's going to be something you show someone as an example. Now, if you can't produce something as that, then how are you going to be able to manifest this information into reality, it being the thing that is warped and distorted by the fabric of space-time? Like, you can't, the mass of an object, right, whatever, however big it is, if it's warping and distorting, time and space around it, then how are you going to demonstrate that? Are you going to show that everything has some sort of gravitational pull, right? Anything that has mass having gravitational pull. And so you're going to have to demonstrate that in some way. Because this sheet that, like you were saying, the professor was showing these, people the sheet, that's not going to help us. Because that's physical. The sheet is physical. We're talking about time and space. That's not physical. You can't stretch time and space out and distort it like you do that sheet. So I get what you're saying, but like I said, the argument against that would be like, dude, you didn't know he's just illustrating that? Like, he's not really bending time and space. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's the counter to you is what they would say. So we're dealt with like they don't understand what gravity is. Essentially.
Yeah.
So you're going to be dealing with a lot of people that are fumbling and stumbling, and you're just going to be like slapping your forehead, like, okay, man, like that's fine. You don't know what gravity is. Like, I sometimes I want to drop it, but for posterity's sake, I have to muscle through because people are listening. So gotta see the conversation through as much as I can. But yeah, they don't know what gravity is, so. And it's obvious because they're trying to attribute these types of physics on a sphere that doesn't exist. If you can imagine that.
Yeah. What about, there is one thing that I've heard about the water thing, like when you put water in a glass, this was like back in my high school chemistry class, so I'm trying to recall from that, but like you put the water in like a glass or in a test tube thing, and there's a word for like the very surface of the water where supposedly it's like curved slightly from like the one side of the test tube to the other side. Yeah, that.
Yeah. Meniscus or surface tension, yeah.
So like what's the deal with, like, how do we explain that?
Well, it's simple. It has to do with adhesion and cohesion. So when you look up adhesion and cohesion, it gives you the clear example of what that means. Water bonds to things, right? So it bonds to itself, and it also bonds to other things. So as it's bonding to the inside of that tube, it depends what type of fluid you have in there, be it mercury or some other fluid, it's going to produce a meniscus. And that would be either concave or convex, depending on what fluid you have.
Gotcha. So it's more a function of how the water is interacting with the container and not necessarily the quote-unquote shape of the water. Got it.
Yeah, and or fluid, because you get a different outcome if it's a different type of fluid. So let's say mercury. You put mercury or you put water, you're going to have different results.
Well,
Well, what is the rest of the
I'm trying to
water?
like deprogram a little bit.
Yeah, it's all to deal with proper physics, right? So and someone who's not afraid will engage with the conversation head on because you're well equipped to deal with it, right?
Yeah.
So always, I think LibreText is a great way to look up the mechanics of water. I would say a good foot forward on this topic would be looking up in LibreText hydrostatic equilibrium. So bodies of water at rest gives us water pressure, the Archimedes principle, that sort of thing. We start to understand density towers and such. We can see how fluids react and that sort of thing. So you can really dive into the topic on a physics aspect.
Gotcha. That might be a little bit above my head, above my pay grade. I'm a little bit of a dumbass on that topic, but
dude, don't worry, man. Like all of this is just information acquired, man. Don't worry about it. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat the small stuff. Over time, you will be a bit more equipped, and you'll start to, if you desire, right, more input. Like the robot from Short Circuit would say, more input. If you desire more, you'll get more. It just depends where you want to be with this whole conversation. If you just want to be on the sidelines listening, that's fine. You can do that too. But if you want to engage, just bone up on some of the information. You'll get there.
for sure, bro. I got to get to the point where a guy can hit me with meniscus and I know what that is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Just look up adhesion and cohesion. It makes a lot of sense in that regard. You'll see things like with water, clinging to things like a straw in like a liquid. You'll see it. You're like, well, I see the straws, like when you put it in water and you bring it up out of the water, like the water is still clinging to the side of the straw. It's pretty crazy.
I think that's like for now. That's like the majority of the questions I had was how much Earth is there. We got to that one. We got the water one. We got the planes one. I'm pretty sure I'm questioned out. I don't have a lot unless you have like
I'm all tuckered out. He says
some more ideas. I don't know. Like for me, most of my shit's been answered.
Okay. Glad we could be of assistance. And thankfully, no Glover came in and put his foot in the conversation and made this a bad experience for you. But
next lesson, Black Swan.
I think Timbo took him to that.
I covered it. Cool.
Yeah, Timbo covered it. It was just me and Timbo talking to him.
I've been absent. AFK. Missed a bit.
Yeah, Timbo covered it. Hence the
good stuff.
Tuckered out response from Yedov. You get what you put into this, man. No sweat, man. Don't sweat it. You'll get better over time.
Sure, I'll be back. The more I talk to people IRL about it, I'll be back with like, they said this, what do I say back? Type shit. But for now, that's about all I got.
I mean, and I guess what I'll say, I'll just look back at the previous interaction that you had here. Now you could at least appreciate the reason why things went down the way they did in the prior conversation, because you can see what we covered here in this small span that you were here versus like the other way it could have went with, let's say, and I'll just put it this way, a religious conversation about flat earth. You get me? Like this was more of the speed. I think the room the temperature of the room, what it should look like when we're kind of helping somebody gain a better insight to what we're talking about in here.
Yeah, I get that. I didn't come in with I don't know if you were here for the misunderstanding part of that, but I wasn't intending to preach or anything.
Yeah, I was listening. It was just all it was maybe for you, and I think Roots just jumped in right now, but he was here when that interaction went down too. So we all get it, man. Because there's some people that come in here from the biblical side of things, but they come off more of like, okay, I want good arguments for telling people how the earth is flat from a biblical perspective, and it's like, well, we got a multitude of different religions and all that sort of thing in here, so we can't just cater to one. We got to make it a more broad-based, kind of argumentative style, points talking points. So it has to be something that everybody can understand, not just one specific exclusive religious group. But I get what you mean at the same time. I know what you're talking about. So, I mean, like I said, everybody holds their own personal worldview when it comes to religion. I hold mine, and that's what it is. I don't need to divulge what I am. I could if I want to, but I don't need to. It's not necessary. Not in this specific room. We're dealing with empirical facts. And that gives us, I'll tell you this way, it gives us a better position so that people don't come in here and say, well, are you a Christian? They'll go straight to that because that's what they want. They want to put you in a light where they can talk about that and not expose the fact that they don't know that the earth is a globe or not. They want to hone into other topics. It's called a red herring, dude.
And there are people out there that don't help with that either. Like, I mean, they're pushing that narrative more than the empirical, evidence that we talk about. They just hyper focus on the religious or spirit, like biblical side of it, or the esoteric stuff.
Yeah, I'm all about what I can see and hear and use my brain to discern. So I'm down with the empirical aspect of stuff. I hate the esoteric people. I won't go into that rabbit hole, but I strongly despise them.
Yeah, it gets really difficult for the listener to ground themselves in a base on kind of like a truth aspect of saying I know we can have this point kind of be understood by everyone, because if you're talking about ice rings and moon maps and all kinds of stuff, that it just doesn't have the the same vibe where somebody's going to listen and go, okay, but where did you get that information? Oh, this guy on the YouTube channel was saying that this is how it is, and you're like, oh really? What does he propose? What does he speculate on? And you guys talk about that speculation, and it's like really not getting you to the fact that that the earth is either flat or globe. Like this has nothing to do with that. That's why we stick to this.
There's also the hyper focus on the NASA and space agencies fakery, right? That's all they talk about. That's all they want to do is talk about that. And then so we get Globers come in here and just think that we think it's just all a big conspiracy, and they just want to talk about that. And wait, and these other people that are pushing all that into the public mainstream, they don't even talk about gas pressure without a container. They just
that's a whole other topic.
Their whole shtick, right? Yeah, right. Okay.
We didn't even get into that. I don't think. Get off. But we'll do that later. You're pretty full right now with all the stuff we went over.
No, I want to know about gas pressure without a container now, because one of the things I was thinking about is so there's the gravity, right? The concept of gravity, right? You got a balloon. The balloon is full of air or helium or whatever. You drop it,
right,
and it doesn't go down.
Yeah.
Does that have anything to do with the gas pressure without a container thing, or is that something? Or is that different?
It's not directly related, but it could be utilized in the argument. Probably talking about gravity, right? So in the gravity, or excuse me, in the gas pressure without containment, the we talk about the vacuum of space, right? Because they think that the vacuum of space is a real logistical region that you can achieve when you're getting in a rocket and leaving the Earth. Well, we're going to the vacuum of space, boys and girls. Really. So you're going to travel to a place that, according to the paradigm, is said to be at a super low gas pressure, right? Values are like what a vacuum would be considered, right? It just ranges from like 10 to the -2 to like -17. These torr values are just some numbers that they give the super low pressure of air at those places, right? Like the upper level of the thermosphere and like I guess the lower level of the exo. So they're saying that at this place you have this high pressure differential from what you have there, which is about where the Kármán line is, right? 62 miles above the Earth's surface, and from the Earth's surface, where it's said to be about 14 psi, right? 14 pounds per square inch, where the air that you're breathing right now is said to be around there, like on the surface.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. So as you go up, right, there seems to be a gradient of air pressure. Right? It starts to thin out, right? Well, and that's because the air is, produced here on the floor. Most of the air that we breathe. So if that's the case, and we have high pressure value here on the surface, and a super low pressure value up there where the Kármán line is, then the question is, what's keeping the gas on the surface? If we have a vacuum of space, empty space for the gas to fill. Now, natural law would state that gas would expand to fill the available volume, right? If nothing impedes if nothing impedes its progress, the gas molecules will keep expanding outward. It's only logical, right? You understand that?
Yup.
It's the same concept. If you have a tire, you puncture your tire, air rushes out. It doesn't just like leak out. It violently rushes out of that tire, like in a hurry, right? Everywhere.
It's going from high pressure environment to environment.
Yeah, right. I mean, you get it, right? So it rushes out. So if that were the case with the Earth, then that means that the air pressure that we have on the surface is high pressure. We got super low pressure adjacent to that, and of course, it would rush out to fill the available space, like the tire would, because there's nothing to hold it back. Now, the argument is, what's the container containing the gas pressure on the globe? Because I'm going to tell you like this. There's 3 types of systems: isolated, closed, and open, right? It's either one of these 3. But in fact, when we're talking about these systems, you have to understand, isolated means that energy and matter cannot be transferred to and fro the system. It's isolated. And, definition of isolated means it's not going in or out of the system. So you have closed and open system to deal with. Only those 2. Can't be isolated because matter and energy transfer, one of the 2 can only be what the Earth is from the Earth being a globe. So we look at closed system. Well, the Earth as a globe can't be a closed system because in a closed system, only energy can transfer and not matter. Matter cannot leave a closed system, only energy. So in an open system, however, matter and energy can transfer back and forth. Meaning, energy, like from the sun or rockets leaving the surface of the Earth, can land on the moon or go to Mars or whatever. So energy transfer and matter can be done in an open system. So between open and closed, according to the paradigm, the Earth being a globe, it's an open system for all intents and purposes, right? So if that is the case, that the Earth is an open system, what's holding the gas to the globe Earth? Of course, you might already guess what the answer would be.
I'm assuming their answer would be that there's some layer in the atmosphere that's keeping it in. Am I correct?
That's close, but that is one of the answers they would use. But the primary answer would be gravity.
Back to that one, back to magic.
Yes. The magic of gravity does all things, right? Gravity does this, gravity does that. Gravity holds gas down to the Earth. So, in an open system, according to the paradigm of the Earth being a globe, the air that should escape out into the vacuum of space is held down by Earth's gravitational pull or push, depending on what paradigm they're talking about, whether it being Newtonian or Einsteinian. So, if that's the case, then what we ask for is a demonstration of gas pressure, of gas being held down by gravity in any way they can show us a demonstration that that's the case. But here's the kicker. Not only are they going to show us a demonstration, they're going to have to give us a definition of it being the case. Now, if you can, sir, Yedov, do me a favor. Look up gas pressure. The definition for gas pressure. Right now.
All right, hold on. Gas pressure is the force exerted by gas molecules colliding with the walls of their container. I can see the problem with that.
Well, we got a problem, right?
Yeah.
Oopsie daisy, right?
Yeah.
So what we have to deal with now is the situation that they're saying, well, wait a minute. We're dealing with an open system where matter and energy can transfer. But this definition is saying there's a wall here containing gas. Now, let me scratch my head a little bit, because what I think the Earth is a globe with an open system, but this thing's telling me it's a closed system. But what it sounds like. Do you see in anywhere here that gas pressure is contained by gravity in that definition, Yedov?
No, it's contained by a container.
Right. So something's going to have to be done here. We're going to have to rewrite the definition for gas pressure if they want to utilize gravity being the container. Because it doesn't say in the definition for gas pressure that gravity is a container. So what we've done here is demonstrated to the world that we showed them an example of what gas pressure means. Not only that, but we've demonstrated that it means that in a demonstration purposes as well. So we can show the definition means this. We could demonstrate that in every instance there's gas pressure, there's always a container. This is natural law. You gotta have a container to have that gas pressure defined. This is the definition. This isn't Yedov's definition. This isn't Alpha's definition. This is the definition for gas pressure. This is how it's defined. So, it's not defined by gravity. So when they appeal to it being what the gases are being held down by, they're going to have to redefine gas pressure, number one, and number two, demonstrate that gravity is a container. That's a hard road for a glober, don't you think?
Yeah. They have to pretty much make their own scientific theory for how it works.
Yeah, and also demonstrate how it works. Because you and me are sitting pretty over here showing them the definition and saying, well, look, this is how it's defined. And guess what? Everywhere we have gas pressure, guess what's holding that gas pressure? You bet. It's a container.
It's crazy. No container in an open system. Where's your container, bro? Where's the container?
That's right. That's right.
Ooh. See, I love these. Like, I'm not even tuckered out. I just want more stuff that's like.
Hey, did you check on your chicken, man? It's probably already. Hopefully, you have a timer on it, man. Better go run and go check your oven.
Oh no, I've been pulling it out and cutting it up and whatnot the whole time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is. I mean, if like I said, we've over the years, man, we've cut all the fat from these arguments that don't need to be. We've streamlined it to where this is the essentials, the essential kit for taking down the hard-nosed glober, right? Really letting them have it when it comes to what truth is. And these things are all there's demonstrations to back these things up. There's clear evidence. There's clear definitions. It's a like I said, it's a safe harbor for those who are trying to figure the world out.
Yeah, I mean, so far you've done a really good job with me. Like, I mean, your explanations are on point, man. I don't know if you're like a teacher or something in real life, but you do a good job at that. your explanations.
Yeah, I really try to because I've listened to how I'm trying to be concise, but not too like I want to be a little bit lengthy with you because you're somebody that's absorbing everything like a sponge. So I want to arm you with like the best we got, and then let you kind of like think about it in your own style. You can, put it the way you do it. Get out style.
All right, well, I've got room in my inventory for a few more weapons if anybody's got some.
Dude wants to be loaded up like Rambo, friggin'.
Yeah.
My goodness, dude. Yeah, that's why like most of the people that've been doing this, we're it's utter destruction for the globe, dude. When they see any one of us, it's game over, man.
I imagine it's like when they come into the chat and you unmute your mic, it's like that scene from Commando where like Arnold's putting on the face paint and the vest and attaching the grenades and loading his clips.
There's a GIF of that, dude. We have that GIF. Somebody might post in the text. Yeah, we do. It's like I was telling you, like at the beginning of our conversation, it's like it's not a debate to us anymore. What we're doing right now is challenging individuals to think about the paradigm that they consider to be a globe, and or exposing those frauds who come in here who don't want to say the most obvious truths, right? Self-evident. The horizon looks horizontal. It looks like a line. Like it looks flat. Like these things are just obvious, right? And there's people that would fight against that because they're holding on to a globe religion. It's a globe religion, right? On top of whatever they believe in, maybe a creator or maybe not, they're still holding on to a globe religion. It's because that's what it is, right?
I mean,
you gotta have faith to believe in it.
Without any evidence, and they're saying it's a globe without knowing that it's a globe.
Yes. And I won't just say this. I want to prove it to you. Just sit back, and whenever people come in here, I'll demonstrate that to you. When I give them the floor, and I'll say, go ahead. Let's see what globe evidence you have. You'll hear them, give me excuses or try to give me another question to think about. No, let me ask you a question. Like, they won't face the facts. They can't. It's painful, because they have to give up their religion, where they believe in, the vacuum of space, quasars, galaxies, other planets we can live on. And what do you mean? Are the other planets flat? Like, this is the kind of thing we deal with, right?
Yeah. I mean, where is there? The last thing you mentioned, are other planets flat? That's something that, like, how can they prove that other planets are not like spheres?
Yeah. See, you're thinking exactly how we already proposed it to them, because in order for you to denote shape, you have to have two eyes looking at something to give it its 3D depth perception, right? But you're looking through a telescope with one eyeball. Weird, huh?
A telescope with one eyeball, and it still looks like a 2D circle through the telescope.
Exactly. Yep.
Well, even if they were spheres of some sort, it doesn't necessarily mean that those things are worlds, like land upon which you could go to and walk around like you can here and have the same experience there as you can here, being upright, having a relationship to vertical and horizontal and all that. Doesn't mean anything.
That's a really good point, because don't they say that, like, however many, I don't know the exact percentage, but they haven't found one that's habitable, like that you could actually go to?
Yeah. I think the challenge too is they say that those things are like this place. And you're like, well, aren't they like us? And you're like, okay, name one feature of what you see in those things you see in the sky to what you're standing on. One similarity. Name one. And they can't answer that.
They're not even the same color.
Yeah, there's no... what is like those things, and how are we like those if we don't even resemble anything that you see trees over there? Is there rivers you see on one of those things? Like, yeah.
Also, when they talk about exoplanets, yeah, okay. Well, we see this exoplanet. We know it's an exoplanet because the star that we're looking at, the light dims every 365 days. So we assume that there's a planet going around that star, and because it goes around it every 360 days, it's the same distance from that star as Earth. Therefore, this exoplanet that we're assuming could be an Earth-like planet.
Yeah. It's Fantasyland.
What does Earth-like planet even mean? Because, like, as far as I'm aware, there's one Earth.
Yeah, no,
On
you're
Earth,
right.
mate. That's it.
You're right.
Nothing like it.
Your friends are not going to like you after tomorrow, man. Yadov's going to be like, oh, buddy, I need to talk to you. They're going to be like, what? What about? Oh, man. You're in trouble.
You ever heard of air pressure?
Don't overdo it, man.
Don't overdo it. It's a dangerous. Listen, man. Yeah, a little disclaimer, man, because I know what it feels like. You know, you're unstoppable. You will be. I guarantee it. It's you can.
If they're not in. Yeah, if they don't seem interested, don't push the point, man.
Yeah, just
you'll end up in an argument.
You can be your friends. They can be little globy friends, dude. Just don't sweat the small. Yeah, they can be little globy friends. You don't have to. Yeah.
You don't have to force it.
Don't go ham on them, man. Like fucking. Yeah, you go ham on them, you're gonna lose every fucking.
I might get committed like EA if I try to go too hard, bro. I gotta be careful.
Very quickly.
Bullhorns. Yeah, you live in the States, I
live in Colorado, yeah.
Hey, you don't want to get a bullhorn and go to like to Wendy's and shit. Hey, Earth is flat, everybody. Just saying. Like you don't. Yeah.
That'd be hilarious. Though. You go to Wendy's, you're like, ever heard of air pressure without a container, bro?
Come on, man. Not bullshit, man. Yeah. Fucking having it out with a fucking drive-through guy. He's like, dude, I just want to fucking get to the next car, bro. Like, fucking hell.
What mid-order? You're just playing the Black Swan, like, bro, the oil rigs, the rice.
Yeah, going through the fucking drive-through window and shit. Be like, bro, you're not listening to my ass, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you're just all pissed off.
We see too far, motherfucker.
Yeah. You know what? I don't want my order, man. Keep that shit. He's all pissed off and fucking drives away. Nah, yeah, you don't have to go fucking all commando and shit. Just relax. And when the conversation happens, it's gonna be glorious. Let's put it that way, because it'll happen like at a party or something, and some guy's just going off the chain about being globe this and globe that, and here you come, man. You're just gonna come in like a rock star, you know. You'll probably be laughing like that too. They're gonna surround you too, man. They're gonna be like, "All right, man, we're gonna take turns. You're like, come at me, bro." Like.
Yeah, don't do that at Wendy's.
Yeah.
Unless you work at Wendy's. Unless you work at... Imagine they come say, here's your burger and fries. The best burger and fries on this flat earth.
My missus elbows me. She elbows me at a dinner party. She was... I'll hear this, did you see that SpaceX? And she'll fucking stare at me and go, don't you fucking dare.
Please, I'll do the dishes for a whole month. Please.
One argument.
I swear, I will not skip out on taking the trash out every day. I promise.
I feel like just looking over and going, space is fake, bitch.
Timbo, when they allow you to, it's like that movie with Jet Li, Unleashed. The collar comes off. You're like, oh shit.
Yeah, I'll be back, honey. Hold my beer.
Literally, right?
Or get me a new one. This is going to be a long conversation.
Yep.
Actually, give me a bottle.
How usually people just accept space. Like they watch Interstellar once and they're like, you know what? Space is totally real, bro. I think we could go to space. They get like the live stream from the International Space Station with the astronauts like floating and their hair is all looking wavy and shit. And they're like, whoa, bro. Like, how do they?
That'd be so cool.
right. Watch Martian with Matt Damon and they're like, bro, that could be me one day. It's like, it's never going to be you.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what they did? They turned these people into gods. Only they know these secrets. Only they can experience these things above the earth. They are looking down on the minions of the earth, you know? Like, they turned them into
coming back with
idols. You know?
Yeah. They're coming back with a story to tell. And the story will be so convincing that you're going to believe with all your heart and mind. And you'll be given over to these guys that will be convincing you of a freaking lie. Because you're willfully giving it up. Willfully. Yeah, I want to believe. I want to believe, brother. I want to raise my hands and say the globe is true. Like, get me? Like, all the while, you can't even prove it to yourself.
I had a hard time buying it when I was little because, like, we have a thing called, like, the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. And, like, there's a, I guess you call it exhibit of, like, Mars. And then there's, like, a replica of the Mars rover because apparently, like, part of it was, like, built in Colorado by, like, Lockheed or whatever. So they built, like, a fucking replica of the rover. And I'm like, you're telling me they put this thing on a rocket, they launched it to that disc in the sky, it landed, and they got pictures back? You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit to me, I was like, I cannot understand how any of this works. And, like, there's the guy in the exhibit that's, like, in an astronaut costume, like, in the like thing with the helmet. And he's, like, explaining, like, how all of it's supposed to work. And to kids, like, kids don't understand any of those concepts. Kids don't understand physics. Kids don't understand, like, gas pressure without a container. Like, yeah, it's brainwashing. It's actually brainwashing.
Now they're flying helicopters around on Mars too. In 1% atmosphere.
Helicopters on Mars.
1% atmosphere. Yeah. They can't even send a rescue helicopter up to the top of Mount Everest. You know, at more atmosphere than there is on Mars, but they can fly a helicopter around on Mars with 1% atmosphere. How the fuck did they do that?
Yeah, the interesting part about this whole thing too is when people are being told that the Earth, because I would put it to you this way, they're not taught that the Earth is a globe as going through school. You're told that it's a globe, being that you have this like worldview about it being a globe. It's more of a something that you're being told how it is. So you're told what to think and not how to think of it being a globe. So you're told what to think in all the little ways that they're showing a solar system and these pictures and such, but they're not telling you how to think of it being a globe. And that's the reason why we got, adults when they come in here, they don't know how to articulate any talking points for the Earth being a globe. They think it's a foregone conclusion. It just is a globe, and it's like you get this like really dumbfounded, like, dude, I mean, it's a globe. Like, what do we? Yeah, like, I mean, it's a globe. And you're like, no, it's not. Provide evidence of it.
You're so dumb if you think the Earth is flat.
Well, hey, you remember that kid Collapse? You know that kid Collapse that comes in? And he says, I'm here to destroy you, flat earthers. He always starts off with that. Remember, Mickey, when you and Indio were heading, right? And I don't know I can't remember the context of the conversation, but he was so backed into a corner. He said, but we have to believe it.
Yeah.
That was his words. Yeah, we have to believe it. I was like, I just laughed at it. I laughed my head off at that, man.
It's interesting, man, because like I said, people, it's not really not their fault, man, that you're getting told this all the time. And so it's the other thing too. It's like, well, you know, who's telling us this? Is it the Illuminati? Is it the Masons? Like, where are we getting this? Like, dude, it's just information handed down traditionally by the previous generations. You know, either by school or, you know, your folks told you because they believed it too. So there's not like a boogeyman doing it, right? Some overarching. I mean, you could say that it all started from the nefarious, you know, beginnings, but where it's at today, it's just people traditionally think it is. You know, it's like Christmas. You think there's a jolly red man with reindeer, you know, flying above your head, giving presents every year. That's fabricated, and everybody traditionally thinks it's, you know, teaching their children about it until, you know, the kid reaches an age where they start to realize Santa Claus isn't real. But they did all the while they're believing it is, you know. So it's akin to that, but for adults. So, and then this one comes with a little bit more, you know, production value, if you will.
Yeah,
because now you
fantasy too.
Yeah,
Hopes for the
you got
future. You know?
There's you know, mantras, there's, you know, videos, there's, you know, agencies and all that. But when it comes to you trying to figure it out for yourself, it's far out of your reach. There's nothing you can do to put it back into your reach, because according to them, you got to get on one of those fancy rockets. And even if you're a mind of thinking that the Earth is a globe, like, what are the chances of you getting on one of those things and going seeing for yourself? Right? So they put the answers far out of the reach of the common folk. So the common folk, all they can do is believe. While these,
and then you got to
certain
rely
people,
on anecdotal evidence, from astronauts.
That's it.
They
It's a good
went.
system, right?
And they're the only ones that went. So you have to believe them. They've been there.
There's no like regular. That's the one thing I have a problem with astronauts is there's no regular civilian astronauts. It's like they're all military or Air Force, or like they're somehow picked by NASA or something. Like there's never like a regular dude that's like, hey, I want to sign up, put me in the ship. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's a paradigm shift happening where civilian space travel is going to happen according to
Got him?
Yeah.
Look at him. Looks like a loser anyway.
Yeah, well, his avatar says it all, right? I mean, I'm surprised. I'm surprised you don't see Cheeto dust on that shirt.
Yeah, Cheeto dust, the blue tracksuit pants, or grey ones with
He's got
stains.
eczema all over his back. You know, feel sorry for the lad.
Mom, I don't know why I'm fat. Stop eating Cheetos, son.
Well, I mean, there's always a reason. But just, I mean, I don't know. It's a sad state of affairs, man. When you look at the generation that's being bombarded by nowadays, people are getting hit from all sides, you know. But the only thing that they have is, you know, places like this where they can come in and challenge themselves. Otherwise, you know, they have those esoteric flat earthers out there that are going to be talking about ice rings and, you know, honeycomb, outer pond theories, and, you know, stuff like that.
They're almost as bad as Globers.
Yeah.
That's how we got into this mess in the first place.
See, that stuff I find interesting on like a speculation level, right? Like I would like to know how much Earth there actually is. Nobody can tell me how much Earth there actually is. And I find that frustrating.
You'll never know, man.
Right, like, right.
You know, and
there's no way to find out.
I've had a conversation with a gentleman. His name was Austin Whitsitt. We had a conversation about this long ago, and we were talking about the problem of him not being able to find such information out. And I was happy to say, you know what, it doesn't matter to me. I don't need to know that information. care to know. He's like, yeah, but there's a lot of people that want to know. Like, I would want to be one to be curious about these things. And I think maybe this past year he went to the final experiment. They went to go to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun. I don't know if you heard anything about that. He was part of that. But, you know, it was a long time ago, and, you know, he wasn't really satisfied with the fact that there's some things that we just can't know. So he was more like leaning towards like it's human curiosity that leads like to discoveries and stuff, which I don't deny that. But if the thing about going to the edge of the realm, you know, where we exist in, is put upon of the most importance, I don't think that's the case. I don't think we need to do that. Like, to what end, right? Or are we just all going to head out toward the expansion edge of the realm that we exist in? You know, like to the far reaches of it. Like, why? You know, like we can find
no
over
reason
there.
to. Yeah, there's no.
Yeah,
there's not. Yeah.
There's no way to either.
Well, I mean, the what can I say? The emphasis on trying to figure out what's over there. Like, what is over there? I mean, you're gonna find the actual container? Is it gonna touch down to the ground? And you were like, oh, dude, the container. Like, okay, and what? Then what? You're gonna do a happy dance? Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you don't need to. Some things, even if that was, and I'm just only putting it to you this way. You can think of however you want, right? You are your own person. You could want to still say, no, I want to find out, and that's you. But I'm saying there's really no need for that, because you know the nature of reality is what it is now, and it's definitely not a globe. It's a flat, motionless plane. And as it is right now, you could have a better understanding if you don't need to put yourself in harm's way or try to go up as high as you can. Well, I want to go to as high as I can to see maybe that I could touch the dome or look down and see the Earth as a whole or whatever. You know,
they tried to do that. Supposedly, they tried to do that back in the day. It didn't work out well.
Yeah, I mean,
Operation Fishbowl. Are you talking about?
Oh, no, I won't bring it up. It was a religious reference to the Tower of Babel. They got mad when they didn't do that last time.
I get where you're going with that, and I've had conversations about that, because I often like kind of sidestep into that a little bit, but I always bring it back. So I have my limitations when I talk about that. But I will say that yes, that was people long ago with Nimrod leading the charge, right? So they wanted to, and the funny thing about that is those guys knew that the Earth was a horizontal plane, and there was a limitation that they were going to reach. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing. They weren't thinking there's outer space, like, you know, empty void out there. Like, nobody thought that. They were gonna go fight the Creator, and in order to do that, they needed to build a tower big enough to breach the highest of heights. Right? So, yeah. So it's steeped into what it's akin to the aspirations of Satan, which of course in Isaiah 14 says that he wanted to ascend above the heights of the clouds. He wanted to go above the stars of God and usurp the authority of the Creator, which of course Nimrod and them were following the same aspirations. And of course, the people wanted to usurp their idols and put them in God's place and worship them. So a lot of it has to deal with, like if you want to talk about nefarious beginnings, you can almost see like this pattern, right? So
they say history repeats itself. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, of course. And just like in the days of Noah, so shall it be again. But, that's playing out in real time.
Yeah.
Memory,
yeah.
We've got a short memory.
Anyway, but yeah, so just coming back to the topic, what we're saying with all of this is you can, arm yourself with a lot of this information and then kind of work it out the way you want to. You don't need to like unravel it all like the way we said, like with this, time that you've had here with the conversation. You can just take maybe just the gas pressure argument, or perhaps asking them. I used to have this thing where we'd run them through 3 questions, right? Three questions of if the Earth is a globe. And I'll probably save that for later because, you know, I don't know how tuckered out you are. It sounds like you're hanging on by a thin thread now with all this.
Nah, bro. I got the M4. I got the big P226. I got the RPG. I need more weapons, bro. Give me more weapons. Give me a Bowie knife.
My goodness, bro.
Let's do it, Miggy. Go for it.
All right, man. Like, just saying. The 3 questions were something that I was working on years ago to kind of give a non-confrontational way to present evidence that the Earth is not a globe. And this is how it goes, right? So the 3 questions examine the 3 pillars of the Earth as a globe. The first claim is that there's curvature. Second claim that the Earth is spinning with axial rotation. Third claim is, of course, the gas pressure argument that you've heard about. So it goes like, I asked them, has anybody in history ever measured the curvature of the Earth, as in the drop over the distance? So the drop over the distance would be a tangential line that's created, like on the surface, right? Because they say that you can have angle measurements done with the tangent line, because on a curving surface, you could think about a ruler on a basketball, right? That would be considered like a tangent line on the surface of the Earth. So an imaginary, tangent line, and then the Earth itself would be dropping away from that tangential line. And you could say, well, the Earth over a distance is dropping away from that tangential line, which is drop over the distance. So that means that it would work out to be, from that tangent line, a specific drop rate, right?
Right.
So the question to them is, who in history, anywhere in history, has measured the drop over distance to know that the surface of the Earth is curving at the specific rate that they say it's curving according to the size of the Earth that we have now? Because if you look up the radius value, it's 3,959 miles, right, to the center of the Earth. So if the radius value is said to be a specific numeric value, then they have to have in some way figured out the circumference and the diameter and such, right, being a sphere. So if that's the case, drop over distance should be a breeze, right? Somebody figured this thing out. Who was it in history? That's the question. And you ask them, do you know? And if you know, tell me specifically who and how and the method they used. And if you don't know, say, I don't know. But I need to hear the I don't know when you think about it. And so one thing you need to hear is them saying, well, shit, I don't know. Or them telling you, I know who it is, who measured that drop over distance, and they'll give you the information, and then you examine the information, guaranteed it's not going to be drop over distance. But whatever it is, look into it, right? Do the due diligence to look into their answer and figure out if it is or isn't what you're specifically asking for. And once you find out it's not what you're asking for, because I guarantee you, I've been doing this a long time, it's never going to be drop over distance. So once you get to that point, you're like, okay, it's not what I requested. I requested the drop over distance. I want you to be honest. If you don't have it, just say you don't have it. So at some point, they might concede, but you might be dealing with someone who is holding on to their globe belief so strongly that they won't give up, right? So at some point, you're going to have to consider letting the argument go completely if they're being way too obtuse, or if they're being genuine with you and they're like, no, you know what, dude, I don't know. Like, try to move along to the next question as quickly as you can possible. Don't stay too long on that question, right? Try to be as concise and move along as fast as you can to the next question. Because the object is not to stay on the questions too long, or the object is for them not to ask you any questions and say like, well, how is the Earth flat? And like, just wait. Let's get through this first. 3 questions I only want to ask you. Then afterwards you can ask me any questions you want. And so once you make it very clear and they give up and say, okay, I don't know, you go to the next question. Question number 2, right? Have they ever measured axial rotation, the spin of the Earth, any time in history? Now you can tell them, let me just preface it with this. If the Earth was spinning, they say that at the equator, it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. So if it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, how did they measure that? And by which way or which method was it known that the Earth is spinning at that rate? So they're going to give you the answer or not, right? Specifically. And whatever it is, examine it. Listen to them carefully. And if it's not specifically of something that you can determine that the Earth is spinning on its axis, I would say this. Think about question number 2 this way. You have to observe the Earth doing something. It is spinning on its axis. Thereby meaning that the Earth is spinning, something has to be observed that the Earth is doing something, that the Earth is spinning. So a naturally observed phenomena of Earth spinning has to be done, witnessed by an observer. If the observer, them or someone, has witnessed the Earth spinning, then you have to say, okay, if the observation of the Earth is spinning, then I could test it out for myself. You said that guy saw the Earth spinning in France or whatever. Okay, let's go to France and witness that. If they claim that, right? Well, wait a minute. Nobody witnesses the Earth spinning. No naturally observed phenomena is able to be witnessed on the surface that the Earth is spinning. They're going to find out the logic behind it after you kind of detail it to them. So they'll probably give it up because there's no naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth spinning. So they're going to say, well, I don't know. So you go to the next question.
I've been Googling along as you've been talking, and they always have to build contraptions. They always have to build devices to measure the things that they're saying they're measuring.
Yes, but remember, before you build a contraption or a device, you have to witness the Earth doing something. So I can't build a device on an I can't build a device on an imagination. Like, well, I imagine the Earth spinning, so therefore let's build a device to measure it. Wait a second. You didn't witness anything. The no naturally observed phenomenon would witness that the Earth was doing anything. So how do you build a contraption out of your imagination? You have to witness the Earth physically doing something for you to say, okay, is the Earth spinning? Because I'm seeing it do something. So let's test it out if the Earth is actually spinning or it's something else occurring. So let's test it. But no naturally occurring phenomenon of Earth spin is ever witnessed. Therefore, you can't build a contraption to measure an imagination. You get what I'm saying? You have to witness the thing doing something to build a contraption to say, okay, let's test it. We're going to test it. If the Earth is spinning like we're witnessing, then so be it. You get what I mean?
Yep.
So no naturally observed phenomenon is occurring. Therefore, we can just say your contraption is basically a moot point. You can't show me with the pendulum or with anything that you're trying to say, well, look, the pendulum's moving around. It's processing. Really? Well, how did you witness the Earth moving in the first instance? Because that's what needs to be observed in order for you to make the contraption, right? Because you're asking the question. I see the Earth moving. I want to know how it's moving and in what way can I test it. But you didn't witness that, so you can't build a contraption designed to your imagination. Because it's a faulty premise. So far, so good. So
far, so good.
Yeah, once you get them to that point, you're okay. Well, do you know? They'll probably be like, no, I don't know. If they're being honest, if not, they're going to be obtuse and be like, dude, they just measured it. You'll fight them tooth and nail. So, like I said, at some point, you either just give up and like, okay, dude, I'll see you later or whatever. Or they say, no, I don't know. We measured it. If they say, I don't know right away to the first and the second, you'll move right along to the last one. Of course, the last argument would be this. And you kind of have to stop them. So what you have to do in these 3 questions is redirect. You're going to have to redirect them because their mind's going to be scatterbrained all over the place. They're going to be coming at you with like, tell me how it's a flat Earth. I want to know from you. No, just tell me. Just tell me real quick. Just really quick. Tell me how the Earth is flat. Like, just really, can you just tell me? Like, I just want to know. Like, and they're going to bait you. If you take the bait, they'll bait you into quickly switching the burden of proof onto your shoulders, where you're just simply asking them to provide the evidence that was required for the Earth to be a globe with these 3 points. So the last point would be our favorite, right? Gas pressure without containment argument. So you're gonna kind of word it this way. Okay, so they say that the Earth is an open system. Give them the 3 systems: isolated, closed, and open, right? So in these 3 systems, you can say, let me just preface it this way so that you can understand once we get into this topic, the three systems are going to be understood. Either it's isolated, open, or closed. Now, if it's isolated, of course, there is no isolated systems in nature. We can rule that one out. So it's either closed or open, right? And matter and energy transfer, talk about it being enclosed, where energy is the only thing that transfers and not matter. And in open, both matter and energy can transfer into that system and out. So, and if you really want to, you can give them an example, right? And I use a soda can as an example. So the soda can and a thermos. The isolated system is a thermos, right? Put a hot beverage inside a thermos. Well, of course, it's isolated from the outside. So when you apply cold or heat to the outside of a thermos, the inside of that thermos doesn't get affected by the outside. So it's isolated from the outside. So energy cannot transfer, nor matter can escape either. So that's isolated. If you want to talk about a closed system, you can use an example of a soda can. So a closed system as a soda can, you can get it out of a refrigerator and say, okay, the energy from my hand, the heat can transfer into that soda can. And then now the soda will be room temperature because I'm applying heat from my hands to the soda can. And it will warm that soda can as it's sitting on my countertop when I'm holding it and I'm leaving it outside. The room temperature, that it is on my room, and my hands will warm up the soda that's in it. So energy can transfer, but the gas pressure, the carbonation inside doesn't escape, so matter cannot leave. Only energy can transfer back and forth through the system. Fine. So that's a closed system. But an open system, you can use that same soda can, open up the lid, and the carbonation rushes out. You show them that's an open system. The carbonation rushes out, right? Why does it rush out? Because the high pressure in that can rushes out to meet the low pressure outside. An open system, that's how it would work. Gas pressure is not contained anymore, and the force of that gas rushes out to meet, the lower pressure on the outside. In an open system, right? Matter and energy can now transfer back and forth inside that soda can and outside, and energy also. So simple, right? So with that example loaded up, you can say, okay, now think about the Earth. If we're going to talk about the gas pressure argument, we're going to demonstrate either you can tell me how gas pressure can be shown to be in an open system, like the globe would say it is, right? Because you're going to show them the globe is an open system. Rockets can leave and rovers can be on Mars and such. So for all intents and purposes, they're telling you that the Earth is an open system. Well, if that's the case, how do we have gas pressure without a container? So that's going to be the question where they're going to tell you it's gravity, or it's another layer of atmosphere on top of a layer. Like they're going to try to figure a way out. So what you're going to do is, okay, with gas pressure, I want you to put a definition that shows that gas pressure is held down by gravity in a demonstration. And also a definition. So define gas pressure, number one, and show me a demonstration of how gas pressure is utilized with gravity being a container. And like as you found out, that's not possible. So they're going to run out, right?
Yeah, they're going to run out pretty quick, dude. So drop over distance, rotation.
Yep.
And then gas pressure without a container.
Without a container.
I don't know if they're done.
When you say it this way though, I want you to remember, don't say space, use the vacuum of space. These words need to be precise when you're telling them. Because if you say space is height, width, and length, right? So it's not really giving them what you're talking about. It be specific. So space is the vacuum of space, which is, in considering the globe, it's the imaginary place where men are walking on the moon and going to Mars and such. So the vacuum of space is more appropriate.
Right.
So, okay, so let's wrap this up on a bow, right? So once you're able to finish, hopefully, if you got this far with them, which is it would be a miracle if a friend of yours actually lets you get this far. The miracle would be, okay, let me just wrap this up for you guys, right? Let me just kind of tie it all together. So the Earth, being a globe, spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief, I'll say it this way, it's a blind belief that you have. It doesn't exist in reality. You've been blindly believing that this exists in the physical and natural world. Put it to them like that and just leave it. You don't have to combat with them. You don't have to argue with them. Just leave it. Let them marinate. Don't push it anymore. Just you've already demonstrated that it's not a globe. We can talk about the evidence, how it's.
Yeah.
We can definitely talk about the proof and the evidence that the Earth is flat and stationary. But you'd say, hey, we'll do that. We'll maybe leave it for another time, because right at that point, their mind's going to be reeling, dude. It'll be reeling. It'll be firing off and going off on all different directions, and you're going to be combating like a freaking bonfire. You're going to be trying to like, oh my God, this person's going out of control. Depends who they are. If there's somebody they're pretty amicable, maybe they won't do that, but most of the time people are just
pretty chill. They like are conspiracy type minded people, so they're like pretty open to like just let me ramble and then respond.
Even most conspiracy people are very shut off to this subject as well. They'll believe everything. They'll go through all these conspiracies, and then they'll go flat Earth. What the fuck are you? That's fucking way off. And you go,
those are what I coined a long time ago as the 3 points. I codified them, and they were within this community, and you probably heard them outward into like flat Earth arguments already. They're I'm going to say it this way. They're floating out in the ether somewhere. So if you heard of the 3 points, I'm the grandfather of them.
Yeah, and what it demonstrates is that they, like Miggy was saying, they have a blind belief, and they don't actually know why they believe it. They've just believed it because that's what they've been told. And they don't know why.
Maybe when I broach the topic, when I like try to start the conversation about it, I won't even mention flat Earth. I'll just start with the 3 questions. Like, hey, do you guys know like how drop over distance is measured? Do you know like how the rotation of the Earth is measured?
Yes,
it's a great way to start the conversation, man.
Yes, great. It's excellent. It's a non-combative way to actually get them to think about the paradigm of the Earth as a globe. Definitely great. Absolutely great conversation starter.
If you want to go deeper into it, you've got to learn what their responses are going to be and how to counteract those responses too. That's next week.
Oh, dude, it is. And there's a myriad of different type of nuanced ways that they'll come at you. We've experienced most of them. I would say, if not a large amount, like a large amount of different nuanced ways that they'll try to get out of it.
The thing that bothers me the most is like what that guy a couple days ago was bringing up. Like they just bring up contraptions and they want to make the conversation about the contraption, like with the CMB thing. They're like, "Bro, you ever hear of CMB?" And then they like go into their whole like thing about the or like the Hubble Space Telescope or whatever their like contraption of choice is.
Right. But they're working off a worldview that's already it's already pre-assuming that it's begging the question already. So it's almost trying to be like, like if somebody was to bring up Coriolis, well, I want to know about Coriolis. Like they'll talk about that. But see, what they don't know is that there's an underlying premise to Coriolis, which means that the Earth would already have to be rotating for the physics of Coriolis to even be a matter of discussion. It's not a matter of discussion until the Earth's rotating. So if, let's say, for example, you were to engage in Coriolis conversations, you've already given them the Earth's rotation in the sense of like, okay, let's just say the Earth's rotating. How do you think Coriolis would work? You know what I mean? Like, and you would try to say, well, it doesn't work on the Earth as a globe. And I would say like this, the moment you give up any ground, I think every ground is sacred, right? Within the context of this argument, because any ground you give them gives them more ability to roam free in how they're going to make excuses for what they're saying. So you got to always bring them back to the premise, right? You say you want to talk about Coriolis? Okay, do this. Establish the foundation that the Earth is already spinning. Find out how it's at. And guess what? There's a premise to that. You think the Earth is spinning, but it's also a globe? Provide evidence that it's a spinning globe. Like, you know what I mean? take them all the way back to the point where they're just going to have to provide the foundation and before they can move forward.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's,
bro, you're giving me a lot to work with here, bro. I feel like I got the grenades
you can
now.
tell we've been doing this a while, right? You can tell.
I got the Bowie knife. I got the grenades. I got the loadout, bro. I'm fucking good to go. Dude.
Just wait till you have a rocket. Wait till you have a rocket launcher, mate, and then you'll be set.
Right.
The RPG. Again.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Have a look through the chat. Hawk Jungle.
Getting.
He's saying
Energy doesn't dissipate.
Yeah, he's saying actually energy can transfer as heat from a closed soda can. Yeah, that's a closed system, not an isolated system. So in a closed system, you've got energy transfer. Hawk Jungle. So an isolated system, energy and matter cannot transfer. But a closed system like a can, energy can transfer. So
Is he trying to fall? Is he trying to find a fault in what I've been saying? Like he's a fault finder, man. He's like, wait a minute, I see that you're saying this. Just relax, dude.
I think he's confused in the difference between a closed system and an isolated system.
Yeah, I think he's in agreement. I don't think he's.
Ooh, T-Dub.
Yeah. Am I coming through bad?
Your mics. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
It's not like you're in a wind tunnel or something.
So Lucid Dream State said, is Earth a closed or open system? I would say closed.
Yeah.
Gandalf, I put 2 good links in there for you if you're interested in more information to share.
Are they up in the top? Question. I don't see them.
They're
you
in the
just post
chat.
them now, or
No, a couple minutes ago above the pictures.
Oh, yeah, there.
Are you
Where?
sure? Let me see.
No, I think you're in the wrong chat.
You're in the wrong chat, bro. No, they're not. Oh, you know what? I think the chat reset. Maybe.
Yeah, it did. I just noticed it. It was just there.
It does that.
Might want to post it again. Is it like a time where it resets? So like 3:30 or something? Like it starts resetting? No, it says 2:40 for the last. Timbo's BRB is the last thing.
No, you're frozen, man.
Am I good now?
You're frozen. Yeah, that's much better.
Frozen?
Miggy, you need to go out and come back in. Yeah.
You can't hear me?
No, your chat log is about an hour behind.
Oh shit! I'll be right back.
What I was saying though is that I don't think Hawk Jungle's a Glober. I might be wrong, but I think he's a flat earther.
I like the Earth. What's for dinner, T-Dub?
I check. 1 2 1 2.
Actually, having some chicken soup.
Chicken soup. A bit cold up there, is it?
It's starting to get that way, yeah.
Yeah, it's just started down here too.
They haven't got the damn soup packs on the supermarket shelf yet, but I'll make do.
Check, baby.
Can you see the chat
baby.
now?
1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Coming through. Can you see the rest of the chat now?
I mean, it started from my chat anyway. It starts from 2:40 where you say BRB. April 4th.
Okay, is that the last one, is it? It's not the last one.
Well, I mean, before the reset, it looks like.
Yeah. Let's have a look through the chat. Through the panel. Hawk Jungle, if you're open, just open your mic, brother. A lot easier than typing.
Got Mochi in the chat. What's up, Mochi?
And Platypus was in here before too. But, oh, there he is. Oh, he's deafened.
Oh, he don't look like he's deafened to me. Chat's getting wonky, I guess.
I'm assuming there's some kind of information in this Google Drive link they want me to open, but I try not to open Google Drive links.
Oh, is that Flatsmackers playlist?
Well, the Flatsmackers playlist is a YouTube link. I opened that. I got that saved.
Oh. Let me see.
If you open the Google Drive, are you on your phone or in your computer?
I'm on my phone right now.
Yeah, your phone will be fine to open a Google Drive. Are you on an iPhone?
Yeah, this is this is good stuff, man. Oh yeah.
Yeah, if someone can post Flatsmackers playlist, I mean, his Google Drive, that's even better. But I don't have it right now. I have another one, but.
Did you get it off of 24/7?
I can't remember now.
Oh.
Pads is back.
Yeah, but what are your credentials, Timbo?
I'm a builder and a plumber. So pretty good practical use of level.
Yeah, but you're not a scientific communicator.
Yeah. And I've got a structural engineering degree too. So, there you go.
You got a lot of experience with 2D planes.
Sure do. Horizontals and perpendiculars all over the place. Rides over a run. What do you think? Too. Water goes downhill.
What do you think? What do you think about that, Mochi? Do you agree with that? Matthew 7:7.
I always find it funny when they bring in. Someone said it today. It was engineering uses gravity. Right. The only thing they use force in equations, but the only thing it relates to is weight. Right? Because you're trying to hold something up. So what they do is they interchange force with weight. So you need this size beam to hold this much weight, and the equation that they use in that is they actually use a force equation, but it's just to do with weight, like dispersion of weight. Right. The span of the beam will have to be this long, otherwise you'll need a support in the middle of it, right? Because it can't take that weight. Then they interchange that weight and force together. And then Globus come in and say, well, they use the equation of gravity. They don't use the equation of gravity. They use an equation of a downward force being weight. That's it. I think that's what they don't get.
Why would you need to use an equation of gravity unless the building is going to fall?
Oh, they use it. It's interchangeable with weight.
Well, I know what you're saying, but I'm saying like from their perspective, you wouldn't need to use gravity unless the building is falling.
Yeah, they use it as a downward force for structure. But it's not really used. It's just weight. and outward forces, right? So if you've got a tall building and then you have like an outward force, you have these tie-in beams. So you've got to know how much force it's putting on the building pushing out, so you can have these tie-in tension beams as well. You know those bolts? Have you ever seen big, huge tie-in bolts on side of buildings? So they've got nuts on the side of them with steel plates.
Yep.
Yeah, it's to counteract like a outward push when you keep on adding floors. It's got nothing to do with gravity. Well, they'll claim it's got to do with gravity, but it's got to do with things pushing on each other due to weight.
For them, everything has to do with gravity.
What's that?
For them, everything has to do with gravity. Gravity is pretty much a Glober's god.
Well, that's the funny thing is they say gravity pulls everything down, but there's nothing that shows gravity pulling gas down, which is what they need to have gas pressure on Earth, is gravity pulling gas down. Now, gravity doesn't pull gas down because gas expands in all directions. So
Which goes back to my point about the helium in an air balloon, or like a balloon, right? You fill it with gas, right? It goes up, doesn't get pulled down.
Yeah. So what they say there, it's good to know their argument as well. What they say there is helium is lighter than air, therefore the air is pushing down, which I've never seen that before, and then reacts with the helium and pushes the helium up. So the helium balloon rises because the air is pushing down. You understand that? This is what they say.
That doesn't make any sense. The air is pushing down, so the balloon goes up?
Yeah. Because the helium is lighter than the air. So they come to these, they create these layers. I know. Yeah, they create layers, right? Creates layers of gas. But we don't see these layers of gas because the Earth's a dynamic system. So everything just mixes together. Because the air that we breathe is produced at ground level. So it's always going to be more air at sea level than anywhere else because it's produced there. And then it goes up. So not gravity. Or goes in all directions. So never any demonstrations of gravity having any effect on gases. Because they go to this other thing called, there's like a man-made gas called super hexafluoride or something like that. The hexafluoride. It's like, they say it's a really heavy gas. They go, what if we put that in
sulfur hexafluoride?
That's it. And they say, what if we put that in a fish tank, right? And you go, yeah, okay. It's going to sit in the fish tank, and then what's going to happen to it? Well, it's going to disperse into the atmosphere. Okay, so it's going to disperse up out of the fish tank and mix with the other air. So it's not going to, if it was gravity having a force on this heavy gas, the gas would stay in the bottom of the fish tank and never move. But it doesn't. It goes up in all directions and mixes in with the air into a dynamic system. And then if you've got a vacuum of space next to a pressurized area with no container next to it, all of that pressurized system is going to go into the vacuum of space. because you can't show gravity holding gas down. So if it doesn't hold gas down and gas goes in all directions, it's going to go up as well. And as it goes up, it's going to get sucked out into the vacuum of space. I know they're going to say, "Oh, vacuums don't suck." Yeah, I know, but it's lesser pressure, higher pressure always goes to lesser pressure. Equalizes always. What's that?
What is it? I was just making a joke. You said vacuums don't suck. You ever own a vacuum, bro?
Yeah. So it goes deep, man. Like you know, I know we're only going through the basics with you, but like there's so much to it.
Sounds like it. I feel like, is there any like person that's actually like gone through all the different ways, or is it just like you're constantly like every day there's more ways?
Yeah, there's just more ways that they're trying to find a chink in the armor. They're looking for, like, they're sitting in here, like, thinking about how they're gonna find a way around the arguments that we're giving them. There's no escape, dude. There's no way around. The truth is what it is, and they're upset about it. So most of the tryhards come in here. They sit in here trying to figure us out. They're studying us. I'm telling you, they've been doing this. Yeah.
Sorry.
He's been a Glober for many years, sitting in our like rooms, like wherever we are. Who else is maybe a tryhard that's sitting in here now? Let me see.
He's not too bad. I don't mind Platypus.
Yeah, I mean, because after a while, they just like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just hanging out with you guys now. I'm not in it for the debate. Seriously, they want to have their little belief in the Earth being a globe and want to sit here and listen to us, kind of like talk to other people. They're drawn to it. It's just
some of them fancy themselves as high intellect, you know, and they feel like that this is a good place to have that challenged. You're right, you know, like, which is a kind of a compliment, really, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, because the other part in here trying to argue with you. I mean, they can't think you're actually, like, they say, "Oh, the dumb flat earthers," but they can't think you're that dumb if they're trying to have a debate.
Yeah.
Seems like they don't like free thinkers because, you know, you only get taught one thing at school, right? There's no other things. When someone says something different, it's like, "Oh, what's this? How do you know that?"
There's another way to look at it too. It's not as linear as you might think. There's other ways that people can try to find a way to destroy any position, and that's to have like for example, a solipsist worldview, whereas, you know, you can't know anything to be real. You could be a brain in a jar. So even if you say the Earth is flat, how do you know it's flat? You're a brain in a jar, perhaps.
It's the no objective truth type angle. Yeah, I've heard that before.
Yes. Yep. Exactly.
That one, it's like, how do you know anything? Like, how does any, literally 2 + 2 = 4? No, it doesn't.
Yeah. So they're trying to burn the whole house down and you inside. They're like, if I can't have my truth, you can't have yours. We're going to just take it all down, so to speak. Yep.
The scumbag move, bro. A little they know I have my own grenades. Toss my own grenades at them now.
Yeah, see, and the way around, of course, their epistemology is utter trash, dude. I just eviscerated one today, actually, on this. That's why I'm bringing it up. Because they would just like, because they think they're these great thinkers, you know, like Descartes, and he don't.
I was going to say it was Charlie, yeah.
Yeah, I think, therefore I am. How ridiculous, right? But yet we can't know anything to be true. Well, that's a paradox. You can't know anything to be true, but the one thing you can say is that you think, therefore you are. Really? How do you square that circle, man? How is it possible that you're going to realize that you can know one thing out of all the things you can't know? How'd you figure that out? What gives you the incentive to even think that that's even remotely true when you can't figure anything else out? Is that one thing you can know? What's the standard for that? What, your existence? I think, therefore I am. Well, you're thinking. How did you acquire thinking ability? What if you're hallucinating that thinking ability? There's so many ways I take this type of thinking down. Like, it's so easy for me. And these guys are just writhing, trying to figure out, like, they think there's some, like, well, you gotta leave some room open to, like, be wrong. I mean, how are you not going to say that you're wrong? Well, because we're talking about self-evident truth. So apart from me, it exists objectively true. It doesn't need my approval. Because if I wake up today and say, hey man, the earth is flat, I go to sleep, I wake up tomorrow and be like, you know what, the earth's a globe actually. Really? Did the obvious truth of the nature of reality change because I said so? Doesn't change. My opinion might have changed, but the obvious truth of the reality didn't change. See that?
Yeah.
And that also leads into when they say, if the earth was flat, then this. And you go, no, it's not going to change. It is the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they tried to do with the 24-hour sun thing. They're like, oh, well, if the earth is flat, then is it that there wouldn't be a 24-hour sun, or that there would be a 24-hour sun?
They're very confused about it because they come in and they say, if the earth was flat, there would be a 24-hour sun. And then they went and they saw a 24-hour sun. So, and then they say, well, if we know it's a globe because of a 24-hour sun. So which one is it?
They're confused. Well, you asked them, okay, so do sunsets prove that the earth is a globe? 100%. Sunsets and sunrises, the earth's a globe. Okay, let's go to Antarctica. We see the sun circling above our head. Is the earth a globe? Most definitely. The earth does not set, sunrise? Therefore it's a globe. Yeah, it didn't set, it's a globe. Oh, and when it sets, still a globe.
And it doesn't change the fact that the earth measures to be flat. So you go, okay, the earth measures to be flat, so we see a 24-hour sun. So the earth's a globe. What?
Yeah. It sets and it doesn't set, still a globe. All good? Okay.
But it measures flat, but it's still a globe.
We have to use angle measurements on a flat plane to measure from the setting sun and the one that doesn't set. Yeah, cause see, Yedov, you got the scoop, you got the juice now, man. Celestial sphere. The depiction is a flat horizontal plane and a dome above the person, like the little guy that was in the center of that. Always think of that. For celestial navigation and astronomy, this is the foundation. And if they say, well, what model do you have? What model? Well, the celestial sphere, obviously. That's what model. That's what you use too. You use it, I use it, we all use it. It's a conceptual model. Conceptual. That means that in concept, it works. Is it really that way? Probably not. But it works for conventional purposes when I'm describing it. It's got a use case.
And it's ancient. And astronomers have been using it for centuries. I'll post a thing in the sideshow. Hang on.
Yeah, we come with receipts.
Yeah, we can use their information against them.
All day.
Like gas pressure without a container. It's their scientists doing the examples
heavy
of
lifting?
gas pressure. Yeah.
They're the ones constructing the definitions. That's why I told Yedov. Yedov's like, oh shit. Yeah, I'm gonna use this. Yeah, remember, two things. They got to define it. They got to demonstrate it.
I'll also post. I'll post QE's website in the chat too. Globe Terminator.
We churned out some good content tonight, brother. I'm telling you what. We've gave the listening audience a good earful tonight.
So there you go. It says image 1 caption: the horizontal coordinate system explicated and illustrated. Features: the horizontal coordinate system has its origin in wherever you, the observer, are on the surface of the Earth. And 2, the Earth is an infinite plane from your perspective that cuts the celestial sphere in half by a great circle called the horizon. The plane itself is the horizon plane. There you go. It's your celestial sphere, horizontal coordinate system.
Yeah, if they're saying, show me your model, dude, show me your model. I got you, bro. Don't worry about it. It's right here. It's called the celestial sphere.
Yeah, I just wanted to concur with you, Avi. I was listening, and that was a great conversation with that other guy. First time in a long time that I heard a fluent, uninterrupted, back and forth that seemed genuine. Good for you, and if the guy's still in the room, good for you too, sir. Well done.
Bro, I'm just happy I got like a whole. I don't know if you've ever played GTA. I got like a whole GTA weapon wheel of arguments now.
Well, see, that's what can come out of this type of stuff. But most people don't even let themselves have that opportunity to build up. But you did well. So, good on you.
Save that. I posted a website in the chat. Just save that. Just click on it and save it to your homepage. Have a look through that. You probably heard QE in here before. It's his website.
Yeah, absolute gem, that one.
Yeah,
Something else
so if any-
you'll probably hear us talk about too, dude, is logical fallacy. You'll probably hear us point out logical fallacies used by the Globers. That's like on the
Dude,
home
that's a
server,
whole
we've got
other animal right there.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, bro. Dude, fucking Yadov doesn't even have enough time in the fucking day to go through all this shit. Fucking shit. Yadov, you're gonna have to take stay up even longer if you want to.
I'll go bite-sized pieces. I'll probably get to it in about 5 years' time. You know what I'm saying? Like a whole website, understanding it. It's probably going to take me about as long as a college career might take me.
It's a worthwhile journey, I would say. It's liberating. It's exhilarating. It's like, I don't know. I look forward to coming in here, man. It's great meeting individuals such as yourself and others who, are just want to know truth. Just give it to me. I want to hear.
There's much more critical thinking than like a college class, for example. Because like college class, what does the professor do? He walks up, he puts it on the board. He's like, "All right, you guys understand that? No questions." You ask questions. He's like, "Read your textbook on page whatever." You know what I'm saying? It's like, whereas this, but you got the links, you got the sources, but then you also have a concise explanation, and then you like check for understanding. It's pretty good. I like it.
Yes.
I just put a list of logical fallacies in there.
Copying and pasting into notes.
Just to kind of wet your palate a little bit.
Well,
and of course, I made it.
Like the ad hominem, appeal to authority, straw man, false dilemma, slippery slope.
Red herring.
the main one they like to use is the appeal to authority. At least in my experience, like they really like saying, "You're not an expert."
Yeah. Wait a minute. What education level do you have? Like they're gonna. Okay. So, and what are the?
Finished.
That happens. That happens.
No, not you. That's what they say. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No. No. I wasn't asking. I'm saying that's how they do it, right? They bait you into kind of like, well, what's you have a college degree? What's your background? Like
Where's
they
your
want to
PhD,
know.
bro? Where's your piece of paper, bro?
It's
it's like you can never learn anything unless you do a fucking university course, which is bullshit. You can learn more without doing a university course because you can research all the shit you're on your own. We've got the internet, mate. Like, all you need to do is look up scientific papers and get, take bits and pieces from scientific papers, and you're away. You just learn those things, and you're learning more than you're learning in a university class.
But you don't have the educational background to know how to read those papers.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Oh, you need to learn to read? Really?
That's interesting. No, but when it comes to truth, though, it doesn't need to have a credentialed individual to explain something. A truth is a truth no matter who speaks it, right? That statement is true. Because if I said something that's self-evident true, right? Like the horizon is horizontal and there's no curvature on there. It's what it appears like to me. And if you say, well, it appears like curving, well, we don't experience that. So that's not true. Something that's true doesn't need somebody that's credentialed to tell you something that's self-evident. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like I don't need to have a degree to tell you something that's true.
Yeah, that argument, the appeal to credentialism is such a pain in the ass. When you really think about it, man, it goes as low as basically what they're inferring, what they're implying with that sort of appeal is like, let's say, not only that, but let's say, for example, you have a kindergarten level where they start learning 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 is 4, et cetera, right? If you have a 1-year-old or a 2-year-old who has not reached kindergarten yet, they utter the equation 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 is 4. Are you going to say, "Oh, well, you're not credentialed, you haven't hit kindergarten yet"?
You don't have a pen license.
Yeah, like I'm going to dispute what you say and put them through the ringer, the whole ringer to squeeze it out of them. Like, come on, it's fucking stupid. That's obviously a very simplified example, but when you boil it down, that's what it can boil. That's what it does boil down to.
What QE and I have devised is a little kind of way to kind of use a litmus test against what individuals might claim that they have any inkling of knowledge of like science or natural science. And we do a thing where we ask a question. We ask a simple question to new individuals coming into the chat, and we say, is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? And the question is malformed, of course, because there is no scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe. Yet the individual who's listening to me ask the question, if they realize that there is no scientific evidence of the Earth being a globe, they could identify that immediately. Oh, wait a minute. That's not a science question. We don't deal with the what is questions for natural science. They would be able to identify it, spot it right away, and say, no, that's not a question for natural science. And so they could dismiss it outright and correctly identify. What happens is 99% of the time, because I really maybe heard one person say that it's not a science question. 99% of the time, people would automatically assume that using the word science, it gives it a value to say that dealing with the Earth as a globe, what is the Earth as a globe, would be able to be answered by science, and therefore undermining their whole acumen of what they consider themselves knowledgeable in science. And that's what QE goes through and exposes them on the point. So
I haven't heard one person pass that yet. You heard somebody?
I've heard one. Yeah. Back in 24/7. We've been doing it for dude, it's been years, brother. I'm telling you, we've been doing this for a long time. So There's one person that I remember that, and QE was even shocked. He was like, "Oh, really? We got one?" And I was like, "No shit, one person actually made it through." It's been a while, but I mean, good luck trying to find that audio. But yeah, one that I know of. But none so far after that. Like, absolutely nobody else. So, but yeah, it's a litmus test, right? We're trying to figure out whether or not they have the science acumen to hold a conversation that has to do with natural science, and if it has anything to deal with the topic. The topic is, what is the Earth? Yeah? So, they don't know. They think it does have something to do with the Earth, so they answer the malformed question, and by which, undermines their whole science acumen. It's just how it is, man. Because they usually like to tout their knowledge in science, and then this is just like a preemptive way of knowing where they actually stand prior to them actually engaging with any science understanding.
But I kind of feel like that's like just a result of like the societal, like it's a social societal thing that's like imparted upon us from an early age, where we get this like we have this kind of how would you say it, a kind of impression, right? Because we see all this stuff on TV and in the comic books and everything, like all that stuff's called science fiction, right? So we just naturally want to relate anything to do with something, like techie and space and all that, like to science, right? Like it's yeah. I don't know. It's like a disease almost, isn't it?
Yeah, science is everything. Yeah.
Yes, everything. That's a good way to put it. That science is everything. It helps us parse out a person's ability to have discernment within the context of our discussions. If somebody was to amazingly spot that as a malformed question, then we could hold that to a higher regard in a conversation. We were like, oh man, this guy actually recognized it. Like, that's yet to happen, of course, for you guys. Haven't heard that, but if it does, then you could then appreciate. You could appreciate somebody's science acumen. You're like, okay, at least this guy's not gonna, stumble upon saying things that are not science to be science, which would not be the case because the globalists would consider astronomy to be science, natural science.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson told me that the Earth is the shape of a cue ball. So,
and then in the same
dude, man.
At the same time, he says Earth's a pear. So be careful with him.
Yeah, it's a little chubby at the bottom.
Yeah,
it's like a pear.
As over the millions of years, as Earth spins, it kind of flattens out in the middle. But it's chubbier at the bottom.
No, it's chubbier at the bottom.
Earth's a cue ball. Yeah, there's a bit of a contradiction there, isn't there?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Cue ball? How'd you get pear to cue ball, man? That don't make sense. Come on now. It's kind of like a pear cue ball type of thing. Like you're trying to pull out some bullshit, right? You're bullshitting, man. At this
doing
point.
That in an interview.
It's like a pear billiard ball. In a billiard ball. It's a pear. It's like a pear in a billiard ball sort of way. Like,
if you ran your fingers over a cue ball, that would be how smooth the Earth is, with mountains and valleys and seas and hills and everything.
Yeah. And Chuck says to him, so like a giant would like get his fingers wet, right? And Neil deGrasse is like, no, that's the thing. Like, it would be the ocean to a giant of that size. The ocean would be so thin he wouldn't even feel the moisture on his fingers.
Anybody update the Bev Try Thinking group on that? They need to hear that. Mountains are not flat. Fucking hell, dude.
Hey, bro, I don't know if you've ever seen a mountain, but they're straight up. They're perpendicular and horizontal.
Yeah.
There's this group of people that argue the Earth can't be flat because mountains and stuff. But there is a horizontal reference plane, but they just don't like the word flat.
Oh no, no flat, no flat.
There's no such thing as flat. That's what they say.
The fallen friend who was in here yesterday. I never been myself to a lake. Oh, dude, he fucking irritated me when he said that. I never seen myself a lake that was. You said that a large body is it that display no convexity.
American Indian avatar. Look up.
No, that's Heyoka. No, this is Fallen Friends. He has like a soldier kneeling down.
I've heard him.
Yeah, he's a Bev try thinking groupie.
There's a few of them in here.
They all sound the same, dude. It's weird. Like they all sound the same. Like are they like from the same family or something? That's weird.
Guys, I have a question.
We got Spike in. What's your question, Spike?
Have you seen that Elon Musk basically had people basically going around the North and the South Pole?
Where?
What? Elon Musk and the people going basically around the North and the South Pole. Does that statement have any logical coherence?
Yes, there were some astronauts that for the first time they had the orbit that went from the South Pole to the North Pole.
How can you prove that?
When did you see that happen, bro?
There was news and the video evidence.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah. Where's the video? Post that video in the text channel, please.
Give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah, because we all believe the news, don't we?
Yeah, bro saw them go around the North and the South Pole. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. At some point, you're going to see, an actual North Pole and the South Pole like as
like they know where it is as well.
Yeah.
So I will post inside chat. This is what Elon Musk posted in. Good, there you go.
All right, give it a timestamp.
It's a 30-second clip, dude. A 1 minute clip.
All right, 30 seconds. Wow. Cool. Okay, let's check it out.
I'm watching it now.
Sounds like fun.
All right, they're looking through a porthole.
Yeah, let's see what we get.
Yep. Yep, somewhere cold.
Yep.
Is it from space, though?
Who knows, man?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Is the video AI generated or something, according to you?
AI generated? What are you talking about?
Well, the question would be, can you prove that the video is what represents what's on the ground?
Again,
the question.
So we got 30-second video. I seen it all. Was looking at it while you were speaking. Now, question to you is, you said that it was a video evidence of them going from North to South Pole, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. In that 30-second clip, did you see that?
I mean, yes, of course.
Really? I didn't see that. Where did you see that? I just saw them looking at some ice on the ground.
Yeah. So where there is huge ice on the ground in space?
Mm-hmm.
In space.
Ice on the ground in space. What do you mean? That doesn't make sense.
from the Earth perspective, okay? Where do you find ice in large quantities that can be looked from space?
Well, I mean,
I'm sure about that.
Any cold region. You can think of any cold region on Earth.
So Greenland has the same ice on that.
Yeah, no. What I'm asking. So what I'm asking you is that the claim was that it's going north to south, right? North Pole to South Pole. In a 30-second clip, I didn't see what you stated. The claim was that you came in here and saying, did you know that Elon Musk and a group of people went north to south, the North Pole to South Pole, and we don't see that. We only saw a 30-second clip of some image of aerial footage of what seems to be icy regions.
Yeah, but
we
where
didn't
the
see
icy
what you
regions,
claimed.
though?
Yeah, we
You
didn't
can
see
see
what
a
you claimed
giant,
was north. Okay, we didn't see what you said when you came in here that it was a north to south pole. Travel. We didn't see that.
Give me a second.
Did not see that. Oh, okay. Another video.
Because there are other.
Maybe this one is going to be the one that actually exemplifies your claim. Who knows? One can only hope. Is this video going to be the one that shows north to south pole? That was your claim, so gotta have something to back it up.
There are two places when there's ice enough in big quantities that can be seen, basically.
Yeah, dude, but how do you know which is which? How do you know which is which?
But that is irrelevant to the conversation.
And how do you know that?
Dude, how do you know if somebody's showing you some icy regions from aerial footage?
Are you denying the claim that the orbit trajectory was from north to south, or this is what you're contesting?
No. Okay.
What are you contesting in the video?
I'm contesting that you did not show any evidence of your claim. This is what I'm contesting. No evidence of your claim was proven by the video that you posted for 30 seconds. That there was a north to south circumnavigation. You didn't prove that in your 30-second video.
You don't remember your own claim?
He doesn't, dude. Amnesia much?
I don't know. Wait, which part? I mean, I'm trying to understand. Where do you get the so-called like
what?
So this another
maybe finish what you're eating and
wait. Calm down.
Calm down, dude. You're talking with your mouth full.
Yeah, I'm eating something. Sorry.
Oh, we'll finish what you're eating.
No shit.
So I posted a longer video, and it says 460 kilometers above the South Pole. Right? The
in a text on the screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again. So where are they? First of all, do you accept they're in space? Can we agree on that?
No.
Where are they?
Nope.
I don't know.
I mean, what is your?
Why are you asking? Listen, let me ask you a question, though, Spike. You're coming in here and asking us where are they? This is your claim. You have to provide the evidence or substantiate your claim. You can't ask us questions about.
Problem with you.
Okay, this is what you're doing.
How can
you're
I prove?
Interrupting. Yeah, but you're interrupting me, dude. You're not letting me finish. So when you come in this room, you're going to present your claim and then show us the evidence that backs it up. Now, this here does not back up your evidence, so you can't ask us questions about your claim because we didn't claim it. You did. So where's the evidence to back up your claim? That's all you got to do. Simple.
Okay, there you go. There you go. The full orbiter orbit.
Where?
There you go. I will post inside chat. There you go. Like this, like speed up.
Timestamp.
It is 20 seconds, dude. Like you are that autistic.
You're showing 10. You're showing 20 seconds of them going from the North Pole to the South Pole.
Yes.
In an orbit.
Yes.
Right,
it shows the African continent. It shows the European continent. It shows the North Pole. It shows the South Pole. So now
how can you confirm?
Bro, it looks so fake.
How can you confirm that this is what's represented on the Earth?
Yeah,
yes, because it is similar to the maps that we have. Second of all, I posted another video that is 6 minutes that goes from the South Pole. That is exactly.
No, relax. Take a breath. Woosah. We got to know what map you're using. What map projection are you saying this looks like? What map projection does this look like? Please post that map projection in the text chat so we know with context what map projection those videos are looking like. So now you still got to provide evidence of what map projection you're talking about, dude. Yeah?
Yes, give me a second.
That's all. Okay, good stuff.
Just notice something right at the end. Right at the end of that first clip he posted. Just have a look at right on the horizon. There's something weird going on. Something pops up from behind it. No, there's this little thing that like pops up and like moves. Like I don't know, it's weird. I can't work it out.
What do you think
on
it
the
is?
first one?
Yeah, on the first one he posted, yeah.
Yeah.
It's about like 10 seconds before it finishes.
So this is the map. Yes, I've got it. This is the map that I'm referring to.
Let's have a look. Whoa, dude, what is that?
This is the map
Of what?
of the Earth.
Wait a minute. Okay, that's a claim. How do you know the Earth looks like that?
I mean, how do we know anything?
Because
I know
you made a claim, Spike. You have to provide evidence.
This is based on the map that we know. This is the map that we use to navigate the world. We use
The
for your
one you
GPS.
just posted?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you got the wrong map in there, bud.
No, do you see the ice wall, the mountain ring, the
what?
Atom, the
what?
A T-dub, I saw it.
Neptunian Ocean.
On the
Are you
right-hand
feeling
side of
okay?
the screen. Did you see that?
I mean, isn't this your map?
This
But
is not
you agree?
our map, dude.
This is
we
not
don't
your map?
have no. We for number one, you're claiming that you're projecting a map onto us that we didn't.
No, this is the map. This is the map.
This is a
known
map
for
of
everyone.
what? For
So this
everyone,
is
even
the map
you.
of the Great Flat Earth. Yes.
You think that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
What? What in the world is this guy?
So, what is the Earth according to you?
The Earth?
Yes. What is the shape of the Earth?
I don't know. Do you know the shape?
Okay, so you don't know, but you have the
No.
audacity. So, what do you know? Tell
The
me what
audacity.
you know.
I know that the Earth's surface is horizontal, so
Yeah,
it
but
is
the Earth-
flat.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Earth's surface is horizontal. So the mountains
Yes.
don't exist, right?
Why not?
But our mountains
Why don't they?
horizontal or-
Wait a minute. Why don't they exist? Tell me why they don't exist.
Well,
are you making a
because
claim?
you said,
Are you
what
making
is
a
our
claim that they don't
horizontal line?
exist? Yeah, the
No,
horizontal Earth, right? Because it's establishing a baseline. So the baseline is that the Earth is horizontal. Do you
Yeah, but
disagree with that?
mountains-
Do you
I
disagree with that?
I
Do you
do disagree.
disagree? So
Yes.
the Earth is not horizontal. Okay.
Yes, I go to
Where's-
Himalayas. I don't think it is horizontal. It is like
really. So when you
Yeah.
stand up if you're standing on the Himalayan mountains, are you standing up perpendicular to horizontal?
Again, the Earth. I'm not
Answer
me.
the question,
We're talking
sir.
about the Earth.
Answer the
Yes.
question.
How
Okay,
we
see?
stand, I can stand upside down.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Well,
I'm
how
saying
do you
the
know you're
Earth.
upside down? How do you know you're upside down? Wouldn't you need to
Based
establish
on my
horizontal?
instincts, right?
The
Based on my
instincts. Wouldn't you need to establish what horizontal is, though?
I can stay in any position I want. The
Yeah,
question
but how do you know what
was,
position you're? How do you know what position you are if you don't establish what horizontal is, sir?
well, everything is related to some object. Okay.
Yeah,
So we
object,
can.
but the objects are related to. Yeah, the object is.
I
Hold on. The
understand you
object. No, you don't. You're not going to run past me. So the objects are also related to something else, which is something that's horizontal. So everything's referencing the horizontal plane, sir. So even your orientation references horizontal planes. Yeah.
Are you familiar with Euclidean?
So what we're doing is we're establishing the horizontal plane that you're running away from. So you have to know what if you're sideways, laying down or whatever, you know that you're horizontal from that whatever position you are. Yeah.
So
there's a horizontal
can I
plane.
ask you a question?
Not really. Did you agree that we're working off of a horizontal plane, sir?
No, I
Okay, so then the claim is on you now to establish that we're not on a horizontal plane. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so are you familiar with Euclidean geometry?
Yes.
Okay, so in Euclidean geometry, how do you establish two lines?
Yeah, we're talking about reality outside.
Again, I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, but math isn't going to be reality until you can work it out outside. So how do you apply math to the real world, sir?
Yes, we apply math by applying the principles that we use math.
Like what? Like what?
So two lines, horizontal lines,
Yeah.
do they intersect?
Yes. Two horizontal lines?
Yes, do they intersect?
Of course not.
Of course?
Not.
Of course not. Okay, fair enough.
Yes.
So if we are horizontal to the Earth, where is the line that you draw it?
What?
What?
I'm asking you a question. So
it doesn't make any sense, dude. There's no logical coherence.
Okay, I will dumb it down for you. I will dumb it down.
No, you're not dumbing it down. You're actually trying to figure out how to word it correctly.
Two lines to be horizontal, they never intersect.
We've established that, and?
Okay, so if you have one line, let's say you are on a line.
Well, what position am I at? What orientation am I?
Well, but how can you determine the position, though?
Orientation, sir. What orientation am I? Am I standing on top of the line? What's going on?
Yeah, but how do you know everything like till the end of the earth? Like how
I'm
big is
asking
the
you
earth?
a question. Answer my question, sir. Stop skating around. Well, how do I know how to orientate myself?
Yes. How do you know if you don't?
No, don't ask me a question. I'm asking you. How do you know how to orientate yourself?
So, as I said, the Earth for orientation doesn't even use Euclidean geometry. It uses.
Okay. So it doesn't use the geometry that you invoked. So we're just going to toss that off into the side. Now, how do you orientate yourself on this Earth, sir?
I'm using your principle, retard.
No, it's not my principle. You came in with the claim that you don't need horizontal planes, and I'm saying that you do. So I'm asking you, how do you establish your orientation without that horizontal plane, sir?
As I said, the orientation doesn't need horizontal to be like you are in.
Okay, then go ahead and okay. So you just need to provide the evidence of that, sir. Provide the evidence that you don't need a horizontal plane, and then we're all good over here. So how do you establish your orientation? No, you're not. As you said, you're not saying anything. So I need you to establish how you orientate yourself without a horizontal plane. Go.
As I said, you have positions that, I mean, there are many ways to orientate yourself, even if you know how the maps.
Let's see it.
Even if you know how maps.
You're stumbling and you're fumbling and you're not giving the answer. On the horizontal plane that we have on the Earth, that's the only way you can establish your orientation. Now you're saying you don't need a horizontal plane to establish an orientation. I want to know how you're doing it. Go.
So you can establish orientation by position of altitude. You have points that you can easily see that basically you can.
Okay, so now we got. Okay, so we got to take it slow. So you have a position in altitude. Now, while you're in altitude, how do you know what orientation you are? What's your reference? What are you referencing, sir?
As I said, you can create any reference. Okay.
No, you were not creating any reference. We need a baseline for a reference that we're going to establish. If we don't have a reference, we don't know orientation, sir. You can't tell me you're vertical or sideways or anything. What is the reference to establish your orientation, sir?
As I said, where is the reference in a plane?
The reference in a plane is the horizon. It's the horizontal plane that we establish our orientation, sir. That's where it is. Where is yours?
Okay, so in the horizon, if the horizon is like equally everywhere, there's no like North Pole or South Pole, correct?
Yes.
So how do you establish reference? How did the ancients...
From I'm telling you, from the horizon, which is horizontal. It gives us orientation, sir. We know that we're upright, vertical. We know that we're leaning sideways based on that. So if you have a way to do it without that, please tell us how. Go ahead.
I'm asking you a question. How did the ancient...
No, you're not asking me a question. You need to answer mine. How do you establish yourself in an orientation without a horizontal plane? Go.
So how did the ancients...
No, don't ask me a question. I'm going to reroute you back. You're not going to win this. Ever. I could stay here all day doing this to you until you give up. I need you to tell me how you're establishing orientation without a horizontal plane, sir, and the horizon.
Okay, can I speak?
No. You're going to give me the answer or continue to be muted. It's up to you.
I will give you the answer if you let me. So
yes, well then, give it. So without the horizontal plane or the horizon, try to establish your orientation. Go.
Let me explain to you. So there are many ways to determine the directions.
Let's have it. Yes, without the horizon or the horizontal plane. Go.
Okay. So first is the sun. The sun is one of the simplest, most universal methods of Basically, ancient notice that it rises from the east and sets in the west. First, stars and constellations. At night.
Okay, I don't need a lesson in numptiness. I need you to tell me how you're establishing your orientation without using a horizontal plane. You're not doing that. You're just yapping. I don't need more yapping. I need more evidence, sir. Continue.
Again, you just are denying the evidence.
No, I'm not denying. You haven't provided the evidence that somebody's establishing an orientation using the sun overhead. Show me. I want you to show me evidence of somebody establishing an orientation only using the sun and only the sun.
So do you understand that the sun changes?
Okay, you need to tell me how you establish your orientation without a horizontal plane or the horizon and only using what you're saying. Go.
So let's assume that we are not in.
No, we're not assuming. We're not assuming anything. You're not doing what's required of you, and that's establishing the premise of your argument, which is you don't need a horizontal plane or the horizon to establish orientation. Now, I have you dead to rights, but you don't realize that. You're going to keep squirming like you are until you give me the answer, which is what I know it's going to be. I'll give you the spoiler alert. It's I don't know. But I'll keep letting you writhe until I hear that I don't know. I can do this all day. Trust me. So, how do you establish orientation without using a horizontal plane, sir?
That you don't need a horizontal plane to establish orientation. I'm giving you an example.
Really? Show me how.
Yes. So let's say I am in a ball, okay, on top of a ball.
Yeah, but we're not assuming that you're on top of anything. I want to know how you establish orientation without assuming anything. Because I'm not assuming anything. I know that the horizon is horizontal, and the horizontal plane is established by that horizon. So therefore, if you're not going to tell me how you established your orientation without using that, I need to see how you did it.
I'm trying to explain you how I did it. I proved.
No, we're not going to assume ball, sir. Your assumptions aren't going to win. What is going to win is establishing orientation without using a horizontal plane. That's what's going to win.
I'm trying to do that.
I don't think you are. I think you're trying to establish your assumptions. And I don't want to assume anything. I want to make sure that we're grounding ourselves in truth. So, without using the horizon or the horizontal plane, please establish orientation.
So, as I said, we have historical evidence for this. Egyptians, for example.
Yeah, show me.
Okay.
What are we using to establish orientation?
Wait. Egyptians, for example, they aligned pyramids with remarkable precision to cardinal directions, likely using stellar observation. You know the Orion belt that is seen in the sky? It is exactly the same with the three pyramids, the big pyramids, and the shadow measurements. Similarly, the Chinese.
Who cares?
I'm not talking about pyramids. I want to establish orientation. If I'm tilting my head sideways, I want to know how I know I'm sideways. Why did I even say I'm sideways? If I'm not establishing a baseline for my understanding of orientation, you're lost in the conversation because you don't even know what you're saying. I do. I'm redirecting you to understanding what the premise should be, and that's you establishing the fact that you can orientate yourself without using a horizontal plane, sir, or the horizon. I don't give a fuck about pyramids. Now get down to it if you can. If not, you're wasting everybody's time. So, back to the premise. How can you establish orientation without using a horizontal plane or the horizon? Go.
I said all you need is a point of origin. A point of origin doesn't need to be the horizon. It can be the horizon, but it's not the only way to have orientation.
Then give me something else.
As I said, I said mountains, rivers, stars.
Oh my God, you're a fucking idiot. Orientation. How do you know in what orientation something is if you're not establishing a baseline for that orientation? You're just saying birds, trees, rocks. You don't even know where you are, do you, sir?
So let me ask you a question.
No. We're not going to ask me a question. We're going to figure out why you said you can orientate yourself without using a horizontal plane or the horizon.
Yes. As I said.
What?
As I said.
What did you say?
There are other ways to basically.
Yeah, you haven't proven one.
Wait.
You haven't proven one.
Okay, so how do you know how big the Earth is?
No, you see, now this is the kind of bullshit that we're used to, sir. Where you're trying to ask other questions and you're putting your track shoes on, running away from the premise that you came in hot and heavy trying to provide evidence of because you think that this room is full of flat earthers and you're above them. Well, guess what? I've been smashing you on every point, and you can't provide any evidence that the orientation is done without a horizontal plane or the horizon. I've shown you in demonstration that that's how we establish orientation. You, on the other hand, have not demonstrated that you have any knowledge that you can do it without that. And you're squirming, which obviously everybody's witnessing. There's a few white knights that would love to chime in and white knight for you, but they know what happens if they do that. So, once again, you've demonstrated yourself to be a fool in spades. Yeah?
Provided you historical evidence.
Yeah, you provided nothing in the way of what your premise would support. Your claim, your argument. Yeah?
Okay,
we're
so
all good
if I was
No, we're not going to wax philosophical with you anymore. We know where you stand. You're a fraud, sir. A charlatan. Yeah? You think that you were coming in here trying to show flat earthers what's what, and now look at you. You can't even explain anything. You have no knowledge of anything to support any claims that you have. Demonstrate it.
For a conversation to happen, we need to establish common ground.
Yeah, and the common ground is the obvious truth, right? Which would be that orientation is established by horizontal planes and the horizon, which you deny and reject. So there is no common ground. Pun intended, because we're talking about the ground that you're standing on. I do this very well, sir.
You failed at it because you're too afraid of me speaking.
No, I'm not afraid of you. I'm protecting everybody from the utter bullshit that you're trying to spew and get everybody to bite on your fucking red herrings. Your red herrings that you're just spewing out. So to save you from me proving that you can't prove your point, that you can orientate yourself without a horizontal plane or the horizon. But guess what? It's not going to work. Yeah?
You're making a lot of affirmations. And
yeah. And that is that you don't know what you're talking about. And I demonstrated that.
It's kind of funny that you...
No, it's not funny. Actually, it's sad to witness humans like you just making other people more stupid. So why don't you take your stupidity to another channel? Yeah? That's what works.
You didn't even let me finish. Like you have no...
Of course not. Because what else do you have to offer other than you trying to writhe and contort and make yourself out to be some type of pillar of knowledge, which you're not?
Well, at least I don't have affirmations.
All good here?
You make propositions that are...
Yeah, that are true, self-evident, right? Because when we see the horizon, we know that we can establish orientation. You, me, and everybody on this earth. Except you deny that. You reject it.
As I said, what if when we don't see the horizon? Then when we are at night.
Yeah, well, then when you establish that already, it's been established. That means that you don't need to see it right away because you know that it's already been established. It is established, sir.
Well, I beg to differ. Like people that, for example, that are climbing
well, you can differ all you want, sir. Some people think they're a brain in a jar. So it doesn't matter to me. That's not the physical, natural world in which you and I exist in right now. We exist in a world where horizontal planes give us orientation so we can understand whether we're sideways, upright, or whatnot. Yeah?
Can I ask you, based on your...
Not really. Nope. Request denied. Now you can sit there and stew in how idiotic your attempt was to come in here and try to prove that your statements proved any logical coherence in an intelligent conversation. Sit there and enjoy your mute for a little bit.
Yeah, while he's on mute. Hey, Pads, can you unmute?
Yo, what's happening, bro? You
good? What's up, man? What do you see the problem there?
Nah, entertaining as fuck. I love it.
I know, but you're kind of saying it's entertaining, but you're criticizing at the same time.
That's pretty funny, bro. I enjoy it.
Okay, all right. Do you think he had any? His original argument was this video shows circumnavigation from north to south and then back around again.
Like I agree, Ralph. I didn't see that on the video. It just cut to some fucking ice, bro. Like I don't think it. What he was talking
exactly.
About, like,
so so when that happens, like it. So he says it does this, and then he started trying to push the claims on us. Okay, so is it in space? Where is it? You know, he's bringing evidence into the chat. You know, like
yeah. I would have been great to hear what he said about it, bro. Yeah, well, entertaining as fuck nonetheless, my guy. Funny all around. It paints everyone as a bit of a fucking numpty, you know what I mean? So either way.
No, it doesn't paint everybody as a numpty. It paints you and the rest of your fucking lot like a numpty. And I did it just for you, Pads, because I'm going to burn these guys up in front of you so you can see what utter trash they have to reveal. So fucking idiots like you can sit there and fucking eat crow all day long. I'm going to do this. They're the reason. You're the reason why I'm doing this right now. Spike is just a dangly carrot in front of you. I'm going to burn people up like this in front of you because I despise the very being that you're in here, dude. You're a fucking scourge.
Okay.
So you don't need to leave because you're padding our numbers like your name suggests. So all I'm going to do is put every one of these guys and I'm going to make them writhe and contort so that you can be utterly upset at what I'm doing.
I really enjoy this. Like I say, Nathan Oakley's going to be on
No, you don't.
Today. We're going to get a show. I do, bro.
You don't. You don't. Okay. You know the obvious reason why you don't? Because you're writhing and contorting in the chat, like I see here. Let's pull up some of what you said, shall we? Let's take a look. All right, so it says, I like watching kids talk down to other kids and hell break loose. Entertaining for sure. See, called it. Wants to finish and never even establish his reference. Oh, unmute, laugh out loud. Yeah, it's getting you upset because this guy can't speak. You know, like sometimes you can't. And I enjoy it. Because it pisses you off. That nobody can provide evidence that the Earth is a globe in any way, shape, or form. Makes you mad.
See, and that as well. Like if you go back and you go, you just don't see how constantly muting someone shows a level of stupidity. And then in the same sentence says, the Glober is wrong. I agree, but what the fuck is the mod shit? So you agree that he's wrong and he's spouting off shit, but you think that we should just let him spout shit?
Yeah, let him fall into like his own traps and shit. Sure, let him highlight.
Yeah, nope, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Not on my watch.
But it's funny as fuck to watch like when they do it though. Like either way, it's funny.
Like, I don't care.
All right, okay.
Don't care.
I did say in the chat several times it was entertaining. Like,
yeah, I don't care. I'm doing it because people that are listening, they don't realize how bad it is. I'm going to show you how bad it is. It's bad. It's pretty crazy, huh, Yadolf? It's a slippery slope, these guys.
You told me how it was going to go, and then it went exactly the way you said it was going to go. It's crazy.
Yes, sir? I do it with precision because I know that where they're going and why they want to go there. And I don't let them, and it gets them angry because they really want to just give a red herring out so that I can bite on, okay, let's talk about that other thing you just mentioned. That's more important. It's not. I'm going to shine a big spotlight on their logical inconsistency.
Bro's halfway there too. Like he was talking about the stars and how they used to navigate back in the day. Like he's close. He's close. He just still presumes close.
Of course. But he's trying to say also that you can orientate yourself without having a horizontal plane. It's going to be kind of difficult. How do you know which way is up when you don't have an established reference? Interesting.
Well, clearly there is no up. There is no down either. There is no left either. There's no right. Frankly, direction is a figment of your imagination.
Burn the whole house down. See, Spike was a little smug when he came in here. That's what gave it that extra flavor.
Yeah, he's fucking eating. I fucking hate it when people do that. People burping and people eating on the mic. I can't stand it.
Well, then he was tossing around, words like autistic and stuff, and like making it sound like he's gonna come in here and talk to flat earthers like that. Well, now look at you.
Yeah.
He was saying that flat earthers are artistic, or he is?
No, he was talking to me because I jumped on him about something, but like I couldn't wait, so he just called me autistic.
And I could have.
That's all right.
I could have shown him the door, but it was a perfect time to use him as an example.
I don't mind those insults, man. I don't take them. I don't take them to heart. I don't care.
But for me, it's.
Do you want to go or no?
No, you go, Chris.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of odd when they do that because they'll use autistic as an insult, and they don't know that all these rocket scientists, these like people who build rockets, they're all autistic. Okay,
exactly. Yeah, they're gods.
The guy who did his video, Elon Musk, is autistic. His example is autistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like when they come in here and call you Einstein. They're like, "Hey, Einstein." And you're like, "What?"
Yeah, he was autistic too.
You need to look no further than Don Pettit, man. I mean, come on. I mean, am I right?
I don't think he's autistic. I just think he's
and they go to the moon and they see the stars and like the way he talks. Like,
we see the Magellanic Clouds.
Dude,
what do you do if you have a leak? Well, you have a leak.
And the dirigible or whatever. Like, come on.
I said, yeah. He thought he was going to have an awesome debate. Instead, it was a beautiful funeral. He came in saying that there was circumnavigation from North to South Pole, and he gave it like a 30-second clip of aerial footage. It was so funny.
Yeah, 20-second clip showing North to South. But did you see? You should have seen what me and T-Dub saw on the. There was like a. Do you remember that video from NASA when they were doing like a spacewalk and that guy showed up in the.
Oh yeah.
Like a scuba suit. If you go back to
shuttle?
His first, yeah, they were opening the hatch. If you go back to his video, his first video that he posted, right at the end of the video when it shows this curved line of the horizon, there's like this weird little thing poking out the right-hand side of the globe.
Yeah,
it's like, and it looks like
someone's finger or something. Like I don't know.
Fucking weird, man. But you can't take a still shot of it. I was trying it. You have to see it in motion.
Interesting. Is that the one?
Yeah, I just posted it. Yeah.
So watch it to the end, yeah. And look to the right when it shows the curve of the Earth. The curve of the Earth.
Yeah, right on the so-called horizon, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see it at about 2 o'clock. Yeah. 2 o'clock? No, I'm on the right side.
Like, what is this planet Antarctica? Like, fuck that, man.
But did you see the other one that he said? Oh, it sped up, and then it goes.
Yeah.
At the end of the video, it turns black. Like the Earth just disappears. I was like, what the fuck is that? They ran out of Earth.
There's some anomaly happening at the corner of the something. Don't know what it is, but something going on.
It's somebody's pinky finger or something that pops in for a little bit.
Yeah, space-based.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Sprite. I don't know.
That shows circumnavigation north to south in 20 seconds, bro. How you figure?
They must be going real fast.
That's some bullshit.
Yeah. But that's what his claim was, and yet he didn't provide that evidence of his claim. So it's one of the things you got to hold them to their points when they're coming in here and saying things. And it's like, you didn't prove that, dude. Did not prove it.
You didn't get to ask him about the gas pressure without a container, bro.
Yeah. Well, he was saying, why don't you think these guys are up there? We could have did. That was a prime moment to do that, but there was a little something about like what he was saying with the circumnavigation, which is because you think about it, when somebody's making these claims, you can hold them to the claim, or when he was asking the question, well, you don't think they're in space? You could. That was an open door to actually go into that. So yeah, you're paying attention. Like that would have been an opportunity to engage with that specific argument if you so chose to do that. You didn't have to, but I mean, if you think about it, looking back, you could have done it any number of ways. Each one would have been a good result for you. So.
Homie really stumbled into talking about pyramids. We went from globe to pyramids. How did we get there?
And he was like, and the river and the rocks and the like. He just started going off of like, man. But apparently, you can establish orientation without a horizontal plane or the horizon, which is interesting. How do you know which way is up? You don't have a horizontal plane. So think about it.
You just need a point, and then you can reference from the point.
Yeah, like if you were like in the vacuum of space, and there was no way to orientate yourself, which way is up? Is there an up? You couldn't say that, right?
It's the way the camera's pointing.
Whichever way the camera's pointing, that's up. So yeah, there's a lack of orientation when you're in a fantasy world where, there is no orientation.
All right, here's a hypothetical, right? You're in your spacecraft. You're in your spacecraft, right? You're floating, right? And there's nothing. You're not touching any object around you. You're not touching the walls, right? You're just floating midair, right? And there's a collision with your spacecraft, and it starts tumbling your spacecraft around, right? What happens? Do you stay still and it starts tumbling around you, or do you tumble with it? Like, what goes on there? Like a space rock hits the spacecraft, and it doesn't breach the hull, but your whole spacecraft starts spinning, right?
It has to spin around you,
right? You'd think you'd just stay there, right? Your orientation would remain the same, and the spacecraft would tumble around you, right?
And then how do you reorientate?
You'd have to start spinning with it. You'd have to try and match it.
You have to grab a hold of it as it's spinning around you, like it's spinning around like crazy, like a freaking wagon wheel, dude. You're like, I don't even want to touch the walls because if I do,
because when they get their like stabilizer jets, what do they reorientate to?
To down. So think about the ISS. Think about the drop over distance the ISS is going. 90-minute orbital periods. How come the astronauts inside aren't glued to the ceiling? Is the air rotating and dropping?
I never thought about that.
The rotation? Yeah.
The artificial gravity that would be made.
He said they use Newtonian mechanics.
Yeah, because they're moving independent of each other.
That's right. It's a big problem.
They're falling with style.
You're a smart Amish person, you are.
He's a wise sage, that one.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, yeah. His request for satellite pitch data is a next step level thing. But that's begging, like it's giving them that like that they have a satellite up there. But if they do, then where's that fucking pitch data, right?
Wait, if the satellite's going around in an orbit, and wouldn't it stay in a position and orbit, and then it would be facing backwards and sideways?
Right? It'd have to rotate, right?
Oh no!
Guess what is missing from ECEF, the coordinate reference system that satellites and GPS use? A rotation vector.
Oopsie daisy.
Guess what they do? They add it in mathematically, and I've got the formula that they use. It's not even a formula. It's an equation called a quaternion.
That guy said it's simple. Look at the text chat. That guy said it's simple. A compass doesn't use a horizontal reference point.
Oh my god.
The fuck? So when you hold a compass, do you have to hold it horizontal? Do you have to hold it horizontal, or can you just hold it vertical? Have you ever held a compass vertical, dude? I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
He's Bergen, man.
Yeah, you can hold the compass vertical, man. See how that works out for you. Then tell me which is north. Oh my goodness. A compass can only work on a horizontal plane. Ugh.
I'm glad you understand the shit, Amish, because fucking that's beyond my comprehension.
I don't even think Globers could reach, like, when you're at Amish's level right there, you'd really have to know about like orbital mechanics and really dive into all that. Yet to hear anybody actually get to that level. So Amish is kind of like alone at the moment, kicking rocks at the top up there. Can you guys hurry it up and get one guy up here so I can have a conversation with him?
Yeah.
There's like a few rungs they need to pass, and they're not passing those fucking rungs, man.
Yeah, when he talks, I'm like, sorry, man, I gotta check out. I can't help you here.
Look at this guy. He says you can hold a compass anyways. It will point to north. Laugh my ass off.
What? You idiot.
That's what he said in the text.
He's never held a compass.
I can hold a compass vertical, horizontal, sideways. Horizontal, not.
Ask him Spike. What happens if you hold a compass vertical?
Look at Pure Riggers. Relax, bro. Relax, dude. That's true. North.
It's gonna point up his ass.
I can't remember the last time I held a compass.
You got to hold it flat, otherwise it doesn't work.
Yeah, horizontal. Yeah.
Can't even remember this time.
Whoa, what's going on, wise guy? Welcome to the room.
Hello. Hi. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe, sir?
I haven't put much thought into it.
Okay. Well, do you want to do that now?
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I guess. Yeah, it's a globe.
Okay. What evidence do you think supports the Earth being a globe, sir?
I saw it in a book once.
No, I mean, if you're serious about it, this isn't like a joking around kind of. I really want you to actually buckle down and see if you can answer the question. Let's see if we can get through it. So, in what way can you describe the Earth being a globe in your perspective? Legit.
In what way?
Describing itself as a sphere. In any empirical sense. Any empirical sense that you can detect.
Well, if I look past the horizon towards the ocean, I can't see farther than the horizon.
Okay, but I mean, we're talking about when it concerns the Earth curving and such.
I just assume that it curved.
Right. Well, we're trying to figure out how we know, not assume. So that's a good way to assume if you think about it like a sphere, but that's in no way indicating that it actually is one. So we have to put down how we can know that it's curving and not just assume.
I mean, I'm not a scientist. I'm just an average American.
I know, but now that I got you to think about it, you would say there is no way that you know that it's a globe, huh?
I don't know any way that would satisfy the criteria that you wish for me to answer properly. But I will say that
empirical. Yeah, I said this. Empirical evidence meaning any way that you can understand and know that it's a globe. It doesn't need to satisfy me. It needs to satisfy a standard by which you can know that it's a globe and not just assume. Fair?
So any personal experience negates that, right? Like it has to be empirical, like you said.
Well, empirical is an observation you make, so that would be,
Okay, so then I observe with my eyes. I look over I look at the horizon, and I don't see anything past what I see, and I assume that it just curves.
Yeah, assume is the word, sir, and it's not.
Okay.
An observation is something that you witness empirically that it is the thing you say it is. It's an obvious truth, so it's not an assumption.
So then you're right. I believe by looking at the horizon that the Earth is curved.
Right. And belief is acceptance without evidence. So if you believe something is what you say it is, it's only an accepting something without evidence. So it's basically what you're saying. You're accepting the fact that you're looking upon the surface of the Earth and you're assuming that it's a globe. Essentially.
So I can't believe, I can't assume.
You can believe in whatever you want. Rainbows and unicorns and, like magical lands. It doesn't matter, right? That stuff you can think is all part of the reality you exist in, but what we are talking about is the real deal, right? How do you know? Now, if you're just assuming things, it's not going to help you understand the physical and natural world as determined by people who are telling you it is a globe. Like they're feeding you information. It's a globe. Yeah? But now we're asking everybody who comes in here, how do you know it's one? And not just assume either.
So if I were to say, I don't know how it is a globe, what would you say?
Well, I would say that's interesting because that really, you fall in the same category as everybody else does. They've been told that the Earth is a globe, but there's no empirical evidence to back up the claim that it actually is one. And then that's the step forward would be challenging you on how you can understand that the nature of reality describes itself to you, me, and everybody as a flat, motionless plane.
What, do you think we were going to make fun of you or something?
No, I don't think that at all. I'm just confused. Just if nothing I can say can fit the criteria of empirical evidence, right? The observation, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking of words that aren't assume or believe to fit what you guys want
no.
to do.
You could go with no.
So it's not.
I need to pick up a dictionary is what I got to do. Let me see.
No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, but you're trying to make it seem like we're setting a standard. We in this room. No, I don't think you've set a standard for yourself, sir. You haven't put a standard for what you would understand how you can know something to be true. You're basically thinking that for you, it's okay to assume something is what you think it is, and that's where you leave it. But we're telling you that when it comes to, you know, something that should be evident, it stands to reason that it is true, because it's not what you think it is what it is. It's not like an assumption. It just is the thing you see. Like when you look upon the earth, right, you see the horizon. It looks flat, right? It appears that way.
It honestly looks never ending.
Yeah, well, a plane that extends on, that goes on forever, right? That's what it looks like.
So that is not the curvature then. That's not it curving.
No, but I mean, can you appreciate what I'm saying though? It appears that way.
I can appreciate. Yeah, you're a human being. I appreciate you.
Okay. No, not me. The argument for it being. Your name is ringing. Your name is ringing true for what, you know. You're a wise guy, right? A wise guy over here. No, but seriously, like, it appears as a flat plane that extends on forever. That's what it appears as.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And then to get farther in that and say, okay, well, they're saying that it's actually a globe because, you know, we're tiny amoebas on a giant beach ball, right? So at what point are we going to then start to realize that it's an actual globe, right? So, you know, in history, they're telling us that it's a globe and they measured it. But in order for that to be true, we have to find out if there's any drop over the distance, which means that you'd have to realize at some point they've measured the drop that's, you know, going away from a tangential line in order to understand what the drop rate would be to give the Earth as a globe some numeric values to, let's say, the radius value.
I got a question then. Well, what about like lunar eclipses, right? The Earth casting a shadow on the moon. It's a circle.
Yeah, we could definitely talk about that. But what we can definitely talk about that.
That would definitely.
But I have to get
through.
Yeah, no, you might think so. But here's the thing: when we talk about the thing that I'm telling you right now, it's gonna actually give you an understanding whether or not you can know somebody's measured the surface to have curvature on it or not. You'll know right now because you can say, oh, wait a minute, I heard about some guy that measured the surface. This is what I'm asking right now, right? I know your mind wants to go to like 100 different things, but just focus with me on this one thing, right? So drop over distance. Has anybody in history ever measured that?
Isn't that called gravity?
No, sir. It's like, I was trying to explain to you. So you'd have a tangential line on it's basically, think about putting a ruler on a basketball, right? The tangent line would be like the ruler, and the basketball would be the Earth curving away from that ruler. So you can think about, did anybody measure the surface to be curving anytime in history? That you can.
I don't even know if we like. I don't know. Probably, I have no idea. I'm just thinking about ways to prove that it's round. And one way that I'm thinking,
so,
I think I might have proved it here, is that it casts a shadow on the moon. Now I know, bro. You got my mind working. Pardon me. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning.
I know, but it's good. It's good that at least I'm challenging you. That's all I want to do. At the end of this, I'm not trying to convince you. I just want you to think about the questions I'm giving you, and perhaps you can chew on them. And, you know, if you want to come back later, that's up to you. Something to think about, right?
I mean, can you explain why the Earth's shadow on the moon is always round?
All right, think about this. So there's this whole story that they've told you that the Earth is a globe. And when we have this phenomena of a lunar eclipse or solar eclipse, depends on which one you're talking about, we see something happening. And what you're talking about with the lunar eclipse, right? There's something that has to happen. It's called syzygy, an alignment of the sun, moon, and stars, right? Excuse me, sun, moon. The sun, moon, and the Earth. Sorry.
Is that a real word? Do you mean synergy? Or?
Syzygy.
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 Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, when you have the sun and the... Thank you. When you have the sun and the Earth in the way, and it's causing the shadow to be cast on the moon, right? For the lunar eclipse. You get the story of how it's being told, right? Like how this happens, the phenomena? Wise guy?
I mean, when I see the happening or the phenomenon, right? I see a shadow, right? Everyone sees a shadow, and it happens to be circular. Like, it happens to be round.
Yeah. You see something happening, and you attribute it to it being because of the explanation they told you that it's the Earth getting in the way.
So my observation from saying that proves that the Earth is round.
No, it doesn't. Because here again, you're just assuming that the Earth is getting in the way of the sunlight, causing that shadow to be cast onto the moon. This is your assumption.
That'd be called circular reasoning.
Are you tracking? Are you tracking what I'm saying, wise guy?
I'm following along.
Okay, so it's an assumption that you have based on an explanation that's been given to you. Me and everybody else, like everybody knows this particular story of the lore of the Earth being in a solar system. So that is the explanation they tell you, and you take that along and say, okay, well, the Earth is getting in the way of the sunlight, causing this shadow to be cast on the moon. That's how we know the Earth is a globe, and yada yada. But my thing to you is, they've told you a story. It's a nice story, but doesn't have any merit, because how can you test and verify that it's the actual Earth getting in the way of that sunlight?
Well, then, okay, I guess that you can't test it, but why is it when I look at the stars, one night the stars are going to, like, Little Dipper will be in one part of the sky, and then another day or another night it'll be the complete opposite, like, area.
Yeah, I know. The stars are moving.
So we're not moving.
No.
But the stars are moving.
Yes. Let's take a look at it from a base axiom.
Can you prove that?
Well, it's not like a proof. Well, what it is it's an explanation of the phenomena of what we see, right? So what we see, we witness, right? From our vantage point, it looks like we're not moving and the stars are. That's where we start with, right? Now, if you were to say, okay, we're starting there, but in actuality, the Earth is rotating and the stars are still, right? That would be kind of an explanation you would say. I'm just kind of helping you along so we don't waste any time. So if that's the case, how do we get from us looking at the stars and seeing them move and us looking at us and seeing us not moving to that the Earth is the actual one that's moving and the stars are still? How do we get to that?
It'd be the same. I mean, it's the same question I just asked. Like, if the Earth is flat, why are there stars in the sky moving around?
Yeah, no, what I'm asking you is, like, when we start with just a base observation, right? You, me, and everybody else go outside. We look up at the night sky, and over time, we start to see the stars move in their position in the sky. Well, we don't notice that we're moving, right? So we can automatically just say we're not moving, and the stars are. But the logical leap is that we are actually moving and the stars are not. So how do we go from us making an observation of us not moving and the stars are moving to the leap of logic to say that the stars are still and we're moving? How do we do that?
Are you asking me to like explain things that I can't even fathom? You know what I mean? Like, I can't fathom why there's stars in the sky, sir. Like, what do you want me
I'm helping you
say?
No, wise guy. I'm asking. What I'm doing is I'm challenging you to think about how they've been telling you, me, and everyone this story about how things are occurring. It's just like a just so story. It just is. It just is happening this way. Trust me, bro. Or we figured it out. We got astronauts. We got all this stuff. But from your standpoint, you're receiving this information, you're consuming it, and you're taking it in as gospel truth. Now, what I'm doing right now is getting you to examine the claims that the globe Earth has been proposing thus far to you. And it's just like, okay, now you got this story, and you know that when you're standing on the surface of the Earth, you're looking at stars, you can do it with time-lapse footage, and you can see, it appears that the stars are moving, right? So there's no way that you can tell from your vantage point that you are the one that's moving and the stars are still. You can only say that you can make the observation that you're still and the stars are moving. That's it. That's all you can say. Anything above that would require you to say that no, actually the Earth's moving. I've observed the Earth moving, and I know the stars are still because they're not moving. Like it needs a different perspective, and from this vantage point, you can't say that. So it would be inconclusive for you to say that the Earth is moving and the stars are still.
Wait. Before we continue, I don't know. But before we continue, are you willing? Because I'm willing to be wrong. Are you willing to be wrong?
Well, I was thinking that the Earth was a globe prior to this changing of my mind, so I was already proven wrong.
No, but are you willing to be wrong that it's flat?
No, there's no. You know what I mean? It's like once you understand the nature of reality. Yeah, once you understand the nature of reality, it's almost like, okay, I had a thought process thinking that the Earth was a globe, and I was wrong. Now that I was proven that I was wrong, I understand that how I was wrong. So there's no need to think about being wrong anymore. I have a baseline for reality. It makes sense now.
But just hear me out. What if that person convinced you, like everyone's convinced everyone else that it's round, and they're wrong? Like, just honestly.
Yeah, because they didn't. I will tell you like this: they don't when they're telling you stories about what the cosmos are and all that stuff. All of that is a story that doesn't have any. It doesn't ground itself in truth. So there's no truth to any of the stuff they're telling you. What I'm telling you is true. That's the difference. The difference is it's a story on this side over here where we're at. It's the truth because it's objective, right? Well, like I was saying, I can only tell you from our vantage point is that we're not moving and the stars are. And I'm asking you, this is the foundation. This is where we're at. And you can say the same thing that we're saying, but if somebody claims something other than that and says, no, the Earth is moving, well, the onus is on them to produce the evidence of how it's moving. Because right now, all you can tell is that it's not moving. So you can hold to a position that is rooting yourself in the obvious truth.
Would you be willing to provide or prove to me that it is flat?
Yes. Absolutely.
Please go ahead. Please 100%. Go ahead. Please.
So the Earth is observably flat, it's measurably flat, and it's navigated across as practically being used as flat. So we can go into many directions with this, but I do have a panel here that is well equipped to have this conversation. So I do want to hand the role off to Leading Point to any one of the other 24/7 team members if they're in here. Tembo, T-Dub, I'll name a few.
You're just gonna pass it to somebody else.
Well, no,
it's important to me because we work as a team here. Wise guy.
I think
I can in a minute.
Go ahead, Chris.
We questions first, otherwise he'll just reset after everything you say. Does he know why he thinks Earth is a globe? Like, has there been any drop over distance? Who measured?
Yeah, he conceded to the.
Yeah,
he conceded to that point. Yeah, we're at the point right now where he's just getting to ask, the affirmation that the Earth is flat and stationary. I'm willing to go through with him. I don't know if anybody else.
Well, I think that you just made a good point. Like that the starting point is describing what you actually experience, on the face of the Earth, versus, and then compare it to what you're told, what you've been led to believe about it. Does it match? And then begin the process of taking each claim individually and on their own merit, with whatever is being presented to you as evidence for that, which you'd have to do some research into that, right? And then see if it can be validated.
I feel like I'm being filibustered.
By you yourself. By you.
No, you're not, dude. You're not, dude.
Or whether it just requires a faith-based belief in that claim. I'm sorry if that seemed like I was raving.
Well, what's the claim? Like,
how can you claim you're filibustered when you ask the question for proof? You'd think you would listen to the proof. What do you expect it to be in sound bites, like 3 to 5 second sound bites?
No, I would just assume that it. Well, I can't assume, right? I would just think. Well, I can't think, right? So just tell me why
No, you
it's
can
flat.
think. Yeah, no, you can think, dude. No one said you can't think.
So then, why is it flat? How is it flat?
Because it presents its way. It presents itself that way. It's used that way, and it's measured that way.
Okay.
Can you say that about the globe?
I thought it was flat.
Yeah, exactly. So, in what way do you use it as? So, what way do you use it as a globe?
I guess tracking stars and eclipses.
No. So, angle measurements to the stars.
Yeah.
That's from a flat surface. Otherwise, you can't get an angle from a curved surface. Yeah, you can't get an angle from a curved surface.
I just want proof that it's flat. Like I've conceded, right? Okay, I'm wrong.
All right. Okay. Are you holding this same standard to when they told you it was a globe? Are you saying I want to know how it's a globe? You know what I mean?
Well, to be fair, I never put much thought into it because
I know that's why
So now I'm asking
through those questions.
Yeah, it's like so. This is a new concept, right? I'm learning, right? Essentially.
Yeah.
So
Man, you're all
okay.
right.
Okay, fellows. How do we know it's flat? How can I show this to somebody else?
It measures that way.
What does that mean? It measures that way.
So, I gave you 3 points, right? And so the 3 points were it's observed that way. I think we covered that. I don't know if you want to. We'll go through it again so that we can take it from the top. So observing it that way would mean like the watery parts of the earth always conform to the horizontal plane of the earth. So in regards to that, we're talking about like oceans and lakes and so forth. So water has its physical properties as such. It establishes a horizontal for orientation. And now these are true statements, right? Would you understand that the mechanics of water are such that they give you a baseline for orientation of the horizontal plane in which we're having the consideration of the earth being a flat plane? Wise guy. Just some knowledge that I'm dropping on you. So,
well, can we remove some of the jargon? Can we remove some of the jargon? Can you get like
some of the jargon?
Yes, dude.
What do
You're saying you look at the plane of a water droplet and it seems like a horizontal thing. It's like just
the plane of a water droplet.
Like I can't even follow what the hell he's. I don't know. I can't follow what you're saying because it's just so much jargon.
So what? So what are the properties of water? On the
like
surface
the hydrogen
of water.
bond and an oxygen. Like what do you mean?
No, not like that. Like what does water do when it's at rest?
I don't think it ever is at rest. I mean, like I guess in a water bottle, yeah. It's still.
Well, it can be at rest in a lake, I suppose, to a certain extent. Yeah.
It's always wind moving up the
It lies flat on its surface.
Yeah, but if it's moving, does it curve? Like in a lake?
We're talking about calm water.
Lies flat on its surface.
Well, I mean, if you dig a hole, pour water. Are you talking about the surface of the water?
Yes, it lies flat on its surface.
Okay. Relax.
No, can you agree with that? It lies flat on its surface.
Yeah, surface of water at rest lays flat, horizontal.
Yeah, no,
do you agree with that?
Yeah, when I jump into it, I fall into the water.
Okay, so that's great. Yeah, that's great. So now you agreed with the observation of the surface of water is horizontal and is flat. So that establishes an observation. That's check number 1 for observation. Now, on the opposite, can you say that the surface of water would conform to a curved surface for a globe? The answer would be no, right? The surface of water and the mechanics of it would be that it lies flat and it's not curving like they would say that the Earth being a globe would have to be.
Who would say that?
People that believe that the Earth is a globe. You ever see a globe from the ones they show you from space? You know, from the ISS, and it looks like, you know, the oceans are curving. That one. Hello.
I haven't seen. Honestly, I haven't seen those photos. Like
Really,
I said,
you've never seen a globe. You've never seen a classroom globe. You've never seen an image. You've never seen an image of the Earth looking like a ball, ever.
I thought you said the ISS. Like,
it doesn't matter. Any image of the Earth looking like a sphere, dude.
Yeah, no, I've seen.
Okay,
I've
so
seen
it
what they
looks like the water looks like it's curving. Yeah.
I just the whole thing looks like it's round.
Yeah, so including the water.
You got parts of the land, parts of the ocean,
including the water, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So, but your observation was that water looks flat. But they're showing you with the globe, with images of the Earth as a sphere, that water is curving. We got a problem because we don't observe that. We observe the opposite. Yeah?
What shape's a raindrop?
Well, aren't these observations just assumptions that it's flat? Like,
Yeah, but we don't measure it, so it seems that way, and we don't measure it that way. So we measure it to be flat too.
Yeah, it's measured that way.
So
as
then
well.
we're both wrong.
What do you mean we're both wrong?
Well, by the constructs of this, debate, or
Constructs. I
back
don't
and
understand.
forth.
I don't understand that jargon. What jargon are you using?
Round, therefore the Earth is round.
By the parameters of this conversation.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's using too much jargon. Can you not use jargon?
Yeah, he's obviously dumb, obviously trolling.
I'm not. I'm really not.
So
he's been all right.
I feel
He's
like
been
you
all
guys
right.
are getting angry.
No,
no, you're all right, man. Just chill out, dude. He's been all right. He's been fine.
So, water lies flat is observed that way, and it also measures flat because there is no curvature to be measured. So then the horizontal plane that water actually displays itself on is considered to be like in accordance to mean sea level, and what land surveyors use is that mean sea level to establish the horizontal plane, which would be how they understand where elevation change on land would be utilized. So when they do like planar surveying, they use this to measure elevation, the horizontal plane, that is, and it's taken from mean sea level. So they're using the water of the Earth that's establishing the horizontal plane to then say, okay, now we're using this horizontal plane to establish elevation change or elevation profiles. Hello?
No, I'm just listening. I don't know if you're asking me a question.
So are you receiving message received, not received?
I'm listening. It'd be easier if we were like in person. You could see me nodding, but yeah, I'm listening.
I can't see you nodding, but like, so, and we do this often to make sure that. Say again. All right. So if
a bit bubbly, Timbo.
If it's measured that way, right, with planar surveying, and they're using it as a baseline for elevation profiles, then it's establishing that baseline by measuring from it and with it. So we have a standard, right? The standard is the horizontal plane.
Well, this begs the question, why are they lying to us?
Well, you've just jumped like 3 arguments ahead. You haven't even really grasped this one. We don't know where you're at with all this, if you're just bypassing all of it just to ask your questions, or if you're really understanding what we're saying.
Maybe he's giving a concession then at this point, saying, wow, this could be the case.
I'd love to hear if it's a concession. I'd love to hear it. If it's a concession, then prove it.
It seems that way.
You concede.
I concede. Why are they lying to us then?
Yeah, that's just a question that somebody would ask because they really haven't considered the fact that it is not a globe. And when we're giving you the affirmation that it is flat and stationary, you're just going to bypass it to ask this question.
Well,
because
even if we answer any specific reason, what merit is that going to give to you in the realm of empirical evidence?
It's not going to give you one inkling of understanding that the Earth is not a globe and that it's definitely flat. It's not going to do that for you. All it's going to do is get you to ask more questions that are just going to lead us to a road to nowhere. Like, let's say this. Maybe they're doing it for religious reasons. They want to hide God. What if they're doing it for power or money? What if they're doing it because they just want to do it?
So they're trolling us. I mean, I get it.
So, yeah. So
it could be that simple. But that's
well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Then what?
Then that's the answer. That's it.
Well, then
You
what?
didn't
After
hear the
that?
first sentence that it didn't matter.
Yeah. Well, there
I mean,
you be.
people like to fuck with other people all the time.
Well, there you be. They're trolling us. That's the answer. They're trolling you, me, and everyone. Yeah.
Well, it's huge. Like, to control
It's a big
your
troll.
entire view of reality is a big thing. It's a huge tool in order to control and manipulate.
Yeah. So now that that's out of the way, we good?
I mean, we were never bad.
Well, but I mean, you had these ideas of globes, and now that you see that it just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, and now the answer to why would they lie? Well, they're trolling us. Okay.
How do we get back at them?
We don't need to get back at them. That's just this right here has nothing to do with anything the conversation needs to go to. We can go to the next guy. Thank you for your participation. We can move on to the next person.
If something like that is going to happen, it's going to happen organically. It doesn't have to be premeditated.
Well, it doesn't have to be aggressive either. We could just, say, like, people are lying to us. We want to show you the truth. If you
we're not
want to
going to talk about getting back at people. It's not going to happen. There's retaliation. It's just no. We're not going to indulge that. That's done.
We can forgive them.
It's already out there that they're aware that people like us are sharing this information. It's just going to happen organically.
That's a bait into trying to get us to talk about like stupid things. Not going to work.
Yeah, no, it's not like an intention to do anything nefarious or anything like that. It's actually the opposite. It's like free people's minds that have been enslaved.
I was surprised he gave the concession so fast because, like, if you are going to ask that question, you are conceding to the information, saying, okay, this information is true then, so what does it imply, right? So.
Wait, did he dip?
Yeah.
Right, because we didn't want to entertain that bullshit, right?
Nope.
Well, he has a lot to think about. I think you got to him a little bit there. I mean, he couldn't give you drop over distance, right? I mean, you didn't even ask the rotation question because we didn't get that far. But I think the drop over distance thing and the horizontal plane in water got him. Like, he had to give up at that point.
Exactly. At some point, they can't continue forward, and I think that's really awesome for the audience to listen to when they can't continue. It's good. Gives them at least the understanding that they don't have somebody that can advocate for Globe that would be well spoken and be able to pass through that point. It's a logical dead end for him.
You scare him off, T-Dub?
Nah, it was me.
I hate Nick. You were being a bit aggressive, were you, T-Dub?
Me? No, I was
funny. Nah, I know.
I was chewing him out, dude. It was me.
That's funny, man. But you know what? Like, when he first joined the conversation, like, I thought, here we go. This could be another good conversation, which it was up until maybe he started thinking, oh shit, what have I got myself into here? I got no answers. when
That's
they
what it
trip
was.
out.
And it's at this moment where he fucked up.
It was at this moment he fucked up. Yelled off. That is a clear demonstration of the 3 questions.
It was really good.
Yeah.
First
So
question.
what? Remember what? Yeah. Oh, sorry, mate.
I was just saying, like, first question, he was already like, I'm just assuming. They're like, hey, can you give me drop over distance? And he's like, I see the horizon. I see that it's flat. But, I just assume that past the horizon it curves.
Yeah. So this is what we were talking about, what the answers that people have. And then you can go into, or how do you combat these answers? Because they're just regular people, right?
Yep.
And they have no idea why they believe in a globe.
He just wanted to be proved that the Earth was flat, but didn't realize that it's already proved.
Remember, Alpha was telling you after the first question, he said, then they're going to go into, but I just want proof the Earth is flat. And then after the second question, he told you, and then they're going to go into, but I just want proof the Earth is flat. And it played out exactly the way that he said it was going to play out. It's the same thing every time, every single time.
It's funny how scripted it is on their end.
Well, they've got no room to move. Sorry, Theta.
No, that's all right. I'm just going to say it's kind of weird that they'd want something that proof of something is so self-evident. I mean, you don't want proof that the sky appears blue in the day. You don't want proof that the grass is green. I mean, you don't want proof of weather. You're not going to go into a meteorology server and say, "Prove weather to me."
Yeah, but what if somebody could change your mind? It's like,
yeah. But they don't hold those same proofs for what they believe in.
No, what was even more funny was, what if you're wrong and then you explain it to him that you were wrong, you changed your mind, and he asks it again? What if you're wrong?
Yeah. Well, no, what if you're wrong this time? It's like, dude.
Or the goated, we're both wrong. We're both wrong.
Yeah.
That's
he
not
jumped
going to
on
work.
that one, didn't he? Yeah. What do you mean we're both wrong? Are you listening to the same conversation? All right, let's go through the panel. Chimera. Oh, he's got that Russian levitating plate. I assume that he's conspiracy theorist, at least. Chubbs, what's going on, buddy?
That's Chubbs, yeah? Oh,
yeah, man.
Here. I'll tell you right now. It shows that Chimera has a couple of tags: conservative, traditionalist, mixed economy, individualist, Western Europe, Catholic, shitposter, and pro-gun rights.
Well, he's got that picture of who's that Russian guy that created that levitating plate with the bee wings?
I don't think it's that one.
No, it's not.
Grebennikov? I don't think it's Grebennikov.
Grebennikov. I can't even say it.
I'm not sure it's.
No, it's not the same plate. No, because there's a guy with a gun on it. No, he didn't have a gun.
Is it a telescope or a gun? He's got something in his hand.
It looks like someone in a watchtower with a rifle.
Okay, it's not a levitating plane. All right. Chimera, welcome to the server. Yeah,
we got Kerba in here. Kerba's in here. Talk to Kerba.
Yeah, he's been in for a while. Yeah, last couple of hours.
Kerba? Cuber?
Uh-huh.
Whatever the fuck his name is.
Kerba Gooden Jr.
That's a naughty one right there. He been on Epstein's Island, that one.
Kerba, you're up.
Kerbal Space Program? Is that what you're talking about?
You've heard the last conversations. You know, we're not hostile. We're not trying to make you look like an idiot. You know, jump on the mic. Everyone's got a mic these days.
I am.
All right, I'm gonna be the good cop. All right.
Yeah. Tempo
like
will save
the other
you.
day, Miggy, hot chocolates. Yeah. All
Yeah,
round.
dude, you were working those foot rubs, dude. I saw you, man. You had your elbow grease going on, working, massaging.
Yeah,
them.
I was just trying not to scare off new people, you know. Because that guy who came in, who was a flat earther, actually sounded like he knew what he was talking about. So I didn't want to lose him. You know who I'm talking about? We were talking to the history guy. Remember the history guy?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah. And then there was another flat earther there that was maybe new to the channel, but not new to flat Earth. He had a lot of knowledge, and I didn't want to kind of scare him off.
What happened to the history guy? Did he leave?
He never came back. He said, "I've got to go." After he was questioned about something, I think we got into a different subject, and he said, "Guys, I got to go."
He fucked off like gas in a vacuum. Yeah.
Yeah. You got Little G, who's a regular listener from 24/7.
Little G.
Always listening. I think he's a Glober too, yeah? Just likes to listen.
Is he really? No, is
Yeah, I think so.
Seriously?
Him and Godrockin know each other somehow.
Oh.
Godrockin,
okay.
fuck, I haven't heard that name
Where's
for a while.
that guy at?
Well, he's probably doesn't know where we are.
Oh, yeah. I got a rockin'. Yeah, he's something else. He's a cool dude.
Yeah, I like Godrockin. There's a lot of guys that dropped off when we kind of moved over here. I don't know whether they don't know how to get over here or they just went, whatever.
I can't bother. I can't bother.
Yeah, I'm not moving to another server.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Yeah.
We're just a band of traveling gypsies. You lot and I. Pick up and go. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, like a circus, G Platypus.
Yeah. Like the rebels from Star Wars.
Oh, man.
You need orbital mechanics for that one, mate.
Flat Earth Star Wars. Not as exciting.
Yeah.
Wait, so who are the Ewoks?
The Ewoks?
They're the Kiwis, of course. They live on New Zealand.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, they don't like to argue. They just chill out. You know, they have big trees.
In other words, pads? Yeah.
I think Pads likes to smoke too much. You know I'm tempting you to open that mic.
Dr. Sporadic. Man, that's
it's
Dr. Sporadic E PhD.
Uh-huh.
That's Amish.
I got my degree from the West African Community College of Benin and Togo.
Good Lord. They named you honorary member, huh?
You didn't get it in the village?
Yeah, the witch doctor himself conferred his degree.
Good Lord.
I find this triggers anti-flat earthers and Globies listen to me. They see the word doctor, they're like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah. Oh, this guy knows what he's talking about.
True authors.
Yeah, we do have wisdom too that just jumped in here. He says here, but he's a politics elite.
There's not a globe. There's nothing like a perfect globe in the universe.
Another German guy who believes the Earth is a globe. Shocking.
Something wrong with Germans.
If the Earth is flat, why is that ass fat?
What? Wait.
Oh
I think
my.
she might be more interesting.
Yeah, we're gonna give up the wisdom tooth. Wisdom tooth.
You guys are very superficial.
Well,
Come on, dude. Let's talk about let's talk about the topic and not about people. All right. So go, wisdom tooth. Present your evidence of a globe.
Who are you?
Who are you, mate?
He doesn't even know
Who are you?
Every motion you learn in school is
bro. You're talking from a tunnel, or you got like one of those cans with a string on it.
He was digging a tunnel in New York to reach the flat Earth's crust.
Some evidence of globe Earth.
He's hiding in an attic. Hey, look, I can't understand this guy. Let's shut him up and talk to Fiona.
He talks like the peanut gallery, teacher.
Fiona's gone. Hey, wisdom tooth. You sound like you've had your wisdom teeth out. Can you fix your microphone, dude?
Real discussion, bro.
Sorry, man. Can you fix your microphone and we can have a real discussion?
That'd be great.
People like you reign now over the US and will destroy the US, so I'm happy about it.
People like you.
You destroyed the US? When did that happen?
I'm not even in the US.
Because of entertainment and because of bullshit TV.
He destroyed the US? How did that happen? When did that happen?
Bro's just Bro's Yappuccino right now, man.
Are you another timeline than we are?
For new society.
In this timeline, that never occurred.
Did somebody eat a stinky truffle?
Me thinks someone did.
How do you guys hear this guy?
No, he's going on mute, man. I can't fucking deal with that shit. It's not even worth talking to.
It's wisdom tooth.
It's worse than reading Heidegger.
See what I said? Oh, let's talk to Fiona, and she did the dash. She said, "How is the Earth flat if your ass is fat?"
Dang, that's a tough one. Never thought of that before.
What's the drop over distance on your ass?
Is it more rise over run or run over rise?
Yeah, hopefully it's not flat. Drop over distance 0. Sorry, we're not talking to you anymore.
Shaped like a ski slope.
Damn.
I hear your Globo Mama's so fat joke in here somewhere. That she looks flat. So big she looks flat.
Your mama's so fat, she's got her own refraction index, which makes her look flat.
I flew in from Chicago, and boy, are my arms tired. This thing on?
All right, Seinfeld. That's enough out of you.
Yeah, exactly. I just try to.
Should we give?
It's a good impression. I'll give you that.
Should we give Wisdom Tooth one more go?
Yeah, Wisdom Tooth.
All right, maybe one of us talk to him. You're all right with that? Why don't you take that?
Yeah, but do you know Peanut Gallery teacher speak? Because that's.
Yeah, let's give him another go.
The German guy. I can translate.
We have an interpreter. Okay, go ahead. Oh shit! Go ahead. You do it.
Assalamu alaikum. And one last thing.
Hell.
There will be a time where you won't have any free speech anymore, and you will remember what I'm saying to you now.
Is that like the Michael Jackson song?
Suck my big dick. Thank you very much.
You remember the world
Dude sounds like he runs a Döner kebab shop in Berlin.
Yeah, you know, man, he's got that whole leather mask zipper and the mouth kind of feel to it. You know he does, dude. Like, don't even say that didn't cross your mind when he was speaking, because that's what everybody was thinking. I'm just vocalizing it.
I'm gonna get a couple of brothers, get a fucking blowtorch.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you know that one with the gimp, Marcellus Wallace. Come on, someone's got to remember that. You guys don't know that name, Marcellus Wallace?
I'm gonna have to. Please tell me you've seen Pulp Fiction. Surely I'm not the only person here who's seen Pulp Fiction.
I know. Thank you. Thank you, dude. I'm going to get a couple of brothers with a blowtorch. We're going to go medieval on this ass. Thanks, Goat. I don't know what these guys have been watching for the last 20 years. All right, Bar Grunt. Welcome to the chat.
Oh shit, don't unmute that guy. Oh wait.
No, he's got free reign.
Yeah.
Bar Grunt, welcome to the chat. Please present your evidence of the globe. It's like a radio show, isn't it?
Sounded like it, yep.
It's better than Coast to Coast, I'll tell you that.
He's working.
He's working?
Yeah, he said that in the text. Just listening at work.
Yeah. No worries.
He doesn't talk much.
Well, it looks like it's my time. I'm gonna dip out.
No worries, man. It's been a pleasure.
Fucking been awesome tonight, man. One for the books, eh?
Yeah, did any chimpanzees show up? Or did it...
Oh, dude. It was like, you know, one of those, like, he's an edgelord, dude. He's just a big old tease. He's like wanting to come in, yet not wanting to, telling us in the text he's going to do this and that. It's just like, come on, bro. I mean, shit or get off the pot, you know?
Yeah, I mean, did any chimpanzees come? Or no one?
Oh, no. Nope. It was very anticlimactic.
Oh, there was a couple of weirdos in the chat that might have been them. Like, who's that guy that was saying some stupid shit?
What guy?
That's all right. I'll try and find him. Maybe Crit knows him. His avatars. He's got glasses.
Oh yeah, that Jovo guy. Yeah, I don't think he's a chimpanzee. He just kind of jumped on it.
That guy was a random, I think.
Yeah.
You can tell when those guys are in the chat, like Great Angelo or Shoe Build or.
Yeah, they freak out. That guy was just like, just asking dumb shit, like, you know, how do you explain ducks or something? You know, like just random crap. You're like.
Oh man, Kane
Didn't he have
showed
four
up.
challenge?
Kane. He's in a text. I'm gonna miss the whole event.
Yeah, Kane. He said, like, he's been DMing me, just like, I got some questions for flat earthers.
Is Nathan coming in tonight? Well, it's tonight for me, so Friday night. Fucking.
I don't think we ever truly
work
know.
that out.
Yeah, it's like trying to figure out which way is up on a globe. You know, it's all relative.
Time Provers Globe.
The guy said you can hold the compass vertically and it'll still work.
Oh my god, man!
Is he still saying that?
I had so much fun with that guy. I tell you what. Oh my goodness.
Pads thinks you were being mean.
Yeah, Pads is he's the biggest bleeding heart that you ever find.
Pads is quite unaware of the landscape.
Like I like
Blissfully.
him. You know, like there's something about him that I go, okay, maybe he's going through that stage where he's like denying everything he's hearing. So he has these instances where he has to like act out and go, no, this is not fucking going on. So he just throws everything out the window and starts insulting everyone because he can't believe that all this stuff could be true.
That's kind of what I think, because I know I was there at one point in this.
Yeah,
I know I did that. I didn't know that what I was saying, like flippantly, was really pissing off the flat earthers. I didn't know. I was just thought I was like having fun and pushing back a little, but in hindsight, I was being a real
Earth is like a pancake.
Yeah.
Okay, Master Frike Cook, go ahead. Present your evidence. Earth is like a pancake.
It's like a pancake because it's like a circle, so it's flat.
How do you know it's a circle?
I saw it.
Where?
In space.
Okay, mate.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to talk to him?
Well, basically, okay, so hold on. If the Earth is like a circle,
shut your dumb ass up.
Straight off with a straw man.
Yeah. It's that guy. If you unmute him, he's gonna be nothing but a hard time and a frustration. But if
maybe him and Pads can have a chat.
Yeah. Pads will be like,
Pads, you there?
Just let him speak. Here. Yeah, Pads wants to talk to you, Master Frycook. Go ahead.
Bro, all I was gonna say is like, if the Earth is like a globe, how come our shoes like aren't curved? Because we're walking on like a circle.
That's a good one.
That's
I
deep.
like that one.
Again, never once considered this. Dang.
It's $1 billion opportunity right there.
That's almost up there with satellites not being able to go back to their orientation.
Dude, could you imagine, like, I got Earth shoes, the ultimate arch support. Sell this to Globies, make $1 million.
That's funny.
When I was looking up the drop over distance, supposedly, like the Globers say that it's like 7.8 or like 8 inches per mile. So if you have like a shoe, like the average shoe, I don't know if like an adult male, like for me, my shoe is like 12 inches, right? So, I mean,
12 inches. You got some big ass feet, man.
Yeah. No, yeah, you could get a 3D printer to design.
Dude, you can get clown shoes with feet like that.
That is a big size.
Yeah, bro. But what I'm saying is you could curve the shoes right at the 8-inch mark.
8 inches per mile squared. At that rate.
Yep.
Sell it. Gimmick it. You could do that.
So tell us you're a clown without saying you're a clown. I'm just kidding, brother.
I've got 12 inches shoes.
Bro, I'm tall as fuck, bro.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hey, I know you got information overload at the moment, but you need to bring up Earth Curve Calculator. Go back to Google. 1 sec.
Earth Curve Calculator, got it.
Now go on the GitHub one.
We can talk about his balloons later.
Earth Curve Calculator, GitHub pages, got it?
Yeah. Yep, got it. Now click on that. Put in whatever metric or I'm sure you use Imperial.
Imperial, yeah.
Yep. Now type in distance, 10 miles.
Okay.
Yep. Observer height, 1 foot.
Calculate.
What's the hidden target height?
Hidden target height is 51 feet. Supposedly.
So if you were at 1 foot observer height, you would have a hidden target of a 5-story building. And 10 miles.
What?
There you go, man. 5-story building.
That's not what we see in the Black Swan. In the Black Swan photo, it's out way far out.
Yep. That's the distance to the second oil rig.
Wait till you see some Jay Tolan videos.
Yeah. Don't get him started. He's got information overload at the moment, Amish.
Okay. Yeah, we'll stick with the Horizon and the oil rigs.
I'm sure
you're ready for high altitude infrared, are you?
I've got the sticky bomb. I've got grenades. I've got an M4. Are you gonna give me the minigun for Flat Earth?
Yeah. So at that where that video is taken from, there should be a 5-story building standing in front of that second oil rig of water.
Yeah, that's not adding up. I'm gonna be honest, that's not adding up.
Of course not.
Yeah, we were globe earthers, and that's how we started. We're like, hold on a second.
I've never been full globe. I've always been kind of half and half. Recently, I started going full.
You can't be half and half.
Well, half and half is in like there's a dome that's somewhat. My belief system was messed up, so I was like, there's a dome that's somewhat curved, but then also there's the ISS. So like I was like very like indoctrinated with the NASA stuff. So I was like, bro, look at these NASA pictures. But the thing that was getting me was like you could never see the whole Earth in the NASA pictures besides the one that they take from the moon, and even then it's still like half of a dome. It doesn't show the whole thing.
Yeah, what's worse is the curvature they present is not geometrically consistent with where they're claiming to take the image from.
Yeah, and then you got land sizes too. So you got to look at the curvature of the Earth and then look at the land size below it and go, okay, well that looks like 1/5 of the Earth. So it's 1/5 of the Earth Hawaii.
Right, it's always super disproportionate. Like even that picture the guy showed of the circumnavigation between the North and the South Poles, like the Antarctica or whatever they were at looked huge compared to like the rest of the Earth.
Yeah. So if you continue that circle around, like it would be a circle of a globe, then where's the rest of the land?
All right.
Where's Australia? Australia's fucking huge. Same size as same size as the US. And then they show these huge pictures of the US, like half of the globe. You go, what are you doing?
We're more important than you guys, so we deserve to be bigger.
Yeah, I don't know about that. We're a bit more relaxed than you guys. Sometimes. Sorry. I'll put a preface on that.
I've never met an Australian that doesn't sound like a surfer, bro.
I surf. I think we all surf, actually, if we live on the coast.
Does anybody not live on the coast? Because I hear like if you don't live on the coast, you
about
can't
100.
live like.
Dude, you'll get eaten by spiders if you live inland.
Snakes, spiders. That's a nice place to live, man.
Australia is kind of like gas in a container. The people expand to fill the available space.
Yeah, on the outside. There's gravity on the outside of it. But it's only on the south. It's only on the east coast, though.
Don't you guys have like Indonesian pirates in the north?
Yeah, they get. Yeah, they come in, they steal all the fish from protected areas, and the Navy's up there. They take their boats and arrest them.
Seems just like the Mexicans we have here, you know?
Hey, James, he's online, man. Oh, no, he's not Mexican.
He's a good Mexican.
No, he's from Puerto Rico, isn't he?
Oh, that's right. No, he's really Mexican. We say he's Puerto Rican because it triggers him.
Yes. So if you look at the Australian population, it's 90% of the population of Australia lives on the east coast. So we're on I'm on the southeast coast, but 90% of the population live on the east coast.
So people who live like in the northwest, are they like weirdos and stuff?
Northwest, there's only mining, stuff like that. Maybe some Aboriginals. We have like 25 million people. 6 million in
a lot of
Melbourne,
people.
6 million
Tasmania
in
or
Sydney.
no?
No, not really. The biggest town in Tasmania is Hobart. They got 600,000. City. I'll call it a city.
We've got a flat earther from South Tasmania. I'm not going to say his name. He's not here. But he's got some interesting insight and observations that far south.
I don't like how these pictures of Australia that is in the side chat, it shows a curvature on the Earth, and I'm not sure I like that.
Where?
On the top of the pictures, bro, it curves. I don't like that, bro.
Yeah. Do you think that's a picture or an image?
It looks like an image. It looks like a generated image.
All right, look at that one.
Yeah,
So you've got Australia all by itself, and then you've got Australia with Indonesia above it in the same curve of the Earth. So where the fuck is Indonesia in the first one?
You know what's great is we've come a long way. We've got our own calculators. I mean, we can take an image like this, and we can tell you how much of Earth's surface should be presently visible from the claimed, height and perspective, right? And then we can compare that to what is being shown in the image, and they never match. Like, it's way off. If you're at the ISS, you should only see 3% of Earth's surface. 3%.
Yeah.
And then they show these dramatic curves everywhere, which of course are ridiculous, but it's good to have numbers to this, because that way you don't sound like you're speculating.
Yeah, did you know that? Not you.
You can only see a percentage from the ISS. Yeah.
3%.
That's what I was saying.
And they're 240 miles away, apparently.
Yep, that's right. The horizon should be something like 1,440 miles away from the observer.
But yet they only show you, they fly over Europe. They show all these lights, these pretty lights of all the cities.
Yeah.
And they show you fuck all. And then they'll show you a curved Earth, like a curved horizon. And you go, how can I see a curved horizon with only 3% of the Earth?
No, it's also cheesy. They render a sphere around the terrain, and the sphere that they render around the terrain that's slightly bigger, they make it mostly opaque, and then they give it a little bit of a shimmer, and they show that like they present it like that's the air, like that's the atmosphere. Like I used to render crap like that in 3D programs over 20 years ago for planets and stuff. I used to create cloud layers that way by doing a planet, and then I would do like concentric spheres that are slightly bigger than the planet, and I'd texture them with clouds and opacity. Just like it's crazy to see this in like modern NASA imagery today. It's so bad.
Where's Big Pond? And he must be listening on YouTube. Hey, Big Pond, get your ass in here.
It looks more like a movie than it does anything in real life. Like the images that they put out.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people can't tell the difference between movies and real life these days. And it's difficult to do. Look at the movies they produce, you know. I believe
they're pretty good. Like,
yeah, the graphics are great. But these are done in studios, yeah. So and you go, oh my god, that guy's floating in space. But they can do exactly the same thing with NASA videos as well.
What was that?
This is the thing when they say, oh, but we've got footage from the ISS. I go, how do you know that's real? They make movies.
They also like to say that they have the footage of the spacewalks, but then the thing that gets me is they did a movie where like there were these two, I can't remember what the actors were, but they were doing a spacewalk, and then one of them gets like disconnected from their little harness thing and just like slowly floats out into space away from everybody, and like they're kind of lost.
Gravity.
Forgot what was it?
Gravity.
Oh yeah, Gravity. I don't know if that's the name of the movie, but
yeah, it is.
But oh, it is? Okay. But yeah, like they did that, and like that movie, the graphics are really good. It looks almost like an actual spacewalk.
Yeah, is that Sandra Bullock
from Gravity?
Yeah.
Yo, dude, 30 minutes past the hour. I posted 4 images. Do you know which one of these is the real Earth?
None of them?
One of them is claimed to be taken from the ISS. The other 3 were rendered in an app called TerraGen, the free version.
Okay, I'm going to say
is the correct one.
I'm going to say bottom left.
The upper right was claimed from the ISS.
Upper right.
I'm going upper right is the one from the ISS.
Here he goes. He jumps in, he says 2 words, and then claims victory.
Fuck you, deal with it.
Where you been? Playing squash?
No, one of my mates from down Newey, he's up there with family, and he invited me over for beers and a food.
So you drunk?
So I thought, fucking oath, I'm coming over.
Are you drunk?
No.
I thought the fucking oath was it.
Hey, there he is. Hello.
Hey, Big Pond. Let's go, mate.
Big Pond.
G'day, guys.
I knew you were listening on YouTube.
I'm always looking, dude. I've got to laugh at the clowns. That's what we're here for, yeah.
Of course.
The Benny Hill music is much better, I think. So, no, I've been watching too much shit. I've been posting way too much crap online lately. I really should give this game up, I think.
Hey, Big Pond, check it out. This is just for you, then.
Oh, hang on, I've got to come back. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
Benny Hill.
You know, these days that would be classed as like rape or something, wouldn't it?
Oh, dude, I was just about to say there was some bloke caught on, and it was on the media here, shared on my stream anyway, and one of the comments was should have Benny Hill because the bloke was being chased by, an honest bloke, like one bloke calling him out for doing what he was doing. He was meant to be a protector of youth, and yes, I'm sure you can gather where that went.
Oh.
Anyway. So essays. They're everywhere, dude. What can you do? They're protected. They're protected species, and the creeps online know it, and that's why they fuck around like they do, man. Why do you think fucking Jen Panda did? Right, I don't want to go there. He didn't want to come in, the cheeky fucker. He's already booted him twice, fucking cheeky fucker. But anyway, I don't want to go down there, and we're not going to make it negative about me anyway. Let's get back to this spinning globe fucking fantasy.
Which one?
Because we all know where that fucking come from. Oh, dude, the shit that I post. The spinning globe fantasy. Which one?
Yeah.
I know there's so many. I played Spheroid, I got names, man.
Cue ball, as smooth as a cue ball,
I'm so useless when I'm talking, man, because I really can't go through my stuff like I normally do and upload, generally close to what you're talking about within a reasonable time. So when I'm talking, right, it's sort of like I'm dumbfounded.
Anyway, so.
Thank you, dude. I try not to be insulting, but I don't know. Maybe it's just part of.
No, you don't.
All right, maybe not. You're right, dude. I don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Where's Pads? He's always wants me in. Come on, Pads.
Don't worry about Pads. He's been
hit me with your fucking logic. Has he? He's in timeout.
No, hello, boys and girls. I'm on my phone. Sorry, mate.
Okay, yeah, no worries, man. Hey,
all right, you sound better.
I was actually eating. Sorry, shit.
Yeah, don't eat on the microphone, mate.
Sorry.
I hate that shit.
Anyway, I don't have conversations like you guys. I like to analyse things deeply and long. So I will leave you to it. And
but that's a joy of this community, Big Pond. Like we've got talkers, we've got people that post shit, we've got we've got everyone, mate. Like, everyone backs each other up. That's it.
Hey, I'm sure I upset everybody, flat earthers, globers, everybody, man. I don't hold back. So, if it brings out the truth, we're all going to benefit. That's the way I look at it. If I'm wrong, I love to be corrected. I have been pulled up a couple of times and deleted the crap that goes against the way that we. I posted something the other day about second law of entropy, right? And QE said that's not exactly right, so I deleted it, and which is cool. But the point of it is, I got it from you guys, from all this coming online, and I'm like, okay, well maybe that, not that you don't need to think about it, yeah. Gas pressure, container, it makes sense to most people.
Yep. Entropy increases always.
Just not the ones living the lie, yeah, dude. We got people living a lie, and they're happy to fight logic over it. I don't know. I'm dumbfounded. Every day, man, I come in here. I'm like, man, am I not hitting my head on the wall hard enough or something? I'm not sure what's going on, dude. Anyway, that's enough of me fucking having a go at everyone. I love it.
Hey,
love you all.
I saw you.
Cheers, guys.
I saw you typing. I thought I'd call you out on YouTube and.
Yeah, thanks for calling me out, dude. I'm happy coming in any time, but my conversation's generally very short, so I'm best to leave it to the professional talkers. And believe me, it's nothing against Flat Earth, dude. I'm like this with every person I ever meet, so don't take offence to me not wanting to talk. I'm happy chatting. I think I make more sense in chat than what I do in voice. So
good to hear your voice, bro. Good to hear your voice for a change, man.
Well, especially when I'm not drunk, because normally I only get on when I'm drunk, and I'm not kidding, dude. My inhibitions or my inner child, like no, you can't talk. You sound like a fucking idiot all the time. And I'm like, okay, I agree with you there, big Tony. You know, oh yeah, you're a fucking idiot. So shut up. Just text and someone will correct you. You know, just say the wrong thing and someone will correct you. So I'm waiting for people to correct me all the time. You know, apart from the fools that think they live on a spinning ball and just give the same rhetoric as everybody else. I'll just sit here and laugh at everyone.
You know what I love? Like you and Pads always argue in chat, and now you've got on The Voice, and like you guys are like a couple.
Oh, dude, I'm not angry. The funny thing about I'm not angry at anyone, dude. But if you're going to lie, I'm going to call you out as a liar. It's that simple. You know what I mean? So if that upsets you, correct me. Tell me why I called you a liar. Tell me where you're correct, and I'll apologise sincerely, wholeheartedly.
Pads, I'll save it at you. Go.
I'll save it for the text channels, but I'm a pussy invite, so I'll save it for the text channels, you know?
Yeah, I like to make my point clear and loud, and yeah, that upsets a lot of people. I was speaking to a police officer the other day, and I called them all criminals. You should have seen the look on his face. But we'll go down that road at a much later date. Nobody wants to hear about it on this channel.
I'm the opposite. Like I prefer to talk to someone in voice than on text, like because I feel like I'm not being heard in text.
Yeah, but you're funny and you're interesting to listen to as well. Where I don't find myself that, so that's why I'm quite happy doing what I do,
mate.
Yeah, that's right. If it's acceptable, I'm happy. If not, I'll move on. I've been booted from
Just
a few
so you know,
channels.
Big Pond, your voice actually comes through quite clear. So if you do have anything important to say, feel free to drop it. Fucking over.
I'll try and make a note and come in with a point then.
Next time, turn your mic down, mate.
Oh, sorry. Is it too loud? Fuck. Sorry,
no,
bloody perfect.
All right, no worries, guys. Thank you, guys. All right, I'm out of here. I'll be around. I'll be in and out.
Catch you around,
Cheers.
bro.
Hey, and thank you to Heretic for the second server. It is my favourite one. We don't. Yeah, well, we get this
politics and religion.
Yeah, we get this server all the time. Yeah, we get So it's my favourite. So that's where I normally hang out the most. But I don't chat very often in text out there, but in here, open slower.
I'll see you over there. I was speaking to Roots before, and he told me to come over and have a chat.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
I'll see you over there, dude.
Oh well, I meant the YouTube channel. I'm always there. Yeah, that's what I meant. But I do pop in and see Hibbo quite a little bit. We chat personally
over
as well.
Politics and religion, yeah.
Yeah, he's in there now. Yeah. All right. Cheers.
Anyone in there?
Yeah, we've got Blood's Thicker, Flowers Growing. I am Larry.
Blood's Thicker is Blood's Thicker's a
APM.
What?
Well, you guys call him? Well, he's actually moderator in. He's actually
a
moderator. He does hang around with Bevs because he likes to have that conversation, and that's fair enough if that's what their demeanour is. But he's actually moderating APM, and that's where I respect him, and that's where I've known him from for the last 8-9 years. So I don't have anything against JJ. His name, I won't say his name, but that's his initials. Yeah. I think he's okay, but I do get where everyone's coming from because I have heard him.
I think maybe I'd had an argument with him, and then I made a decision, and then I was like, maybe I shouldn't judge him then. Yeah.
Well, the main problem he'll sit in there when no one else is in there, and then just a random person will come in and be like, "Wow, what's flat Earth?" And he's like, "Oh, nothing's flat. There's no flat thing. Flat doesn't exist." And really confused.